Saw some goose ghosts. That's a good flop. Hello everyone, welcome to Dublin and the 2024 Irish Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power. We are at the RDS for day 1C of the main event, the 40th live edition of this iconic, historic tournament, the longest running Hold'em event outside of the USA. I am James Hartigan, alongside me, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Joe, we should highlight at this stage that you yourself are now a part of Irish Open history, having made the final table of the first event of this year's festival.
Added a flag to my Hendon Mob page. That makes 2.
Well documented and, of course, discussed on the latest episode, the latest edition of the Poker in the Ears podcast, available on all good podcast apps. I'm sure that your deep run in that tournament, I'm sure your achievement is going to come up in conversation multiple times over the course of the next 4 days.
5 minutes.
Yes, we are here for the entire Easter weekend. We start today with day 1C of the main. Tomorrow we bring you day 2, the penultimate day, playing down to the final table on Easter Sunday. And then on Easter Monday, it's the FT, when we will crown a champion, a player who will follow in the footsteps of greats like David Doherty, Steve O'Dwyer, Griffin Bener, Neil Channing, as we check out the lineup on our first feature table. Now, of course, with late registration, we're going to see this table fill out as the day goes on. We have got one of last year's finalists, Andy Black, and we have a recent EPT champion, Pádraig O'Neill, on the main stage. By the way, blinds actually start at 100-100 with no ante, so players are going to start with a 300 big blind stack.
This is fantastic, starting with Pádraig O'Neill and both Andys. Obviously, Andy Black went super, super deep in this event last year, and he went super deep into the production area when he wandered back here yelling at us.
Andy Black's results in the Irish Open include 2 final table appearances. He was 5th in 2023. 3 final table appearances. This is turning into the Spanish Inquisition already. Andy was 5th in 2023 last year. He was 8th in 2012, 3rd in 2005. That's the same year he made the final table of the World Series of Poker main event. He was also 4th in a high roller here at the Irish Open in 2019.
2005, that's when I met Andy Black, my first year covering the main event.
No, I tried my best. We'll have to teach you a few new words.
So play is actually underway. The clock is running, but the rules are play does not start at a table until you have 3 or more players. So at the point that we are 3-handed on the main stage, we will get cards in the air, and you will see cards up coverage from this year's Irish Open.
Don't these players know that you're getting blinded off at this 100-100 level?
Well, now that Andy's in his seat, now that we are 3-handed, I guess that we can start.
Yeah, but tell him I want to play. Yeah, because, okay, no problem. The big blind's going to be 100, so we're going to have big blind at C2. Yeah.
And we're going to be 4-handed for the first level of the day. So, slight change from last year, Joe. I don't even remember, but the Irish Open played with 1-hour levels throughout.
Oh.
And this year, 45-minute levels for the day ones. So the day 1 flights, of which there are 4, by the way, 1A, 1B, 1C, 45-minute levels. There's a turbo 1D flight later on today. But that means we're going to play 14 full levels today. It means late registration will close today at the end of level 10. But it means we're going to see a lot of poker. And we're going 3-handed to the flop on the first hand of the day. Ace, Queen, 8, and that is a pair of 8s for Savaria.
A big blind special. Can you get any action? Yeah, maybe 10-9, huh? Starting off with this many chips, why not take a stab, try to hit the gut shot?
When did you get here? I saw you in Vegas in the summer, but you just kind of walked, you went, then you were gone. You were with Gary, yeah?
Hasn't narrowed it down at all who he's talking to yet. A lot of these people were in Vegas over the summer. A lot of them were with Gary.
So first hand of the day, first hand at this feature table on day 1C of the main event is going to go to Antoine Savaria, a player who we've seen a few times on this trip. Seen him at breakfast every morning.
Put a straddle out, put it there.
Straddle, yeah.
And I make it live. I'll put 400 in the board.
Yeah, make it an interesting game, only the second hand.
Yeah.
Where you guys from?
Nicaragua.
Nice. I'm from Montreal.
No, I'm not really, I was just joking.
Andy Lee from
I
the
haven't met
UK.
anyone from Nicaragua yet.
Under the gun, opens with A7 of diamonds.
Nicaraguan too.
I know, but you believed it for a second.
Yeah,
Who would lie about where they're from?
you could be.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We won't say you're from the Faroe Islands, you know?
And the flop is 8-5 tray. Top pair for Savaria. Only one diamond out there for Lee. Bottom, not bottom pair, second pair for Ryan. Does ditch the pair of fives. Lee
How many,
looking for a favorable backdoor.
is there anyone else on this
potentially.
table that hasn't turned up?
In.
I'll have a look after that.
Yeah, thanks. Was that
Not a favorable backdoor. King of clubs.
Is Antoine Savaria going to go 2 in a row?
He's a Valley Crest leader. Of course he is.
two pair?
We got one pair.
One pair. Okay, your standards are going down slightly. Well, was it a good pair? It's a good pair, good pair.
Thank you.
Where are you from? You're,
Montreal, Canada.
ah,
Played with Savaria quite a bit.
Canadians are very different than Americans, aren't they?
Yeah. We are
Somebody
really
was talking about that yesterday. I was at a table with a Canadian guy and he was waxing lyrical about it. So there was a really loud American on the table beside us and he was saying, Canadians would never do that.
Taking a look around the room, the players filling up 8 minutes into the day. A very long day, going to be playing around 13 hours of poker.
200. C3
By the way, I don't know if you saw the clock there, Joe. Had about 550 players already registered for 1C. We have seen 1,212 entries already from 1A and 1B.
Pretty cool.
So the players we have at the table right now: Dave Ryan from Ireland, Andy Lee from the UK, Andy Black from Ireland, and Antoine Savaria from Canada, from Montreal.
All right. 5 hearts on board. Both hearts going to play here, but only one of them will win, and that is Andy Black's 9. Has to pay it off with the 8 of hearts. Ah, what a bad beat early on.
I think I was ahead until the river. We pocket twos.
For sure.
2 black ones though.
First.
It looks like we are now 5-handed on the main stage because Max Bruns has taken his seat, a Dutch player who lives in Malta. Final table of the Unibet Open in Bucharest last year.
I've sat for 6.5 hours once without winning a hand in the tournament.
Thank you to our friend and Irish Open live stream colleague, David Lappin for his notes on these players.
Seat 7.
Cool.
200.
Seat 8. Fold.
Call.
We should just get him in here and cut out the middleman.
Fold.
Seat 5. 3 folds.
Three ways to this flop, which is ace, 10, deuce, 2 diamonds,
7 bet.
pair of 10s for Andy Black.
That's right. Seat 2 fold. Seat 5 fold.
And that's going to get 2 folds.
Okay. No problem.
Oh, okay. No problem. Yeah.
That's very good for the calf muscles,
Big
Mick.
blind, please, sir.
Mick.
100, please.
I'd like to believe that he's actually shouting to no one when he does this.
Yeah.
It's just a bit.
I think I might be more American than Canadian.
Hey, bud, I'm going to need you to get off the shed.
A reminder, the blinds are currently 100-100 with no ante. We're going to get that rectified as soon as possible. As we see Savaria in from under the gun with King-Queen, just limping. It's been raised by Dave Ryan, called by Andy Lee, called by Andy Black, and called by Antoine Savaria. So 4-way to the flop.
Part of the fun playing 5-handed super deep.
And it is Savaria who flops best with top pair.
Seat 7 check.
Don't waste it all now, Antoine.
Seat 3 check.
7 on the turn. That's a pair for Andy Black.
Seat 7 check. Seat 8 check.
Checking that top pair.
3 check.
Will it bite him in the river?
Deuce on the river.
Seat 7 bet.
Savaria, flop best, still has the best hand and makes it 200.
Got a queen.
Queen.
7 no good.
Yeah, he's getting mic'd up now.
And obviously people asking specific questions about the whereabouts of specific players. With registration open until the end of level 10, many players will choose to take their seats later in the day. We are in the very first level. Some would argue an inconsequential level when you get to play with a 300 big blind stack. So some people just sit out and wait. And also, it is a grind to play for 13 hours, to play the full 14 levels.
It's a grind to play that long, and I think, you know, having played a little bit more myself, just the stress it takes to get somewhere, quote unquote, on time, early in the morning, giving yourself that sort of freedom to go, you know what, it's not that big of a deal if I show up a little late to this poker tournament. I think it does help your mental well-being as well.
So I asked that. I don't seem to remember there was a stream last year.
Okay. Okay, no problem.
It's on the road.
And we have a new
Looks like we're now going to be 6-handed at the feature table as we take another look around the room.
Personally, as a self-reflective fish, I like to get there as close to on time as possible. When else am I going to be 300 big blinds deep? Never.
Back to our first feature table of the day.
That was definitely random. So I was like, you know when you're the big blind?
Yeah.
I was big blinded onto it.
Seat 7
And it's
raise,
like,
200. 8 call.
call.
3 call. 3 call.
So it's actually a raise by Andy Black from the button. A reminder that they still have the blinds wrong in the graphics. Ace 10-8 on the flop. Top 2 for Andy Black. How much does Dave Ryan lose in this hand?
300. 300, yeah. See, 2 calls. Yeah.
300 was the bet on the flop. Jack of clubs on the turn.
2 and 7 check.
Oh boy.
Ace on the river. So the full house for Andy Black. Trips for Dave Ryan, who's bet 500. And how does Andy Black not raise this? He has to raise. He does raise. 2.5K.
2 call. Go down 2.
Okay.
Full house.
Full house, nice hand.
Full house is good.
Case ace on the river. What a Barry Greenstein moment that was.
Guess you might have had a flush, yeah?
I had the ace.
Yeah, nice. There's a lot you can do there.
Merstiles asks, how many days has it been since Tonka has won a live tournament? The answer is 1. Thank you for your question.
Blinds in, please.
I'm definitely not meant to have that. Even I was surprised that I had that.
Yeah.
This is a great spot to be in poker where you get to river value raise, get paid off, and then get to say to your opponent, nothing you could do.
Yeah.
7 fold.
Nothing you could do.
See Dave raise. 1300. 2 folds. 2 3 folds. 2 5 folds.
Cam says, I honestly think you could fold ace-5 there with confidence. Maybe you can. I don't know. This early in a tournament just seems so trivial to be like, all right, let's see it. Let's get some information while it's cheap. But I guess if you can fold it later, you should probably be able to fold it early.
2-5 bet. 2,000.
Interesting point.
See 8 call. C5 check. C8 bet. 4,500. 4,500.
I think one of the appeals of / drawbacks of playing this deep and this casually, this informally, is that you do kind of just flick it in sometimes, and maybe that's the wrong approach.
Yes, sir.
It does play a little bit more like a informal cash game when it's this deep.
Hey, Darren.
Get off the shed. Darren, I'm gonna need you to be a buddy and get off the shed.
C5 fold. C7 fold.
If you got a patch, I guess
C8
I
fold.
fucking hate wearing patches. Oh, this bourbon.
C2 call.
Be an Irish poker tour. Well, this is Irish poker tour. That's all.
What's the ball now?
No, I wasn't aware of one, but this is fucking strange. What?
C4 raise. 1,000.
Well, you can take me up each table. Yeah. They're introducing new rules on this all the time.
Who is they? Pocket aces.
C8 fold.
It's my favorite hand.
C2 call.
So this
C3
is a
fold.
player who recently joined the feature table. This is Thibaut Sayard from France. Going to the flop against Dave Ryan and his deuces, and it is top set for Sayard.
What was the ruling? What was the ruling?
C4 check.
What was the ruling?
On what?
C2 at 1,000.
It's a rival poker tour, right? So what they do is they... I mean,
C4
I don't care if they throw me off the street. No, but what they do is they just try and make it as difficult as possible for people to wear patches.
Okay. Yeah.
Why? Because they're competitive, you know. So it's
C4
not.
check.
It's not a.
C2
It's
call.
the Irish Open.
As Andy well knows, having played at a number of feature tables over the years, there have always been rules and regulations on the size of patches on TV/streamed tables. It is
You're allowed to wear it in the field?
nothing
If you're on
about
the
trying to block
no, they're
competitors.
saying it needs to be a certain size.
Okay.
This is new.
Yeah.
The man said that to me, and I'm like,
Small enough that no one can bother reading it.
yeah.
It's usually
they
the
showed me
law.
something this way, right?
Yeah.
So it's like,
I do love a conspiracy theory, though.
Kind of unavoidable these days.
but it's ridiculous. I don't know anywhere else in the world you can wear a patch. I mean, why not? I mean, the whole idea of people doing it sort of helps poker a bit generally, and it's not bad for anyone. You know? It shows there's a point in wearing a patch. Now, personally, I don't really like wearing patches.
By the way, if you go to the Irish Open website and look at the player/media guidelines, including the guidelines on patches, they're very clear. Regardless of what site you're advertising, whether it's one of those associated with the event or a so-called rival, the rules cover everyone.
C4 check. C5 check. C8 check.
Ace, Jack high, still the best hand on the turn. Sayad checking. Max Bruns has checked. A bet from Antoine Savaria with ace-9, which gets the best hand to fold.
It feels like Savaria has been crushing, but somehow is below starting stack.
Yeah, he lost a decent-sized pot.
Do you think that we might finally get Andy Black to storm backstage on day 1? Usually it takes at least until day 4.
I say that was something silly.
Of the coverage, at least.
I think he was out of it. He's been playing all night.
Jesus, some onions.
C8 fold.
It wasn't on steak and onions.
C2 fold. C3 fold. C4 fold. C5 check. C7 raise. 300. C5 call.
Black versus Bruns, blind v blind. Queen, Jack 10, all spades. That is a straight for Bruns, the straight draw for Black with the backdoor flush draw.
Oh, baby.
There's the spade on the turn. 500 apiece, inconsequential deuce of clubs on the river.
5 check. C7 bet 500.
I mean, if you can't raise with this, what are you raising with?
C5 call. Showdown, please.
Afraid of spades, afraid of ace king, I guess.
God.
Just a straight.
I can live with that. Not nearly that cheap. Yeah, I'd flush draw as well.
The outer tables where we find a member of Team Pro, that is Sebastian Huber.
Peace and love, peace and love. Action not on him. Doesn't even have cards.
Getting all my bluffs, you know, I guess.
Back to the feature.
C5
Our
raise.
actions
300.
folded around to the button. 5 deuce suited for Bruns. Andy calls a small blind with Jack 9 off. Pocket 8s for Savaria.
C5 call.
Pumps it up. Takes it down.
Heads up.
Nope.
Why is the Canadian
calls.
flag upside down?
I don't know. 9, 9, 6, 2 clubs. I'm so sorry for assuming that 5 deuce was going to fold.
C8 bet 2,500. 5 fold.
Now folds. 5 deuce, same as ace king. It's a drawing hand. Jason says, maybe tone down the green to the set. Eyes or TY. Yes, Joe, I know, band. Yep. You band. Are all the flags upside down so that you have to cock your head to sort of see them, and then the right side up?
C4 raise. C3 raise, sorry. 200. C4 fold.
Now there's a conspiracy theory for you.
C7 fold.
Don't.
C8 call. Call. C2 call. Thank you. 3 plays.
Queen 10 deuce. Threes still ahead.
C8 check. C2 check.
400.
C3 bet 400. C8 fold. C2 fold. Button's good. Thank you.
Of the feature. First win of the feature. I'm done now.
Huge room here at the Irish Open, and every single table appears to be occupied.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other tournaments playing today other than Flight 1C of the main event. And when we cut through this field a little bit, there should be some tables free for the Turbo Flight at 8 o'clock this evening. The final chance to make it through to day 2, Flight 1D. Right now looking at more than 700 players in the room. So we're looking at a field right now of more than 2,000 entries. That means more than 2 million euros in the prize pool. And that number is going to keep going up right through to the end of play tonight.
And this is a 1 re-entry per flight?
Correct. So by my calculations, it is possible to spend 8,000 euros on this tournament if you did 2 entries in all 4 flights.
Kind of impressive if you manage to dust off 6 of them and then also 2 in the turbo.
C3 fold. Thank you.
So yeah, the first session of play is the first 3 levels. 2 hours, 15 minutes, 3 45-minute levels back to back. So we're definitely keeping this table for that first session, and then we'll see who else is in the field and whether we're going to bring a new lineup of characters to the main stage during the first break of the day.
C2 call. C3 check. C4 check.
I don't know if anything could beat these characters.
Okay. Do you mind moving the cards again on the center? As for you, can you move the cards a little bit? Thank you. Okay.
4-way to this flop, missing a couple of players' cards.
C3
We
check.
know that Andy Lee has a pair of 9s, top pair on board.
C2 check.
Could be the best hand.
C4 check. C8 bet 200. C2 fold. C3 fold. C4 fold.
Well, Savaria is certainly winning the most number of pots. Glad he's out here repping the Grimace fan club, the Valley Crest leaders.
Yeah.
That is science writer and poker player Alex O'Brien, whose book was published at the end of last year, The Truth Detective. I think she played the women's event yesterday, playing the main event today.
Heck of a book. The only book I've read in the last 10 years.
Yes. C8 call. C2 fold. C3 fold.
Yeah, please, actually. Thank you.
I also did read most of The Biggest Bluff.
Good.
Thank you. 3 plays.
Threads up to the flop.
C5 check.
Up and down for black, top pair for Severia.
C5 fold. Heads up.
4, 6, 7. No, no straight yet. Nobody with a diamond. Severia.
C8 bet.
Wow, gets the snap fold from black. Doesn't want to mess with it on the 3 diamond board.
Praise the Lord.
It's nice to see he's in his goth phase now as opposed to the monk phase. Never know what you're going to get with Andy Black. Am I just imagining it? When he had that monk phase, did he have like a big walking stick with him too?
You're imagining it.
Am I adding that part?
You are. I remember him playing with some creative card protectors over the years.
Packages of a pair. I mean, I am.
C8 fold. C2 fold. C3 fold.
Syard on the button with Jack 10.
C4 raise to 300. C5 call.
Raises to 300, gets a call from Max Burns with 3s.
C7 call.
And called by Andy Black in the big blind with Queen Jack.
It's the thing with Jack 10. It's just so much easier for someone to wake up with a better hand.
Ace 10, 7.
C5 check. C7 check.
Andy with a decent draw here.
C4 bet.
As Syard bets second pair. Continues for 400.
C7 call.
Burns folds, Black calls, heads up to the turn. Which is 9.
7 check.
Andy Black now open-ended.
C4 check.
Action goes check, check. River card is a king. Easy does it. Broadway for Black. Understandably going for a bit of value here. Not sure Syard's going to pay this off with what is now 3rd pair.
C4 fold.
Sure enough, he folds.
So Cam Rockham on Twitch says, Andy can usually be spotted with a Vajra, not a joke, card protector, a Buddhist weapon.
Yes.
And as I'm looking it up here, apparently it's a Thunderbolt weapon that can destroy both internal and external enemies.
Back in the early seasons of the EPT, I remember him having that on the table.
Symbolizing the properties of a diamond, indestructibility, and a Thunderbolt, irresistible force.
Nice, that's good hashtag fun facts for the first level of the first day of our coverage of the 2024 Irish Open here on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Hello to everyone watching. Remember, we've got the live chat on both Twitch and YouTube. You can ask questions, post your comments.
I like to cap my cards with a Viagra, which can also destroy internal and external enemies.
Andy Black winning a hand there with ace 7 of diamonds. Andy Black and Max Burns are the 2 chip leaders at this stage, but still early days. They're above starting stack, but this is only the first of 14 levels to be played today, and only the first of 4 days of this tournament.
C3 fold. C4 fold. C5 raise to 300. C7 fold. C8 fold. Call. C2 call. Come on, change that for me, please.
Oh, hi, Tetsuo says, who else is on the commentary team this week? Very soon,
Thank you.
Griffin will be joining us on the mic, the 2017 Irish Open champion, Griffin Bener. Fintan Hand's going to drop by this evening. Easy with aces, has a very short commute from his home here in Dublin. David Lappin is on hand to join us over the course of the afternoon. His cohort, Daro Khani, firing day 1C, but maybe will join us a bit later. And Com Chan will be popping in before the end of play tonight.
More like Comms Chan.
Yeah, no problem. C2 call. Shows ace king.
Roland Dutchy on YouTube asked how long per level. On day one, levels are 45 minutes long. So 14 45-minute levels. There will be a 1 hour dinner break later on this evening. From day two, levels go to 2 hours, 1 hour. And then we'll play down to the final table on Sunday, and the final table will come back on Monday and play to a winner.
Have to.
C4 raised to 300.
Syard raising with King, Queen of Hearts. Savaria has jacks on the button.
It could all go in here. Probably not, but it could.
1,300. C2 fold. C3 fold. Thank you. C4 call.
Syard calls the re-raise,
Heads up.
which was to 1,300. The flop is Queen 9-6, classic jacks flop.
4 check.
Yeah, what's classic about it is only one overcard, but that overcard definitely hits the other person.
Exactly, and because there's just one overcard, you feel compelled to throw out chips and basically get hosed.
4 check.
Syard has checked a second time. Savaria not slowing down, second barrel being loaded.
C8 bet. 3,500.
3,500.
C4 call.
Maybe we could focus on the positive and what an easy board this is for King Queen to just call down.
And Syard has indeed called the bet.
Oh!
Check on the river. Savaria gets there, rivering the set.
I did that. I did that to him.
C8 bet. 10,000.
And bets 10,000, almost full pot.
So I guess we have to switch and be pessimistic about King Queen now. Isn't it always the way with jacks? I mean, isn't this always the way with top pair?
Yeah, and for Syard, this is a decision for near enough half of his stack. Top pair, decent kicker, facing this huge bet. And he gets away from it.
Nice fold.
Good bluff. Oh,
Together jacks.
Shows the set.
good play.
And that's an important bit of information to show Syard you made the right call on the flop, the right call on the turn, and the right fold on the river. I know it's gutting to have lost that pot, but at least you're now confident in your decision making.
I want to take your chips, but I don't want to take your confidence.
Yes.
No gaslighting at this table.
Friendly game.
Do you want change? Sorry? Do you want change? Yeah, sure, thank you.
Raise.
C5 fold. Yep, C5 fold. C7 raise, 200. C8 call. C2 call.
Andy opening with ace-8. Savaria has called. Dave Ryan has called. Syard in from the big blind, four-way to the flop, which is 9-6-3. So that is top pair for Syard.
7 check. C8 check.
Top trips for Sayard.
Four check.
But no betting.
7 bet 200.
Andy's going to help him out this time.
Small bet though, 200.
See 2 folds. See 4 raised to 7.
Oh, the check raise, which gets a quick fold. So minimal value there for Sayard. On the previous hand, Lord Sorrow says too friendly. You have to keep them guessing, so they put themselves in the blender.
Not a terrible theory. I like to show the value then so I get the fold with the bluff later.
Jack, what a river.
Yeah.
Sick. You might have been ahead anyway.
Yeah, I think so.
Which, by the way, I'm a professional poker player now. I don't know if people realize this or not.
And that's why we're no longer paying Joe for this commentary.
See 7 raised to 200. See 8 call. 2 fold. See 3 fold.
Andy Black raising with King 9. Antoine Savaria has called. Thibaut Sayard is in. And Max Bruns
5 raised. 1
re-raises. 3 bets.
7 fold.
A little bit of a squeeze there with the ace-10, 1.2k.
Fold.
Yeah, 7.
One jack queen.
Yeah, I'm tempted to
No one comes
I
down.
think this is going to work.
raise it.
See 4. Randy raises.
Nice. Good work, Max.
Understood.
Coming towards the end of the first level.
You look like you spent a night in a hotel. You look like you spent a night in a hotel. I thought, why? You don't like luxury. You don't like luxury. What about the other 2 lads?
What does someone who spent a night in a hotel look like?
I mean, if the guy usually sleeps on the street, maybe it's because he's like showered and
Right, I see.
Throw
fresh.
them out there in a little
Seen him
camper
on the
van.
way in.
3 raised.
It's a small camper van, is that?
Yeah,
Say it gets cozy. Call. See 7. Call. 3 fold.
yeah. Nobody got a hotel room, and then I was asking them, did they stay there last night? And for some reason, they're still in the camper van.
There you go.
Oh, wow. Andy Lee thinks he's flopped well here, but Andy Black has flopped better.
See 5 check. See 7 bet 400.
Andy bets 400, gets a call from Lee, a fold from Bruns, heads up to the river. Here's a 7, that is a full house for Black.
7 bet 500.
His second boat of the first level of day 1C.
See 3 call.
Gets paid off.
Your second one, Andy?
Second,
What?
Your second full house?
Second full house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Must be nice. Hello to
Well,
Trish
I usually play, I only play full houses.
in Cork.
Have that in your head, please.
Trish Howard says, hi James and Joe, can't believe it's a year since I was on your podcast. Superfan versus Stapes with my island trivia. I got the job in airport security after that quiz. Loving the commentary. Glad you got the job, Trish. And yeah, I can't believe that's been a year. Whew. Gone so fast.
Congrats on the job. That's awesome.
See 2 fold. See 3 fold. See 4 fold. See 5 raised.
I knew he had it too. I just
Fold.
thought
I'm
it was
not
not
drawn to a full house.
Yeah.
Fold.
Big blind. Yeah.
Actually, 7 wasn't good. See 8 call.
Yeah, I could have lost. Warner.
Cheap. There's too much out there beating you.
Well, Max Bruns has flopped best here, top pair.
See 5. Bet 300. See 8. Show the 8 call.
there is an ace, I
Always has it.
These are rules. These are all rules now. They're not even guidelines.
I only call to protect my blind.
New blind level?
Yeah.
And the new
Yeah,
deal,
it's,
yeah.
Thank you.
100.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Well, as we come to the end of the first level, it is an opportunity to remind you that the Sunday Million season runs on PokerStars until April 21st. Across the season, which started in early March, there are 23 total episodes, translation tournaments. Now, these are awarding ranking points. There are 4 separate leaderboards. There's a low, a medium, and high, and an overall player of the season as well. $100,000 in scoop tickets to be won. And of course, the highlight, well, the big highlight of Sunday Million season is the 18th anniversary, which takes place this coming Sunday. More on that later on. Right now, we are going to introduce the 2017 Irish Open champion. He played day 1B. He's bagged. He's through to day 2. That means we get his company today. Griffin Bener, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me, James. Excited to be here, as always, at the Irish Open.
Great to have you with us. How was day 1B for you?
Yeah, it was okay. You know what? I had a pretty hot start. I got up to around 170, and I leveled out to a measly 54. But I'm just grateful to have a shot there on day 2.
It's a big swing.
Yeah.
Any one particular moment that caused a 120K drop off?
You know, these things happen. You're splashing around, maybe going after the wrong type of guy, and yeah, it wasn't my day, but I am grateful to be through and have a shot in a few days.
Give that man some change.
I think the blinds are up, right?
Blinds are up.
Yeah, 1-2, 1-2.
And still no ante in play, so there is still a bit of an error on the screen right now. 100, 200 with no big blind ante.
Yep. Tara, are you doing anything?
OnlyFans.
What? But are you playing in the next few hours? Can I ask you a question?
Something level 3. 2 bet 200.
Seeing as you're our only fan. Yeah, only fan. Is he only fan? You couldn't stand it. You what? Something for the live stream. Yeah, we'll do. All I want to know is now, if it disrupts you, don't do it. I'm thinking you're the kind of guy that might, yeah? Yeah, but
Not much you can do.
Andy Black going to get some information from the future and a free copy of Dara Khani's book.
Promote this book.
At least one of those things are useful.
Which hand do you want to know? I'll tell you what I had.
Can I go to the restroom after? Yeah. Okay. Four plus.
okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
How was your table draw, Griff?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, it feels like every year the players are getting a little bit better in general.
Yeah.
Or if it's already too late, because
So didn't see a lot of spots compared to, you know, maybe a World Series event or something like that. I mean, this is the oldest tour after all.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
I would say in a lot of ways, winning the Irish Open is more impressive than winning the World Series of Poker main event, you know?
Yeah, keep telling yourself that.
Thank you.
Is it Poker for Dummies?
No, beyond GTO.
Oh, I'm not even at GTO yet, so I cannot go beyond.
No, I wrote the introduction. Do you want to hear the last line?
Yeah.
What does it say? Shut up and deal?
If you've come this far, why not go a little farther and really incorporate the wisdom between these covers and start to dream a little bigger and not be the butt of
Is
the
9 hand
joke?
good?
What's the difference between a poker player and a cheese pizza?
I was going to bet. I thought, I'm not fine.
A cheese pizza can feed a family of 4. Anyway, okay. On the live stream.
Yeah, yeah, you can just hold it.
Is that the new one?
Can I use it as a pad?
Yeah, as a patch.
No, it's a new one.
Pattern there.
No, I just got a copy. I've been waiting months to get a copy.
Is there anything in the rules for book patches, James?
We'll allow the book. Please tell me that's not the first time you've heard that joke.
It's not.
No, I was going to say, that is, I'm going to
they're
say
very good.
2003, 2002.
I couldn't just fall in a different fairway, so I just put them in my front. Okay.
And that's a good point from Sam Stein. Cheese pizza can't even feed me, let alone 4 people. Would need to be a very large pizza. Very large.
It's amazing actually how much we agree on.
3 5.
Interesting. Where's that? I just trying to figure things out.
So you want me to tell you when he's passed, when he's not at the table? Okay.
I'm assuming that the change in structure didn't impact things too much, the 45-minute levels rather than hour-long levels that we had last year.
No, not really. I mean,
Just
you know,
in an hour and 23 minutes.
still plays pretty deep.
So 8 is still too low.
Andy Black off to a pretty decent start.
8 5.
At 2 full houses already.
Yeah, but these, in a lot of ways, these are the sort of the dog days of the early levels. You know, it's going to be hard to acquire
Yeah.
a lot of chips without a big cool. You say a nice start, and he's only gained 3,500. So but these are the stages that you do need to get through in an event like this, and it's important to get a nice start for your confidence.
Button raise from Andy Lee, called by both players in the blinds. 10's ahead for now. Still ahead, plus has the club draw.
Really digging the turtleneck mic combo on Soler here. Really rocking it like a Secret Service agent, you know?
I think the microphone has been placed there for practical purposes. I don't think
Yeah.
it was an aesthetic decision.
I mean, I'm just saying, you know?
I mean, it would be amazing
Happy
if he,
accident.
if he showed up with his own microphone, which is a pure fashion statement.
Do you want a slightly sweaty note?
Already have sweaty nuts in my mouth.
Okay.
So, I didn't want to do it again.
Don't need any more? No. Anyone for a slightly sweaty note? No.
New player coming in, Tan Lee taking a seat at the feature table.
Break up the romance, yeah?
I guess so. Now he's going to offer his nuts to someone else.
Playing 7-handed now on the main stage.
I never turned down a sweaty note myself. I just think it'd be bad luck. Depends what you get out of it.
Just out of interest, what time did you take your seat yesterday? Are you sit down at the start of play or
Oh,
show
no,
up
no,
5
no,
levels
no.
later kind of guy?
No, I'm you know, fighting the jet lag a little bit. I landed around 12:30. I sort of took a little nap. Got
Oh,
in
you
around
landed
6.
yesterday?
Yeah.
Wow, you landed and played the same day?
Yeah.
You
I
Stapletoned it.
I Stapletoned it, yeah. It was, you know, it was something that I considered going into it to give myself, you know, an opportunity to bag and then be available today. And I was
Yeah.
able to get in there around 6 o'clock, feeling pretty fresh.
Cool.
2 bullets and barely above starting. And here I am.
By the way, I assume you've seen your name and photo on the history wall in the main corridor.
Oh, I think I might have seen some sort of, yeah.
Well, if
yeah.
when he turns up later on, you have to needle Finton, because if you read the paragraph about your year, it says, also at that final table was PokerStars ambassador who finished in 7th. And they've left off his name.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah.
fantastic. You know, I'm sure you know this, but he wore a green suit.
Yes, I'm aware of his green suit.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't race. Just I'll check. You check. It's a check. Yeah. 200.
Max Bruns
I had a hand score race.
I had to hand the
Is
rest.
that not a raise?
limps with 10s.
That's a raise.
I think so. But
He just threw one chip on the top of one.
No, it doesn't. That's different. You've got the roll wrong. 100%.
Yes.
Because that's 600, you know? Yeah.
Bit passive here in the small blind limping in. I mean, you should be limping in most of your range in these situations.
It's when you go like
If
this.
you're not going to
you
raise
know.
tens, what hand are you going to raise to start getting value? Pre-flop is still a street, right? It's a good opportunity to get some value,
It's
but
more like if you take it back and throw one. But I think if there's one there and you throw one on top, but that might be the exception, you know.
I don't know if he had.
No, they rule it differently in
I always
different
thought it was a
places.
raise.
He had ones behind as well.
What?
Only one chip without saying nothing.
No, if there's already one there, I think it
For instance,
maybe you're right. You might be right.
he
Actually.
had ones
If he did
behind,
it, then
so
it's a call.
Yeah.
But if I have it on the small blind, I'm not sure. I'm
Yeah.
not sure either. But
I think all the four is okay.
Doesn't matter.
Well,
Just don't do it again.
just to know the rules, it would be nice.
Yeah. Well, let's call it. But let's not slow down again.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I did though, James, on my flight
take that mic home.
intentionally put on a movie that I thought might put me to sleep, and it did.
Right, we're good. Yeah.
Blue
you
Beetle,
can carry on.
part of the DC.
Oh, no.
universe.
Exceptional. As the older I get, the more these rules I get wrong.
Well, they changed from venue to venue. Also for Showdown, it was like, first to act, or the last one with the action, or the first to act. So also
It's the Irish.
should be different.
If somebody's on the small blind, right, the blinds are 1-2, and they go like this, what is the bet? 600 or 200? Yeah? It is called. Okay.
That's what I said. It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Good rule.
Never too late to learn.
6 call. 7 raise, 700.
But there's only one chip. Okay.
If you have small blind, and you do this, then what?
Okay.
Then that's a raise.
Yes. Okay.
annoyance.
5 check.
400.
6 check, sorry. 7,
400.
7 bet 400.
I think Lap
Yes,
is going to be incentivized to continue here with that ace of diamonds. You know, as much as he happens to be behind this time, you know, Andy's going to ISO something like king, jack, king, queen, c-bet. You kind of have to stick around, even if you're behind a decent amount of the time,
6 check.
because of turn cards like that.
7 check.
Check on the turn. 4 on the river, so that is the gin card for Lap Lee.
Yeah, and I think I would actually prefer a check here from Lap, and instead
6 bet 300.
is going to make the very, very small bet to try to induce a raise. It does get it done. Oh, and then there's the repop, recognizing that Andy Black wouldn't be checking back a flush on the turn, having that ace of diamonds blocker, inducing the bluff raise or the ace raise. Very nice work.
Good start
Good, yeah?
for Tan Lap Lee.
It's over, yeah?
Recent arrival at our first feature table during this first session of play. A reminder, the action started, as far as the stream is concerned, where we're on a 30-minute integrity delay an hour ago. And we still have about 12 hours of action to go, with 14 levels to be played on day 1C. So, yeah, good note from Tom, one of our mods, asking if X is still in or is Y is still in. With late registration still open, with people able to fire 2 bullets per flight, no one's out yet. And even if you get elimination on both bullets from 1C, there's the turbo flight
Turbo flight.
at 8 o'clock this evening. And I think you can fire 2 bullets in that one, Griffin.
Yep, you absolutely can per every flight.
7 call.
I like that integrity delay. I feel like if I'm late for something, I'll just be like, I'm having a bit of an integrity delay.
Yeah, it's just to make it clear that we're not just doing it for a laugh. There is a good reason to do it. It's not because we like being, you know, behind the times.
No.
Non-contemporaneous.
No, we are very, you know, we're ahead of the times sometimes. We're cutting edge. But in this case, we're behind the times.
7 check.
King high still ahead.
6 check. 7 check, 6 check.
King high wins. Oh, he's going to make an enemy of Andy Black if he's not careful.
There's the white flag. See me out of flush. Ace of diamonds makes a straight. Yeah. So you wouldn't raise with just the ace of diamonds. So it's one of those weird ones.
Six raise, 500, 7 call.
So, cut-off raise with 4 deuce, flattered by Andy Black with the 8s. Savaria in with ace-5. Dave Ryan, Jack-10, calls as well. Ace, Queen 10, all of the diamond flavor.
You know, watching Andy Black play,
Yeah.
it made me realize that there's a gambling expression I don't really understand. What does it mean when you're in the black or in the red? Is there an in the green? It's all about being up and down, right?
Yeah.
How does that, why is in the black is positive?
Well, it's to do with like balance sheets, isn't it? We use black ink to show a positive number and red ink to show a negative number. And back in the day, they do it with actual ink. Now Excel does it for you. A positive number's black and a negative number's red.
All right.
Good job.
I should probably know that.
At hearts.
Now I do.
Diamonds come. All right. So it was kind of red.
Yeah.
I
got excited for a millisecond, you know.
Cow Chad asks on YouTube, did you play this year, James? Not the main event. I did play a couple of side events at the start of the week. No interesting stories to tell you about. There was one fun hand, which I talked about on the podcast, if you want to check that out. But, of course, the big news was Joe's 4th place finish in the 6 max for just shy of €8,000.
I did see James at the bar trying to sell action to get into this thing, but he just couldn't find enough investors.
If I can get people to take pieces in the World Series main event, pretty sure I could get people to take me in this. Queen 4 against 7-3, and it is a queen high flop.
Pretty friendly table. A lot of shown cards and folded hands.
Well done.
Second hand. Both of them one against you.
They're all just circling each other in the arena before they eat each other.
You didn't see me kicker. Small blind special.
Good enough.
You think it's friendly now, wait till the ante gets introduced. You might say it ups the ante.
Wow. He's here all week, ladies and gentlemen.
Loba.
Surprised there are some people who hadn't heard about Joe's result. You guys really need to be part of the PokerStars universe. Be across our social accounts on X, Facebook, and Instagram. Check out the PokerStars blog, and also do check out the Poker in the Ears podcast. New episodes most weeks. We recorded an episode here at the Irish Open on Wednesday, which we released yesterday. We spoke to the event owner, Paul O'Reilly. We talked to Dairo Kani and David Lappin, plus Felix Schneiders, who streamed the event that Joe went deep in, joined us for some retrospective analysis of Joe's play. And yes, the reason why I call it X is because it's a shadow of what it used to be. There's still a very special place in my heart for Twitter, but what I look at now is a million miles from what Twitter used to be. That's why I call it X.
No politics, James.
I actually thought it was on you, sorry. Was it?
Yeah, I quite enjoyed having a chat the other day with Joe about his run.
2 bets, 1,000.
The way he described his run in that tournament was like some sort of just rodent trying to survive. Pretty impressive finish.
Yes.
Hard to kill that, Joe. They got him eventually, but he ripped out, what was it, 6,000? 6 grand?
3 plus.
That's a good score.
So 2 to his right, so move a little bit, you said. You said 2. No, 6, 7, okay. So move to his right a little bit.
So not an insignificant pot right here, 3.5 grand.
3 check
2,000.
and 2 bet 2,000. Can you move to your right a little bit, please? Thank you.
Yeah, we got an inch. You move like 1 inch that way. Yeah, you have to be in front of the box.
Too many sweaty nuts.
You have the actions, right?
About
So there is check and
about your
3
kind of
and 2 bet
sensitivity on this one.
It's 2 and 3, 4 and 3 pass. 4 pass. So you check, 2,000 more. Good fall.
This is such a good flop, that.
I mean, it's not that good.
So 3 pass.
He's definitely ahead, I think. He's definitely ahead.
Pot is going to go Ryan's way.
Yeah, but it was on that flop I had.
Did you have the actions? Or it's okay, I think?
Sacramento has a bad lookalike suggestion for Dave Ryan. He looks like an AI rendering of Prince William. I don't really think we need to get to a point with bad lookalikes where we're talking about AI renderings. They have to be a bad lookalike of the actual person, not what artificial intelligence thinks that person looks like.
Day 2, you know. So,
One day there won't be a difference. If anyone's wondering, I did do the hands thing to James with the.
So 6 5, 6 raise.
I can confirm he's doing the thing with hands.
1,200, 8 pass. 2 pass.
Spare a thought for me.
3 pass.
Black with the rather smallish 3-bet from 500 to 1,200, less than 2.5x. I think you're going to want to maybe pump it up a little more. But he has induced a continue from a hand that I think would otherwise fold to a regular sizing. And would you look at that? Everybody has a reason to play. Just over a third on the flop from Andy, pretty standard. So go to the turn, almost 5,000 in there.
7 bet 2,000.
Sorry. Can I have one more to add Amazon on the table?
Woof!
Table cheating.
Gonna be very curious
I
to
want
see
to
if
also add,
Andy Black finds
Ooh.
a value bet here, because the hearts have now come in. You did just sort of value raise yourself with that wheel,
6 bet 7,000.
but instead
7
Andy's gonna get the bad news. Snap calling the lead for
Nightmare.
7,000. I think really well played
God.
by Lee.
Nightmare.
Well, well, well.
There he is.
Poker Open main event, 1K Euro buy-in, green 101, seat 5. I have 4 bullets for the day, 2 flights in 1C, 2 flights in 1D. All I'll need is 1. Seems like a very easy transition from the 5K into a nice little chip lead bag. I don't see why not.
Tonka filming for his blog, taking his seat in the main event, having won the 5K high roller.
I know what you're saying.
So Andy Black now has lost a third of his stack.
Yeah, that was a bad pot for Andy.
7 pass.
Canadian, Severia. The Irish Open, a very popular stop for Canadians. I can attest to that. Back when I won in 2017, there's a huge contingency of Canadians that some of which I didn't even know before that event. And they were on the rail cheering me on in the winner's photo. But yeah, they love to come out every year. More and more seem to come.
So I freeze. Okay, so you want me to freeze the option and do that for the camera. Okay. Cool.
Thank you. It's difficult here.
Seven-handed action on the main stage at our first feature table during the second level of day 1C of the 2024 Irish Open main event. For the second year running, this event being held at the RDS in Dublin. As we see Dave Ryan open with Queen Jack of Diamonds. Thibault Sayard calling with 10-7 of spades.
Excuse me.
Tanley in with 8-5 of clubs. Andy Black in the big blind with 9-6 off.
Bit of a loose call here from Sailor, but at the same time, you know, in these early levels, pre-ante, let's see some flops, see if we can make some nut hands. And is going to be slightly behind here, but might have a bit of a reason to continue with those backdoor spades. Really depends, I think, on the size. And yeah, a small bet of 500 will certainly keep the Frenchman in there. And you know what? Lost in the shuffle. What a flop for Lee. I think you can play this a little aggressively here against those, you know, ranges that are going to be a lot of one-pair hands, tough to continue against raises. I mean, what do you do here if you're Ryan, right? You're not thrilled with top pair of facing this raise. You might even want to make a really tight fold. This is a 5.5x raise. You're going to be up against hands like this that have a lot of equity against you, or you are crushed. Something like a Jack 10 or a pocket fives. But all those other combos of draws, the 7-8 of clubs, the King 9 of clubs, but he's already really, I think, resigned himself to fold just based on the facial expressions, and certainly Salard is not going to be able to continue either. So I've been really impressed so far with the way Lee has played. Seems to have a good grasp of understanding, I mean, the values of his hand, but also when and what to bet.
Yeah. Richard Wells asking about blind levels and starting stack. 45-minute levels on the day 1 flights. We are going to have 1 hour levels from day 2 onwards, all the way through to the conclusion of this tournament. 30K starting stack, so you start with 300 big blinds, with the blinds starting at 100-100. We're currently playing level 2, blinds 100-200. No ante in play just yet.
2-4. 3-5.
By the way, we selected this table for 2 reasons.
I can guess at least one of them.
Andy Black.
Yeah.
The other reason is literally the only player who has not yet taken his seat at this table.
Okay, can I guess?
Go
on. Okay, it's not Parker Talbot, because he would have mentioned that when he was doing his thing. So don't tell me.
But also, we saw Tonka taking a seat assignment, so he's sat down already.
You're right. Good call. Benjamin Sprague?
Nope.
Okay. Marley Sprague.
Don't
tell me.
You're thinking of Red Spade. That's the wrong way of thinking.
Okay. Will Kassouf.
Oh, God, no. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to put you out of your misery.
Okay.
Porrig O'Neill, E-Petit Prague champion.
Like I would have got that. Should have said Irish legend.
You're the one who assumed it was a PokerStars Pro.
5 raise, 600. 6 past 7 4.
So it's Bruns who's raised with the Spraggy. Andy Black has called on the button. Dave Ryan in from the big blind with 10 deuce of clubs. And we have 9-8-5 flop. Ace high still ahead. C-Bet gets the job done for Max Bruns. And there is another member of Team Pro. We saw Tonka taking a seat earlier on. Grunding on day 1C is X-Flex himself, Felix Schneiders. Felix, with his camera equipment, will no doubt be vlogging his experience in this tournament to his fans.
Six raise, 500, 7 pass. 8 4, 2 pass.
Lee playing with a lot of confidence now, having 1.5x his stack. You know, queen 9 off at the hijack, probably a few notches loose than what maybe you would normally raise, but in these early levels, the way that he's been dominating the table so far, feeling confident enough to open it up, but is going to get his hand. Cookie jar is going to be a little tighter than he thought. I don't think he's going to get away with this one. It's stuck in there. And Savaria going to be pleased to call. Would be pretty interesting if the turn was something like an 8 or a 5 or a 10. Maybe give Lee some reason to keep betting, but I would reckon that he's probably done with this hand. Yeah.
6 check. 8 check.
Quick check back. Might get Lee to do something. No. Recognizes that this is an ace too often. The only reason I think you would maybe consider bluffing it on the river is not wanting to lose to a hand like a 7-8 suited.
I had a choice. Like, you want to change? I got nowhere.
Yeah, please.
Maybe we're playing too tight.
Oh, yeah. No change.
I haven't played looking at the
Yeah, same.
Thank you.
Max Bruns first to act. King Jack under the gun.
5 bet, 6, 5 to raise, 600. So 6 pass, 7 pass, 8
Here
pass,
comes Porrig.
2 pass.
Oh, Andy Black announcing the arrival of Porrig O'Neill. Smidge.
Smidge.
I don't know. I haven't seen. Maybe if it's coming.
Guess Porrig will be joining the table in just a moment. Follow-up question from Richard Wells. I have to ask, considering I've been watching these PokerStars tournaments since 2013, do you find commentary easier with the chat or harder? Like all things in poker, Richard, it depends. There are many people like yourself who make it a delight. There are others, not so much.
3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass.
That's why we have swords and hammers. As we get a 10-7-6 flop, 5 still ahead.
2 bet 500.
Yo.
Andy?
Hey, you know who's on my right in day 1A of this? John Kite.
John Kite.
He was very funny.
3 call.
He didn't mention you once.
Good. I seem to be up very high.
What?
I seem to be up very high in my feet.
This is a special chair for you.
Yeah. Booster.
Not crazy about this flop bet from Ryan here with pocket 5s. Obviously, we can see he does happen to have the best hand.
Yeah, it's a post-turn flip. You don't see those very often.
Yeah, it's just going to be very difficult to play along the streets. And as you can see, that check
You get rid of your
is
patch,
going to
Andy.
elicit a big bet
What?
You get rid of your patch.
from the straight draw flush draw.
Introduced another new
Andy
rule.
Black just referencing to Porrig O'Neill that he'd been talking to John Kite, a reference to the final table of EPT Prague. Kite came into that FT with more than 2/3 of the chips in play, and Porrig O'Neill was the short stack, but managed to ladder, managed to survive, got heads up against Kite, and overturned that deficit to get the win.
Regulations there.
What?
Regulations. I can't even put on straight.
I think that's just competition we on
Yeah, it was quite an impressive performance. A lot
Spoke
of
to
fans.
Porrig on the podcast just before EPT Paris, and you know, I think he said on the day, Griffin, and he said in retrospect, his ambition coming in 6th in chips was, if I can ladder to 4th, that's a win. If you'd offered him 4th place prize money at the start of the day, he'd have taken it.
I don't think we're allowed to do that.
No.
Eight call. 1 pass. 2 pass. 3 call. 4 pass. 5 pass.
By the way, I found out something quite fun today, and we'll talk about this in the next 24 to 48 hours. On Monday, when we stream the final table, we're going to have a special tournament that people can play at home while they're watching the stream.
Okay, very exciting.
Going to add $2,000 worth of Sunday Million anniversary tickets to the prize pool.
6 check. 7 check. 8 check. 3 check.
Okay, who's ahead here? Savaria, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's got a lock on it already.
8 plates. 900. 3 pass. 6 pass. 8 7.
Such a nice hand, Jack 9 suited. Limits.
Jack 9 suited is a pretty hand, but when
Yeah.
it doesn't connect with the board, it's a frustrating hand.
It does feel like a hand that owes you something, you know? It's like you feel like we're in this together, pretty hand, and then when it just comes, you know, King XX all spades.
Got a
you're like,
high roller, yeah?
this isn't what I signed up for.
Decent.
We could add
Did
something
have a shot
special, you and
for
I.
winning it near the end, or were you sneaking in?
Probably had a good shot at getting the second. I had a shot, definitely. Mr. Parker won and he had like 7 bigs with 3 left. So I had like a lot more than that. So you have a little shot.
8 pass.
Good to see him get over the line.
10 pass.
Yeah, so what's it? 13 years.
2 raise.
I
1000.
saw that.
3 pass.
He's young. I mean, how old is he? 23 or something like that. When did he start playing? Like
Very irregular open size here from Ryan at this 100, 200 level. The 5X. And it is
You're
going
not
to
allowed
get
to play poker
a
when
call
you're 10.
from Browns here.
How many gold?
1000.
1,000.
No. Oh, Andy Black is tilted. There are, of course, one re-entry per flight. This is going to be too loose of a peel. You can see the kind of hands he's up against, but look at that. It's a beautiful thing about poker.
If he hits an 8 on the turn, Griffin, he'll have a straight.
Or a 4.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's the old
it's the double belly
buta.
buster.
Yes. And, you know, that price isn't that great for 31. Look at how much of Andy Black's stack he's now invested in this pot. Almost a quarter of his starting stack in the hand. Gadoosh. The 4 on the turn.
So you criticized him for throwing in that 1K. But now he's going to get paid off by at least one player. Oh, Andy.
But, you know, it's a sign that Andy's prepared to get a little sloppy, get a little messy.
Yeah.
Hit the streets, try to get a little lucky, not just going to, you know, pal around and blind down to 13K in a few hours.
That was beyond GTO.
Beyond GTO, indeed.
That was beyond GTO.
What?
It was beyond GTO.
Well, it's beyond an awful lot of shit.
beyond sweaty selling nuts.
How many more hands are we going to squeeze in before the blinds go up?
Nasty, nasty. Don't try that one at home, kids. Usually works out very badly. I feel like I should have got it in on the floor.
Andy with 8s in the small. It's been folded to him.
Just the way I'm not using one chip. We got. No!
Oh.
I had it.
He had it.
Salty nuts?
What?
Salty nuts?
I had it. 2 kings.
Very hard. He didn't have it pre-filled.
You got to lie, may as well lie big.
The next level, anti. 1, 2,
Probably should have noticed that by now.
The cards are in motion. You can do nothing. But it's only 1, 2, 2.
Meant to do anti-level, that's a pretty good goal.
Call. 2 call.
We have a Gibbons. Dave Ryan limping under the gun with 6-5 offsuit. Max Burns with Queen Jack in the hijack.
5 raise, 700.
Raises. Andy Black folds the Spraggy. He's a wise man. So just a call from Dave Ryan. Heads up to the flop. And that flop is Jack 4-3 all diamonds. So top pair for Burns. The small flush draw for Dave Ryan.
Would you look at those percentages, James? Ryan, a pretty significant favorite.
You're not married, though, are you?
Perhaps some card removal having to do with it, but you think
Yeah.
about the amount of outs, all the 2s and 7s and diamonds, and then once that diamond comes, Brown's going to be drawing dead.
Don't know.
Come on, you must have a sense, you know.
Have a sense? Probably not, no. I don't
She's
think
just
so.
very detached, is she?
Yeah, I don't
She
know.
doesn't play poker at all, does she?
She does not. Absolutely not.
She's just naturally detached. So whatever, it doesn't matter if you win $1 million.
No,
She's
she's
not
pretty
any
happy, obviously. But
And how would she
loves me
present her?
more. You know, that's a
I
weird
know,
one.
yeah, it's probably a loaded way to put the
She-
question.
She enjoyed that win, obviously.
She what?
You like the win, obviously.
And did you buy anything special? You type
Remember, this is live.
Really good question.
So blinds are going up. Actually, the blinds are going to stay the same, but I think we introduced the 200 big blind ante now. Quick opportunity to remind you that the date is out there for Scoop 2024. We now know when this year's Spring Championship of Online Poker is taking place. It will be running May 5th to 29th, and the full schedule is going to be announced soon. I think you can expect coverage of key tournaments on the PokerStars Twitch channel, cards up coverage of at least the main event, probably the Super High Roller final table as well, and maybe we can get our friend and colleague Nick Walsh to provide some bonus coverage from some of the other events taking place between the 5th and 29th of May. That's when you can expect Scoop 2024 to run on Twitch. As we welcome Joe Stapleton back into the proceedings.
Hello, my babies.
Third level of this session, Joe. Blinds 100, 200, now with a 200 big blind ante.
Anybody go broke yet?
Nope, and we now have a full house. We now have all 8 players on the main stage, the most recent arrival being Porrig O'Neill, the reigning EPT Prague champion.
Full house, 3 Irishmen and 2 Brits.
Would you be watching this now?
He's
watching the stream right now.
So, yeah, it's a point,
So far, as far as I can tell, Dave Ryan seems like a bit of a wild card compared to some of the other play we've seen. We've seen some 5x raises, some Gibbons with the 6-5 off.
Picture you at home in the airport.
No. What's her name?
And
Kira.
Lee, I think, is impressed most with his play so far, but Padraig probably ready to show
Leave subtle hints.
why he's a champion.
Leave little notes around the place with
And
written on it.
expensive
Yeah, whatever it
jewelry.
is. Yeah.
All right, we're going 4 ways to this flop, which is 10, deuce, deuce, 2 hearts. Nobody's got a 10, nobody's got a deuce. We got the ace of hearts out there for Andrew Black. And it is checked around to Andy Black.
Yeah, and this is sort of a bit of a probe from Black, recognizing, I think, that he's going to have the best hand some of the time, going to be able to fold out some equity. And you know what? Does actually fold out the best hand, so would you look at that?
No, you don't.
I came up with a new catchphrase recently. Want to hear it?
Yes.
You have it?
Yeah, you ready?
Yes.
Well done, everybody. What do you think? I've been trialing it the last couple of days.
Did you get it on a
Give some
t-shirt?
context.
It doesn't. Well, that's the beauty of it, right?
Yeah,
So this,
Applies to everything.
you tell me when, everything can be happening, and you go, well done, everybody.
I'd have to
Almost
see it
some
in
people
action,
connect
I
with
think.
Yeah.
And
I'm not
it's
sold right now.
negative.
No.
Yeah.
Actually,
everybody.
you might have
Well
not
done,
done it on
everybody.
purpose, but
Yeah.
you did it
Oh,
once.
that's something.
You turned to me after an
So
event
it
and you
feels
said,
it's a real,
well
like,
done,
they-
and I felt a
they-
deep
they-
thing, and then you said everybody.
I'm trying to.
Is that how,
I got
is that how he's selling it?
But I was playing with your pal John Kite. I was experimenting with it there. Yeah?
Right.
And he thought it was great. We were trying to find the best use of well done, everybody. If you could just find the right time to say it.
But just because I'm not getting it right away doesn't mean it's not good. Believe me, I'm one to talk.
Yeah, I mean,
obviously.
as someone who's literally invented many expressions.
Well done, everybody. I can see potential.
Yeah.
I actually, my first catchphrase I ever came up with long before I was a performer of any sorts. I thought that what would get me some popularity back in college as we get this 10-4 tray, 2-spade flop, up and down draw for Black, fires. As a guy who wasn't super popular, I thought, hey, if I had a catchphrase.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe that would
That's
work
going to
for
make
me.
you cool.
So
Yeah,
my catchphrase was, looks like I should have worn a coat.
Nice. Okay.
And that one, it makes sense right away.
Right.
Like anytime you make a joke, nobody laughs. Whoa, looks like I should have worn a coat.
That's good. I like
You go up
that.
to a girl in a bar, she doesn't want anything to do with you, she walks away. Looks like I should have worn a coat.
Sometimes I write down funny things that I hear to use in social situations.
Yeah.
I have a list.
You have a list, okay.
Yeah.
Top pair in the river for Severia. And that's going to end things pretty
You
quickly.
probably you might recognize some of these because I've probably tried to use them.
You tried them,
stream, yeah.
used them before?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing worse than when the jig is up.
I like that. I like that. Let's see if we can work them into the poker, too.
Okay. Sorry.
That actually does apply.
They're really bad.
Yeah.
No, they were there.
They were there.
All right, well, they're not talking. Give me another one.
I wish I paid better attention during my first rodeo.
I like it. We changed the inflection on that one. Like,
Yeah.
wish I'd paid better attention during my first
Yeah,
rodeo.
of course. Yeah, I was just giving it.
Okay,
I
got
wasn't like, you know. This one is going to be hard to work into the show, but Your Honor, my client would like to plead Gemini.
Ooh, wow. I really love that one, but that one is not going to fit in poker.
No.
All right, we got Severia limping with 4 deuce suited.
One or two of them. Maybe. You play the Jack 4-0 or something. You'd find something to play.
Lee and Sayar in.
Don't have it in me.
Queen,
Ooh.
6 tray,
Straight
2
flush.
hearts. Well, straight flush draw for Severia.
So, seriously, joking aside.
I sort of excitedly yelled Street Flash into Joe's coffee. I like leaned down to do it, and it was just
I know
coffee.
exactly what she wants, and she's sending me lots of links on that, but it takes a long time. She has expensive taste.
Oh, so a house.
Yeah.
Right.
So that we're working on.
Okay.
Takes a while though.
And where?
Where I'm from, where we live now.
Where's that?
Longford.
Sayard betting with the worst of it.
Where's Longford?
Called by Lee, who's got the best of it with just a pair of trays.
An hour and 40.
Sorry.
I'm just bad at geography.
Lee folds the pair of trays.
Yeah.
Severia calls and makes the flush on the river.
Wow.
Wow.
What are you saying? You're the guy who brought up the thing earlier.
Don't mention the war.
Yeah, you know, those are the tough conversations you need to have when you win an EPT. You got to start talking about buying a bigger house,
I'm
and
sure
you
there's at
know,
least 2 or 3 people
suddenly
who
have
are
expensive
in this
tastes.
At least.
It just
Maybe
comes
2.
with the territory.
Right. Longford. All right. So
Middle of nowhere.
house prices are good.
Yeah. Okay, just finding one. Like there's not much.
And
supply,
what
like.
kind of thing is she looking for?
Normal. Just nothing.
Not land. A lot of land.
Houses are pretty expensive regardless of your tastes.
It's true.
If you
Yeah,
want a
woman's
door and a
heart is
toilet,
an ocean
it's a
full of
lot.
secrets. Where's that from? I don't know where that's from.
Moby Dick.
No.
I just had a random thought, Joe, as I
Somebody
do.
was describing my.
How often do you eat
best man
pancakes?
was describing my hunt for winning the Irish Open, like Ahab and Moby Dick,
We'll answer when there's a
the
lull
other
in the
day.
conversation.
which is a bit concerning. No, that's from Titanic. Yeah.
Probably not
A
the.
woman's heart is an ocean full of secrets.
Obviously, it's not the
When-
1957
when-
version or
when-
56 version.
You know, do you remember the Titanic? The film Titanic?
The boat or the
Yeah,
film?
it sunk
Right.
before.
Do you know the bit where they had the heart of the ocean? The big giant, jewel.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that bit? The big jewel.
Yeah.
And so all these guys spend all their time trying to, they've got a whole mission to actually to find this heart of the ocean. And there's the 90-year-old or 100-year-old woman that they bring along. Yeah?
Yeah, she had it all along.
All along, she had it all along, right?
And then
They
she
wound
dropped-
everybody up. Yeah?
And then she dropped it into the
Told the
ocean.
story for
And
4
she
hours.
dropped it
Yeah.
into the ocean. But just before she did that, she said to her niece, she said, a woman's heart is an ocean full of secrets. So basically, they're lying.
Well,
I mean, it could be one interpretation, yeah? Because
okay,
it's a bit-
one interpretation.
The guys with good natured
And a table full of men, I think it's probably the wrong topic.
No, but I mean, it wasn't. I just don't. I don't think it should encourage lying. No, because it was an awful lie. Like all these people running around.
And you have the house full of girls at home.
You know they
No, but I appreciate it. I know it's strong.
You recently got married as well? Did you get married recently?
Oh,
You
yeah,
know,
of course he does.
if you don't like that ending, don't watch the deleted scene on YouTube.
What's the deleted scene?
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No.
Oh, it's great. You can see why it didn't make the cut, but basically, they catch
But
her
my
right
new
before she's
girlfriend,
about to
when we
throw it
were
off. I'm not making this up. It's a
They
real
stop
thing.
her?
They stop her, and then she
One of the
basically
first things I said
convinces
to
them that
test
it's
out
like the
whether
thing that
she was
she needs to
enough
do,
deal with me.
and like he
As I
accepts.
mentioned,
They do it
He
anyway.
accepts it. Yeah, like she throws it off anyway. He's like, his heart's been won over by the romanticism of this story.
I said, yeah, the goods are lying. They're obviously lying, yeah. So we're still with each other. So that was my test to see whether someone was okay.
Was whether or not they had
Somebody looking for the jewelry.
seen
from
Titanic.
That's what she said. That's exactly what she said. Very good. That's exactly what would mind that.
I just want to say I love Titanic. It is a very rewatchable
What's she
movie.
doing? Throwing it away?
Borg wins this one. I saw Titanic in the theater with my first ever girlfriend. It was a magical movie-going experience.
Yeah.
Haven't seen it since.
But like,
Don't care to.
Maybe in this modern
you should.
culture. Okay, I'm gonna
I'd
There's
rather-
a magnetism about the performances,
You know, if a
the
man
flickering
threw
of
it
Kate
away,
Winslet's
you know,
eyes. Like it's
serious
like they're like
consequences.
really in it, and there's a scale
if he
to
identifies
that
as a
movie
man.
that is like
Yeah.
staggering, and the
Assuming you
music,
can change what you identify
and
as.
it's just.
It was always going to be you, wasn't it?
It also makes you feel very
Pushing
old
it that extra
because
step.
you realize that they're kids.
Oh, you're really
Now, the
selling me.
commentators, remember, they play canceling.
No, but I mean, like they're they're playing teenagers. It's like when I was watching it, I was a teenager. It's like, oh, they're like me, and now it's like,
as a tournament winner. Can I
yeah.
collect the money
So it's
now?
not as
Yeah, I don't actually
Great movie,
see
though.
that.
No?
James
I can't
Cameron.
relate to that at all. Yeah.
More of
Box
a
office
water,
king.
more of a water world guy.
Yeah,
We
I've,
were
I've always
yeah.
known that about you. Yeah.
Yeah.
1600.
All right, we got it open here from
right,
Porgo.
come on,
Neil
keep it
Queen,
quick,
9
boys.
suited.
That's what she said.
Ryan's made it 1600 with pocket kings.
Come on, stop giving me this.
Lee out
I'm
full
not,
ace 8
no,
off.
it's you. Don't blame it on me. I mean, I'm kind of...
Do you have more FOMO about being in the event or being able to talk Titanic right now at the table?
No, I mean,
I
here's
do.
the truth, right?
That trivia would have, you know.
If an
gone a
alien
long
came
way.
down from another planet, yeah, and listen to your average news media, read sort of papers, etc., yeah, you know, Netflix, yep, they would have the impression that in terms of violence, and let's include psychological, physical, emotional violence, yeah, that 99% of the violence on this planet was from men to women. Now, anyone who's lived a bit knows it's roughly 50-50.
Okay. So, all right, we got a
But the poor
question here
alien
from
would be
Mano
going
Jackson.
away
Says, why didn't Jack get on the door
99%,
too? And I don't know if you know this or not,
Yeah.
Griffin, but I did
this is
host a
not-
poker
It's
show
The
one
aliens
time
are complaining.
where I
now,
played
right?
at the table.
It's the aliens that are
and we
complaining.
had like
Usually
various
take the point of
celebrities or
Okay.
industry people. And John Landau,
I'm feeling
producer
alien
of Titanic,
table.
played. And I had this gag plan where they were going to bring a door out. And I was going to get on the door and then see how many other poker players I
Yeah.
could get to go on the door. But I was told in no uncertain terms that the producers of Titanic are really sick
Yeah,
of being
yeah,
asked
of
this
course.
question and don't do it.
Yeah, that's
Doesn't
fair.
work on a different dealer.
So instead, I got him to tell this story about how at one time at craft service, someone spiked the water with acid
Yeah, that's
while
a
they
famous
were
story.
shooting. Yeah, while they were
yeah,
shooting
yeah.
Titanic, and he tells that story instead.
300.
And hopefully we've moved on from that previous
Like a
conversation.
check almost.
Pair of threes for black is the best hand. He bets and wins.
There is a one quote
Yeah,
that's
one of my
used
favorites
sometimes
I've
in
come up with.
fantasy
Sorry?
hockey, sort of like trade talks. When you're trying to make
Will
a
make a lot more
discussion
sense
about
than the
trading
things
players,
that
Yeah.
you call it
right now.
rotating
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, you
deck
know,
chairs on the
men are
Titanic.
more-
Oh,
It's
right,
just like
sure,
if your
yeah,
team's like
right.
a lost cause anyway.
It doesn't
it's
matter,
like-
right? Yeah, moving around
yeah.
the deck chairs on
Yeah.
the Titanic, yeah.
I like that one.
Understandably, after years and decades and millennia of experiencing physical violence, they've actually become a lot sneakier.
Okay, so I think that we're probably still on the same
But anyway,
conversation, it
let's
feels
Yeah,
like.
yeah, so
Let's
let's
talk
go
pancakes for a
Let's
second,
keep it
Griffin.
light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Let's
don't
keep
eat
it light. Let's
pancakes
keep it
very
safe.
often.
Okay, do you not like them,
well
or are you
out
more
I like them.
French toast dude?
No, I like pancakes a lot. I
That's
just
the way
don't
to
eat
do it.
heavy breakfasts.
That's
Like
fair.
maybe like 2 or 3 times a year.
Yeah.
My view on that is
I'm
join
asking
the
because I've always loved pancakes, but I feel like I'm too old now or something. That's ridiculous.
You feel like a kid's food to you?
Brave
Yeah,
raise.
or like
Brave
it's just
raise.
not how you should start your day. Like
That,
it's
I mean,
basically
that's
cake.
yes,
moment.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean by not having heavy breakfast.
Yeah.
Brave raise.
I don't have waffles or
Big
French
Euro.
toast.
He's folding so
Randy.
far. It's the first time he's called.
Heads up to the flop. O'Neill versus Black. Bottom pair and a good flush draw for Andy.
7 bet, 400.
I'll tell you what, I'm not really a waffles guy, but then every once in a while, especially on these lovely stops with like some of the buffet breakfasts, they have, it's sort of like, it's
The
almost like
waffle iron.
candied waffle. Like
Oh
it's,
yeah, like
you know, you bite into it and
sure.
it's like there's like a sugar
But
coating.
they're cold usually, which is weird. I don't like to eat them cold. But I
No.
just had one in Amsterdam last week, actually.
How was that? Did you have a good time in Amsterdam?
I had a fantastic time in Amsterdam.
Nice.
Yes, thank you for asking. I'll tell you the rest off air.
Yeah.
Poor egg betting with the best of it. Andy did not get there.
Like it.
Well, hey, the good news is it's not bottom pair
Make
anymore.
it a call. It's probably a very bad call.
Oh.
But I just want to see what
Oh.
7 call.
10.
He does call.
So this is a lesson to all of you out there.
Yeah.
Don't raise Jack 4 off on the button
That's
into
one
the
of the
best
hands
player
I
at the
folded,
table.
actually,
You
Jack 4
dummy!
I was right. You played. More brave.
See where you're playing.
They've folded around 10 times so far, Jack 4.
I'm being told by Nikki, our production manager, that she's never seen Titanic.
Come
Like,
on.
that's one
I think
down
you
to
and Nikki should
right?
watch it
I would love to
together.
watch Titanic. said
Yeah.
Nikki. Are you kidding me?
You don't feel good about it.
Now to go back to pancakes for a second, I'll
Uh-huh.
tell you what I do enjoy. I do enjoy, you know, I'd like to throw a
I
party
really
at
just
my
want to
house.
see what you have there.
And oftentimes we'll have like a bunch
Fair
of
enough.
people just
You
sleep
like
over.
them?
Yeah.
I do like the next morning to make pancakes for everybody.
Oh, wow.
It's fun to make them for people
I can
when you're
relate
just,
it
they're
back
right
to
off
your
the grill, right,
integrity,
you know, bang, bang, bang. That I do like. I'll do that once or twice a year.
Probably no, though.
And then there's a diner by my house that'll do something called the panwich.
Okay.
2 pancakes with like sausage and eggs
Oh, jeez.
in the middle,
Okay.
and you eat like a sandwich.
Yeah.
And I'll get through maybe like a third of the way through that sometimes before I'm like
Yeah.
disgusted with myself.
Yeah. Well, if I do come visit you soon, we'll make that one of your pancake days.
I'll make pancakes that day, yeah.
So Lee is going to continue here to the 3x raise with the 7-5 suited. I don't mind it at all. You're deep enough.
Good thing
Oh,
we're in
boy.
here gambling.
Sometimes you're going to get
Safe.
a flop like
Can't go
this.
home now.
Lots
Yeah.
of ways for 7-5 suited to run down kings here.
Well, one way.
No, I mean, you just get them to fold also with the ace-high board and the 2 jacks out there, that's all.
Touche.
But it is Black who has the betting lead. Black who continues for 800.
And Black really wearing it on his face. Like, are you kidding me? This guy's got an ace or a jack. I'm so unlucky, man. Ugh. And Lee now, I think, is probably going to recognize that this turn 5 is not the best hand. Sometimes you're going to be ahead of hands like, you know, your 9-10 suiteds that might 3-bet you. But you probably expect Black to have a lot of hands like this. So what do I need to bet? And he's just going to bet that 300.
Oh, you got
So-
2 8s.
7 call.
Black's curiosity this time works out for him.
I should probably raise you there, but
Gets to showdown with
last
the 2
time
kings.
you raised me again, so you managed to get just a call.
Looks like he should have worn a coat. Says fading the edges.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, you did that once
Wow.
before, then I raised
Strong
you.
callback.
Great
Strong.
callback. Great callback. Taking a look at an outer table here featuring David Doherty and Porrig Parkinson.
Legends.
A new legend and an old legend. I'll let you decide which is which, but either way, they will both be at the feature table after the break.
See him, he's watching our stream laughing.
And it's great because once again, I think, did I have the king of spades again? I think I might have done. I had kings, but I'm wondering if again, if you had flush, then I would have the king of spades. What? Yeah, it's red kings. But I think I was. No, red kings. What? Did I have red kings?
You know, Titanic actually has a pretty decent poker scene.
If I had, it would have been exactly the same situation.
Yes, it does. Yeah. When he's trying to win his ticket.
Yeah.
Does he cheat to get the ticket? No, he properly wins properly.
I don't remember because I haven't seen it since I knew poker.
Yeah.
But I don't think so. I think he just wins. By the way, that ended up being a bad beat.
It's a bit funny. Usually it's good weather around
What?
Easter.
When you think about it.
The Titanic.
Winning the ticket on the Titanic.
Oh.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah, he had a lot of. I mean, he was like an artist, and coming into his life.
That was just for you.
You're not going to see your mom anymore because we're going to America, apparently, is the line from Dragon Master Alex.
So wait, what background is he supposed to be if he's going to America? Where did the Titanic leave from?
England.
So he was supposed to be British, but just didn't.
I don't know. He might have been an American guy that was somehow in England and needed to get back. I'm not really sure. I haven't seen the movie in 25 years, so.
Oh, you haven't mentioned that yet.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe on the 30th anniversary I'll watch it again.
When it comes back in theaters.
No, on a double-decker tape.
On a double-decker tape.
You know, those big fat tape boxes.
Yeah.
Like, is there anything small that you'd want? It's all well and good to.
We can make it an evening of it. Call it Titanic.
But what would your instinct be?
The Titanic left from Ireland,
Got
apparently.
married recently, and they got her and her husband a board game, yeah? Right. Mr. and Mrs.
I mean, yeah, obviously, Brian. That's why we brought it up.
Will is saying it's still from Southampton.
I've seen the party game.
Which sounds more English than Irish to me, but.
So if you were guessing, yeah, what kind of thing? No, something small.
I think she has enough stuff.
Yeah, but it might just.
It left from Belfast, says Greg.
Quality time to talk about
Northern Ireland
or something.
You're right. She would like more time. Yeah, more time.
Or and if she liked that more time, where would that time be? Would it be?
Should have rang that bell faster. Maybe you wouldn't have hit that iceberg.
Bing, bing, bing.
No. I mean, look, somebody else is obviously minding the baby, yeah. Right at this point, yeah. Your mother or her mother is coming in.
And away we go. Bruns versus Lee to the flop. 10-8 tray is that flop. Nobody hits.
Dara's minding the baby.
Well, maybe not Dara, okay. Oh, wait a second. Sorry, when I mentioned Dara, I put up book.
Beyond GTO.
Yeah. Thank you. I wrote forward. I wrote the introduction.
I thought you'd write a book like that, but not him. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
Beyond GTO.
Yeah, but he's looking at it from a mathematical point of view. Now, that is
Check on the turn leads to the queen of clubs on the river. That is nothing. Ace high.
Yeah, it's called Beyond GTO, not No GTO.
Yeah, no, it's very good.
900.
He's promised me a copy.
I just got my copy there. He just came up when I was here and gave me the copy.
Oh, yeah? Have you read it?
I read it. Of course I read it.
Nobody's getting free copies of my comic book, by the way.
You've already given me one.
No, it was a preview. A little teaser.
If you weren't to read this, then
you know how much it costs to print in color?
A lot.
A lot.
You know, sometimes I worry about that, about the comic. I feel like you set the bar so high for yourself, and maybe you're worried you can't live up to it. With that whole thing with the snake and stuff, like that was so cool, man.
It has been
a metaphor.
It has been dragged out a little longer than I would have liked.
Yeah.
At this point, but I'm being told that it is 100% coming out this summer.
Sweet.
Anyway, well done in the way you played the hand that you played. Okay.
Ooh, the hand.
Thanks, Matthew.
No problem. Anyone else think he played that hand well?
No, horrible.
What would you have done?
Full pre-flop.
I'm mixing it up a bit. No one's done this yet.
That's not true, actually, Andy Black. The player 2 to your left, I believe.
Gibbons.
Remember, like he played
Did Gibbons
no, he only
6-5
played that
off,
hand.
and we'll do it now
I thought he
with the
played
6-5 off again. Look at that. Time is a
flat.
flat circle, everyone.
You're not paying
No, you don't
attention.
count when you're
We're all
blind
just
and no
rats in a
raises.
maze.
Four raise.
You're going to have to pay more attention to the game, Andy.
What?
You have to pay more attention to the game. Get these libraries.
Yeah. No, you're right. Thank you.
Do have a significant size of 3-bet here from Sired. Made it
I'm more of
1,500.
an energy reader.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, an effective
I get the call
7x.
from 2 9s from
Best
Lee.
live reader ever.
And the near premium for Lee is going to continue and we should go heads up. No, I think. Oh yeah, Ryan did get out of there.
If you looked at his life story, you'd understand why.
Businessman, yeah.
He was. Yeah.
Jack
Many
10
other
5.
things.
2 overs to the 9s, which are still the best hand.
Yeah, but advantage for Sailor here with the lead,
Many other
with
things.
that
Yeah.
Broadway draw. But elects to check. I don't like this. Obviously, you know, Lee is going to have a lot of Jack X,
Yeah, we were talking
10x type of
about how
hands
we
with
play
this
poker
call in
and
the big
he
blind, but it's
said
also going to
that-
have hands like 9s,
Yeah, you're a
8s
field guy, aren't you?
that would have maybe
'Cause he read
folded this
people
flop.
completely differently
And
than me.
instead,
You said
folding
to
out
me,
all this
you know,
No,
equity.
he said to me immediately.
What's it all for?
Alfley?
And they always underestimated him. But they have the date that he won the World Series main event wrong.
So is he
I
wearing
think
that
hopefully they've changed it.
shirt ironically, or does he
No.
think it looks good?
Jesus.
Tough to
Of course,
tell,
won
Andy.
it on the Millennium Year.
What do you mean think it looks
Yeah.
good?
He was first to win a million.
It objectively looks
What?
good.
Was he the first to win a million in the World
No.
Series? No.
No, that was the cheat, Ross Hamilton.
It does suit
And he
him.
got his weight.
I'll
No,
give him that.
wait a second. It may have been Brad Doherty. It was one of the guys who wasn't so well known. No, Ross Hamilton got.
I'm just jealous
Maybe
because I
Brad
could never
Doherty,
pull
but
it
Ross
off.
Hamilton got his weight in silver.
I think he
And
should
he was
definitely
very
pull it
fat.
off. Put on something better.
Good times his arm, yeah. So he won the
Yeah,
World Series.
very good time.
But he was involved in.
Severia, the quiet Canadian with the king, queen of hearts.
Ultimate bet.
Gonna pop things up under the gun.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
I played with Severia.
Oh, no.
I don't know if you heard, but I went pretty deep in the 6 bets earlier.
Very
this week.
close.
Played with
Very
Severia.
How did he play?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything
You need
about
to
it.
keep
Well,
quiet.
He's playing quite weird here with the 6x under the gun.
Oh, I can't call.
It is strange to me,
I'm gonna be so
with
sick
all
my
of the
head.
poker content out there, that players still find these weird sizings. It's just so, you know, it's nice to be balanced. You know, it's just like
Brad.
a little 2.5x. Could have been a
Noel,
misclick,
what?
but the
I thought it was
6x
Noel. It could be very
is going to
wrong.
get a call from
Definitely.
Berlin.
You were
I know
there,
100%
probably.
it wasn't Noel, right?
You were
It was
there.
1999.
Yeah.
No, I was in the monastery at that point.
Oh,
King of clubs on the turn is
But,
top pair for Severia. Brown's in trouble now.
The year before Jesus won it. And you see, Jesus, he's remembered because it was 2000 year or 2000.
Oh my goodness! No longer in trouble. Rescued.
It could have been McAvoy. It was way back.
Brother, no.
Rescued by the river.
Yeah, Severia going to be too high up in his range. You don't want to just fold here and get bluffed by something like ace 6 of spades or something. Oh, that is a
Yeah, he was, Furlong was a genius. And
Shouldn't
it's-
have played
miserable
any
raise,
hands.
unfortunately.
Learn from Andy.
Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh, you got my hands.
He was always underestimated. They always just thought he was a fool.
But a spot of bad luck for Severia.
Now
Don't get me
Griffin,
wrong.
If I'm the sort of person that
I mean, his
I
record-
could never raise in that spot with a pair of kings, never
He
under
did play
any
too much,
circumstances.
No, he hardly played
Yeah.
at all. And he
That,
really-
and that's not good either, right?
I think the first or second year, Richard Chan won it.
Oh, that you could never raise
With a
there.
king, with a king.
No, I mean, like,
He nearly won it.
Do I need to be able to raise there sometimes to be a good player?
to some sizings, but not that, like, I mean, he's polarized between value that you're losing to and bluffs. So bluffs aren't going to call a raise.
Yeah.
They're only better we're going to call. Having said that, King Jack is the one hand you could potentially
well, if you
target.
heard what you were talking
Might
about,
call
usually back
pre-flop.
there, like, he wouldn't be here.
Would call
No,
on
but
the
I
flop.
kept showing
Yeah.
Darren's
Would value
book.
bet the river. Could
I've
check
showed
back the
Darren's book
turn.
quite a bit.
But it's just too small of a range.
How much is it?
And for that reason, I'm out.
Okay. No, it's look.
David Lappin on the rail right now. He'll be in commentary with us shortly. Very next level.
Not really.
On OnlyFans, right? You play online.
What?
You play online on OnlyFans, right?
Black flopping top
Ready?
pair.
Yeah.
bottom pair for Severia.
7 bet 500.
Picture what you're saying there.
I don't think you got your joke, mate.
8 call.
I don't think you heard the joke.
Really is some day one play we're seeing here.
Yes, yes, yes.
Turns a 4, so a straight draw now for Severia.
7 bet 700.
Black betting 700 this time, and I see another call coming out of Severia. River is another 8. That trips for Black.
But both diamonds and clubs have missed. The board has paired, so it is an interesting river card for Severia to maybe even contemplate a hero call. But when you're looking at staring down the barrel of a 5,000 chip bet into 3.2K, don't do it. Don't do it, Severia.
This table doesn't seem all that fond of folding rivers, but this time,
good fold, good fold, good fold.
This time, pair of 3 is not good enough to show it down.
Your original table, which will be right down there, okay?
Yep.
Make sure before you leave for break that they get your microphones and stuff. Thanks, guys.
Great. Kicked off, not entertaining enough.
They may have been cancelled.
Possible.
Too many
Get
misogynistic.
Andy out here.
Yeah, we covered a few subjects.
We're getting cancelled.
That was part of my
Have to
goal.
identify as something else, Andy.
What? Culture of fear.
Indeed.
2-2 close. 2-3 fold. 2-4 fold.
Can't say anything anymore, Griff.
Yeah, he's on his way to his final form. He's just getting to that grumpy old man. Oh, the good old days. You can't say anything anymore.
Can't say anything anymore.
No.
People seem to be in.
You know, they say statistically 99% of violence.
And all the rest of it.
But we all know, right, guys?
People have different views.
Couple of players headed to this flop of King 4, trips for Lee.
Arguments.
Severia is going to be the one leading out here, though, for 700.
People are not sharing experience.
Interesting.
Views.
And
A lot of people just stay
I'm
silent, Andy.
Yeah,
going to continue
Because
talking
silent doesn't mean they
for
agree
as
with
much
it.
of this conversation as I can, because I feel like there's only a few logical places it can end. As the deuce of spades hits the river, things getting even better for Lee, and Severia is once again going to rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic.
See how we call it all the way back?
Yeah.
Swear to God, if we don't get into comedy,
We got to try improv.
what's the point of all
We
this?
got to try improv. Happy Easter, Rocksteady. You banned.
You see what I mean? Yeah. I mean,
I wish those 25,000 channel points went to me.
I'll go, wait a second.
So, Lee once again just calling, and Rivers a full house. Will Severia, yes,
We are afraid.
3 absolute
Like the tail wagging the dog.
swings for the fences, and here comes the final haymaker.
It's not that you can't say things. There are consequences if you do.
3,500.
Yeah, but it's, there's consequences probably in the... I don't
And
feel online.
Lee thinking about how much to raise.
Because you'll get cancelled or whatever.
There is a raise to how much?
Do you know what that is? For example, you would say something
9,500. And Severia, maybe time to get involved in that conversation.
and then try to like manipulate it, and then you
I think I would like to do improv.
Take it out of context.
But it is. It's a
How have you
cultural
never done
idea,
it?
you know?
Okay, so I have a very embarrassing story.
Yeah.
Whatever
My first
view you
experience.
have, that's what's
with
not
improv.
being discussed.
It's actually quite embarrassing. But anyways, I was
You know,
a
the
teenager.
fact that it is that.
I was a
So
chubby
people are
little
in their
teenager,
groups
and I went into an
and
improv
they're
class,
actually
and I
inspiring
was
people.
really nervous,
The
and I
people who
was
are
sweating. And then I had to do this scene with this pretty girl in my class.
Yeah.
And when we were doing the improv thing,
How
we had
many
to be quite close.
how many classes in were
This was
you?
like first class.
First class ever. Okay.
Yeah,
So
and
really
we had to get really
basic
close.
stuff
I think
you're
we had to
doing.
like embrace for the scene.
Yeah.
And her improv, the thing that she like did was say that I smelled bad.
Oh no.
Yeah, like out of a TV show or something. It was like,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
this is like Diary of a Wimpy Kid type stuff. And I think that probably killed my drive to become an actor.
400.
Yeah. No, that's harrowing. That's a very.
But I think I should reclaim it, you know?
I mean, I've lost a lot of friends.
I can't say I had a similar experience, but I took improv in LA, and I took improv 101 at UCB and also 201. And both times there were girls in the class that were so intimidatingly beautiful that it kind of stunted what I was capable of doing in the scenes with them. A little something for almost everyone here. 2 players catching this 8, a straight draw as well for Ryan. Black with bottom pair. And that seems like more than enough to keep people around so far. Oh, someone does fold a pair. Okay.
But it doesn't.
Podrick with the best of it.
Doesn't usually go well.
Keep one call.
But I think it's important to keep going.
Hello, straight.
One check. Keep 2 bet 1,000.
I mean, cancel culture's gone so far, I'm surprised we're even allowed to call it a straight anymore. I thought it was illegal to be a straight these days. Ryan with 97% of the equity bets 1,000 into this pot. Porig not ready to give up top pair just yet. And the river is the king of clubs.
One check.
2,000.
2 bet 2,000.
And Porig gives it up pretty easily on the river. Nice fold. Nice fold. Sorry, I got quiet for a second. I just have to ban a bunch of people.
Can't say anything without getting banned anymore.
Can't say anything.
Take fold. 7 raise. 400. 8 call.
What do you think about this sentencing? I went two permas in a 24-hour. Feeling good.
Nice.
Drunk with power. I'm surprised they allow any board that isn't a rainbow at this point.
2,000.
All right, so we had the raise to 400 from Andy Black. 9-6 suited. Severia calls in the cutoff. 9-7 suited. Porig O'Neill with the first legit hand makes it 2K with ace-10. 2 red 10s for Lee. I mean, this seems like a pretty strange open and call.
7 call.
Yeah, it's just tricky, right?
8
At this 200 blind level, you are 100 big blinds deep. You're going to expect to see overcalls from the splashy black and Severia. So I think sometimes you're going to maybe even want to fold 10s or 4-bet fold sometimes.
Okay, sure.
But I think because of the stack depth of 100 blinds, because you expect these players are splashing around, going to give you more of a nice price going to the flop. I kind of like the overcall from Lee here, but certainly not super standard.
3,000.
Having seen what I've seen so far of this table, obviously I like the 4-bet with 10s. But if I can really put myself in the shoes of Lee, you're not feeling that great about him.
This is kind of tough for Lee because Severia shouldn't really have stone cold bluffs here, and does, and gets it through.
Nice hand.
Thank you. It was pretty sick, actually. I had 9 high.
The bluffs taketh away, and the bluffs giveth.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have been happy with the queen 2 of diamonds there.
Severia donning the little playground patch there. Place I play when I'm in Montreal.
I'm thinking that Valley Crest Leaders might be just a really fancy name for the Grimace fan club. Wheelie McGee on YouTube writes in to say, my name is Maximus Meridius, father of a banned son, husband of a banned wife, and will have my chat. I'll finish it for you in this life or the next.
The next, yes. I am, by the way, low key.
Yeah.
Super pumped about Gladiator.
The next Gladiator?
Yeah.
I'm worried.
I am not worried. It's gonna be a banger. That cast, Ridley Scott just banging out movies at the age of 86.
I'll tell you
a year.
I'll tell you what sequel I'm really pumped for right now. Beetlejuice.
Yeah, that's fun. It'll be fun.
Sorry, daydream. I thought it already folded in my own mind.
And we've got this $120 million Francis Ford Coppola self-funded
I was
movie coming
today,
out.
Yeah. Starring Shia. He's back.
Oh, is Honey Boy in it?
Honey Boy is in there.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, we have got another 3-bet pot with not 3 typical 3-bet pot hands in there.
I was starting to think that the extent that I would see Shia is in little TikToks of him in that chat with John Bernthal. Bernthal.
But what chat? I don't know.
He went on his podcast talking about his struggles, and it's all beautiful and emotional, and how Mia Goth saved his life.
Who saved his life?
Mia Goth.
Mia Goth. Interesting.
Yeah.
Are they partners?
They were, and might still be.
Huh.
It's great. I'll find it for you. It's really emotional stuff. It's beautiful.
So Lee has continued with a pair of kings and into like 3 opponents in a 3-bet pot, and no one has an ace.
Yeah, you know, if that king of diamonds was the king of hearts, maybe Bros
like 15
would
minutes from there.
try to get a little frisky.
Right.
Shows you my geography is just as good as
You know more
What
like
I got to do?
other half of Shia's family from there. So.
yeah.
2 minutes. Yeah.
Just about 5 minutes left on this level. Did you hear about the Naked Gun remake with Liam Neeson? That's Ireland adjacent.
Yeah. I'm actually really excited for Liam Neeson to do.
I think he's perfect.
Comedy.
Yeah.
The little fella will have me in a home.
I mean, the few times he's done comedy, it's been pretty good.
Yeah.
See 1 call.
That scene from Life's Too Short.
Yeah, of course.
Incredible. Incredible.
That's what I was referencing. I would like to get into comedy.
2-5 call. Thank you. 3 players.
You know what I'd like to see? John Wick versus Taken.
Oh.
Versus Doug Taken. That's his name, right?
Yeah, I thought it was Lawrence Taken.
Was it Lawrence?
No,
Suits him better.
I think you're right. I think Doug Taken.
Yeah.
Pair of 10s for Lee, flush draw for Black, and a straight draw, and 2 pair for O'Neill.
2-1 call. 2-3 call.
3 players head to the turn, which is a 5. So Andy Black picks up a pair now.
Yeah, and I think O'Neill's going to want to bet quite large here. Those flush draws and the straight draws. You're not that scared of Andy Black anymore having better, like a Queen Jack. So you want to charge hands like what Andy Black is holding. So expect this to be on the larger side.
800. 2-3 fold.
1.8K.
Yeah, a little small for my taste because you're going to get called by pretty much all the kings and the big draws like Andy has. So I would have liked to see a bigger bet, but O'Neill knows what he's doing, so
I mean, if you can make sure to fade the river, that's perfect.
Yeah.
I would much rather have the ability to fade rivers than the ability to size perfectly.
This will be the final hand. Yeah.
After a very safe turn and river, O'Neill figuring out the size of this value bet. 1-1K chip, 1-5K chip, 6,000, nearly a pot-sized river bet. And Andy Black is, I think, just really gearing himself up for the break here.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Just stand by to get the mics off, guys. Any of them? No? All right.
Really, yeah. Work your magic, figure it out. You've got
This hand is canceled, Andy.
fourth pair. There it is. Let's it go.
Couldn't beat much. Couldn't beat much.
It was plenty.
Down to 49. I'll move all their ships and everything.
Gotcha.
So the last hand of level picked up by Porrig O'Neill, recent EPT champion. And at the hands of last year's Irish Open final tableist, Andy Black. Will be saying goodbye to these players for now. But before we do, let's have a peek at what chips they'll be taking out into the field. Look at, speaking of movies, we got Hellraiser right there. Pinhead. Tan Lee will be taking the most chips out there. 181 big blinds. Remember, it was a 30K starting stack. So 4 players headed back out with above starting stack. 4 players headed out below starting stack. It's Dave Ryan who's lost the most. And they'll be continuing to play against each other. They just will not be at our feature table. And we've got a new feature table when we get back from this break, featuring last year's tape champ David Doherty, and of course, Irish poker legend Porrig Parkinson. More from the Irish Open after a 20-minute break. You're watching PokerStars Live.
Action folded to Wagner on the button.
1-7 now.
Ace-5 offsuit.
Same thing here, Nikki.
Yes, gotta go.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Huh?
very clear push.
Like 1-7, something like that.
Oh! As a short stack, O'Neill's definitely getting this in now. So just Kite act behind. He's all in for sure.
All in.
The reshove from O'Neill.
Kite with queens?
No.
This time I can fold, it's okay.
So it is Wagner at risk and behind. So Wagner on the verge of being the first player eliminated today. Unless he can get lucky and spike an ace. That is Dan Wilson, Podrick's friend. You may know him as Nuke the Fish on Stars.
quite the player himself.
8-4 deuce on the flop, 10's holding. Additional equity because Wagner stood up. Turn card is a jack. No additional outs for Wagner. An ace or a 3 required. The river is a queen, 10's hold. And we lose Adam Wagner, the last local player in the EPT Prague main event. If O'Neill should choose to try and represent something with the ace of spades in his hand, it could put Zhao in a tough spot. That being said, Zhao has not checked the river, he has bet.
Wow. Was not expecting 3 streets from this hand. Flop and turn maybe, but continues betting now. O'Neill, guys, let's not forget, ace of spades in hand.
Yeah.
Can still represent the 5.
Do it.
This is actually a huge spot to just bang it in his face.
Not just a smidge, all of it.
This would be unbelievable techers from O'Neill. Can you imagine making this move on the final table? If he pulls the trigger here, I will be so unbelievably impressed.
All in?
Yes!
Oh my God, unbelievable
man.
stuff from O'Neill.
This hand is not over yet.
Zhao does have the best hand. Top pair with the 5s on board. If he calls, wins a huge pot. If he folds, he'll leave himself with 16 big blinds.
Look, no matter what happens, this is an absolutely such a tough spot.
We've seen Zhao putting his opponents in lots of tough spots over the last few days. And I think we've seen Zhao mostly make the big laydowns. Would you read into the checking of the cards again at all, Nick?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I've asked a couple, of our guests throughout the week about that. Very mixed messages about how frequently checking cards is actually a sort of reliable tell.
Because to me, it looked like he wanted to see if he had the ace of spades.
Some players would be checking to make sure they got 2 spades before they make a huge mistake on a final table.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's why it's a little bit
Or make
inconsistent.
sure that they have 5-6 offsuit.
Exactly. This move from O'Neill, honestly, I don't care what happens. He's already won my heart. This is just stunning poker.
Oh, folds the best hand.
Hell of a play.
Great move from Padraig O'Neill, who's now playing 7.7 million, playing a 64 big blind stack. Zhao now the shorty with 16 bigs.
You want to play? It's another 450,000. Ruggieri jams.
It's a call.
O'Neill makes the call. Ruggieri behind and at risk. Is going to have a decent amount of equity. Wow. Kite calling for the hold.
Yeah, I think the shove is correct here. 9-10 suited. Slam dunk push at this stack depth. Can't blame him. Just running into it. O'Neill is going to be slight favorite.
Kite not keeping his feelings to himself, wants to see the end of Ruggieri here, probably for obvious reasons being money and maybe some of those irritation reasons of folding out a turn, not stacking his chips, but both of these players, whether they express it or not, are hoping that king high holds here to the flop. I see a 10. A 10 is a good card for Ruggieri. Now the favorite.
Still a lot of percentage, though, Joe, for the king, queen, including backdoor spades.
Gut shot, backdoor spades. Ruggieri does have backdoor hearts, but is ahead for now. Turn card is a 4 of diamonds. That's as bricky as it gets. Ruggieri just has to fade the river for his umpteenth double up in this tournament.
O'Neal prepaying there, Joe. You see that? Trying to get an extra bonus EV.
Needs to fade paint.
Oh!
Sherwin-Williams. O'Neal spikes the king on the river. Ruggieri put up quite a battle.
What are you going to have, Stapes? Maybe a hot dog and some mulled wine?
Unfortunately, no. But maybe later, if we can get out of here before everything's closed. The dinner break's going to be 45 minutes, Thurin. And it's going to happen in about 22 minutes. Oh, boy. Club on club on club on club. 2 clubs on the flop. Are we going to get to the dinner break?
Yeah, this might be costly. I think a club is pretty much disaster for Kite. I just don't see any way that he doesn't do his whole stack if both players manage to make the club flush. But pretty hard to make a club flush with this many clubs out of the deck, Joe.
1.3 million.
Yeah, but nobody else folded any.
That's true. They're all still in there.
And they're not clubs. They're 3-leaf clovers.
Sorry.
So they only favor one of the players in this heads up. O'Neal's bet of 400,000 has just been jacked up to 1.3 million, and he is making the call. This pot's getting big in a hurry.
Only call, huh?
3.8 million in the middle. Turn is the jack of spades. So O'Neal with a strong pair now.
Kite picks up a gut shot as well, Joe, just to add to his incentive to continue semi-bluffing.
That's right. Belly buster.
$2.7 million.
That is most of the pot. Kite firing hard. No shot, O'Neal folds. And I think we all know what's going to happen if a club hits the river, but what if it doesn't?
Yeah, we saw Kite, give up earlier, but that was a little bit of a different situation. Now he has a pretty relevant blocker. I mean, obviously doesn't love the fact that he's blocking, a missed flush should the clubs not come off on the river. But, 10-9 certainly could be in here.
Well, this pot is absolutely mahoosive. 9.2 million. River. It's black, but it is not a club. Board pairs. Spades come in.
Man, the river action here are going to be so crucial to the outcome of this heads-up match. Does Kite find the bluff with the 9-10 blocker?
I mean, how could he want to show this down?
Exactly, he doesn't. So really, is he going to give up, or is he going to blast off? Can he convince O'Neal to fold?
I think all this time is going to end in a big, big bet. 7 million out of a stack of 7.8. Leaves himself 0.8 behind.
Is O'Neal gonna find the call here? Hasn't really quite been put to the test too much in heads-up play in terms of the river. Kite hasn't necessarily followed through in every spot, but this one,
Oh, man.
Incredible stuff.
Oh my gosh, doesn't even really. Ooh.
O'Neal
Does he not have any more time banks?
lays down the winner. I think he has time banks, but I don't know how many.
There is the shove. King 10 for O'Neal. The call, the compulsory call. Oh my word, he's not even live. He's got 10-5.
Yep, and look, he's doing the right thing here, guys. O'Neal needs to shove an E2. Kite needs to call an E2. It's just the absolute dregs, bottom,
I'll stand for the first
effective stacks.
Well, if King 10 holds, then that will happen 3 times out of 4. We have a champion here in Prague.
The turning point.
Yes. Yeah, well, look, it's not over yet.
A good a lot of chip swinging in this hole. 5 is not beyond the realms of possibility.
It is not, no.
Time to run the board. Deal the flop, turn, and river that will decide their fate. Queen at 9-3, king high still ahead. John Kite looking for a 5. Three outs for the Norwegian. Turn card is a deuce. He only stays alive if the river is a 5. O'Neal on the verge of victory.
Can I use my river like last time? You've
been lucky so far.
The river card is a 9. It is over. Congratulations to Porrig O'Neal, the winner of EPT Prague 2023.
Unbelievable stuff. What a comeback story. €1,030,000 euros.
So the guy who came into the final table with 2/3 of the chips in play is the runner-up. The guy who came into the final table with just 12 big blinds is the champion.
Unbelievable stuff. I'm so pleased for both of these guys. An absolutely monster score. Commiserations to my friend John Kite. Could have gone the distance. That heads-up match easily could have gone either way. Both players playing stellar poker. And Porrig O'Neal just clinches it in a couple key hands, and that is that.
Celebrating there with his friend Mark McDonnell. The man known as Smidge online, a very popular member of the Irish poker community. The second ever Irish EPT champion after Steve O'Dwyer, winning the title here in Prague, and that first prize of more than €1,000,000.
Welcome to the trophy presentation from the EPT Prague main event final table. Here on stage with me is Vice President of Guest Relations at King's Entertainment, Tarkin Karadas, Live Events Business Development Manager for PokerStars, Julian Liarte, and Tournament Director Toby Stone, and of course, our very fitting winner here. Before we get to the trophy presentation, just want to ask you a couple of questions. First of all, expectations today were a lot different for everyone coming in. What were yours?
I was hoping to come 4th or 3rd at best. I didn't think I'd get heads up, and this is surreal, yeah.
So it was ladder at first. At what point did it start to feel real for you?
3-handed, I thought, right, I'm winning this, yeah.
And you just won €1,030,000 euros. What are you feeling in this moment?
I'm relieved the heads up is over. That's all. I'm tired. It's gonna hit in the next few days.
It's gonna kick in later. Now there's only one thing left to do. Toby, give this man his trophy. Let's get a big round of applause. EPT Prague 2023 main event champion, Porrig O'Neal.
Huge congratulations to the second ever Irish EPT champion, Porrig O'Neal.
Thanks, guys.
It's a 1 million guarantee, so already 50%.
Nice. Definitely past 2 million, I imagine, with the turbo tonight.
Nice. That's a raise?
To 4.
Cool.
Cool. Yes, James.
Let's go. I'm liking this defense.
Uh-oh. And Della Jones with the Cowboys. classic for an Oklahoman. And pocket queens for Vincent. How many coolers can we have in level 1 of day 1 of the Irish Poker Open?
Do you ever find a flat here, Griff, given the fact we're 300 big blinds deep?
Yes. Against this particular opponent,
yep.
In this situation, I would rather just, and I recognize that this is going to invite, you know, Moger and probably Hardigan as well to continue. I would like to see a call to this 4x 3-bet with this price.
And there we go.
Yeah,
we are
James
going
does throw it in.
4 ways to this flop.
Spades.
Big old pre-flop pot, 6,400 in the middle. And that flop is going to be bet into.
Looks like Jack.
By Della Jones.
There's a Jack.
Jack, Trey, Deuce. So Jones and Vincent both with overpairs to the board. 1 club for Moger.
I think that Vincent might be able to find a fold here.
Right here?
Yes. It's going to be obviously like crazy tight, but just this scenario going 4 ways to this flop, a player that would seem to be playing quite honestly is just going to have aces, kings, queens, jacks here. I don't think she finds a 5,000. There it is.
Nice work. Very nice.
I don't think she finds a 5,000 chip bet with ace king here.
Yeah, into
I don't think she has ace jack to 3-bet it pre-flop.
Right.
So incredibly strong fold there from Vincent.
Yeah, very, very aware. I agree
And
with you.
frankly, an incredibly impressive call from Griffin Bener. I mean, just in the zone at the Irish Open. It's just...
Take that to the table later, Griff.
That's why half an hour to find out.
Yeah, no, that was really good. I think that's fantastic call from the queens.
I'm so glad I can't understand what you're saying because I don't have to answer.
But you're right, though. I don't even know if she has ace king. I'm not even sure if she's going to blast 5K.
No, she's at least going to think about it.
Action folded to Wagner on the button.
1-7 now.
Ace 5 offsuit.
Same thing here, Nikki.
Yes, gotta go, gotta go.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Huh?
very clear push.
Like 1-7, something like that.
Oh! As a short stack, O'Neill's definitely getting this in though. So just Kite to act behind. He's all in for sure.
All in.
The reshove from O'Neill.
Kite with queens?
No.
This time I can fold. It's okay.
So it is Wagner at risk and behind. Apologies, that's what happens when you trust stuff to automation and remove human beings from the equation. Welcome back to Dublin and the Irish Open 2024, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. It is the second session of Day 1C. Level number 4 just getting underway. New feature table that we'll introduce you to in a moment. I will introduce myself. I'm James Hartigan, and I'm joined by 2 people who have 4th place finishes in Irish Open side events. I have Mr. Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Mr. David Lappin.
Delighted to be here. Thank you, James.
Great to have you with us, David. And yes, congratulations on your score in the early hours of yesterday morning, was it?
I don't remember what day. This entire festival is sort of blending into one right now. Yes, I think it was yesterday morning at 6 a.m. roughly when I finally departed that tournament.
You did make a little bit more money than I did, so hopefully that extra hour. I only finished at 4:30 in the morning, so.
Okay, yeah.
Definitely better for my back.
Well, as you can see, we are back from
It's a long
break
week on
first
them
hand.
chairs.
Already in progress with the blinds at 100, 300 with a 300 big blind ante. And let's talk about some of the players we've got at this new feature table. We have got the reigning Irish Open champion. You see him in the center of your screen right now. That's David Doherty. And Irish poker legend Porrick Parkinson is at this table, David.
Yeah, great to see Porrick looking very fresh in his new jumper. I think it'll nice little Gansey for the weekend here.
I thought you meant me. Everyone knows me as a fisherman.
See how this sort of clash of dynamics here, a bit of old school, a bit of new school. David Doherty very sort of GTO approved, I would say, in lots of ways.
Yeah.
So I think this could be an interesting clash of styles.
He's doing it now.
About an hour too late.
So the players in this hand are Paul Williamson and Mario Niciforo. Williamson with the trip tens. Niciforo with the gut shot straight draw. And we are going to the turn with Niciforo calling that raise. And there is the straight.
Interesting to see here, James, that Niciforo already with 86.7k after just a couple of hours of play.
Yeah.
He's obviously been a bit of a wrecking ball, which to me says that he's been playing a lot of hands and probably quite active, and maybe, just maybe, that's going to get Williamson into a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, starting stack 30k, and most of these players still around starting stack, still between like 27.5, 32,000. A couple of players around 40k, and then Niciforo, huge table chip lead right now.
Yeah, and these players are new to us, but they've been playing with each other for over 2 hours already.
I just had my phone one sec to text me dad. He doesn't think there's any way he can watch, but this is a viewing area, isn't it, the side?
Yeah, this is cool.
So Williamson's turn bet called by Niciforo. Ace on the river. So it's Broadway for Niciforo. Goes from one straight to another straight.
Yeah, Williamson can't be loving the size of this pot and the situation. Maybe feels as though he needs to slow down a little. I don't know. Again, we're not sure how active Niciforo has been, but my instinct is quite. And when this bet comes in, probably something around half pot, unless he gets very greedy. It's going to put Williamson in a very tough spot.
Did somebody say we have to be quiet?
I mean, generally during a hand, you would.
It's a big part of it. Audience 234. And half of them are watching.
But we do like a bit of table talk.
Absolutely. 12,500, the river bet from Niciforo with the straight.
And it's a strange thing to say when you've got a trips here, but it's actually a bluff catcher. And it's not an easy situation at all. Obviously, his opponent can have both. He can have aces, jacks, pocket nines. He could have a jack 10 as well, a 9-10. So not a comfortable situation.
Yeah, basically, I'm watching a bit. I would have had aces.
What?
I said if I had missed a hand, there's nothing worse, is there? You come back and then you see it in 20 minutes' time and you fold it down.
Fantastic fold.
Yeah, totally. Jeez.
Williamson gets away from the trip tens, and Niciforo's moved over the 100k mark, and this is only level 4. That's more than 3 times starting stack.
Slow roll in Italian, do you know it?
Oh. Okay.
Thank you.
So great start to the tournament for him. Just very quickly, David, I know you played Flight 1B yesterday. How many chips are you going to be bringing in today too?
Probably around the same amount as Niciforo has now. Yeah, I have 110k for tomorrow. So.
Still good, though. I mean, he got it in 2 hours and took you like 11, but still.
Well, in my defense, it took me about 6 because of that very late morning you mentioned.
Oh,
I did jump in level 5. I had a little sleep in.
Still pretty good, though, right? You would take that if someone offered it to you.
Well, I take that because it gave me the day off today, which I can now spend with you guys.
Well, we are happy to have you.
And I'm not going to lie, I had a bluff catching spot that I knew I was going to have to call turn and river and probably get my entire stack in there. And I just thought, you know, I'm just going to let that guy have it because I can just let this hand go, probably surrender a minuscule amount of equity and guarantee myself a day off, which I think is probably not a terrible decision when you think about managing yourself through a long tournament.
Everyone's lost these.
Oh, yeah.
So we've had an early position raise here from Jamie Klosik, who's made it 700 with pocket tens.
I was telling this
Tio
friend of mine,
Garabegi
he's moaning about his bad luck. I said, I can improve your
in the
game
cutoff.
by 30%. And he said, no.
Looks like a call.
He says,
And is that a call or a raise?
leave it at home.
From Michael Kahn on the button. It's a
And we don't
re-raise.
know
It's a
how to
3-bet
play
with
the
jacks.
That's right.
Because he's still looking at it.
And we see a 10 folded.
Some action back on the original raiser, who is either incredibly tall, has amazing posture, or has double stacked his chair.
While you're playing.
I'm going with posture and tall.
Is it good like this?
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
interested in what you think about this, David. 4 betting with 10s in this spot.
Yeah, this is a little adventurous. I'm not sure if his read on Can is that he's been kind of added and obviously maybe using the button in this spot. But yeah, I think probably 10s fairly comfortably fits into a flatting range to this 3-bet. So a little bit of a step out here. Interesting to see how Can respot. Wow, look at that.
Folds the jacks.
What do you need?
And you can understand it. 4-betting ranges, a conversation I had yesterday with some of my friends at the break, is like, the 4-betting ranges are pretty nutted in this tournament. You know, unless you have a particular read on a particular kind of guy, it sort of implies queens, kings, ace, king, aces kind of stuff.
Yeah, remember, these are still early stages. This is only the 4th level. 14 levels to be played today. Late registration open until the start of level 11. And there is another flight to be played today. There is the turbo flight at 8 p.m. So we know Dara's fired day 1C. I'm assuming that if day 1C doesn't work out, he'll be in that turbo flight as well.
I would assume so, using one of his infinite number of bullets that he earned in your wonderful satellite trade over the last couple of months. We saw that hand from Classic there a moment ago. Bit of form for Classic recently. He had his best result there, 2022. The Jew KPT Blackpool came first. First big win, marquee win for him on the resume.
Don't realize the strategy's not actually live in the tournament, you know?
James is trying to silver pass into Blackpool next year.
There's like 8k dead in the pot, they just fold and you get a random hand for it. And you can't reopen the betting if you call.
Well, we were trying to get a PLO game going in the Sporting Emporium for people who were new to the game. So we made it a 1-2 game with no
People who are new to poker or new to PLO?
New to PLO.
Okay, I was going to say.
Well, they weren't all new to PLO, but just to keep it reasonable and keep it fun.
Big pair. Big pair.
Well, I mean, they couldn't help themselves.
You say anyway.
All the blind straddles all over.
I folded a big pair as well. Okay.
It did turn out very funny, but it did really
okay. You probably
defeat the object.
Whoops. Oh, wow. Did you actually? Yeah. Jeez. I can't pass. Jack, yeah.
Suppose there's not a ton of harm in talking about it now. Everyone's going to know in 25 more minutes.
So far. But I haven't won them all. In fact, probably negative.
So Williamson's button raise called by both blinds, and Williamson still ahead right now.
You're just trying to feel better about it.
It's crazy format. I know, that's what I thought. And there's one going for flop-tus. I mean, if I would have got more of an image of the I just played, 2 hands before I got here? So.
Continuation bet of 1,100.
Sorry? It looked like a button squeeze. I guess so, yeah. I mean, I haven't played with you guys yet, so I'm not sure what's happening at the table. Okay.
Huh.
Maloney calling
very
with
good, very good. Lucky.
He's going to try and ping his gutter here.
No.
I'm not sure you got that right.
It's a 4-outer for all the chips in level 1 for a full stack. Post flop, the money went in.
That was crazy. I should have seen it. It was like button open, even the small flats.
Does not drill the 6.
No, it flop middle set, but it's very clear the guy had ace-4, which was a wheel. With the ace of clubs, it was 2 clubs on there as well.
Yeah, tricky one for Williamson now. Obviously, the 6-7, the only obvious draw has got there, so he may slow down, look to bluff catch rivers, or he may bet and do a sort of advanced blocker here on the turn, maybe looking to check back rivers.
However, we now get the turn lead from Maloney. So Williamson actually has a bet to react to. He calls.
I didn't know he had it.
Williamson getting all the tough decisions here already.
Yeah.
That's another point.
Well, this time Williamson does not get run down.
You know now, though. How did you know I folded kings earlier?
I probably wouldn't have known he had it even if I was here.
Somewhat interestingly, diamonds do complete here on the river, and Maloney may take this line with the flush draw. He decides to wave the white flag here. Don't think Williamson can ever find value.
Half stack showed like later a cold call to a 4-bet with ace-4 off. Probably wrong fold.
Pretty relieved to get this one to showdown, I would assume. Although he is considering it.
This hand, a great advertisement for playing in position.
I think this would be a little thin, yeah.
Checks it back and will win this pot with a pair of kings.
It's not just that it's thin to pursue value there, but it's also opening the door to being bluffed as well,
Yeah.
which can make life a bit miserable.
Glowing Bud on Twitch wants everyone to know, I have knocked out David Lappin from a tourney.
Oh, get in line, mate. Get in line.
And how dare you insult our guests like that, you banned. You don't come around these parts trying to embarrass our guests.
Who said that?
Glowing Bud.
I always say glowing bud.
Oh, glow in Bud. Okay, yeah.
But who knows? Doesn't matter anymore, he's banned.
Yeah, but again.
Thanks for having my back there.
No problem. Andrew on YouTube wants to know, does Conor McGregor know how to play poker? I'll tell you this, I bet he thinks he does. Anybody else watch Roadhouse?
I haven't seen it yet. Has he got any acting chops?
He is maybe the biggest mistake that's ever been made in the history of cinema was putting him in a movie.
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. I really dislike that man.
I mean, it is. I don't really talk bad about movies that much anymore because I like people who make movies and stuff. But man, is he god awful in that movie.
Well, credit then to Jake Gyllenhaal, who seems to be doing a press tour with them, not saying those things.
Yeah, no, you can see it in his eyes, though.
I love the fact that the director refuses to do any publicity for the movie because he's butthurt about the fact that Amazon won't put it in cinemas.
I thought that meant the movie was going to be good, and I'll leave it at that.
I want to know which bright spark thought, I know, let's remake Roadhouse. So, King High still ahead. It is David Doherty.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a flop bet from McGurk having been checked on that. Obviously having the Queen of Clubs working quite nicely with the Jack Queen, connecting with that 10. As played now, he's just sort of let it go to showdown. His Queen High unlikely to be good. Doherty would have almost certainly bet Jack High or worse on the flop. So looks like Dave actually going for a little advanced play here, almost trying to push out maybe an 8 or you know, something like a pocket 5s, pocket 7s. As it turned out, he had the best hand.
He reads them plays how like you've won something, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I thought they were going to say.
3, 7, 1, 9, 9.
Come on, move your car before he's told.
It's only 2 times.
David, of course, our Reigning champion here. What a scene.
Yeah.
This time last year. Wonderful for him. Obviously spent most of his early career not really having that breakout score. Always regarded as one of the best in the UK, but just never really got kind of past 6th place on these big feature tables, big final tables that he'd made. And yeah, so lovely to see him first take down the GUKPT Luton. He had a nice result in a Stars event, the FPS Devon, I want to say, high roller.
That's what you
a
need
little bit
at the
before
Irish
then, and
Open.
then of course the marquee one,
These
the real
unlucky
feather in his cap, the Irish Open.
Your car is getting towed.
We're going to play blind Omaha to decide which one we're going to tow first.
Also nice to see that he's doing a lot of bullets, trying to give that money back to the installments at this particular festival.
I'm sure that was his intention. It's
What
like,
a
I want to play the maximum number of flights for the community.
Yeah.
So Nisiforo is open with King Queen. Flatted by Garabegi with 8s. Khan with Ace Jack. Also calls.
A little set miming.
Maybe they have announcement your side window's been broken, but they didn't bother to steal any of the.
Robert McGuirk is not set mining. Robert McGuirk is 3-betting. And look at this. Joey Maloney has woken up on the button with kings.
So many hands.
Four-bet alert. Where he raises to 8,500. Action back on Nisiforo, the original raiser.
Jesus, 18-year anniversary of the Sunday Midnight. And you only won it once.
I chopped it first place and lost the heads up for 25k. So.
It's been running for 18 years, 52 times a year.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I know, that's what I mean. I've got friends that have won it twice.
I mean, you're bang out of form.
Yeah.
Could have just seen a flop with deuces.
Yeah, I mean, probably not. Also.
No, but that's what you're thinking right now.
You know, in the corners, I haven't got it.
You got to agree with you, James. It was a beautiful hand to just flat and try and set mine. Instead, he's sort of chasing.
I was gonna. There's no way he's folding deuces.
Yeah,
you're already invested.
It's a lot of chips to invest with a very small pair.
I lost the heads up. So you didn't win it? No. I mean, I chopped him first.
It's not like set mining with like 2 6s when you can convince yourself on like the 3-4 deuce board that you can stick around. At least most of the time you're out of here after missing.
I'll make the first or second.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like good money chasing bad here, and I hope McGurk doesn't convince himself that his opponent has ace king here.
I've got one of them little badges on the corner of your poker style things. I only want one.
The best one I've heard about online was Julian Gardner was playing, I think it was in Omaha, 1,000.
Story time?
Stories of Julian Gardner. That's how you know this one goes back a couple of decades. We're heading out into the field because Guillermo Sanz, a.k.a. Willow, our Spanish PokerStars commentator, has just taken his seat. He qualified online for this event. He has also just won a gold power pass, and he will be using that at EPT Monte Carlo next month.
Is that why he's glowing gold?
Fair play to him. That's great to pick up one of those gold ones. He's sitting next to Kieran Cooney, I see, local hero. Kieran ran the Irish poker rankings for many years. He's also an IPO champion.
And like the guys who didn't act the maggot, they waited 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's fair.
There is nothing better than coming back 2/3 into a story and getting an out-of-context punchline.
But I mean, it was very sporting. But there was no chance he was
I'd say it's more like 3/16 of the way through the story.
We've heard you don't like showing your cards on TV.
It doesn't feel like it's wrapping up anytime soon.
There may not even be a punchline.
Yeah, exactly.
Genuinely great to see Parky here. Looking healthy as well, looking fit and ready to go. He's had a few little health scares over the last few years, so good to see him back in a chair, doing the thing he loves the most.
He was one of the original late night poker
Yeah,
guys
absolutely.
too, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I did a bit of commentary as well as playing those early
Yeah.
seasons. Obviously a main event final tableist as well. The year there were 3 Irish on the main event final table, and the year it was won by an Irishman.
I dated an old school poker player many years ago, and she did commentary with him a long, long time ago. That's why he seems familiar to me, even though those shows didn't really make it to the States.
Yeah, I mean, if I think back to like 2005, 2006, when there was a poker show on Channel 5 literally every single night, the combination of Jesse May and Porrick Parkinson.
Yeah, shout out to Jesse May there. I hope he's tuning in this week. One of my favorite people in poker. His voice is actually the voice that introduces the chip race.
Oh, cool.
Fun fact.
Man, I've had the pleasure of working with Jesse once or twice, and he's everything they say he is. He's the best.
Yeah.
Okay, Khan takes the lead on the turn, pairing his king.
Khan.
Don't know if you've noticed, but we have got Barney the Boat watching the stream in Twitch and commenting on that hand with the deuces. He's set fracking, not deep enough to mine, and cracks often appear. There you go, Barney. I'm reading your gems. Don't go anywhere. Stick around.
That's funny because I read the comment and I was like, oh, that's Barney's bit, and didn't read the person who had written it. I thought they were ripping off Barney. It was Barney.
It's not fixed actually. Like I said last year, there were a couple of dead spots on the feature where you couldn't see the clock.
What?
There's a couple of dead. I said last year, there's a couple of dead spots on the feature where you can't see the clock.
When he said there were a couple of dead spots on the table, I thought you meant a couple of players who were really bad.
More than a couple.
Well, it's all in the interest of progress.
I'm assuming that this Michael Kahn is not the guy who edits Steven Spielberg's movies. No, this one's a Canadian Michael Kahn.
Yeah, Michael's had a good week so far this week. He's cashed the Six Max and the America's Cup.
Nice.
And his big result is 4th in the WSOP circuit event in Calgary last year. It's a pesky enough river for him to pursue value on. I'm not sure. Yeah, I kind of felt that might happen. Just feels like the card he can't really pursue value. Gonna get a little hand funeral from Nisiforo.
Shame it's a free bet. Flopped a pair, turned the first row, moved it. I'd set the spades. Uprooting.
Not a nice river.
I should have bet though.
That was like me before. I didn't know where to go for value with my king.
The river got checked.
Yeah.
I'm glad there was a free bet.
This feature table at the very top of the room here in the RDS, but if we could somehow flip that camera right around, the scene is absolutely epic. 180 tables across a massive sports arena centre here in the centre of Dublin. It's absolutely buzzing right now.
I meant to ask you earlier, David, were you here in 2016 when they had the EPT/UK IPT in this exact room?
I was actually on your feature table coverage for the bubble when I busted about 3 off the money. Thanks for that, James.
Sorry.
Enjoyed being reminded of that.
It must be great to have like a bad beat story prepared for any situation.
Well, I was actually going to ask, when there was the comment from Glowingbud earlier on about busting from a tournament, conservatively, if you added together live and online, how many tournaments do you think you've played in your poker career?
Can I include sit and goes?
Yes, I will allow it.
200,000?
Jesus.
200,000 what?
Tournaments.
Or sit and goes.
If we excluded sit and goes, if we specifically said multi-table tournaments live and online, half that number, a third of that number?
Oh, way less. Maybe 35,000.
Still.
What a turn card here for David Doherty.
Yeah, absolutely.
Boo.
He's thinking about it.
Barney the Boat says, Porrig, get that tenner off the table. Cash doesn't play, and you're fooling no one that you're going to tip that big.
So, overbet from Doherty here.
No, it's okay. I'll get them anyways.
Putting precisely the hand Isafuru has in quite a tricky spot now.
It's true.
Very polarized to a queen.
That would be nice.
That's the story Doherty's telling.
Okay, I can't say that.
Maybe a Jack 8. Good call, sir.
And it looks like your prediction about Nicoforo accurate. Don't try to bluff this fella.
Only today would crack the guarantee.
So a short while ago, we showed you one of our Spanish commentators, Willow. Here's another member of Team PokerStars Spain, Alex Romero. And Alex actually won an event here in Dublin. He took down the Heads Up Championship for nearly 6,000 euros. And the player he beat was David Doherty, the reigning main event champion, currently sat at our feature table.
It's been a pretty good trip for ambassadors in general, huh?
That's true. I kind of feel that Tonka has stolen everyone's thunder, because when you consider the backstory of the fact that the guy has not won a live tournament in forever, and hilariously, I was listening back to the podcast, David, and you even referenced the fact that he's still waiting to get that monkey off his back. Before we had the chance to publish it, in between you saying those words, he won the 5K.
He did indeed. Fantastic performance. I know Porrick O'Neill, who was on our feature table, the previous one to this, was in a three-handed affair with Tonka. I think he had the chip lead. I think he said to me he had 40 bigs. Tonka had 7, but obviously won a few flips and came back to take it down. And who would begrudge it to him? One of the great players in our game, one of the great content creators as well.
You won this event last year, right?
Yeah. What about Cole?
It's his fault. There was, but Wire was the first year after Cole. Came back 22. I missed 2020 and 2021.
I missed about the last decade, but
We did have an online one. I think Pablo Silva of Brazil maybe took down the online version. But of course, we sort of pretended they'd be real ones when we were doing it because we were desperate. But they weren't real.
I'm so glad you say that, because like during lockdown, we're all like, you know, it's exactly the same thing. It's just played online, it will count. And now we're like, yeah, just put asterisks against all of those.
Maybe not.
Yeah, we told ourselves a lot of lies during those years just to get through it.
I mean, but he gave, we had to pledge what percentage.
The number one lie I told myself was that my clothes were shrinking.
He didn't pledge anything, but then when he won, he went looking for the guy.
The number one lie I told myself was that I was becoming a mixologist and not an alcoholic.
No, you couldn't pledge now.
This is an art.
Said, well, what was the
This is an
normal?
art form, okay?
Yeah. Well, about 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Couching my daily drinking in art form.
Oh, yeah, and he said, don't tell anybody.
As we go, heads up to the flop.
No, he didn't say it to me.
And Nisiforo pairs his queen. Evil Ninetail says, I hope these tournaments come back to London someday. I'm going to say you're drawing thin on the Irish Open coming to London.
That was a nice gesture, and to keep it quiet.
1.7.
But if you are looking for something around this price point, maybe UK IPT London would be something for you.
And that's taking place in August. UK IPT stops for 2024 have now been announced. Not just London, not just Nottingham, but a summer stop in Malaga.
Lower your pledge.
Sorry, which British county is Malaga in?
Remember back in the day when the UK IPT used to go to the Costa del Sol, used to go to Marbella? Now it's coming to Malaga. A joint venture with the Australia's Poker Tour.
A little bit fancy for the Brits to be wanting to go to Malaga. Should not be Benidorm or
Tenerife.
Yeah, right.
We were joking the other day that like 20 years ago it would have been UK IPT Ayia Napa. And Spraggy revealed that he once got dragged by a bunch of friends to Ayia Napa. And I said, Ben, other than myself, I can't think of a single person who belongs less in Ayia Napa than you.
It's like, what do you call it, like the Mandela effect.
So when me and Ben and our partners went to Mallorca a couple summers ago, he was telling me that all the all-inclusive resorts have had to change their policies for British people. That they're now 4 drinks instead of as many drinks as you want.
That's funny.
Congrats, Brits abroad.
I don't think so.
You mentioned the success of all the ambassadors from PokerStars. Ben, in the wee hours of last night, came 6th in the Mystery Bounty.
Ah, good job, Spraggy. Has he found his coat yet?
His coat.
I assume he just has unlimited velour tracksuits to wear. He's lost his coat.
The thing is that Ben's quite tight, and so losing anything is like really kind of bugs him.
Played on Phil Tilt, someone would always type rest in peace Doyle on the chat box.
For a moment there, I thought we were breaking the news to Porrig that Doyle Brunson had died, but it was.
Yeah, you had to like. No, it was quite. That might be a premonition for a bad beat. It was quite nice. He said I died suddenly in Paris.
Back from the dead, huh?
And our thoughts are with his friends and family. I didn't have either. But
The game obviously lost a great legend in Doyle last year, and then a couple of years before in Mike Sexton, who was actually a very good friend of Parky's. Mike and Parky went way, way back.
You know, you've made it. Yeah, well, there you go. Brunson welcome into the alright. It's nearly worth dying. One day I might be sad I didn't. Be the boy who cried wolf on it. It happens.
3-bet from David Doherty here. Joey Maloney has opened with King Queen. Doherty's 3-bet is with Queen 9 of clubs. King Queen of diamonds for Teo Garibegi.
I mean, this isn't even a bad look. Like, this dude looks exactly like Drake, right? I mean, that's not even...
What is this card protector, by the way? It looks like one of those kind of salt and pepper shakers you get on planes.
Look at this guy. Salt and pepper shake. They don't serve those in economy, pal.
Oh.
Jeez, giving yourself away as usual.
Definitely not in Ryanair.
You order a Bloody Mary, they throw a packet at you.
See, Maloney got sticky here with the King Queen. Obviously, the hand selection there of the Queen 9 suited, an interesting one from Doherty. Its suitedness gives him some playability post flop, and obviously would ordinarily get some hands that dominate him to fold. We see that one of those hands that could have found a fold has actually found a call, and now they're going to play across the streets. I do think Doherty will go for some kind of delay c-bet here if he faces another check. Doesn't have to go too big here. I think Dave can maybe fire in something in the region of 2K. May decide to turn up the heat.
Doherty steals this part.
I am Maloney here. I just feel terrible. I would just get bluffed off that every time. Call, miss, fold. CMF. That's my strategy.
I count myself very lucky to have David Doherty as one of those people in my life that I can send hands to on occasions and
Right.
run spots by, talk a little bit of strategy with. He is genuinely one of the best in the game right now. Such clear thought process. In fact, little, if you don't mind, and I think people maybe, I'll be clearing out some bets for people now. The Chip Race current episode that's out there right now, David is our strategy guest and does a fantastic hand from last year's Irish Open. Check that one out if you don't mind.
One of his own hands or a different
one of his own hands.
Okay.
A really interesting hand that he lost
Yeah, we
against
can
Tom
try and
Kitt.
shift if you mind.
very well-known Irish player.
No, I'm fine.
James and I will be breaking down the movie version of that hand when they make the movie of the Irish Open. That's what we do on our podcast.
You'd be fine if you lost a few of them.
Park's just disappearing off the stage.
Who are they going to cast as David Doherty?
Go up there.
Take one for the team.
Problem is, I don't know young actors anymore, right? Like, I know who in their heyday, like maybe a Giovanni Ribisi, right?
That's exactly who I was thinking.
Yeah, he's too
That is
old now.
exactly who I was thinking. Wow.
Excuse me.
I'm going to go a little curveball on that one. Barry Keoghan.
Sure, there you go. Young enough. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
great.
we could do that.
Absolutely. Great.
I'm afraid, guys, Leonardo DiCaprio, even though he's completely inappropriate and the wrong age, wants to play it, so we're going to have to put up with him mugging for the cameras for 3 hours. So Niceforo opened with ace-jack. 3-bet from Paul Williamson in the big blind with queens.
Yeah, always that extra strong when the 3-bet comes out of the big.
Boy, you weren't kidding, Clapton.
What?
It is one orbit for the level.
Ace jack off.
4 minutes left.
Yeah, but generally you find I mean, usually.
And it's a low board.
But generally you find the feature does go slower to let people take more time.
Wrong red for ace jack.
People to think that they're smart.
Yeah, great spot for Williamson here to down bet.
Time I'm on the pitch, I'm just like,
He's got
don't
the
do it.
Queen of Hearts in hand as well, which is
Forget
useful in some runouts.
I've gone way back. No, he wouldn't.
I mean,
Wouldn't King,
if they'd
maybe.
happened 10 hands later, then definitely not. But I still think he was right. I mean, he committed his stack, so.
Are we going to ask him?
I think he's, I mean, he's probably not in a good mood.
That's the best time to ask him.
He didn't really react when I folded face up.
Wow, look at this.
Well,
It's a raise, right?
65. You know, having us play a prelim event, I actually even know what the chip colors are now. That was worth 350 euros in and of itself.
There was no guarantee that you'd remember them several days later.
I mean, the oranges do look slightly different on camera than they do in real life, but I'm pretty sure they're still 500.
Oh, Niceforo drawing very thin.
Yeah, beautifully played so far from Williamson, really just throwing out rope to his aggressive opponent. I don't see him folding at any point in this hand. I think he just feels like Niceforo, a man who can make moves here, and he's just got to treat his queens like the nuts. Hope that his opponent bluffs off in a lot of spots here. It would be quite an outlandish bluff.
Okay. Yeah, he brought a different person, and it was like 4 weeks before the tournament. He brought a different person.
Pumps the brakes.
I did it last week. So. Yeah, but besides that, not really any promo or anything. Didn't get asked.
Well, they missed a trick there, didn't they?
I don't mind doing it.
An average-looking young guy winning loads of money. And it's not like you'd be an embarrassment on the TV.
No. Third generation Irish. Say about an American, I don't know.
You're not going to get to give up on this bluff.
Yeah, it goes for the blocker sizing, which is really interesting, sort of goading his opponent here.
5% Irish, but he was born in England.
It would be a very fishy line if Niceforo decided to raise in this spot. So I think Williamson really is doing exactly that, goading his opponent into a mistake.
What?
I can't get an Irish passport now. I've got my dog.
Beautifully played from Williamson.
An Irish passport this week while I've been here.
He made that huge fold right out of the gate earlier. We saw with the 10-4 with trips, and then
they tell me identify it.
played that one superbly too.
Those folds are like butterfly effect hands too, right? Like you just save yourself those chips there, and maybe you can just be in a much better position later on.
His parents were and his grandparents.
It feels so inconsequential. in that moment, you're early on, you got the chips to make the call with, and you still make the good fold. Like, you just never know the repercussions.
He's a good poker player. He can't even get on the stream.
Cascarino was playing for Ireland.
Wow, Tony Cascarino. I mean, that's a name I've not heard in a long time.
Still plays poker in the Vic.
Really?
Yeah, Cascarino's there in the 1-2 games in the Vic most nights. Always a question mark over whether he really had an Irish granny. The Cascarino story is interesting. Back in the days when some players who played in England would claim Irishness and end up on the Irish team, but they had to have a passport, an Irish granny passport. And he always kept saying he would get it to them, and clearly the regulatory body weren't on top of things. And there was always this promise that I will get you that passport. Anyway, he ended up like having 50 caps for Ireland and scoring goals in World Cups. So we've adopted him anyway. But yeah, Cascarino, after his football career, did play a lot of poker, actually.
Every goal you score, it buys you 2 more weeks to get that passport in.
Germany.
Flush draw for McGuire.
Cascarino was playing for Ireland, got a whole bunch of caps. And then a guy from UEFA came along to his room I think it was Liechtenstein we were playing, and Cascarino was rooming with Andy Townsend. And the UEFA guy asked Cascarino for his Irish passport. He said, "Oh, I've only got my English one with me." And they said, "Well, you'll have to produce it within the next month." And Cascarino didn't have an Irish passport. He had an Irish foster mother, so he said he was Irish when the scout was going around looking for Irish men.
And the Ireland team never thought to check it anymore.
No, but they solved it all right. When the plane arrived in Dublin Airport, bringing the Irish team home from Liechtenstein, there was a fellow from the FAI there with an Irish passport for Cascarino.
No way.
Well,
so you're saying I need to get good at football?
Yeah.
Well,
average is good enough.
4-bet, 3,500.
Unlucky river there for Dr. D.
Oh, that's no problem.
The way the world's going, I could probably get in the ladies' team next year.
It's rare you get the opportunity now to ask the question, who told it better? As we basically told different versions of the same story. His was more detailed and probably more accurate.
Also, it had that kind of like, when you're sat at a table surrounded by people, you're holding court, you've got the kind of hearty chuckle. The delivery was, you were tight on time, David. You had to squeeze a lot of information into a very short period of time, whereas Porrig's got these guys stuck listening to him all day.
Plus, he had position.
By the way, talking of feature tables, Andy Black has just been knocked out of our previous feature table, made a hero call with ace high. His opponent had a full house. Quick reminder, as we start the next blind level, as we roll into level 5 of the Irish Open main event, there are many people playing this tournament courtesy of Power Path, which runs every day on Stars, gives you the chance to win Power Passes, gives you the chance to play the biggest and best tournaments live and online. Silver Pass can get you into something like the Irish Open, get you into a UK IPT. Gold Pass can get you to an EPT. You can start from a 50-cent spin and go all the way up to that $109 ticket-only qualifier. And we're now playing 200, 400 blinds. So no short stacks at the table, but one player has a lot of big blinds. As you highlighted earlier, David, Mario Niciforo, more than 90K, still more than 200 bigs.
Yeah, a lot of chips on this table, and we see there even the short stack, McGurk, who just won that last pot with the Jack-7, rivering the Jack, has 25K, not much shy of the starting stack. So, yeah, a lot of chips on this table already. Let's give a shout-out to McGurk, actually, very experienced player, came second in the Irish Open back in 2004, losing out to Ivan Donaghy that year, and much more recently came first in the IPT Dublin in 2022. Actually cashed the Irish Open last year as well, so a man with a lot of experience in Irish Opens. 2004's Irish Open would have been a very different looking event. I think it was a £500 tournament then. Maybe it was 500 euros. I think we had euros by then.
It's interesting talking with Paul on the podcast about how over the years the Irish Open went up in buy-in, then went down in buy-in, and it's like, look, pick a lane. We've got to be consistent. We've got to define what this is, what we want it to be, what its identity is, and obviously now very much fixed as a 1K.
Well, the thing with us is that we can come up in a funny chat, and even if you're English, you have a laugh at it, but then we just do it over and over and over.
3-bet pot, King Jack versus Ace Queen, and King Jack flops best.
Well, and they got it all in before, but beat them 4-1.
I was 2-1.
Yeah, no pair here for Nisiforo may give him reason to stick around to a small continuation bet from Caravaghi.
Apparently that card protector is a gold elephant, and apparently it's a souvenir he picked up on his poker travels.
Oh, I would put my wallet on the table right now. That match is burned in my memory.
Well, I'd put my wallet on the table right there.
You've seen already how sticky Nisiforo is. Doesn't like to give up on a pot, and obviously has some backdoors working as well.
Trying to stay serious during the
It's a call. Okay, Nisiforo picking up the nut flush draw on the turn. Thanks for that, buddy. Garabaghi still with the best hand, and as nearly a 3-1 favourite, bets 4,000.
Yeah, pursuing value here from hands like 10s, 7s. Maybe a King 10 suited might be in there. But also maybe just going for one of those advanced blockers, giving himself the option now to check back river unimproved. Try and extract some value at the same time. Nisiforo could go both ways here. Interesting to see how he proceeds.
Oh, he's going to raise the turn.
And a clicky one by the looks of things. Oh no, he has gone to 12K.
3x is it.
So he's chosen an amount that would be, I think, committed to a shove. Wouldn't be loving it, but he'd have almost set the right price for himself. But it does put Garabaghi in a very tough spot now. And he's new to the table, remember. He won't be as familiar with Nisiforo. Or is he newer to the table? I think he just arrived a little later than the others, but no, he has been here for a while.
Yes, I think he was just back late from the break.
Very tricky now. You don't beat any value.
No.
You'd be thinking about the possibilities of 10 jacks. Hands such as the one we see here, the ace queen of clubs, ace jack of clubs.
I guess his stack size is slightly awkward. 8K to call out of a stack of 22 and a half.
One of these days.
And lays it down. Nisiforo, table boss, back up over 100K. And at this point, we're welcome back to the broadcast, Griffin Bener.
Exciting hand to come into.
I know, right? We kind of figured that as you were coming back, we had to put something exciting on the screen. Like GJ Reggie, Georgina James Reginald. Another one of the PokerStars ambassadors who's here in Dublin. Did you know that she likes mixed games?
Yeah, I had an inkling.
Yeah, Georgina has tried to conscript me to her cult, get me involved in the mixed games. Wherever she goes, she tries to enlist new cult members to that group. I'm not sure. The way they make it sound, I almost think it's like it could be an orgy. They really do make it seem like a very
See, I just
cool
thought
place to be.
thought it was the games that was mixed. If there's other stuff mixing, then, well, now we're talking.
He's got my house on his wrist.
Griffin, when I introduced you at the start of the day as a former Irish Open champion, as the guy who won this tournament in 2017, I forgot my follow-up question. Was that the first time you'd ever played the Irish Open? Were you a regular in this tournament before?
I think it was, yeah. No, you know what? I had played it once or twice before. I think at some point it was a bigger buy-in and I played it, like 3 to 5K many years earlier. So it wasn't the first time, but I think I remember it being the biggest field of all the ones I'd played in.
Mine hasn't worked for 2 years. I can't afford a battery.
Well, the buy-in this year, 1,150 euros. I find it amusing that it has a 1 million guarantee. What was it last year? 2,500 entries, 2.5 million prize pool. So I'm going to say the guarantee is conservative, David.
Yeah, not the biggest sweat for JP and Paul when they hit the guarantee 12 minutes into 1B. they were looking pretty safe. But then, you know, you guys do the same thing with EPTs. It's such a power brand. Maybe the guarantee is not really important. WSOP don't put guarantees on things. You know, when you have a brand such as the Irish Open, which is world famous, it's probably not really about the amount of money you put on it. People just know that the people will come.
I don't disagree with you, yeah.
You're right, and I've probably got time to go on the between hands.
They should make that the tagline. The only guarantee is you'll have a blast.
There might be something in that. It needs workshopping. We're not 100% of the way yet, but you're kind of like, you know, you're onto something.
Am I right in remembering that you won the Irish Open the year that it was that kind of mahogany trophy? It was like a wooden trophy?
Yes.
It was that year.
It was
I remember
handmade.
it was a very beautiful piece of sculpture.
There was one time.
It would be crazy if I brought it back here. And it was up in my hotel room right now.
I assume it needs its own suitcase. It's so big and heavy.
There's no way that Griffin is paying for an extra bag for a bit.
Unless he just brings it with him wherever he goes.
That's true. That's true.
Just leave it there on the side table beside the hotel bedroom.
Exactly.
Niciforo in another hand.
Terry had two guys running the cage that went on the dinner break on the last day and for security reasons brought the cash with them and to keep it very secure.
And raising with the 8-7 here on the Ace-Jack 2, really trying to run over the table right now.
And he has the 7 of clubs in his hand. So what's it going to be on the river? Is it going to be...
Oh,
one of 3 people.
No, Andy wasn't there.
He is making life very uncomfortable for these players with their strong one-pair hands.
Yeah.
Terry had to pay out all the prize money in the tournament himself.
Look at that. This is really tough for Khan again. But are these players maybe finally cottoning on to Niciforo's rampant, unbridled aggression?
Cottoning on. Catching on. Cottoning's not a word, is it?
Cotton on, yeah.
Cottoning on is a word?
It's cotton on.
Are they going to cotton on? Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like cotton, like cot, like C-A-U-G-H-T.
No, cotton.
E-N.
Cotton, as in t-shirt.
Okay, see, that's why I was confused. I thought you were forgetting the word catching, and you were saying cottoning. Okay.
I'm used to having to translate the English language to Americans, Griffin. I thought the Canadians were one better than that.
I'm going to put Griffin on the spot here. I want to know where the Irish Open victory ranks in your all-time
Oh, very high.
poker.
Very high.
Bear in mind you are on an Irish Open stream right now.
Yeah. As far as my poker accomplishments,
As quick as they can.
it's very close in the top 3. Yes.
What are the other 2?
EPT Berlin High Roller, because that was my first big live score, and it was very validating because it was against some of the best players in the world. That was in 2013. The becoming #1 in the world online on Pocket Fives was very meaningful for me around 2011, 2012. And then it's very close between the World Series final table. A bit more money for the World Series, so there's always that. But mixed feelings about the whole experience. The November 9 process was very stressful. So I would say probably Irish Open number 3. Yeah.
Just keep the game moving. See how it's speeded up?
You never know if you're studying enough or if you need to do more, you know, that November 9 process. Are you not taking enough time off? Should you not deviate from the way you played that got you there? Should you be doing ice baths and sensory deprivation and therapy? And, you know, it's a tough 3 months.
Well, we've seen a few of our Spanish commentary colleagues. There is French commentator Julien Bricard, a.k.a. You. He has won multiple silver passes since PowerPath launched in France, and he's using one here in Dublin to play the main event in the Irish Open.
Love to hear these stories.
You do.
Credit to you guys. This PowerPath idea has really sort of created those storylines of people, you know, turning rags into riches, and it's a great part of all the storylines that exist in poker. You want to see the grinder finally get his, you know, just rewards. You want to see the high rollers do their thing and just be impressed by how great they are at the game. But you want those other stories as well.
Yeah, I'm just so used to him being a pretty face in the halls here on tour. Finally seeing him on the poker table.
That's it in the end. Okay. So you know why we do 800? Okay.
Just better be worth the risk.
Well, it's a king high flop. 8's still ahead of a pair of 3s for David Doherty.
6 bet, 1,100.
Yeah, once you become a champion like Doherty, you just can't fold suited cards in the big blind. You have a reputation now.
Is it my imagination, or have we yet to see Porrick play a hand?
I was just about to say, it's an amazing thing he's doing right now. He's holding the position of table captain while V-pipping 0.
When you've got stories going back to the 1970s, you can do that. So the board bricks out for David.
Yeah, David is sort of at the bottom of his value range, but quite too strong to ever consider turning into a bluff. And so he's going to hope that he's up against something like the ace-10 or the ace-jack, ace-8.
Interesting that Garabay decided not to pursue value there when it did feel as though his opponent had more 6x and 3x.
Yeah. Or rivered 4x.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I will catch through. Yeah. You would have called that. Yeah.
That's the beauty of poker. You can tell the truth and no one believes you.
And that's the good thing about it, right? You got Jamie Gold on the table. Now, when I do it the second time, it will be confusing. Trust me. Ace 100?
We mentioned Parky there a moment ago. Porrick is the ambassador for the Sporting Emporium here in Dublin. Is there most nights of the week, I think, playing in the cash games, generally schmoozing the punters and making people feel welcome. Still very much an ambassador in the game here in Dublin.
Aces
Nothing
here.
like, yeah, being mid-conversation, James. And then, you know, being amongst the laughter and then just looking down at aces. Like, oh,
I know.
I got the king-jack. I better raise while we're all having a good time.
I'm trying to think of the one time I played at the Sporting Emporium. It was back in 2006 when I was working on a full tilt poker event.
I remember that event.
I remember doing commentary with Gavin Griffin while he was drinking a... Not Gavin Griffin. Gavin Smith, while he was drinking a bottle of Bacardi and checking his college football score results.
I remember Howard Lederer went deep in that, and it actually was won by an Irish chap with a ponytail whose name escapes me right now.
I barely remember it.
But I remember he did the classic. He had the aces and Lederer had the ace-king, and he min-clicked him. And he got him. As we see here, Garabay very much has McGurk where he wants him.
Oh my God, and now you've got Nisiforo complicating things because he's thinking of doing...
Oh, honey. Honey, no.
Not being funny, this is best case scenario for Nisiforo. I thought he was going to stick in a 4-bet there.
Yeah.
Just knock this off while I go to the toilet quick.
So,
I mean, a 4-bet would be better process.
Garabegi has a potential customer here in McGurk, who we saw be very sticky with those 2s earlier.
Yeah, yeah.
Wants to see a flop, has the kind of hand that does want to see a flop. Not at this price, but he sort of made an awkward spot for himself now.
But
here
you
we
know
go.
what? The price is like, it does change a bit with Nico Foro's call. I mean, I think that if I was in this situation, certainly I would fold, but I think that maybe you can find justification based on the way Nikki Foro is playing. That, like, I'm going to have pretty good odds here. I don't think Nikki Foro is going to fold for another, 5.2K. I think with Jack 8 we might see it, but most of the combinations we would expect Nikki Foro to have here should probably continue based on the way that he's playing, but not the Jack 8 off.
Yeah, well said. I think Garabegi there did go for that sort of exploitably smaller sizing. Obviously, with the aces, you don't mind doing that, but I think very much reacting to the fact that he had 2 sticky opponents who both could go for a loose call there. Neither did in this example, but yeah, I actually quite like that deviation.
90, 100%.
Archie Gimmel.
I think we're now talking about Scottish World Cup goal scorers.
We're not
Archie Gemmell, I believe, invoked.
Wake me up when they've moved on.
Of course, that goal made famous by a movie.
Train spotting.
There we go. I knew I'd get you. So
It's
I'd
the only
drag
reason.
you into it somehow.
It's the only reason I'm aware of it.
Scottish football fans. Put the cards also in the box.
This guy's no fucking nothing.
Yeah, you just quicken it so they can see it.
Before raise, 900.
Oh, that was Ali's army, wasn't it?
78, right?
Warwick Parkinson continuing to hold court while
Jimmy Johnson didn't get
folding
that many
everything.
games. I think he only played like 8 or 10 times. Like,
Doherty raising the button. Nisiforo calling.
Probably the best.
Garabegi with King Queen.
Didn't get that many games to the Nationals.
Well, the other Johnston did. Was it Johnston did pretty good? Was he at Forest? Oh, I should shut up.
It wouldn't happen.
Yeah, shout out for a recent result of Garabegi's here, doing a little bit of homework. He came 3rd in the Spanish Poker Festival in Rosvedov recently.
Nice. Ace, 8-4 on the flop. I love the fact the geography's become meaningless. A Spanish festival in Rosvedov. I mean, yeah, whatever. King, Queen, High, still the best hand right now.
No idea.
He opened, he free bet. He called the free bet in the blind, didn't
If you hypnotised me, I couldn't tell you.
He's getting a past life before he remembered that.
I went 8, 22, call, 7K, full.
Dog led.
Yeah,
No.
it only took 20 minutes.
Yeah, he cold called in the big blind, didn't he?
Yeah, and then folded before that.
All right.
Out to the floor to check in on Alex O'Brien. We saw Alex earlier on. Playing more and more poker these days as she tours the world with her book, The Truth Detective.
Yeah, Alex, a really talented writer. Science writer originally, has come into poker in the last few years and obviously made that great contribution with a fabulous book. And managed to get in via satellite, I know, to this tournament. She came in a couple of nights ago, jumped straight into the evening time satellite,
nice.
milestone satellite, built up her stack to 100K, and out she went with the ticket. Famously the winner of the Dan Bilzerian birthday free roll that was run by a rival site that I don't like mentioning, so I'm happy not to even mention who they are, a few years ago.
I'd forgotten about the whole Bilzerian thing.
Was supposed to get a heads-up game against Bilzerian, who never showed.
5 fold. 6 fold. Yeah. 6 fold. 7 fold.
So what's happened here? Williamson's raise called by Doherty, heads up to the flop. Jack 6-6, Williamson flopping best.
But the backdoor hearts for Doherty, I think, based on, depending on the sizing, could see a float sometimes from David. Got the backdoor hearts. Your ace is going to be live quite often. And you don't want to start folding here and losing to hands that are just c-betting, like, you know, king, queen off, king 10 of diamonds, that sort of type hand.
Check.
Would also hate to lose to showdown on the turn now against something like 2 7s, 2 8s. But you do block the 7s, and there's the ace.
Hello, Mr. Greenstein.
I've enjoyed Williamson's procedures so far on this feature table. I think he's played really, really well. He's gotten a little bit unlucky here. Doherty likely to pursue a little bit of value. Target a hand like King Jack, I guess, being maybe the most sensible target hand.
Yeah.
2,100.
Really just beating busted flush draws now. Very, very impressed with this young man. He has played so well in this short space of time on this feature table.
Yeah, I've seen him make a couple of disciplined folds. The trip 10s in particular was a very, very disciplined fold.
Don't tell you, they've not been getting all your stories.
For a moment, I thought Porrick Parkinson was being garroted, but no, they're just fixing his microphone.
That's how they sold it to me.
I thought you would phone me off.
And actually, we mentioned Alex O'Brien there a moment ago. She shares a nemesis with you, Griffin.
Oh, yeah?
Early in her book, she tells the story about a hand she played against William Kassouf. And let's just say there was some speach play involved, as
I'm sure there
always
was.
is.
There, yes.
The same 7 catchphrases were deployed.
Of course.
Just to clarify.
Came full, didn't it?
I think she let Mr. Kassouf get into her head and stop her from making an optimal decision.
Still no? Yep. They're on now. Two? Yeah. 2 4 folds. 5 fold.
800.
6 raised to 800.
Button raised from Garabegi with King 3. Fold from the small blind. It's Williamson in the big with 9 deuce off. Ugh.
Oh, that's a good hand. You should defend that.
Not even for 400.
Next time I'm limping, so you can't come out of that one.
Flop super.
Vrook watching on Twitch asks, Griffin, have you watched the new CSGO documentary?
I have not, no.
At the Doyle.
Thank you for your question.
But I have started watching some of the big events for Counter-Strike 2 for the first time in a good 15 years. Very exciting stuff. Donk, there's this new phenom kid in Counter-Strike. He's just like significantly better than everyone else, and he's like 17 years old. He's like this tiny little like kid. It's pretty great, pretty entertaining.
See 1 raised to 1,200.
Barney's back. Porrig must have a last longer bet with a stuffed cat. Maloney's raise called in 2 spots. And the flop is King 8-6 with 2 diamonds. Ace high no longer good. Pair of 6s for McGuirk, but Doherty's draw is strong.
One bet 3,000.
Yeah, and it's Maloney who's going to see bet here. Obviously, has the strongest range, can rep the kings, ace king kind of stuff, but Doherty definitely going nowhere. And if a little bit surprised not to see McGurk call there. I agree with the fold, but we have seen him be sticky already. More outs now for Dave.
One bet 6,000.
Diamond draw, gut shot. But it is a sizable bet. David makes the call.
And my hunch here is David actually does put his opponent on a strong hand, is going to try and make this flush or straight.
And he makes the flush.
That'll do it.
Oh no.
Danger. Maloney going to try and rep this ace king or pocket aces type holding, even though the diamonds have come in.
8,000.
Oh, those are 8,000 chips you're not going to be seeing again soon.
Like this. Yeah.
Dave could ask for all of it here.
All in.
Yeah.
Raise, all in.
Shoves the river, and Maloney with just ace high.
Cameras are on. A little bit of face saving for his table mates. Obviously, we can see that there's no way he's calling this one.
Let's it go. MySpace Thomas says, this is a rerun. Wrong. Thank you for your comment. We are into the 5th level of Day 1C of the 2024 Irish Open main event here at the RDS in Dublin. 14 levels being played on Day 1. Survivors get to bag and tag and come back for Day 2. We're following it through to its conclusion, so this is the first of 4 consecutive days of Cards Up coverage. What better way to spend the Easter weekend, one of those boring weekends in the year, let's be honest, than watching poker? This historic, iconic tournament.
Tell that to my girlfriend. I do a little egg hunt every year for her. She puts on little bunny ears to try to find all the chocolate in the house. Can't do it this year.
14. C3 raise to 1,400.
The idea of you going to any effort to do anything remotely like that. Oh, Porrick's got hand, people.
Strap in.
I mean, this is Kings Plus, right? You're not getting involved unless you look down at, like, you know, top 2% of hands. And he looks so disappointed just to raise and take it.
Porig looking surprised at the fact that he's gotten 8 folds.
Can't believe you folded again.
Keep writing that, please.
Yeah.
He's got all the ones.
And James, I believe we are fast approaching 2.5 million in this prize pool.
Must be.
Thank you.
So it was more than 1,200 entries across 1A and 1B.
And we're very close to 1,200 today.
Black chips matter.
Getting there.
Plus
so, yeah.
the turbo flight.
Of course. I mean, so we were talking on the podcast this week, David, about the possibility of a 3,000 runner field. It's certainly in the realm of possibility. I mean, if the turbo flight's going to get more than 500 entries, right?
I think 3,500 is
Oh
still
my
possible.
God. We've got to get this done by Monday evening.
What's your general sort of rebuying policy when you have bagged a pretty short stack? I mean, obviously 54K is too much to ever re-enter, say, the turbo flight, but at what point would you consider for going to 4K big blind, presumably tomorrow, maybe 3,500?
I've given this a lot of thought, actually, over the years, not just for the Irish Open, but
Yeah,
any
of
tournaments
course.
that have this. And when you run the maths and you sort of do a little bit of guesstimation on what your ROI on a day's play is, and then you factor that you'd have to spend the whole day doing
Yeah.
it really comes down to a very small number. I think I probably have to have sub 3 bigs.
Wow, okay, good to know. So don't play the turbo tonight when I have 13 bigs going tomorrow? Gotcha.
13's a good stack, man. That's your one
Been
double
there.
and you've averaged.
Yeah, you're right.
So Porig playing another hand and opened under the gun, but we haven't seen his cards. We know that McGuirk's got a pair of 5s on this board.
There's always one.
There's always one.
So we don't know what park he has, right? So
No.
he's decided, well, he has put them in the box in fairness, so maybe we will find out eventually. He does pump the brakes on the club, though. Got to assign him a pretty strong range from under the gun here. I reckon he's probably good right now.
So gets checked to showdown, and Porig showing Queen Jack of Spades.
Okay.
So paired his Jack on the turn, retook the lead, and wins a pot. Adds 5.5K to his stack.
Back to back.
Yeah, the draw that didn't come in then.
Give it a pair.
Blinds in, please. 4 and 4.
What would your guess be, James, on the ratio of Irish in the field?
Wow. Do you know what? I don't even have a baseline. I couldn't tell you what traditionally, like if you gave me the 2023, 2022 numbers, I'd have a much better idea. I mean, yes, it's obviously in Ireland. Yes, it attracts most, if not all, of the Irish poker community, but it has become a truly international event. And Paul O'Reilly was talking about, 70 plus countries being represented. We know that there's this huge Canadian contingent that now comes here every year. Plenty of Americans, especially those with Irish roots, make the trip here.
15-minute penalty, I'll probably only miss a hand.
Play a drinking game. Every time the dealer says, please put your cards in the box, we all take a shot, and we'll all be dead by the end of the level.
But yeah, I was intrigued to see just how many Spanish, French, Italian poker players now come here.
You put a James Bond film on. Every time he says Bond, you drink a shot. Or James Bond is 2 shots.
Oi!
Oh, no. And James Bond, the infamous 007, is 3.
Yeah, like Poisson and
Just run for it. I should go. Can you bring me in?
Never got more than 20 minutes.
Probably bring you something.
No, you couldn't have.
So Nisi Foro now up to 108, 109K. It's been pretty plain sailing for him. He's had
I
to
reckon you'd be winning, though.
bludgeon a few people, but it's been a pretty consistent upward trajectory.
Back in the day,
Back in the day, here we go. Porrig started another story.
Every time it was on. And anytime anybody had a drink, everybody had to have a drink. They ended up getting wasted by the second commercial.
Hey, 7 fold.
That okay?
Thank you.
There's one shot, right? There's one shot for everyone.
It's the first time it's happened to me.
My box was in the beginning. Can you do it again?
Yeah,
Can
no,
you
actually,
do
it is
it
now.
again?
2-1 fold. 2-2 fold.
8, is it?
Yes, sir. 2-3 call.
I mean, Porrig's making up for lost time.
Yeah, little late rush here. Queen Jack suited again. And Doherty with a very defendable one.
Okay, so 3 ways to the flop.
3 players.
If I win another pot, I could get dope tested.
And a top pair for Porrig. Action checked around. 8 on the turn. And we're going to get a lead here from Porrig, who still has the best hand.
3-bet. 1,500.
Pretty clear call for David, but I wonder if the fact that Parky's been so tight is playing into his mind here.
Yeah.
Normally, second pair an automatic call, but ranges.
Yeah.
Ranges. Four diamonds pairs the board.
Oh, I would have liked another bet from Parky there. Draws missed. Although, as it turns out, will Doherty actually value town himself now?
Think that,
David, take the free showdown. Don't do it to yourself.
Yeah, I think David's got about
oh no,
2,300 in him, something like that.
4-bet. 3,000.
So Parky deciding to go bluff catch instead. It's worked perfectly.
3 call.
Credit to him.
Hands later. I had like 10 pocket pairs already.
No worries.
Yeah, but it's all
You know, there's 2 types of dope, though, yeah?
So David does value town himself. Gonna happen every once in a while. Figured a jack would have bet there. Figured wrong.
Yeah.
If I keep winning this pots at this rate, I should have just won by November. Probably November 2025.
Oh man.
I just have to stay alive. That's no gimme.
So we've got one more level to play after this before the next break of the day. Basically, 3 45-minute levels and a break. That's the format of the day ones.
One raise.
And we are going to get a 3-bet here from Joey Maloney.
Good job. Production team, we have to kill in.
Have a go, Maloney.
No, they've got me scared now.
Small, isn't it? Too small.
You look worried.
Are you ready for this one?
Garabegi called and flops best.
Good start.
Check.
6 check.
King Queen off can be a bit tough playing out of position in 3-bet pots, but with that price of just a 2.5x raise, oh, the buried train coming in early.
2-1 check. Bet 1,000.
Bet of 1,000 from Garabegi, which is going to get
1 call.
called by Maloney with the best hand. Chris Freestone asking, what time of day is it there? It is 4:35 in the afternoon.
Thought it was a straight.
And it all gets very confusing on Sunday because the clocks change overnight, Saturday into Sunday. We lose an hour. So today and tomorrow, stream goes live at 12:30 GMT. And then on Sunday and Monday, it's 12:30 BST, British Summertime. And I still can't believe that in the year 2024, this nonsense is a thing. And if we are going to do it, can the leaders of the world come together and agree to it the same bloody weekend? So we don't have a situation where, like, America changes and then 3 weeks later Europe changes.
James, I'm surprised that you don't believe in saving the daylight.
Just shifts it. You're not gaining anything. You're just shifting it from one end of the day to the other.
Little while later.
Tell the farmers to get up earlier.
Mad Marty was disgusted. He'd spotted it first. It was a major part of his game.
And then he exploited the whole fold. It's all jacked in the cough and the cameras are the small.
Sounds like the blinds are about to go up. As we see David Doherty and Teo Garabegi go to the flop. And 9-3 is ahead right now, facing a bet from Doherty. David pairs his jack on the turn. I don't think either player is going to like the number of spades out there.
Very irregular betting here, and actually is going to elicit a fold from the best hand. So
It's amazing.
sometimes when you're in pots against players that are kind of clicking buttons a little bit, it can be very difficult to adjust.
Yeah, almost like he didn't want to face a bet, so he thought, I'll make one and see how that goes.
And did get David Doherty to pull the best hand.
So we are about to play level 6 of the Irish Open main event. And we heard Porrig reference earlier on that the Sunday Million anniversary is coming up. 18 years of the flagship weekly tournament on Stars. Not this coming Sunday, but the Sunday after, Sunday, April 7th. The must-play tournament of the year, 8 million guaranteed, at least $1 million up top, $215 to enter, plenty of satellites running, and there will be a live stream of the final table of the Sunday Million anniversary on the PokerStars Twitch channel on Tuesday, the 9th of April. So Sunday the 7th is the anniversary. Tuesday the 9th is the live stream of the final table. 18 years of the Sunday Million will be celebrated. Not this weekend, but next weekend, straight after the Irish Open here in Dublin.
So we're waiting about 20 minutes.
There are our chip counts on the feature table. Mario Nicoforo, definitely the most aggressive and splashy, been pretty fun to watch, is sitting over 100K with 211 big blinds. There you see Doherty, you see Podrick, Parkinson, and a little Canadian at the bottom there, and Michael Kahn.
Yeah, we joke about Parky's low VPIP, obviously only playing his first hand there a few moments ago, but he has won every hand he's played.
Yeah.
That's a good recipe.
Cheeky open with the suited queen here at the cutoff, playing a lot of confidence. Doesn't expect too many light 3-bets maybe from the opponents to his immediate left.
You know, to go back to that statement you were just making about Mr. Parkinson, is there a detriment to having too tight of an image? Does it prevent you from getting action when you need it, or are all images acceptable?
No, of course. I mean, it is going to be very difficult for you to get action if you're not playing any hands and you're tight.
Oh, the blinds went up. Oh, you didn't say. I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, and to be fair, his card distribution was rotten. Like, again, joking about how he didn't play any hands for over an hour there, but I don't remember a hand he could have played.
I mean, perception is almost more important than reality sometimes when it comes to
I just want to make sure
how aggressive or tight you are.
I had 500.
If a player thinks you're capable of making a big move, you're more likely to get paid off.
We can wait for the stream and find out.
Like, I'm surprised I ever get action, ever.
Didn't I throw one in there also? Whatever.
Most people just not paying that close attention, I think.
You also thought it was 9.
But easy to assume the oldest fella at the table is the tightest.
I think you opened 900 too, right?
Yeah, I tried to, yeah.
Yeah, you just opened 9, so it's
Worth noting a couple of Parky's big contributions to poker down the years. He was the first person to start min-raising back in, I want to say, the early 2000s.
Really?
Everyone was 3.5xing, I think, was the in vogue raise size, and he started small balling to min raises and 2.5x's, and that was seen as quite a big sort of strategical leap of its day, and he became quite well known for having sort of popularized that.
I'm sure as someone who's created a lot of poker expressions, Joe can appreciate something like that.
Yeah, sure. I love a pioneer. I used to get in major fights with my previous podcast host way back in the day about peeling in the big blind when you're short stacked. And I'd be like, why wouldn't you? Just one more. This is like another blind to call. And they're like, no, it's all inner fold. It just didn't make sense to me on a logical level. Look at where we're at now. It's probably the only thing I've ever gotten right. Garabegi 3-betting with ace-king offsuit, classic, folds.
Hate to fold crunchy jack-9 suited.
Yes, something I learned on my I don't know if you guys heard, but I had a deep run in the 6 max.
Oh, congratulations.
And, yeah, thank you. And I don't know if I said it on air, by the way. Congratulations to you and your also 4th place finish. I just stopped opening Jack-9 suited. Then you don't get put in those spots.
Oh, wow.
I know, yeah.
We did joke off air just before coming on, Joe, that 4th place is the right place for an ambassador to come because you didn't want to be on the podium and take that away from the other players. So it was the polite thing to do is to bow out in 4th.
That's a good guess.
Actually, probably the most significant hand of my Irish Open Jack-9 suited was involved. Your man opened the hijack. I 3-bet the cutoff about 50 big blinds deep.
Can I interrupt you? You just said your man. That's a beautiful use of your man.
Thank you. Yeah, no. Well, I have a lot of Irish friends, and it comes out here, So, yeah, your man opens the hijack. I 3-bet ace-10 off on 50 bigs. And, pardon me, sorry, I raised the hijack, he 3-bet the cutoff. I 4-bet the ace-10 off, and he shoved. This was about 3 tables left. And he was a young, spritey young fellow, and I decided to call it off. And he had the Jack-9 suited, and I held it.
Wow.
It was a very big, very significant pot.
Holding there is the key.
Yeah.
All right, so we have got a raise from Garabegi, a call from Khan with the 4s. Williamson 3-bets, 4.2x to with pocket queens. McGurk with Jack-10 suited, and a relatively short stack compared to everyone else.
Yeah, we've seen McGurk be very speculative pre-flop.
Oh my
Timing.
goodness!
Oh boy.
Speculative may need an adjustment on those spectacles because that is not really a shoving hand. Called by the 2 queens.
It's still pretty though, isn't it? Even when your opponent has the queens.
With the queen of hearts. Yikes.
Williamson eyeing the dealer there. Don't do it. Don't do it to me.
McGurk at risk and way behind. Plenty of flops that will have
Yeah, it's a really good.
McGurk
standing
drawing
up.
dead. Yeah, but this isn't one of those situations.
Yeah. I mean, that row list next door was ready meals.
I don't think.
We see Danny Maxwell hovering to get the bust out snap, perhaps.
Danny Maxwell, one of the best flies in the wall in the game. Always getting that great shot.
Flop contains the king of hearts, the 6 of hearts. Okay, maybe it is one of those situations. What a sweaty
How
flop.
he's disappeared. It's incredible. He's on the ceiling right now.
He's gone.
He's getting the overhead shot. I've seen him do it.
Turn card.
Oh,
is the
don't
king of
do it.
hearts. McGurk makes the flush. Williamson with a redraw to a bigger flush. Can also make a full house.
It's a decent amount of outs. 11, as you can see up top.
A lot of red out there. A lot of black cards left.
River card.
Justice for Williamson.
Is a full house for Williamson.
Wow.
That was the good old Sir Griffin.
I never like 8.
I was rooting for the 8 over the queen. It's a more fun way.
You like it on the feature now?
Yeah, I don't mind. It's gone quite well, yeah, so don't mind it.
And speculation has ended.
A highlight reel hand now.
Wow, that was crazy. What a run out.
McGurk.
Well, only fitting and appropriate that a Scouser, as I now realise he is, Williamson gets a bit of luck at the Irish Open.
It was King 6, 8, 8, 8. Jeez. Imagine Danny just collapses on the table right now.
He just falls.
Is he okay? Is he okay? I got the shot. I got the shot.
Give you a little
okay.
earpiece along with the dealer so you can tell you in your ear.
Close. Oh, floor's being called. Floor. That's so weird. David's here in the booth. How's the floor being called?
Oh, there it is.
Like 80% of all floor calls involve David Lappin.
Here he comes.
There was actually one summer I spent a good deal of time with Danny Maxwell socially. And he would have this one line that was so great. He would say, "Good times, good people." And it was just like coming from, like the mild-mannered photographer. It's great. So whenever I see him, he sees me, he goes, "Good times, good people."
He is such a dude.
He's the best.
They say C9 got a bad beat.
You know what's funny is that he and his wife were they were doing like a road trip through California after I think it was an APT. And I said, "Hey, I got a guest house. You want to come stay? No problem." He was like, "Yeah, we're good."
That's gangster. I love it.
All right, 2 powerhouse hands going to war here. 5 tray and 6-5. Cooler City. Ace 10 tray, 2 hearts. Bottom pair, domination rotation for Nicoforo.
I'm just thinking about your rejection right now. It's kind of like that stand-up comedian's bit where he says, "I'm not in the market for new friends right now."
He was like, and the more he explained it, like the more hurtful it got. He's like, well, we got like a whole road trip plan. And we got stuff. I was like, free place to stay. He's like, no, it would kind of throw off our whole thing.
Yeah, we don't need to stay in your baby's room.
This room reserved for babies only.
Yeah. So, as we alluded to earlier, Nicoforo definitely likes to play. That was the 5-3 offsuit in middle position.
I mean, Lappin said that immediately when Nicoforo came to the table with like 2.5 stacks after 2 hours of play. And I was thinking like, oh, maybe he just like coolered somebody and it was all one hand. He's like, nah, he's probably playing a lot of pots.
Yeah.
And
making
that
a lot of weird hands.
has been absolutely true.
Guys, never seen a 10-9 he didn't like, except this time.
Well, an under-the-gun raise from the tightest guy at the table still means something.
Yeah, fair play.
Canadians.
Dylan McNamara with maybe the smartest comment I've heard all day. What a silly little game. Everyone pretending it's a game of skill. It's pure chance. Might as well be playing Snap. FFS.
I struggle to tell, unless it's like you say, and then it makes sense. I struggle to tell.
Heads up to the flop. Ace, Jack, 6. Top 2 for Parkinson. Bottom 1 for Maloney. Maloney checks. Parkinson. Hiya. 22. And 23. And a quick call from Maloney. Oh, no, sorry. I saw different chips. My bad. Camera angle threw me off.
Not. I want to take issue with our contributor there in the chat, who is suggesting, I think, that Snap is not a game of skill.
Oh, he's got it wrong on both counts,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah.
I was very good at Snap back in my salad days.
Is all
I was more of a crackle pop kind of guy.
Is all Snap the same as Marvel Snap? Because that is certainly a game of skill. I don't know if you guys have messed around
I've heard of
with
Marvel Snap,
at all.
Haven't played it.
It is quite competitive.
You need to go a little bit to your left.
When I see a guy like Scott Seaver bragging about his wins in another card game, I'm like, this is a tough game to beat. Right.
Or else another orbit.
Oh, nice follow-up from Catbread who says, what a silly little opinion.
I'd ban you if I didn't respect you so much for that.
Jan goes for Garabegi here.
Don't do it, Con. Oh no, the Canadian is doing it. Calling off, oh no, not calling off 25 bigs, but 3-betting. Please tweet your reviews in the to @PokerStars Live for my Canadian.
No, I did pick up on that. I spotted that. Yeah, it's very good.
Or just in the Twitch and YouTube chat. Just out of 10. I'll take anything better than a 6 or 7.
They're giving it 4 Maple Leafs down.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no, not the upside down Maple Leaf. It's the worst rating you can get.
I'm seeing 2 moose heads.
Any beavers? Loons? Oh, would you look at that?
Oh.
Two Celine Dion's. That's worth at least 5 points each. And yeah, Con getting himself into some trouble here. An SPR of just about 1.3. That ain't gonna do it.
And the Queen of Spades, the only helpful card, really, for Con's hand. And a board that's going to be pretty tough to bluff kings off of.
One jar of maple flavored syrup. Oh, we don't like that stuff.
You don't like maple syrup?
No, maple
flavored, yeah.
Maple flavored syrup.
What is that?
It's like the fake stuff.
It's what you have to get in America.
It's like table syrup.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no.
You want to see? You want to see?
Sure.
No, not going to show.
Oh, it's okay. For the fans. Okay, show them the cards. Those 2 kings.
2 Allens and 1 Robin Thicke. I don't even know if that's good or bad.
Away from it.
I said 3.
Yeah, no, in Canada we suckle the sap right off the tree.
Right out of Alan Thicke's nipple?
Yeah. We're down with the thickness.
Ah, nice. Very good. Thank God there's still one country you could be totally racist toward.
I mean, if the table's going to break, it doesn't make sense to
Pocket deuces for Nick Ruforo. the true test of how active a player is. How do they handle deuces under the gun?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, true.
If half poker
Ducks
players
do fly together,
are better
Joe.
than average players,
They are
and
mighty.
The other half are worse. How come?
You know, I send
85%
Joe a lot
poker
of memes. It's
prefer
hard not to
longer
send him some, and you know, I try to really curate for him. I know what he likes, and I almost sent him a 2-minute Mighty Ducks clip the other day.
I feel like holding back on that one was the
I think it was the right call. It was the right call. It's just like, you know what? It was like getting the gang back together in Mighty Ducks 2, and it's like these kids, they're going, really, you know, they do like the bird sound to get them all to come. And I was like, he's gonna get this reference. I make Mighty Ducks references all the time. I'm like, nah, it's good. I had my coffee, and I'm like, this isn't a share. Doherty, let's go.
Looking to roast these ducks.
Defender D.
Nice.
Oh, baby, they do in fact fly together.
Quack.
And Doherty does catch a piece of
Every
this board.
time.
I mean, how many people do you think are going to be on their deathbeds on their last thought? I wish I played tournaments with longer clocks.
What the best part of that was, like, he mentioned death, and death crackled his microphone, like, as it passed over him.
Oh, my
You
God.
rang?
Oh, ready a bit early.
Very few. I mean, nobody's even died during the seniors on it.
All right, we don't need to make that happen.
Oh, and a check
Yeah.
You think it must have been one.
Now, am I saying? I feel like I'm saying his name wrong. Is it Doherty?
Yeah.
It is Doherty. Okay. Sometimes
It's
I
amazing.
the pronunciations and I forget.
You know, some of them
I've
seniors
said the man's
are
name
like
so many
that.
times. So yeah, Doherty here is doing a sort of slow things down protection by playing this spot a little fast. You know, doesn't want to get barreled off his hand on the jack of diamonds on the turn. Just wants to establish right here and right now. I think I might have the best hand. Let's see if I can just force out a fold. Maybe get some continues from some ace highs and still be ahead. But is going to get the bad news that Nikiforo is loaded. Might have elected to just call there, but I understand when there's two hearts on the board, sometimes you want to get more money in the pot. What do you think?
Remember the World Series in
Yeah, I
the
think
90s?
quite well played by both, actually. I do understand the logic of that. One question mark I put over Doherty's decision to raise rather than call is that maybe Nikiforo is the kind of guy who's going to overplay hands, and actually you want to sort of bluff catch against him a little bit more often.
Yeah, well said.
A little peek here at Tonka. Got the live poker win monkey off his back, but is short already in this event.
Hasn't won a tournament in 2 days, Joe.
That's right, it's been a while. That's the whole life of a fruit fly. I mean, he's got the money to fire all 8 bullets in this, so.
There's
Go
a
for
shot from Danny Maxwell, holding his feet on the wall, getting us that shot.
That's around the shots, that one.
That should be, yeah. I should have to drink them all myself.
We'd have no chance, would we?
First should be in the box.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
Well, you should be reminded. I have enough things to be thinking about.
Action folds to Doherty in the small blind, who gives a walk. No, must have been action before that.
What's wrong with limping anyway? I know a very famous German.
There we go. We had a raise from Garabegi under the gun. Queen suited.
I mean, the PKOs maybe, but.
994, 2 hearts.
You know, I'm sure Nikiforo has a lovely smile. I just don't think I'll ever see it. You know what I mean?
You gotta have an image at the table, Griffin.
Yeah.
You gotta intimidate.
6 bet, 700.
Garabegi's continued for 700.
Niki, don't do it. Oh, he's going simple jack.
Simple jack. This call makes me happy. 6 of hearts on the turn.
the older you are,
Would not be
the better
surprised to
off
see a lead out.
you'd
Clearly
be
just
playing
trying
the
to take it
singles tournament
to a
than
street
doing
poker
anything
level
else.
here with the Jack
'Cause
2.
people are dying
This
at
is exactly
everything
the
else
kind of
except
card he
playing
would love
singles
to
tournaments.
represent now.
You get a really long
Boom.
flop, like 2 months.
I mean, if you're prepared to defend Jack Deuce, you better have moves like that. Well played. I'm digging this guy's vibe.
Do you know him, by the way?
You know, like you could make it that
you're
if you
in his
die
head.
during it.
Lappin's just called every single move this guy's going to make.
It's nice, too, because when he's describing it and then it actually happens, it helps you really appreciate, you know, why these things are happening. Nikki Foro, I mean, listen, there certainly is a bit of madness going on, but there is method. It's like he's prepared to really make some moves and just sort of feel it out. And moves like this can be tough. Sometimes they end up blowing up or what have you, but for now, he's in the zone, and that's why he's the big table chip leader.
Yeah, the worst way you can play in poker is inconsistently, where you sort of don't execute a full plan.
Mhm.
His plans are a little wild, but he fully commits to them.
There you go.
And I think that's what's
Well said.
working out very nicely today anyway.
Maloney looking like these are the most boring kings I've ever been dealt, but I guess I'll play them.
And for a bigger open size, I think, as well, interestingly, with his kings.
Yeah, not sizing I would recommend here. If you want to get a customer, you want players to be incentivized to get
Spoken
involved.
like a guy who never gets bad beat. That's the full scope. I wouldn't say the full scope of the room. That's half the room.
This kind of feel like, I know it's the colors and stuff, it's very clearly the Irish Open, but it feels like it always looks like this. The tables, the place, you know, like this could just be stock footage from, if it wasn't for the green. It's amazing how many people we fill into these rooms, all these tables.
The most
Beautiful
famous
game.
event here every year is the horse show.
Oh, yeah.
So normally there's, you know, you see where there's the, well, are we there? No, we're underneath the bleachers almost where they would be.
Okay.
And then down in the pit, sort of inside those pillars that you see, is where the horse show arena
That was
is.
the neighing I heard on my walk over.
And the smell.
yeah, I assumed that was me.
Is that a room full of poker players, or is the horse show still happening?
Yeah.
In season 2 of the big game, I've told this story a few times, way back in the day. We were in the arena at South Point Casino, and they had just had the horse show like the day before, and there were still a lot of flies around from the horse show, and the only way to keep the flies at bay was to keep the room like ice cold. So if you watch season 2 of the big game, you can see everyone rubbing their arms, people are wearing scarves, and there's one, I feel terrible, there's one shot where Amit Makija is in the tank with a really tough decision, and a fly like lands on his eyelid while he's blinking.
No.
It's so awful.
Oh,
like
God.
you have to be really looking closely to see it, but I just feel terrible. It's such,
Oh, no.
such an embarrassing frame of poker.
Oh, no.
Full raise, 1,100.
1.1K. That seems like it's going to get the seal of approval.
But Nikki Foro's hand can
Somebody's
make
hand
straights.
was playing so much,
He was on the feature.
It can be done.
Here we go.
Sat in your chair, I think.
It can be done. How dare you raise me when I'm on the button?
Unusual you be in the same room as Andy and not hear him.
Dreamy big slick here for Karapegi
Yeah.
with this action.
Yeah, and tell you what, I didn't see those sleeves rolled up before. It feels like that they just came with this hand. Suddenly, it's just like...
He's a mountain of a man.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's play some big boy poker. You want to do this?
6 raise.
Let's do this.
10,200.
A what?
Did you knock Andy out last year?
A 5-figure 4-bet.
What?
He knocked himself out last year.
No.
Oh, was that the 2-8 or something?
6-2, yeah.
And keenly aware of
Oh,
the
no,
dynamic he has
that's
created,
not better than
Nisiforo
2-8.
actually suspicious that this could be a light one because he knows that they know he's been going after everybody.
For sure.
Went to the small blind with ace 8 and Andy just shoved 6 deuce in the
Is he really contemplating sticking this in?
Oh my goodness.
Taking it to the streets?
A call.
Just outrageous. Sorry. We did just discuss how.
Let's hear more about
play
this
style,
plan.
yeah, you know, can be susceptible to blow ups. This is what Nikki Fall. Oh, God.
Geez. Oh, geez. Okay. Well,
And, yeah.
it's still the best hand.
But the pot size of 28,000, 22.5 in the pot.
What's going on here?
Garrett Bauji here doesn't have a lot of
Andy
options.
explained it to me
Oh, you
the
just
next
hate
day.
it,
Said,
don't
"Oh,
you?
it's
Like,
the
if you're
best
Garrett
hand."
Bauji, you've bloated this pot so big, stack to
Very
pot
awkward.
ratio's like 1.2, and now your opponent's flatted. Ooh.
The continuation bet for 3,500.
Fairness to you, normally expect
you
to be
almost
getting
just
through with that.
bet call it off.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean,
what's the worst hand? You call that.
You
But I mean,
don't
that
block
number-
any
I
of
mean,
the
those-
hard combos that Nikki can have, but
yeah.
what's 20,
And a lot of kings.
25K? What big blind are we at? We're at
500.
500?
Didn't he?
Probably not, actually. It's just, it's so weird. Like, I'm just used to these situations being when the blinds would be bigger. Do you know what I mean? So it just feels like a natural, like, side get in around pot left.
Oh, wow.
But, yeah, I guess you hope for a fold or a call. There's the
Andy's
shove.
Oh,
It's
God.
just
Had his
sick
heart
with it.
broken lots of times.
Oh, my God. Ace King, the worst.
And it may not be a snap fold here. He's going to give this some
No,
thought.
yeah, of course. Yeah, because of the combos we talked about here. Like, yeah, you are going to be up against some 10Xs, but your opponent shouldn't have any 4s or 3s, really, right? I mean, when you're breaking down the range,
They
of
shouldn't
course
have
we
any
see-
5-3s.
Yeah. So, you know, you want to be burning money here and just folding when he has the Jack-9 of hearts, the 8-9 of hearts, the, you know, maybe the Ace-5 of spades, Ace-Deuce of spades.
And also in a 4-bet pot, is he going to jam that off to?
No, exactly.
Is
So-
it ever going to
so
be?
you're suspicious for that
I always
reason?
get these wrong, but is it ever going to be like 9s? 8s, 9s?
It's a good question.
Some very cautiously played jacks.
Given that he's done it with the 3, I think
Yeah.
it probably is going to be the 8s
Yeah.
and 9s for this man.
Yeah.
Not saying it should be, but I think it might be.
And if Garibaldi can make the call here, is going to be behind, is going to be a 3-1 dog, and the pot is going to be very large.
See, this is part of the equation as well, that when he's wrong, he's still going to be somewhere in the region of 25%, which is not miles off the price he needs,
Yeah,
but there
he's
are
never
scenarios
up against
where
a
he's very
set.
good.
He's never, yeah. He's either slightly ahead against a flush draw or this kind of behind against a pair.
Oh, and it's
Good
all
for
going in,
him.
including the elephant.
And
Nicky
Foro thinks he's in
Yeah,
trouble.
he's going to like what he sees.
Oh my God.
How could he think he's in trouble if he
man.
took this long?
What an astonishing hand
Yeah.
here in Dublin.
Incredible Hulk Drake. Can't believe it.
Incredible Drake.
Incredible Drake.
It was a 4-bet pot. 4-bet pot.
Yeah, make sure everyone knows.
He put in over 10,000, okay?
I was not folding.
Oh, yeah.
My, oh my.
Who's funking for some paint?
Any paint helpful.
On here.
Not paint,
Gonna need a deuce now.
but it does give Garabashi a straight draw.
If Garibaldi does win, I hope he reloads his guns like Henry Cavill in Mission Impossible.
I think, you know, obviously, I think the deuces may be better for him.
Sitting back down. Supremely confident.
Not a deuce. And Garabashi dispatched in pretty disgusting.
And it is a message to the rest of the table.
Now, that round of applause was not for Garabaji. Unfortunately, not only, we're going to add insult to injury because he's being upstaged right now. The Irish Open main event has recorded 2,500 entries so far, already beating 2023. 2,491 last year. So there are still 4 levels of late reg today in day 1C. And later today, day 1D is another entire turbo flight. So those predictions of 3K are looking pretty good right now.
Awesome.
And the prize pool is currently at 2.4 million. And I wonder how many people that Nicoforo play is going to inspire to call a 4-bet with 2 random cards, spike bottom pair, and just get it in and be like, I'm gonna guess ace king.
Well, he has a playable one again against Doherty. Maybe a hand he prefers to put into the flatting range.
But it is, in fact, a hand, so he will, in fact, be playing it. Khan's in with Jack-7, suited from the small blind. Williamson with a real woofer.
I'm not a big fan of that defend in the big blind. First, maybe teeny tiny misstep from Williamson. I think he can probably let that one go in a 4-way.
You're not winning at 6-deuce, bruv.
Queen, queen 5. Not much hope for anyone. Doherty with 91% of the equity in a 4-way pot.
Nice check from Dave there. I think recognizing Nicoforo's got these moves as well. Throw some rope out to him. Also allow his opponents to catch up here on the turn.
Everybody drawing deed. Greater good asks, are the payouts in euros? The buy-ins in euros, the payouts are in Iraqi dinar.
Thank you for your question.
No wonder they got past it. Very smart moves these days.
Oh yeah, it costs me £280 to take you out of the country every time if I go into Europe. So I thought this time I'll come to Ireland and save my
frankly,
done it for me.
A stunningly miserable bet from Williamson from the big blind here. Just staggeringly
What does he
poor.
think? He's Nicoforo? Come on.
I mean, it's just, it's the kind of turn card that one of your 3 opponents with the turn flush draw, with the turn straight draws, with all the 10s they'll hit, the slow played queens, they're going to continue. And Williamson's decided, I think I'm going to try to win this putt.
And he is trying again.
Quick fold from Doherty.
Oh, wow, it worked.
Flush got there. Queen was possible. Doherty makes the lay down.
I totally get it, too, is the thing. I know you're at home and what is he doing? But it's just like his opponent should be really strong there. Betting into 3 people, he doesn't have the 6-deuce off, right? Wild scenes.
Up is down, black is white. Dogs and cats living together.
Time is a flat circle.
Mass hysteria.
Yeah.
Here at the Irish Open. It's Pandemonium 2024.
Birds aren't real.
Birds are have never been real. Felix Schneiders, PokerStars ambassador.
I like the texture of these outer table shots. I feel like, are they doing something different with the cameras? There's more depth of field. Very, very sexy camera.
It's a lot of Ks.
Yeah, field depth was a request of mine for Ireland in particular.
And speaking of the outer table shots and ambassadors, Tonka, gone. Out. Was down to 16 big blinds, lost a pre-flop flip, and I'm sure he'll be back with 30K.
In the turbo tonight, yeah. Or if he hasn't already used his second here.
It's Khan's turn with ace-king now. Nicoforo opening this pot with 9-7. So how do you combat a player that isn't going to fold to a 3-bet? Continue to 3-bet them and hope that you flop better? Don't 3-bet them and hope that you flop better?
Well, the thing is that you can, like,
He's on his way.
you can 3-bet quite freely for value. You don't feel like scared to 3-bet the king queen off, or
He wasn't missing out on
or
his
as the
mates.
king jack off and ace 10 off. It's like these become very clear value 3-bets. It looks like he's going to be leaning more peel than 4-bet. So you don't have to worry about getting bluffed. And you just take him to the flops, recognizing that he can have a very wide range and hope he make a good hand.
No, I would want to get 4-bet. It's
Oh my
getting
goodness,
flatted
mate.
that I hate. Ace, jack, 10, 2 diamonds. Flush draw for Nicoforo. Top pair, top kicker for Khan.
And a very sneaky straight draw as well for Nicoforo for another 3 outs.
Yep.
So look at the numbers there, 53% to 47%. Just an SPR of about 1.5 to 1.
Is that it? It's all in? We're on their backs?
Shove, yeah.
Is Nicoforo going to bust another one? We are flipping.
Does he ever have a picture card this time?
Will the Nicoforo reign of terror continue?
Never easy, is it, Khan?
Turn is the queen, so that is a straight for Khan. Nicoforo
But it's even
still
worse than
mostly
that
looking for diamonds.
Yeah, well, that's
Or a king would be a chop, isn't gonna hit it.
All right, so someone survives. Khan's gonna double up.
It's 12.
I'm picking up on what Griff said there a moment ago, and I'm sure, Griffin, you're going to tell me you've had very similar situations to this. There are times when you just have a player like this, usually downwind of you as well. You're sort of in there, maybe you're sharing hands with your group and everyone's dotted around the room, and you're sort of saying, guys, I'm going to be chip leader or out of this tournament over the next 2 hours because you know, something has to give when you got a player like that.
Absolutely.
That new player just joined the table is Bernard Stoddart, bringing a starting stack to the table. So add one more to this record-breaking field.
Yeah, the attrition has been quite remarkable. Yesterday as well. I wondered if yesterday's was because people know they have the extra day, and then I suppose even today they know the turbo flight. You don't normally see, for example, 1/3 of the field gone by the 5th level, and we saw that yesterday, and I think we've pretty much seen that today as well. So it's extraordinary attrition rate to witness in a tournament like this, but I think people do psychologically go into it feeling a bit freer to fire these multiple bullets because they see that big prize pool. They want to build a big stack.
So, David and Griff, when you're thinking of this event, let's say you're a normal person who doesn't play them all the time. Do you really think of this event as a 1K, or should you be really thinking of it as more of like a 3K on average, or a...
Got somebody else.
Like the quality of player?
So like when you're budgeting for it, right? Like, can you really come in like and give yourself the best chance, say I'm only firing one bullet in this event? Do you think of it more as a 2K?
Yeah, I think probably you should think of it more as like a 2 to even 5K. Yeah. I mean, you're trying to chase down this big prize. It's a soft enough field. It's an incredibly
it's
run
gonna have a
tournament.
5K prize pool, right? Like more or less.
More or less.
Like there's some sort of
I do a few little tricks, to be honest, which are probably more about managing my own expectations and disappointments, because I have been that guy who's fired 8 bullets and felt absolutely lousy about the experience of having done that. And these days, I'm much more likely to say, if I was playing 1A, I wouldn't re-enter 1A. I would just go, I'm coming back tomorrow morning.
That's good.
I'm going to have a starting stack for level 1 again.
I can dig
that.
that.
And then, you know, absolutely the desperation will creep in towards the end. If I do bust, I will be hopping in into 1D. I will be last minute late regging 1D. There used to be a day 2 option. I definitely availed of that in the past as well. But yeah, those early days, which are actually the tougher starting days as well, probably less inclined to multi-fire those. Puts a little bit of manners on the bankroll exposure.
This is Maloney versus Nikiforov. Maloney has flopped the best hand. And after betting a call, we're going to the turn. Repeat king, third club.
Maximum number of orbits per half hour. When you got them played,
Wow, it is finding a bet. And look at this, under the gun, +2 raise. Throwing Maloney in the blender, and Maloney sticks around with the pair of 8s on the 3 club aces king board. Let's go.
Nonchalantly sticks around.
Yeah. If you want this pot, you're going to have to tell 3 stories.
That was the best hand.
He might just lead now.
But no longer has a pair. His own pair, at least.
Absolute stones.
If Nikiforov finds a way to win this hand as well, my goodness gracious me.
Here comes a stack of greens.
Wow, what
that is an overbet.
Silly like can't possibly call here. Facing the aggressor who opened under the gun +2. And then found the all-in on the river.
For your tournament life with 10 high.
You're behind some of the bluffs.
Yeah. Correct. Does make the call. Wowee.
I don't think he...
Oh my goodness gracious me, what have we just seen?
I don't think he realized it didn't play.
10 high is good.
10 high is good.
Oh my God. I don't think he knew. Come on.
We're staying on.
Oh my God, that's one of the greatest calls.
You can't tell him he didn't
ever
know
seen,
he was making a good call and then call it the greatest call.
You didn't see it, eh?
No, I did, but I didn't realize.
I have to know why he did it, I guess. But
If Maloney didn't do that on purpose, he did his best salesman job. We had to look over to go, see, I was watching you. Wow, my instinct is that he did misread the situation.
Yeah, for
but
sure. I'm sorry.
I don't know, he's a wily campaigner at the same time. Maybe just felt like enough is enough with this man.
Come on.
Oh.
That he's just going to have 7-9 or like 6. Yeah, that's wild.
What did we just see? What did we just see here in the booth?
What
incredible,
a great
incredible
hand
scenes
to end the level.
You got your time in the...
Mario Nikiforov loses a couple of pots toward the end there, but is still far and away the chip leader at this table with nearly twice as many chips as Paul Williamson, who's still got around 100 big blinds. Some pretty deep stack players at this table. Only 2 of them at starting stack or below. And I see some racks being given to the players at the feature table, which means we will be switching them out on this break.
Yeah, well-earned 20-minute break for these players there.
And it's going to be a bit of a mystery who we're coming back with after the break. Marley Spragg, the one name we can tell you.
Nice.
More from the Irish Open when we return. Cards back in the air.
There he is, the man himself.
I've really grown to love Finton over the years. Oh, I didn't see that Romanian flag somehow. Interesting. Niascu out. And a Danish flag? I'm not really sure what we were looking at before. There's another I don't, wasn't it all Ireland and US, right? Okay, we don't need to. It's been a long day for everybody. We got Italy in there now. I think I saw Mexico. What is that, Malta?
You guys, wait a second. Can I just say something really quick?
Yeah.
This might be the first time we get a chance to do the song.
Oh yeah, we haven't had the chop pot song all day today.
All day. That must be a new record.
It is, honestly, it probably is a record. I don't think we've ever gone this long without having a chop pot. Now, we don't cover a ton of day ones, but even still.
Yeah.
Even still.
I mean, you'd think that in day ones we'd probably get even more
More
opportunity.
chop
Yeah,
pots,
because
right?
there's
Yeah.
even more multi-way action and all kinds of silliness like that.
Thank you, Elliot Hackney, letting me know that that's Austria, not Malta.
By the way, you're banned.
Elliot, by my way, is one of the moving pieces that I need to possibly get James Hardigan back in tomorrow.
Yeah, I like to hear it. I really want to hear about this plan. Elliot Hackney obviously had joined us, has joined us. I think he's back home now, but he was here in Ireland for a little while. Lovely, lovely guy. Always a pleasure.
Very nice fella.
Yeah, real slayer.
And Adam and Rory, too, for being such famous people, are really sweet, gracious
Yep.
fellas.
Yeah, went out to lunch, had a little lunch. It was wonderful to catch up with those
My mum
guys.
was watching,
Always a
though. You gotta
pleasure.
make me look silly on the very first
McCloskey with a
Unbelievable.
bet of 6,100, 1/3 pot. Probably not enough to get this top pair to fold. Par. If I listen to an accent all day long, it sometimes seeps in accidentally. I can't do it intentionally. Like I couldn't go top par.
Top par. Yeah, my accents are always better when they're off the cuff. If you ask me to do an accent.
Finton makes the call. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Fair enough. Is the commentary singing right now?
They are, but I every time
So
that
close.
Joe and James ask me to do the jingle, I get it wrong every time, and James gets so upset. So I'm not. Everyone loves
Everybody
the
loves
chop
the chop
pot. See,
pot.
this is what happens when I do it with Joe and James. We're out of sync. This was my chance, and we fucked it up, man.
Well, I wouldn't say that specifically because if I did, I would get fired.
Yeah, makes the call. Doesn't make him look silly. To Mother Hand watching.
Yeah, my mom's
Your
gonna be
boy
mad
done
'cause I
good.
cursed. Just getting in trouble.
KCD in the chat says, I was unbanned. How long can I avoid writing something stupid this time? Guess what, buddy? You banned.
Not banned yet, but it is. Oh, wait. Nope. Nick got him. I was going to say that wasn't bannable yet, but it was still kind of stupid. Ace Jack for McHugh.
48.
28. And
no,
is
48, sorry.
3-betting the Ace Jack suited. Very little respect for the early position raise from Finton Hand. And Finton with a hand that's very unlikely to fold, and occasionally will be a 4-bet. I don't know what the frequency is.
Wo? Da kann man verstellen? Oder hier ein bisschen drehen.
But it looks like one of those frequencies might be meow. Nope, just a call. You'd think I'd learn the denominations at some point, what the colors mean, but it's not for
tricky.
me.
And domination rotation on the flop. Ace-4 now the best of it. McHugh got 16.4 behind, only a little smidge over pot.
4,000.
Very easy call now for Finton, I think. McHugh with not a lot of fold equity left behind in this stack either after this bet 4,000. Does not have a pot size bet left behind. A little more than half.
Yeah, this is one of those spots now. Nope. Does go check, check, and Finton's got to feel really good about his hand on this river now, Joe.
Was that a last name pun?
Not intentionally, but I wish it was.
Hand checks his hand?
This might,
no, sorry.
Might be a
Has
blocker
the
bet
check
scenario.
mark.
Might be a blocker bet scenario.
A little blocker bet, a little blocker B.
Yep, that looks like it. 2.5 into 19.6. So I was going to say before I went snap, check, check, McHugh really on that turn has to make up his mind right then and there. Am I going to try and rep the overpair that I was repping pre? Does slow down. I think it might have been enough to get the 4 to fold, but once he slows down, I think he knows the game is pretty much up.
So Rake out, Fritzler out, McCloskey out, Borza
Am I going to get a walk?
out,
Never.
and Fenton hand with
I didn't give you a walk once before.
the
we
Kevin
came here. I can't
Collins.
start now.
Oh, speech play galore.
Yeah.
But I get to see a flop maybe.
And he actually is supposed to get a customer here. How could you possibly fold a hand as strong as King 6 of diamonds here?
When, I mean, especially when it's not raised.
Check.
Quite right. Sorry, I thought the speech play was that he would never give him a walk.
And the Asku has flopped a 6, which is going to be the best hand here a lot. Just not right meow.
Check.
Another ace on the turn.
Oh, wow. Quick check from the King 6. Thought we might see an additional barrel. I think Fenton knows he's going to get some value at this stage. I would like to see him go relatively big here. Yeah, that's what I like to see, the full pot 55 scenario. Slight overpot, in fact, but yeah, King 6 can absolutely level themselves into a call here, and that's why these polarizing bets are so nice in situations.
I know that your wife's watching, and I would not bluff you. I have some honor.
He does have honor.
Yeah.
But I'm still going to call you.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Tried to tell you.
Niaksu. What? Zoinks.
Nice hand.
Your wife is watching. I didn't want to bluff you.
And Niaksu is going to be left with not many chips after that. 10 big blinds.
If I win the full first orbit, I'm going full Ryan Giggs with my top off around the table.
All right.
Is that a promise?
Don't go after his wife.
Oh, she's going to kill me for that call.
Do you know,
joking.
my mum watches all the time, and if I play a hand badly, she texts me, and she says, "Was I bored of playing?" Her way of saying I played bad.
Oh, good enough, huh? Happy.
So we highlighted the fact that Borza is the short stack at the table, 10s under the gun.
He has exactly 17.1 big blinds.
Opens to 2-1.
Oh,
and
boy.
Oh, is dominated by Fenton, who's got the jam jars.
The Joe and James. I think he's one of the first people to call it that, actually, I think.
This is not the
This
Joe
is
and
not
James.
the Joe and James.
No. Also, that sounds wrong. It's always been James and Joe. We always go alphabetical, and to say it the other way around, it loses its cadence.
Yeah, it's alphabetical. That's why. That's why your name comes first.
Oh my days! Glogar wakes up with the Kings.
Okay, this is domination, double nation. I'm working on it.
Wow, big cold 4-bet. More than 3x the 3-bet. Although he is out of position.
Tom says you might want to rethink that logic. Puts Griffin above you all. Yeah, but he's Griffin the Unicorn Benger, and I choose to alphabetize him by his nickname, so he comes last.
Yeah, easy fold for the 10s actually might have been a trickier spot.
Man, I was so happy about this setup when it was jacks versus 10s, but now the shoes on the other hand.
Can you call?
Looks like you can.
That's what
Wow.
Fenton's doing.
Set miming jacks.
Does have position. One overcard.
I guess it's better than no overs.
Pot is already very inflated. 34,000 in the middle. Glogar can quite easily get this in 2 streets if he bets this flop.
Oh, rude.
Check it back. Check it back.
Oh, he said something, which was a check.
Okay, this now becomes...
You might even get to showdown now that there's an ace out there.
Or... Nah.
Yep, ace was a real action killer for the Kings.
But actually, that's the card that sees Glogar bet and get the fold from Fenton. Saved by the ace.
Saved.
I will say that the Irish Open is maybe the only tournament series in the entire world where when you get knocked out, it somewhat feels like a win.
We played some poker last night. How did you get on in the Hendon Mob Championship?
Got knocked out within 25 minutes of sitting down, but I will say that the Irish Open is maybe the only tournament series in the entire world where when you get knocked out, it somewhat feels like a win.
Okay, I'm just going to cut straight to the chase. Everyone bangs on about the fact that the Irish Open is an event like no other, that it is a unique poker festival. Can you pinpoint what makes it so different, what makes it so special, what makes it unique, and is the answer Guinness?
The answer is always Guinness, no matter what the question is. But I couldn't pinpoint it exactly. It does somewhat feel to me as if it is the poker players' Christmas party. The buy-ins aren't as, say, extreme as if you were playing an EPT or at the PSPC with the super high rollers, and it has more back of a throwback community feel, not too dissimilar to what the UK IPT would have felt like.
Yeah.
So people can play. Like last night, myself and Joe were playing in a 250 euro tournament. I don't even know if there's a 250 euro tournament on the EPT schedule. I'm pretty sure that you're not going to get one.
Not just a 250 euro tournament, a 250 euro freeze out. You might find a $250, 250 euro events in lots of places, maybe not necessarily on the EPT, but they're all unlimited re-entry or 2 re-entries per day type of things, where, because obviously people like big guarantees, and this wasn't about that. This was like, we're going to play a 250 euro tournament and it's going to end when it ends. One day. And from what I understand is it ended around 6:30 in the morning last year. I haven't gotten word yet when it ended this year.
Going.
Yeah, there were 100 more runners this year than they had last year. So
incredible.
Who knows? I will say that I was max annoyed because as I was leaving the dinner break, Finton and GJ were like hanging out, having beers on the patio, and I lasted just long enough to miss that. I was like, I'll either bust real quick or I'll cash, and neither of those things happened. Hooray!
Oh, Joe. Obviously, we did talk briefly, Finton, about the Irish Open when you came on the stream, and obviously we talked about it when we saw you in the Bahamas. And I know that from the moment that PokerStars announced that they were co-sponsoring alongside Paddy Power, there was a lot of excitement about this. And knowing that the numbers were going to be boosted this year by people qualifying via Stars as well as Paddy, and what Joe said just now is clearly proving true. There's a lot of bums on seats. There's a lot of feet on the ground. This looks like it's going to be a big series.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to have such a prestigious tournament sponsored by PokerStars, as you mentioned previously, so close to my house, being able to walk down to it. But
I mean, do you literally live next door? Can you describe? I mean, are you exaggerating? Is it like kind of like a half-hour walk? Is it like a 5-minute bus ride?
It's 1.2 kilometers, so
that's nothing.
Like 15-minute walk or so. It's like bang in the middle of the city center. I think it's great that Ireland is getting an opportunity for a big tournament like this, because obviously being so close to London, and then Europe has a lot of the main tournaments. It's hard to justify coming to Ireland for a big series. But I think anytime it happens, it's received so well, and the Irish people are so welcoming of people coming over to play, and they're just excited to like meet the likes of Sprague or whoever else will be coming over. So there's just a great feel around it. I can't pinpoint exactly why it feels so much fun, but it just does. As Joe said, like yesterday already, everyone's just sitting there catching up. I can't. I wish I could explain it better, but I just
So
can't.
is whatever amount of rent you're paying to live in central Dublin worth it finally for you to be able to walk to this event?
It's
Not
impossible to it's impossible to say that the rent in the city centre in Dublin is ever worth it. I'm very lucky that I'm able to live so close to the city centre, but it's yeah, I just feel very lucky to have it in Dublin.
A more serious question is having the event right down the road from your house better or worse for you? Because I know when poker comes to town or used to come to town to where I lived, I didn't like it that much. It was almost easier for me to travel to like totally be immersed in poker. Going home every night was kind of a ball ache. So how do you think that's going to work out for you?
It's a kind of tricky balance. The lads want me to be out every single night onto the early hours, but I do have a newborn child, and if I was off at a poker stop and Hannah wasn't there and my baby wasn't there, then I wouldn't be expected to be at home. But
right,
it's a little bit different. But I think that the good far outweighs the bad for me. Like I lived in Malta for quite some time, so I wasn't here even when the Irish Open was on. So to have such a big tournament and to basically have a lot of my like friends and colleagues flying in and being able to go for food in my local spots and have my coffee in the morning, like I would love if every single poker tournament was in Dublin. I would love if they just had EPT Dublin 6 times a year. And honestly, I don't think it would be a bad idea personally.
Welcome back to Dublin and the Irish Open 2024, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. More live coverage of Day 1C of the main event from RDS Dublin. About to enter the 7th level of the day. We're almost, I emphasize the word almost, at the halfway point. 14 levels to be played before the players bag and tag and return for Day 2. It's James Hartigan joined by Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And we are joined by a Team Pro and 2017 Irish Open main event finalist, Fintan Hand.
Hello, James. Thank you very much for having me. Always love to be here. What a beautiful room, by the way. I'm very biased, but it's the prettiest room in all of poker.
I love the color green in general, so this is a good one for me.
So we have got a new feature table for this session for the next 3 levels, 3 45-minute levels being played back-to-back before the dinner break hits. And Joe, you teased just before the break that Marley Sprague is among the players now on the main stage, along with EPT Monte Carlo finalist Leo Lees and one of last year's Irish Open finalists, Jamie Wynn.
Sounds like a pretty solid lineup, a tough table for Day 1, but I'm excited to watch them, excited to see what they get up to.
And the room's certainly filling out. We talked about numbers a little bit during the last session, already equaling the record from last year. So we know that we're looking at least $2.5 million in the prize pool. We've still got registration open until the start of level 11 in this flight. There's the turbo flight to be played at 8 p.m. this evening. I actually think 3,000 is a very conservative estimate now. I think we could, as David Lappin insinuated earlier, be looking at around 3,500 entries in this year's Irish Open.
I would absolutely love to see that. Nick O'Hara predicted 2,800, and I thought that was very pessimistic.
Yeah.
Given how full the room has been since Wednesday.
And I was thinking 32 maybe, but 35, geez.
Yeah, I'd say the sensible line right now would be at 32, but 35 is not unreachable. As we come back at the 300, 600 blind level with a 600 big blind ante. And we get a raise here from Sylvain Bays, the Swiss player with King Deuce.
The Bays raise.
And it's Kieran Davey, one of the locals, who calls in the big with Ace 5, and it's Queen 10-7 on the flop.
I was watching a little bit of the footage from before the break. Some very, very spicy pots of poker going down.
Oh, yeah, that last hand was something.
Utterly out of control. I love watching poker on day one. I know we can't always have it, but I think it's one of the most fun times to watch. People tend to be making a little bit bigger mistakes. The pots tend to get a little bit bigger. Not everyone's taking it as serious. I think it's a real fun addition to the schedule.
If you like bloopers, then fine.
Do you guys mind moving just in front of your box? Thank you.
Always interesting to see a slightly different dynamic, that's for sure.
The last time I did commentary when Marley was on the table was her final table appearance in Prague.
Yes.
And I wasn't in there very long when she busted, so I hope I'm not going to prove to be a jinx.
We did, in fact, decide that Marley's deep run in Prague meant that she is now officially Spraggy, and Spraggy is now Ben.
I think that's very reasonable. I mean, when you hold a record for the biggest score in the household,
yeah,
you're the man of the house. That's how it works. Do see Marls defending the big blind.
Yep.
Rocking some spades today.
Rocking the hangover glasses is kind of what it looks like.
2-1 check. 2-7 check.
Bay's been pretty sneaky with a nut flush draw. Marls may be tempted to attack it, but the problem is on a 10, your opponent's going to pick up a lot of equity, and you don't have that much. Well, Marls likes to put people in the blender, so we might see it.
1 bet, 1,200.
It'll be tough to put this particular hand in the blender until the river.
Yeah, we're not going to be getting any folds now. I would imagine that Bays will continue to lay the trap rather than raising the turn.
2-7 call.
Marls, any card below 7, Marls is not really going to have a choice but to bluff the river.
Spoiler alert, the bluff is unlikely to work.
It's a good give up by Marls.
7 bet.
He can't pays the Bays. He's got top. And Marley folds the 9-4. Now, Finton, I don't know if you've seen it, but in the corridor between the crack den and the tournament room, there is a history wall with moments from Irish Open history.
I have seen it.
Have you seen the write-up of 2017?
I've not read it. Is it something to do with Griff beating me? Is that what it says? Am I mentioned on that and I've not noticed yet?
Well, I don't know how you're going to feel about it. You've kind of been written out of history. Because what's happened is they clearly at some point realized that there were too many characters in the paragraph, so they removed some words. So obviously it references Griffin's victory, but it then highlights a couple of other notable names at the final table,
And my name did make it?
including PokerStars ambassador, who finished 7th.
Listen, it was one of the most disappointing final table.
Oh my God, he's losing.
he's getting
Finton, it's
choked up.
okay. It's okay, Finton. It was
Poor
7 years
guy.
ago.
Jeez.
It's 7 years
Good
ago
job,
now.
James. Way to rub salt.
Sorry, I
on
got a little bit emotional there.
He's back.
You don't have to relive it. We can move on.
Get somebody get Finton some water.
C6 call.
There we
And
go.
a tissue.
And a tissue. And some stitches for his broken heart.
C2 call.
Welcome to voice problems. He's back.
That was a little bit emotional, but we are back. Apologies for that. Listen, it was a pretty disappointing final table for me, so I've tried my best to forget it. I think I've told this story before in my stream, but I don't ever remember poker hands. They never bother me. I'm never sweating a hand that I played a session 2 weeks ago or a year ago. But the day after I busted that final table, I stayed at my mum's, and she caught me sleepwalking around the house, being like, "Where are my chips?
Oh my
Where are my
God.
chips?" And my mum was like,
Like a ghost.
You got to go to bed, buddy. This is not good."
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
So Raymond Masters in this hand against Leo Worthington-Lees. Masters with the best of it right now, having paired his 10 on the flop. Plus he's picked up the heart draw on the turn.
2-fold.
And wins it with a bet.
Leo recently moved to Ireland himself. We've been playing a little bit of squash together. I've won, just if anyone's interested.
Sorry, you have one?
What did I say?
You said I've won.
Yeah, I have won. I have won.
Meaning, but how many times have you played?
Once.
Oh, you played once.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fine.
It was his first time ever playing squash as well, but I'll take the win.
It's a random sport to just suddenly start playing.
I'm not good enough at tennis, and
Pickleball hasn't made its way over here yet?
Pickleball has been taking the world by storm, but I don't know if there's any courts anywhere near me. So I've just been deciding, you know what, squash is fine.
Yeah.
It's right beside my house.
So we had an Italian player at the previous feature table. This is Tommaso Maioni here, opening with ace-queen suited. Round 2, the big blind.
Maioni's another person who has recently introduced himself to me. He's been traveling around playing a lot of the kind of FPS 1K buy-ins. I've seen him in Prague, seen him in Paris, so I don't think he's quite had the deep run yet. Love to see it for this one.
Dylan Bruce.
I'll wait till this hand is over because maybe it'll be something happens here.
1.5. Full bet. 15.
Okay. I do want to ask Finton about, now I happen to be walking into the building when England versus Ireland was happening.
So this is the whole Team England versus Team Ireland competition,
Yes.
where Finton and Spraggy are the team captains.
Yes.
And there are these various challenges happening here at the Irish Open, right? And there was a horse race.
A horse race with these big blow-up horsey dolls that were between your legs.
They were.
And you raced Spraggy, and as soon as the whistle blew or the pistol went off, you attacked Spraggy.
Yeah, it was an assault, actually.
With a sweep to the legs that would have made Johnny from the Karate Kid be like, "That's dirty."
Yeah, listen, Spraggy is 6'4" and more athletic than you would think. I knew that I was drawing dead if he got into a gallop. He's the kind of guy, like, he doesn't start too quick, but once he gets going, it's very hard to stop him.
Like a locomotive.
Yeah, like once he gets up to full speed, he's running extremely quick. So I decided to take my chance. I decided to trip him, and then we had one more race. After I just about beat him at the line. After cheating, I still only beat him because he fell over.
Thank you, by the way, for admitting that you cheated.
Yeah, I cheated, but winners win, James, and that's what we do. It's
No, because there are stewards. There are stewards in horse races.
Yeah, it was an Irish steward, and they said that they really enjoyed the fact that I kicked over Team England.
Now, there was a steward who also was spraying people in the face with a water pistol with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth the entire time, which I also thought was a nice touch.
Yeah, it felt like authentically Irish.
It sure did.
But in the second race, myself and Benjamin shook hands at the beginning of the race, and we said no nonsense. Someone could have got hurt. The trip was a little bit more violent than I anticipated.
We got to make sure it worked.
Going around the first bend, I lost my footing. And Parker Talbot, a.k.a. Tonka P, the man who's just won the 5K high roller at this series, comes over and wedges me so hard that he picks me up by my boxers. And I was like, fair fight is out the window. So we're going around the last bend. I cut the corner. And I've never made a rugby tackle in my life, but if you watch the tackle that I made, I think it looks like I could have played for Ireland.
4,200.
And I won, fair and square.
Okay, no. Finton, I like you, and I'm very much in the Team Ireland camp, but I was very disappointed by your behaviour.
Do you think I should hit him harder?
I'm actually disgusted by everyone's behaviour. I disapprove.
There's a
of
reason
these
you weren't asked to participate, James.
No, I asked him to participate. He ran away. He was like, oh, I'm going to register this tournament.
Now, all this exists on video, right?
Yeah, we have it on video. I actually, my editor done a great job and uploaded it to Easy Races live on YouTube. I'll get a little plug in.
Okay, yes.
And do you know anything about football? Like, do you know VAR? Do you know the video assistant referee?
I see people complaining about it.
You will see that a lot
yeah.
on Twitter, but he went to the video assistant referee and decided if the tackle was fair, and whether James likes it or not, there was stewards on the pitch, there was a VAR decision post, and both have decided that it was a fair tackle.
Good Lord.
James, I've never seen, the last time that James was this disappointed in me was when he was talking about Bond, and I was trying my best. Like, I was trying my very, very best. It was years ago.
James.
But this is the most I've ever felt it. Like, I'm getting a cold shoulder right now.
I actually said to Ben that for the last, whatever it is, 5, 6, 7, probably close to 8 years now, I felt guilty about when we pulled that prank on you in Monte Carlo with the made-up
it just
movie
settles.
and had you literally seeking out a non-existent film. All that guilt was eradicated in one moment. I'm like, yeah, he deserved it.
That's fair. I'll accept it.
As a entertainer first and foremost,
yes,
Vinton, you made that video wildly entertaining. Worth it, in my opinion.
To be fair to Benjamin, he took it incredibly well. If I got spear tackled with risk of long-term injury as I was coming around the final bend to win the first event in Dublin, in my hometown, in front of my people, I don't know if I would have took it so well. He
They
took
would
it
have
like
had,
a champ.
if I got speared or tripped like that, they would have had to hold me back.
Yeah,
Once
fair.
I got up. Like, it
Fair.
would have ruined everything.
Yeah.
But that's because
You gotta
I'm not
know
a,
you- you gotta
I'm not
know
a
your
very good
customer,
sport.
though.
Yeah, exactly.
Sprague is a fantastic sport.
So we've got a flush draw here for Kieran Davey. We've got the pair of 8s for Jamie Wynn.
Pretty tough spot on the turn. Yes, there's a lot of draws out there, but when you face 2 bullets versus an early position, it's not that easy to continue with 8-7. I'm not saying you never should. Davey is looking like he's going to call. The problem, not saying his fault, but the problem is there's a lot of bad river cards.
Well, the river card is the 4 of clubs. So Wynn has the win.
He does.
Checks it to Davey, who, having semi-bluffed the turn, now has to decide what to do on the river. Takes the showdown.
It's a reasonable hand to not bluff.
Yeah, gives up the pot. Obviously, that was one of the activities, Finton. But do you know what the scores are right now? Well,
So-
after however many rounds there have been?
Before the darts started last night, I think England were winning 37 points to 34. It was very, very close. Unfortunately for us, everyone on my team was useless. I've never seen like worse performances in a sporting event. I don't think anyone on my team hit the board. It wasn't great at all.
Well, we've got a couple of friends of PokerStars in the main event right now, including Chris Stragalis, a.k.a. PokerStars Strag. He is Director of Online Poker Experience for PokerStars, looking after product, game integrity.
He must have lost a bet to wear a shirt that quiet.
And I can tell you that another member of the PokerStars workforce, little Brandon, is rocking a 100K stack right now.
Man, he won a satellite 2 nights ago, and he was so chuffed. I tried to buy. I don't buy action off anyone, but I just felt maybe Brandon hasn't played that many times. It might be his first time ever playing a €1,000 tournament, and I was like, let's get involved for the sweat. And he was like, nah, I've already sold a couple of percent. You're not having any.
Wow.
I will still wish him well and hope he gets the job done, though. So, to go back to your question about Team England versus Team Ireland.
Yeah, so basically what you're saying is the darts has really put Ireland behind now.
The darts has definitely caused some issues because it was such a bad performance that the final was Team England versus Team England. Like, we didn't have a single...
Sorry?
Yeah. They tried their best to get they tried their best to get an Irish person up there, but the way the semi-finals worked was there was 3 people from each side, but unfortunately England won 4 of the heats, which meant that they had 2 versus 1 in both semi-finals, and we just couldn't get the job done.
Yeah.
Yeah. James, they could have used you. Those big, long arms.
James, you honestly probably could have just reached in and put it in the bullseye. Like, it was a pretty small dart shot.
What can I say? I got vetoed from the team.
2 reds, 1,200.
So cool asked, did Finty already make it to day 2? Sorry, just joined the stream. To be fair, we didn't actually ask that question. Instead, we focused on the whole Team Ireland, Team England competition. But yeah, you played 1A, right?
I played 1A. A few moments before the end of the day, I was chip leader, but then I made a few charitable donations to my table. I had a lovely time playing with them. They were some of the nicest people that I played poker with. Every table was very chatty, enjoyable. So I gave away a big chunk, but I still finished with about 250,000, which is a very solid stack. I think we'll be going back to big blind, either 3.5 or 4K. So I'll be in decent shape, probably pretty close to the cash. And it's only my 3rd time playing the Irish Open main event because I lived in Malta for so long.
Yeah.
And I previously was in PokerStars, so I wouldn't fly home for it. So final table at once out of 2.
Yep.
I mean, if I go 2 out of 3, it would be incredible scenes, especially like you previously mentioned, looking like, well, already record breaking, but maybe like blowing out of the park record breaking. David Doherty won about, I think, €350,000 last year, so maybe we push close to maybe $500,000.
Yeah, Worthington Lee's all in there with ace queen.
All these videos I am talking about, Team England versus Team Ireland, PokerStars have been making fantastic reels. I'm putting them on Instagram. I'm not sure who's editing them, but I just love the way they're being done. The slow-mo, look, I'm going to talk about it one more time and then we'll put it to bed. We'll pretend it never happened, but the slow-mo of the tackle was spectacular. Do you not appreciate it even 1%?
No, that was disgusting.
I appreciate it.
I literally told him I thought Finton was a better man than that. Even though, okay, and I'll say this privately, no one else is listening to this.
Okay, go on. Whisper. Don't say too loud.
Because Spraggy is so lanky, watching him literally fold into a ball as it claps on the ground, I may have smirked.
I look at it like WWE. You don't think the heels are bad people.
Yeah.
They're just playing a part. They're just doing their job to entertain you.
I think the difference might be in WWE, they do know it's coming. It was very much a cheap shot. Benjamin had just spun around to run backwards where we had to, and I skipped half the course and speared him. So it was a little bit, look, I'll accept, it was a little bit unreasonable. He will get me back at some point when I least expected it,
When
which
he
is
finds
worrying.
his coat and his brass knuckles, he's going to get you back.
I actually, the other night, for those who've not heard, Benjamin Sprague did lose his coat. Did you hear about that, James?
I did hear about that, and again, I need to challenge you on this. Because I took you at face value when you told Spraggy that someone very close to him had hidden it.
So, myself,
which it seems to me was just to confuse him and wind him up even further.
what I would like to say in my defense on this one before I am sent to oblivion with you. No, excuse me. Myself and Sprague were due to come in and do a tutorial for the people who had won silver passes at 11 a.m. And 27 times he said to me, I will be doing that alone. And I didn't mind doing it alone. I was happy to do it alone.
Okay.
But he just kept saying it. And he was clearly rattled about his jacket. So when I was leaving, I just decided to plant a little seed and just say, Benjamin, just so you know, someone's hid your jacket. Have a good evening.
Oh, my God.
And he...
I think that's dirtier than the trip, honestly.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I've got my morals maybe are just not where I thought they were.
Hey, we got the Spraggy in action.
We do indeed. And it is Kieran Davey who has raised with the Spraggy on the button. And just has Leo Worthington Lees to worry about in the big blind. He's got Jack Deuce offsuit.
Leo, not a man who's going to want to fold his big blind too often, but Jack Deuce is about as ugly as it gets. Still got a call.
All spades. Davey has the 7 of spades. Obviously, Leo ahead right now with a pair of deuces. Checks it again. And Leo's still good with bottom pair.
It's a little bit of an interesting spot for Davey. He's not going to have too many worse hands, but very happy to show it down, and Leo got to get the show his Jack Deuce off.
Leo hovering around starting stack around 30k. We do have a legitimate shorty at the table. Tommaso Maioni, the Italian player, with around 10k. Blinds are currently 300, 600 with a 600 big blind ante. And blinds going up in 23 minutes time.
I really love the Irish Open branding. Like, I love the green.
You like the green?
I absolutely adored EBT branding as well, but it's just so different. It really just stands out.
Well, that's the idea. You can have the same branding for every tournament, can you?
No, that's fair. That's fair.
It's just such a pleasant color to me. Even on the 2-minute walk from the hotel to here, that little patch of green on the side, it hits different in Ireland. You get it. You feel it.
Soul Boot asking how many days is this event? 4 days. So there are 4 day 1 flights. But effectively, Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, Day 4. Day 4 being Monday, Easter Monday, when we'll play the final table, and you'll get to watch our live stream as they play down to a winner. We're going to have something special for you on Monday. There'll be a tournament you can play while watching that final table. Not a free roll, but a low buy-in tournament with 2K in added value. $1.10 to play. 2K in Sunday Million Anniversary tickets added to the prize pool. That is on Easter Monday, final table day.
Have you had a chance to go in and soak up the atmosphere in a room today? Like, it is almost
Yes.
at capacity. It is.
I ran through real quick, but I didn't soak.
Yeah.
I think what's interesting is pretty much every day, most of those tables have been full, but of course you've got various tournaments running concurrently. Today, I don't think there's anything happening other than Day 1C of this main event. And, you know, there's a chance that turbo flight might have to be delayed by an hour if they can't get enough tables free by that point.
I was talking to Nick O'Hara very briefly the other day about the behind the scenes, and he gave me a little peek of like how much organization goes into the tables.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
so easy to take it for granted, but the events, the EPTs, the Irish Open, the UK EPTs, everything just runs so smoothly. And you just think that you come in, you pay your cash, you go up to the cash desk, you get a ticket, you sit down, and it's like, oh yeah, that's pretty nice. But it's so complicated behind the scenes.
No one notices or cares about logistics when everything runs smoothly. It's when it all goes to you-know-what that they start to
question
worry. What goes on behind the scenes, exactly.
Marley raising with 10-9 off, getting a little spicy in the cutoff. Kind of close for Leo what he wants to do, but he's just going to call. And
We saw a fold 10-9 off in the small blind. Would have been the best hand.
Ione called as well.
One check.
So no continuation bet from Marley. Checks it to Leo, who's still ahead with ace high.
Dun, dun, dun. King of spades on the turn.
it's not really a spot where Ione wants to start putting chips in here with Queen 8. Might be tempted. Has the Queen high, has the 8 of spades, but Marley still has all the strongest hands when she checks the flop. Leo's going to have a reasonable amount of kings, maybe some flushes.
One check.
Marley's double gutted now. Yeah, give him the look. Give him the look, the don't bet look. Yeah, nice one. It worked.
It's a pretty interesting spot for Marls. I would be very, very tempted to bluff.
4 bet, 1,700. One fold.
I think Leo might take his time here, but even though he's getting a very good price, it's not a spot. No, he's going to call. Where
Two call. Showdown call.
So let's get the call.
That's good either way.
In value, like it.
He needed them chips.
I might just muck there if I get called, honestly.
No, he's saying he thought he had it.
with the Queen 8?
I mean, not really, but still, I'd be like, oh, 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 ah.
I don't think you would have had a bet there.
No, absolutely not.
No, I don't think so.
No, of course not.
Sixes
Are you
with
crazy?
spade. You? No, I didn't. Huh? No.
This table seems a little bit more civilized than the last couple of tables. Not as much madness.
Yeah, no clear-cut wild card at this table.
No poker stories from the 1980s.
No. I don't know if any of these people were alive in the 1980s.
I don't quite make it. 1990.
Yeah.
4,500.
Big one raise, 4,500.
Okay, one guy was probably alive in the 80s.
Miles deciding to go for a re-raise with the king-queen suited. I think it's very reasonable. Unfortunately for her, Bays sitting with ace-king suited is definitely not folding, and a very reasonable chance will be all in, sitting with about 20 bigs. Sorry, excuse me, a bit more, 50 bigs, probably 4 bigs.
Thank you.
Yeah, either Raymond Masters was alive in the 1980s or he's had a very tough life.
Could be both.
Looks like we are just going to get a call, which is quite interesting. I think pretty reasonable too.
Ten-6 tray. Bays ahead with ace high. Checks it to Marley.
One bet, 2,600.
Bays obviously being a little bit cautious pre-flop with ace-king suited, but with the 2 overs, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, I think it would be a little tight to just fold. Marley obviously not wanting to see a king here one little bit. Could spell a little bit of trouble as this pot is starting to build. Oh, wow.
Cha-ching.
Oh, wow. If I'm Marley, I'm very happy to bet a size that will have me all in on the river, so she might be looking at like about 8.5.
4,000.
We won that 4,000.
I mean, he is the effective stack, so it'll be same.
Might be a little bit of a frustrating one for Marls on the river. If we see like a deuce, a 3, a 4, or 5, this kind of region, that might potentially save her from a shove.
Check it back. Check it back.
Check.
Wow, hey.
Pretty nice check by Marls, saving 40,000 chips on the river, or a little bit less. I mean, she's done incredibly well given that turn to not lose all of her chips. I would have lost them all. Because I would have bet bigger on a turn, I would have been all in, and I would have been getting close to the rebuy territory.
Single re-entry per flight in the Irish Open main event.
Any word on anyone at 4, 5, 6 bullets yet?
I've heard a few people who are at 4. I've not heard beyond that, but a lot of that was due to the fact that we were playing darts last night.
Dara's at 5. Not Dara, Doherty. Doherty at 5. Thank you, David Lappin.
Trying to buy his way to a 2-time win. Disgusting.
Either way.
I'm not sure if it counts if he wins as back-to-back.
Wait.
Yeah? Like, he wasn't on his first bullet. It's not really back-to-back.
I think if he doesn't win, it's his way of giving back to the community.
Basically, we're saying
redistributing.
the champion of 2023 was David Doherty 1, and David Doherty 6 in 2024. Yeah.
I love how Finton is to the letter of the law when it benefits him. And the rest of the time, he's like, well, rules, schmools.
Why does it benefit me to take away the title from David early? I just like the Irish Poker Open as the oldest and most prestigious poker tournament in Europe to play by the rules. Do you think that they had re-entries and rebuys 41 years ago?
No.
No. They put down their money, you look people in the eye, and if you're out, you're out.
Also, if you listen to this week's podcast, Paul O'Reilly, owner of the Irish Open, talks about some of the play back then. And he said there was like, you could only double the last bet. There was no like bet sizing.
You could only double the last bet?
Yeah.
I don't think there's any check raising allowed either. Like, genuinely.
Very savage.
He definitely said something along those lines.
You see a big pot kicking off here.
Absolutely. Small blind versus big blind. Very interesting dynamic. And after getting re-raised, Raymond Masters 4 bets, which means Jamie Wynn is going to call with the ace-queen, and we already have a pot of more than starting stack. Wynn with roughly pot behind, and he does flop top pair.
It's a very tricky spot for Masters now after 4 betting. Generally, you want to just continue on these boards, but when you've got 10s and your opponent flats, they're just going to have so much ace.
Is that an Ireland thing, or is that, what is that? Because I've never seen that really anywhere else.
Masters does not have the 10 of hearts. He has picked up a gut shot straight draw, but it's 2 pair for Wynn, who has 86% equity.
I've only seen it at this stop.
It's only here.
It's an Ireland.
Maybe Masters checking if he had the heart, possibly turn his hand into a bluff. He's not really going to have a worse hand here now.
Definitely not the way.
Yeah, exactly. I think in England.
I think at this point, Wynn with 2 pair, possibly a little bit concerned about his opponent having aces or kings on the flop. Will be looking to get the remainder of the chips in. Just a little bit over pot left.
6 bet. 12,000.
Cut your losses, Raymond.
Yeah, this is not the spot where Masters wants to make a stand. It's so very hard for him to be in any sort of reasonable shape at this point. It's a good fold.
Got a bad lookalike suggestion from Knee Jogger that Raymond Masters looks a bit like Donald Pleasance.
Not just a bad lookalike. It's like a double reference. I don't have my glasses as that Donald Pleasance. An unintentional Great Escape reference.
I can see perfectly. I can see that pin down there. Oh, poor Colin. He didn't see the Germans when he ran up the hill. He got shot in the back.
I've seen that movie so many times, I just forget that line.
1,300.
You've seen a movie.
I have not seen that movie, Steve.
Oh. Sorry, I got tricked because that was actually one of the first movies. My mom showed me that movie when I was like, I don't know, 8 or 9 years old.
Still a great movie. Marley Sprague opening with King 9 has been 3-bet by Leo with the Ace 10 suited. Back at round 2, Marley.
It's kind of hand that you do want to see a flop. But you're going to be playing out of position against a very good player. You're in quite early position. But Marles has not come to the Irish Open to fold to 3 bets.
I don't think
It's very
I've
reasonable.
ever won a hand with King 9 suited or offsuit.
2-1 check.
This is very much a Leo Worthington Lee's board. 2 clubs, ace high still ahead.
Two bet, 2,000.
Whoa.
Big 1 call.
Marley going nowhere for now. And for good reason. Just kidding.
Oh, pairs her 9, but it is the nut flush for Leo Worthington Lees.
I love improving dead. That's something I'm really good at.
Philip the Razor says James Garner, Steve McQueen, James Coburn in the same movie. Just too much cool for one movie. A little bit US-centric. There is a great cast of British actors in that movie as well. Yes, all the names you mentioned are good. James Coburn's Australian accent. Dickie Attenborough, Gordon Jackson, David McCullum. The aforementioned Donald Pleasance.
Don't
Great
leave
cast.
out the Scottish guy.
Which one?
The little.
Because I already mentioned Gordon Jackson, who, of course, makes the classic mistake. When the German says, good luck, he says, thank you.
No, the other one. The little mole guy.
The mole guy. And why are happy?
This is not a good river card for Miles. Very tough spot with just pot left. I think it's a little bit too thin to go all in. But if she finds a check, Leo is 100% going to be all in. And it's not going to be easy to fold, because after you play the hand the way Miles has, your opponent can just have like ace king, ace queen. Can have a single club so easily. And you put yourself in a very, very tricky spot.
$7,000.
She won bet 7,000.
I feel like this is one of the best case scenarios for Marley.
Well, she's going with 7K, and she's going to be utterly disgusted in a matter of moments when Leo goes all in, and she's going to have to fold. Just one of those spots where pot's going to be pretty big. Nobody's going to really ever bluff, but you've got top pair, emotionally invested, don't really want to fold. So I think Miles will find a fold here.
Way too thin. Way too thin.
I think Miles realized herself that King 9 in this spot, in early position, putting that many chips in, it is a little bit on the thin side.
Thank you to Kex Mahoney for identifying Angus Lenny as Ives the Mole.
That's who I was thinking of.
Don't forget, the dates for this year's Spring Championship of Online Poker have been revealed. No real surprise that it's going to pick up as soon as we're done with EPT Monte Carlo on the first Sunday of May, running until the last Wednesday of the month. So that's May 5th to 29th. The full schedule to be announced very soon.
Very much looking forward to that one. Last year was so desperate to make it 4 years in a row in the scoop, and I just didn't even get close. It's going to be my first time going to Monte Carlo in a few years as well, since pre-lockdown, so excited for that as well. You'll notice, what are the odds of getting anywhere near the Bond Casino?
Okay, so,
No? Okay, so
yeah, you've disappointed Dad for like the fifth time.
When you say the Bond Casino,
Oh no, is it not in Monte Carlo?
there is a casino in Monte Carlo that James Bond went to, yes. But I just think there is a weird obsession that people have with Monte Carlo being a major Bond location.
It's kind of like the Luke, I am your father thing.
Okay.
It's like a misremembered.
So
Yeah.
it's not from Casino Royale,
Well, it is from Casino Royale.
but it's not the main casino.
It's the other one, like the comedy from the 1960s, not the good one from 2006.
Casino Royale, the book, the fictitious town of Royale-les-Eaux is based on Deauville. So the casino in Deauville was actually Casino Royale. In the movies, Casino Royale is a fictitious casino in Montenegro. Monte Carlo was featured briefly in GoldenEye.
I'm so sorry, James.
But so if officially the Bond casino that Pierce Brosnan went into in GoldenEye is in Casino Square, you can get very close. You can go into it if you've got money to burn.
Okay.
It's kind of cool in there, by the way. It's worth checking out.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree. But I think the minimum bet is quite high.
Like 50, 100 euro.
I mean, it was 50 20 years ago, so I'm going to say it might be 100 now.
I think so.
Well, there's all the flashy cars are parked out front, and a lot of well-dressed people.
Yeah, beautiful people walking in and out. I really thought I couldn't get in any more trouble after the first 10 minutes of this broadcast, or of my appearance on the broadcast, but I really let you down. I'm so sorry.
After mentioning David McCallum being among the British actors in The Great Escape, Eastern Brew says, James, was the name you were looking for David McCallum? No, it wasn't. Thank you for your question. Inglorious Bastards. Thank you, Man Ojax, for your question.
First time I've seen Bruce getting in the mix since I sat down, raising one of the prettiest hands in the game.
Bruce.
My name is Bruce.
I actually played against Dylan Bruce in the Hendon Mob Championship.
Have you enjoyed your time on the table so far this week?
I have, yes.
I said it off air, but I got to say it on air as well. Stapes, you've had the best performance out of anyone on the team except for Parker this week.
I'd like to think thank you, and I'd like to think I inspired Parker. That my first time out of the gate, 4th place, he was like, all right, enough is enough.
Yeah, I think he's really been trying hard before. He didn't want it enough. Now.
Look, spite is a huge motivator.
Especially for Parker.
Especially for Parker.
The gentleman that lost to Parker Heads Up took all of my chips on day 1 of the 5K. He was an absolute gent. When I was walking out that evening after he got 2nd place, having told Parker that he was happy for him that Parker had won because he'd been trying for 15 years, he never quite got there. I heard him on the phone to his wife saying, I am living my dream. And honestly, when I was walking out, I was almost tearing up. Such a nice guy. Got pictures with loads of people on the table as well. Satellite in. I don't think he'd ever played higher than 1K before. It's just a great story.
And to go back to mine for a second.
Sorry, I moved on a little bit too quickly there.
No, all I would say is that I think a lot of people get that close and they might feel an ounce of regret or disappointment or like, oh, I don't at all. I feel like I was so lucky to have gotten that far, to have gotten 4th place. Like, I was living on borrowed time from when there were like 80 players left. So
you ran pretty deep in the Poker in the Years tournament as well, didn't you? Have you been getting on those sims? You've been doing a little bit of study?
Absolutely not. If you saw my quote in the blog, you'll know that I find that studying would ruin my enjoyment of the game.
Fair.
Marley's going to win this top pair against 2nd pair, and that is going to bring us to the end of that level. We roll straight into 400, 800 blinds with an 800 big blind ante, and a perfect opportunity to remind you that dates for the UK IPT 2024 are out there. If you don't have access to the PokerStars Live app, I can tell you that there are 2 UK stops, London in August and Nottingham in November. But the immediate future is a summer stop in Malaga. The UK IPT on its summer holidays in Malaga from June 10th to 16th. And yeah, I do urge you to download and take a look at the PokerStars Live app, where you'll find the full EPT schedule and all upcoming Stars Live events, including the UK and Ireland Poker Tour 2024.
My wife is very selfishly due a baby a few days after that tournament, so I'm not going to be able to go to Malaga, and I'm pretty upset about it.
Going to highlight to you, Vincent, that when my daughter was due, I was at the PCA 2 days before the due date. Commitment to earning money.
You're a braver man than me.
Those are the stacks the players are watching right now at the feature table, and as Joe steps out, David Lappin steps back in. Welcome back, David.
Thank you very much.
Did you make the bird? You made it back in time?
I made it back in time, yes. Sorry, the story's not as exciting as it could have been, right? To be honest with you, the only excitement or tension was my flight back from Miami was delayed by 24 hours.
Wow.
And normally I'd be like, kind of, whatever. But it was like, of all the years when I'm going to be stuck in Miami for 24 hours, that was not the year. So among the players at this new feature table, David, we have got one of last year's finalists, Jamie Wynn.
Yeah, Jamie came 9th, I want to say, as I recall. And speaking of final tablists, I see Ray Masters is here.
Yep.
Ray Masters came 5th in the Irish Open back in 2006, when it was at 300.
At 300?
It's been every buy-in. across the map.
We need it to be a
Different
25k for 1 year.
One race to 7,000.
Marl's deciding that she is pretty much going to go with these 9s, and Mahone is not going to be filled in ace king. So we're very likely to see Marl's all in for a flip momentarily. She won't be loving life when the under the gun player 4-bets, but just not enough chips to consider folding.
Yeah, Ray got caught in the sandwich there.
Huh?
You'll see in a second.
Well, here we go. We are off to the races, and it is Maione who's officially at risk here.
Feeling lucky? No. That's a shame. Yeah.
Starting stack in the middle, both players would desperately, of course, love to win this pot. On the shocking turn of events, people want to win a big all-in, David.
Yeah, Maione really trying to moan it in there. Explaining how poorly he's run recently for this unfavourable flop.
Not a great
Sold
start.
it out.
At this point, you just don't want to be turned dead.
Yeah. 10 of hearts. Jack of hearts. A neutral heart, maybe.
I guess you can't be turned dead. Good chop.
So pedantic. So pedantic. I should have known what happened. What's that? He's been here for what, 2 minutes, and he's already calling me out in a minor detail. You're drawing dead to win Lappin, okay?
Gotcha. Gotcha.
How about a 9? 9 would be good. Stand up quick.
Quick, get the jacket on, get the bag on.
Absolutely. Standing up, extra 2% equity. Jacket on, extra 2% equity. Bag, only 1%, but that's a total of 5% additional equity if he can get up in time and get all his accessories in place. Oh, man, he really, really should have made more of an effort.
Yeah, needed to get the chips over further towards the other player, I think, there.
And Parker on the final table of the 5k. He's all in against Smidge on like king 10-4 with ace 6. Sorry, excuse me, Smidge has ace 6. And Parker has like ace 10, and he's like, give Smidge the chips. Give Smidge the chips. And like Smidge is like the most polite, humble man of all time, and he's literally just like, F off. Get away from me. Like he was so dead, and Parker's just like, 6-6 is coming.
Chip over there.
I got Smidge. For those who aren't familiar, Smidge is Porgo O'Neill, who won the EPT in Prague. And I walked in first day, and I go, all right, champ. And he turns around, and I was like, whoa, go into your head, son. Go into your head. Enjoyed it, though. What a man. Great guy. I think Leo should shorten his name ever so slightly. Just kind of messes with the graphics a little bit.
As a fellow double barreler, I'm not gonna give out.
Do you know, I don't know your second name. I know Lappin.
That'll do, won't it?
Marls with newfound wealth, going to be getting involved on the button.
So what's you up to now? About 50k, right?
Yeah. Although Lappin might correct you and say 47.8.
When people ask for your chip count, always round up.
Agreed.
To the nearest 100,000.
So pretty nice spot for Bruce. Sprague raising the button, getting flat by a Leo, and sitting with the ace-king in the big blind, which is a pretty nice spot to be squeezing in the first place. So I don't think Marls will be able to put up much of a fight, but Leo could get a little bit suspicious in this situation.
Give me a sizing here, Finton. I know we'd like to go a little bit bigger out of the big here.
I would probably actually only go about 4x because Leo's sandwiched out of position in the small. You could go 5x as well. Yeah, so I think 6 is fine. Could go maybe slightly bigger, but it's a tricky spot because Leo obviously doesn't have the best of hands, but he has, for the most part, quite playable hands. So you want to put him in a tricky spot and not make it too easy for him, I believe. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, he has a kind of condensed range of a lot of hands that actually you dominate quite nicely, so you don't mind keeping them in for that reason.
I'm playing in position against them.
Yeah,
Marl's
nice.
obviously going to be open at 40-50%, so.
Oh, wow, look at this, a back jam.
I told you Leo might be a little bit suspicious of the squeeze.
Leo shoves ace-10 into ace-king. Well, officially, it is Dylan Bruce who is all in and at risk, but he does have Leo Lees dominated.
For Leo, it's one of the best hands he's going to have that's not suited, that just is not really inclined to want to flat there. So it might look a little bit on the aggressive side, but if he knows anything about Bruce and he's a player who's likely to take these squeeze spots, like I don't hate it that much.
Ace, Jack, 8. Leo looking for a 10. Five of diamonds on the turn, so Dylan Bruce survives unless there is a 10 on the river. It's a 10!
God, you naughty, naughty boy.
Leo spikes a 3-outer on the river, and Struth Bruce. Dylan KO'd.
Leo's been on quite the tear for the last year or so, and I'm happy that I'm getting front row seats to see how he's doing it.
Yeah, pretty epic run of results for Leo. Third in EPT Monte Carlo, 17th in EPT Paris just a few weeks ago, and of course his win at the Duke APT London as well. At the beginning of this year, he's a man in form, and yeah, I like your analysis of that one, I have to say, Finton. I think it's a pesky hand because it's actually quite a strong hand that you don't really want to flat and now have to play out of position with.
I was delighted. I thought the size was just right for us. Well, like too small.
So we are down a few players, and we've got a couple of seats we need to fill.
I thought that was like, 7.5k there, I might consider folding, but 6.5.
Leo came onto my radar for the first time in 2019 at the Battle of Malta. I think that was probably his first big result. He came 5th back when I imagine he was in the process of building his roll-up. Pre-caravan days.
Yeah, the first time I played with Leo was UKPT Brighton last year, and I'd never heard of him, even though he'd already had the score. I'm just not good with names, faces, but I got chatting to him, and he's a very unique and interesting person. Great outlook on life, very enjoyable to chat with.
They're just like right there on the sidelines all the time. Like, go on.
You just mentioned Malta again, David. Obviously, we have two professional poker players, two Irish professional poker players who both lived on Malta at the same time for an extended period of time. Were you guys hanging out all the time at the bars, raving on a Friday night?
I mean, nobody wants to see me in Lappin breaking it down on a dance floor in Malta. I don't think so.
I don't know, man. I've seen you dance. You're a very good dancer.
The more drink I have, the more confident I get, and if everyone else is drunk enough, it might look like I'm throwing some shapes that are reasonable. But if you were to take the music away and have sober people watch, I would be locked up.
Yeah, there was no rave. We had more of a Sunday brunch vibe.
Yeah, we went for a few early cocktails occasionally. Went for a few coffees.
Played a bit of football.
Yeah, did play football.
Bit of five-a-side back when I actually physically moved.
I feel like our paths didn't always cross though. I feel like there was times when we weren't both there. Because I lived in Malta for a long time, but I was coming and going a lot.
The whole crew.
That's right.
Spraggy, you'll be here. I don't know if he's here yet. Had a rough night last night.
Oh, great story. Hearing that Sprag had a rough night last night. We have a little small group of the boys and the girls. Obviously, Marl's in there as well. Sprag sends in a message at around 5 a.m. I'm one of 7 in the mystery bounty. I look at the updates. He finished in 8th place. He thought he was the chip leader, but he was already gone. I don't know what he was doing at the bar. I think he thought he was on break. He thought he was the chip leader. And then he told Conor Beresford that he finished 6th. And Conor was like, look, Sprag, I hate to break it to you, but I'm going to have to give you some bad news here. You finished in 8th place, mate, and I'm not sure if you were ever the chip leader. So I shouldn't really be ratting on my friend after also assaulting him this week, but it was just set up lovely by his lovely wife.
That was a perfectly legal tackle.
Yeah, James is very upset about it, so we don't need to bring it up again.
Was it a HR incident?
He's just... I've been told that I'm having a meeting on Monday, and there might be a press release going out on Tuesday about leaving the company on mutual consent.
I don't think I'd have even sin-binned you for that one.
Well, listen, there was a referee there. Phil, a very impartial Irishman, celebrated it. This is quite the flop.
Oh, God, I just threw up in my mouth a little bit.
Oh, my goodness.
I really feel for Jamie winning this spot. At least, silver linings, he cannot go broke in this hand, but he can get stacked by Sylvain Bays, who has flopped the boat. Marley, run away. Run away.
And bear in mind, Bays here opening under the gun with the 5s. In Wynn's mind, he's losing to nothing.
Yeah.
He can't see
Especially
this coming.
after him betting.
Yeah, he's like, I can't possibly be behind any hand. It's literally the only one, or maybe, I don't know.
Wynn has gone so big that this is going to be close to impossible for him to get away.
Yeah.
Not saying you ever should. You flop trips, you try and put lots of chips in. He's going to start slow playing, and Miles, of course, going to get out of the way pretty sharpish.
Okay, 2 monster hands going to the turn.
I guess maybe a spade could slow it. That is not slowing it down at all.
No.
Imagine that at this point, Wynn will just be eyeing up the stack, looking to bet similar size on the turn and the river. Might be looking around 12.5, especially when a tray comes in. Like, if your opponent has an ace, they do pick up some extra outs. Well, actually, I am not good at poker because Wynn has a deuce. Please ignore everything that's just been said. My analysis was not great.
Yeah, it's the ace-4 of hearts and the pocket 5s. They're basically the only hands you're behind, and there's so many hands you're getting value from by getting more chips in. It's a pretty doomed scenario here.
Hey. So we might be reaching for some
American
raisin chips
fan,
here.
Yes.
Yeah, Seals.
Wow.
Go Hawks.
There you go.
Here's the thing. I'm never folding Wynn's hand. But when your opponent check raises multi-way on a board that favors them considerably, and you then continue betting, and you get raised, there is going to be a lot of fear in Wynn's heart right now.
Have you watched the Apple
Are you starting to think maybe he did the cheeky 6-7 suited under the gun?
It's just not a turn you typically expect under the gun to raise.
Yeah,
so it's very kind of tough. Maybe maybe the way you can perceive it is that Bays has pocket kings, and he's trying to force the action to slow down. And Wynn might say, "We're not having that. We're playing for stacks right now. We're all in. You're not getting a cheap showdown." But he is going to call, and I mean potentially keep some bluffs in, but it's so difficult.
King of hearts on the river. Wynn checks. 51.7k in the middle. Bays the effective stack with 24.1 behind. Says the words, all in.
I would simply never fold. I would be very sad about the fact that there was a raise on the turn. I would shake my head. I might posture up a little bit like Wynn is right now, but your hand is just so strong. But then, in these spots, does anyone ever bluff? Does anyone ever have worse for value? Maybe Wynn can make a spectacular fold that I'm just not capable of. You can still re-enter, right?
Yep. Registration open until the end of level 10.
I would be incredibly impressed if he finds a fold. Even having a deuce in his hand, making it less likely his opponent can have the ace deuce.
It's so tough when versus some opponents you beat value. Like, I know maybe you don't, but against some opponents you do beat value.
Yeah. Someone may be overplaying aces in particular.
Exactly.
It says a lot for Wynn that he's even taking this long. I actually feel like he's going to make a big fold here. I think he's someone who's obviously got experience in this field, running deep last year. He might be about to make one of the most impressive folds I've seen on the stream. The pain. The anguish. The horror. The call. The horror. Oh, he got me.
You're over here, mate.
Here. I think you're right, Fenton.
Oh my days. He's going to make one of the best folds I've seen on a feature table.
Take a bow.
He makes the huge fold.
Wow, gets away from trips.
What a fold.
Bays shows the full house. Pats himself on the back.
5 is the only thing I can think, mate.
Jamie Wynn showing it wasn't just luck behind that deep run last year. What an impressive fold. Lappin is on his feet, clapping.
Nobody believes I could rise to my feet that quickly. Not when there's an option to stay seated.
And when you get shown the full house there after making such an incredibly disciplined fold, he's going to be feeling great. Of course, sitting with 25,000 chips, but it feels like a complete free roll from this point on.
Yeah. Meanwhile, 2 new players at the table. In seat 3, we have Martin Sheridan Pope, and in seat 9, Kieran Hetherington.
Yeah, blast from the past there. Sheridan Pope came 7th in the Waterford Open back in 2007.
The Waterford Open?
Waterford Open, that was a
Lappin,
thing.
it was Lappin on his cousins. There was 14 people there.
I live in England, so travel the short distance.
Where do you live in England?
Cotswolds.
Oh, nice, nice. Oh, I've been living here 25 years now.
Where, in Cotswolds?
No, here, I live here.
Oh, you live here now?
In Wexford. In Wexford.
Did you say the Wexford Open?
Waterford.
Oh, sorry.
Next door, though.
Yeah.
20 minutes up the road.
Nice, real nice. My girlfriend got a job here, so we relocated.
Ah, yeah.
I love it here. So nice.
I'm so happy. We're here until the end of the year. I'm like, sweet.
Yeah, that's great.
It's a lovely city unless it rains, which fortunately is only 96% of the time.
It's even closer to Vegas as well.
Does it rain much less in London? It's been a little bit further south.
Little bit less, but not much, to be fair. Weather's very similar.
Ireland. That's the spirit.
I want the Irish flag already. I've been here 3 months.
I've been 25 years here.
I'm going to have to work on Neil's accent as well. That man cannot have the Irish flag.
He's been in Dublin for 25 years and still sounds like he lives in Peckham.
I met a gentleman who lives in Donegal, which is on the far side of the country, and he said he moved here when he was 5, and he's lived in Ireland since. When he was 5, and he just sounded like a London geezer. And I was just like, how? I guess like if both your parents have that accent, you like keep it. But
I'm going to throw a curveball in here. If you look at his hand, you see a king, which is obviously the type of king that you would see on a playing card, but it's also the type of king that I notice is on King Crisps, which are an Irish product. I think it might be the very specifically saying the King Crisps
are
king.
available.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, if you like poker and you like crisps, that is the perfect tattoo.
Yeah. I like all the crisps.
Same. They're actually my downfall.
Salt and
I tried
vinegar.
to get something sent out here the other day and it got
cheese onion.
I had a salt and vinegar packet of crisps just before I went on air, and Joe and James thought I was crying over an emotional moment through the Irish Open final table a few years ago.
The cameras underneath the table. Was that?
No.
All the
they got
crisps.
chips in
You
there.
eat them all, yeah?
Sour cream and onion.
Clever, isn't it?
Yeah, very
Keep
nice.
getting worse. It's like you're trying to make it like, progressively get worse.
Not, but yeah.
I'm sure it's there somewhere.
We play in the same club.
I was actually doing an homage to a Stu Lee bit, but nobody got it.
Well, if you want to ask Hardikin how disappointed you'll be if you ever try and involve me in anything to do with pop culture, he'll let you know.
Andy sat right there.
I did think Cardigan might jump in with an awareness of the Stuart Lee gag, but
Last year.
I guess not.
Sorry, occasionally I get distracted or tune out.
If I was sitting beside some idiot listing some crisps, I might too.
Kira asks, can the players hear the narrators? I love the idea of myself being a narrator. There was a poker tournament in Dublin.
You'd be so good at that.
Many players took their seats, hoping to win that first prize. The answer to your question, Kira, is no. We are on a 30-minute delay, so the action you're seeing right now actually happened half an hour ago. But we are then speaking over that delayed video feed the same time you are watching it, which is why I'm able to read your question within seconds of you sending it in via the live chat on the YouTubes.
In the spirit of that question, James, can you do this hand in the style of David Attenborough?
Yeah, he definitely can.
I probably could, but out of reverence for the great man, I'm not going to do a piss-poor Attenborough impersonation on this stream.
Brian Cox?
The Succession one or the science one?
Oh, I'd like to hear both.
You know who's unbelievable at an impression, but like he will never do it if you ask him to do it? Bench. Sprague. He is so good. Like, so good. Do you see a call from Wynn? Possibly a little bit concerned again, having been cooler only moments ago, but Masters coming out here and betting 4-way.
Oh, this is so ugly.
I mean, I kind of feel for Jamie Wynn right now. I guess I shouldn't after his big score last year, but his last couple of hands really feel unfair.
It has not been pretty. How greedy will Masters go?
Yeah, and with the queen playing as a kicker, there's just no real escape to a reasonable sized bet here for Wynn. He's in check call mode.
Listen, I did not expect him to fold trip fours. So we might... Very, very, very tough to fold against that size. I just, again, cannot find it. But maybe Wynn can. Look, his poor man.
He's got spider senses, this man. Getting the full interrogative stare down here. Can he find another? Incredulous fold?
To be a very impressive fold yet again. Jamie Wynn might be about to become my favorite poker player.
You got done on the river.
Unlucky.
Very tough one.
The worst type of domination rotation. By the way, during the last hour, both Attenborough brothers have been referenced. Finton, if you're able to remember what the previous Attenborough reference was, I will forgive you for your physical abuse of Ben Sprague.
I didn't even know David Amber had a brother, James, so like...
Jurassic Park.
You must have seen Jurassic Park.
Never.
Really? And I know your kind of references are kind of narrow, but like, I would have thought that one of the biggest box office movies of all time.
I was a young boy when that movie was released. What year is it, 92 or something, 93?
That's when kids are into dinosaurs.
I've watched a documentary on Spielberg about making Jurassic Park.
Does it mention that Richard Attenborough is in that movie, who is David Attenborough's brother?
It didn't actually mention it at all, not once.
Did you pick up on the fact that I mentioned that Richard Attenborough was also in The Great Escape, the movie we were discussing in the last level?
Do you remember when David Lapham started talking about crisps?
Yes.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. When you talk about movies, I don't know them, so it's very hard to retain the information. At least you know what salt and vinegar, sour cream, smoky bacon are. You're naming movies I've not heard of. I try my best, but it's very tough. It's like if someone was sitting beside me speaking Mandarin, and then they asked me to repeat the words. I can't do it, James.
Not being funny, if I was referencing some bizarre Rainer Werner Fassbinder movie from the late 1970s, I'd say fair enough. The Great Escape, Fenton, it's on every single bank holiday.
I'm a poker player. I don't know when the bank holidays are. I have seen The Great Escape when I was very young at Christmas, though. I will admit that. Enjoyed it a lot. I think I was about 5.
It's all getting a little bit tense in the booth here. Could you just put all your favourite brands and flavours of crisps in the chat, please, guys? We need to pull these guys from the brink.
No, we're all good. I'm gone beyond the point of redemption after my James Bond reference earlier on. I try my best as well.
There have been some highlights and some achievements along the way. But when I got Finton to watch Casablanca and he told me he'd enjoyed it,
it was
that
fantastic.
That actually made me very proud, and I kind of like
I
that.
asked Joe and James for a movie each. Joe recommended Casino, and you was it Casino you recommended? No, sorry.
The Sting, probably.
The Sting. Apologies. It was The Sting, and I thought it was bloody fantastic. Thought Casablanca was amazing, and it made me expect I was about to become a movie guy, and then I just forgot. I just forgot to ask you for another movie.
I forgot to watch films.
Give me one more piece of homework onto Monte Carlo, so I've got something we can have in common when we sit in the booth.
The Great Escape.
The Great Escape. If you had said Jurassic Park, I would have. Yeah. Okay. Great Escape. I'll watch it. Is David Attenborough in that?
Richard Attenborough.
Human Centipede.
Okay. I've not
Oh my God, no, no. You know the theme music from Jurassic Park, right?
Yeah.
You'll see dinosaurs when you're in Jurassic Park.
That was very melodic.
Probably going to get us a strike now, aren't I?
Yes, it was so accurate that they will assume
Do you know the
that was the original John Williams.
I'm not. No, listen here. The first and only actual official strike that I have got, and I'm not going to repeat it too much because they're obviously very. So if you make a flush and you have diamonds, you might sing a song about forever. I sang that song, and I got my first official strike.
Shirley Bassey does not take kindly to people ripping her off.
And I've got one of the worst voices you're likely to hear. Lappin's doing a little bit of karaoke later on, you know that. Him and Sprague are having a heads-up battle karaoke match.
This is true.
Is this part of the Team Ireland?
The Feraldo challenge. I don't know if you've seen that on Twitter. Feraldo put a little challenge together. Lappin and Sprague, after his 8th place finish in the Mystery Bounty late last evening. Sprague's throwing things, saying he finished 6th.
It's getting rowdy out there.
It's not even 8 p.m. Okay, so King of Diamonds gives Hetherington top pair. Bays with the diamond draw. Still has a pair and a straight draw.
Big bet here from Hetherington.
By the way, that's a great recommendation from Cal Burton. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
My dad's favourite movie. Have seen it.
You've seen it, yeah.
Milos Forman, one of the best.
My dad's favourite movie. He said he went to see it in the cinema like 13 times.
Said 5, right? What number did you bet there? I'm not superstitious, you know. It's okay, hands up, hands up. I thought you said 5. Hands up. Yeah, I'm just asking you out of interest. What
Very good movie also. Very much enjoyed it. I don't enjoy the process of picking a movie. I think that's my problem. It takes too long. There's too many options, too many bad movies.
Well, see when I was growing up, Vincent, back in the day, you just didn't
Saturday
have all
night
this
movie.
choice. It was basically what's on one of the 3 TV channels, or what was available on Betamax from Marchese Video in Carshalton Beaches.
I did used to go, we called it, I think it was a UK blockbuster, we called it Extravision over here. And I did used to go up on a Friday evening. My mom and dad would get a movie, but I got the PlayStation game. I still have Toy Soldiers, PlayStation 1. I'd say the outstanding fee is out of control.
That was a pretty sick brag from
straight.
Hardigan there, because he had a TV
Queens
when he
or
was
Lannister
young.
Kings.
When I was young, we just had to perform plays for each
Brutal
other
game.
for entertainment.
Did you actually?
Never gets easier.
Luxury.
Wasn't your dad a screenwriter? Like, this could be true.
Septic tank.
So you finally got a reference. We finally got there.
Martin, nice to meet you. Leslie. I'm not really posh. Double barrel. I got a double barrel as well. Yeah, but I'm not posh though. You posh? Everyone calls me posh, but I don't think I am. Oh, thanks. Thanks for asking.
Leo asked me to go for crumpets of tea on his first day in Ireland, and I was like, Leo, you can't ask Irish people to do that.
Clotted cream.
Yeah. It's like, where's the strawberries and cream?
Oh, Master's going to get involved here with Marley. May come with a flat. Wouldn't be surprised, actually.
Oh, what, Kevin? Oh, what, Kevin? Yeah, yeah, Kevin.
I thought you were going to say me Kevin. Oh, we got the same name.
I feel like your accent doesn't match your surname.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Was that Polish?
Yeah.
Three-way to the flop,
I've been to Slovakia quite a lot.
which is all spades, Jack 4 tray.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm a quarter Polish, quarter Italian.
Marley not really been flopping much when getting involved. Obviously did win the all-in with the 9s, but most of the time she's gone post-flop. It hasn't gone particularly well for her.
I like this bet from Ray.
5 bet, 3,600.
Takes control.
Nope.
9-5.
Bet and 2 folds.
Chipping up nicely is
He's been picking up some nice spots.
Wiley Ray Masters.
I recognise his face, but he was playing the fifth back in the day.
Yeah, playing on the circuit here for as long as I have, and I'm sure many years before that too.
Boom. Boom. 2 seats.
Real fixture of the Irish poker circuit.
Perfect.
Perfect. So many of these guys in the room are, guys who would normally ply their trade maybe in the sort of $50 to €100 nightly games in their casinos, but at this price point, everyone takes a shot at the Irish Open now.
Yeah. I don't know whether you heard, but Martin Sheridan Pope, as played by a London gangster, is saying that he's just read Dara's book.
Ah.
What's the story there? How come Barry Carter got to be the writer and not you? What's that all about?
I'm not a writer.
Barry's idea.
Okay.
So yeah, he
I
went
just
to,
wanted you
he went to Dara. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's to presume that Dara would want to have written a book with me, which is very not guaranteed. So no, it was Barry's idea to go to Dara, whatever it was, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and basically said, "Do you want to turn all your strategy knowledge about satellites specifically then into a book?" And they immediately got to work on it.
Yeah, they release a book every few months now.
Yeah, probably about one every 10 months to a year. They're pretty relentless. They work very well together. And of course, we brought Barry on as our newsman to the chip race, so he's very much integrated in the family. We're very incestuous, is what I'm trying to say.
I enjoy his tweets. He's a funny man.
He's very funny, man. Solid mean game.
Yeah.
Finger on the pulse.
For all the time. Every day. Wynn looking to turn around his fortunes ever so slightly. James is in fear of the flop that we are about to see.
I just kind of feel for Wynn right now. I just been on the receiving end of just some horrible coolers. And I was really fearing like a jack-high flop, and he ends up losing like 2 streets to Hetherington's Queens.
He could certainly lose 1 street here.
Pretty large bet.
Yes, chunky.
Potential to bluff on a 4 or a 6. Obviously, don't really want to be folding when you have Jack-10 suited on 8-7-5. But it is a large bet. And I don't think very often players are doing this extremely light. Not possible. But that can be a reason to call too. It means you're likely to stack your opponent if you do hit your 9. But many troublesome turns also. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Well, here we go. No chance Hetherington's letting this one go.
He is called already.
So
Wynn at risk and behind here. It's also most of Hetherington's stack in the middle. And immediate outs for Jamie Wynn are the remaining 9s in the deck.
Was it a raise, or did you try call, or?
He said raise. He meant to raise. He just got the sizing mixed up. Probably fucking GTO approved.
Okay.
A little bit of hope.
Additional outs now.
Does Wynn get rewarded after making the big fold only a few moments ago? No.
He does not. So, final of this event last year, eliminated during the mid stages of day 1 in 2024, but could still fire a second bullet and of course can still play that turbo flight, day 1D, which starts at 8 o'clock this evening, about an hour's time.
Don't eat it, it's not hygienic.
Seen Wynn throwing away a little lucky card protector there. Do you know what happened to me, Lappin?
Go on, Tommy.
On the day I won the UKBT Edinburgh, there was a man at the castle selling Heather, which is apparently like a lucky Scottish charm. Best £10 I ever spent. Went in, smashed final table.
Wow.
But then I brought it to the next event, and I was playing in Dustle Dawn at...
Just checking in on a few players in the field, including Dominic Nitscher, who made a deep run in this event last year, finished in the top 50, cashed out for about 6K.
over his shoulder there we see Dermot Blaine.
Indeed.
Legend of Irish poker. So, I'm playing my next tournament.
Go on.
And I don't cash in the main. So I throw away. No, I don't throw it away. Steve Warburton actually relieves me of this lucky Scottish charm. I've not cashed a poker tournament since. And I've been at a lot of poker tournaments since.
It only works in Scotland. Did they not tell you that?
I did think that maybe I messed with the juju by bringing it out of the country. And I'm just like, when we go back for day 2, we're going to be very close to the money. But we're not going to be quite in it. And I'm just wondering, will I ever cash a poker tournament again, Lappin? I messed with the Scottish gods. Fearsome bunch. That's the only time I ever had a little lucky card protector. Never had one since. Are you a man? Are you a superstitious man? I'd say you put your socks on in certain order, certain amount of twist in the room and stuff.
I tried to get my eldest boy to put them on for me because my back is so terrible that if that's a great treat in life if someone will put my socks on for me. That's how decrepit I am these days. He's at that age where he thinks it's like a game, put on daddy socks, but I don't know how long I'm going to get out of that.
No, I actually don't think you've got long left at all. Hetherington getting involved with a spicy candidate here with the King 4 off, and not keen to fold on 8-7 deuce. I would not recommend to try this one at home. Okay, he folds.
Tell me more about the Ireland versus England shenanigans. I know, maybe did we take a lead and now they have a lead?
England are beginning to run away with it.
Oh no.
And the bigger the gap, the less amount of chips I'm going to start with in comparison to Benjamin in the grand finale on, I believe, Saturday. Of course, if we are both running deep in the main, we'll reschedule, but Phil Baker was quite sure that he could pull a few antics to rein it in, but then our darts team was just so poor last night. So, yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It was nice to get Marl's switching allegiances at the very end.
Oh, she's Irish.
So Phil Baker found out that
Granny?
I think I'm going to say 1952. Marley's grandmother was on a hen do in
that's
Ireland.
That's totally fine.
And the bloodline wasn't as expected. So Marley made the quick change, left Sprague in the dust.
2 hands into her.
So yeah, but I'm enjoying it. I would really like to win. I always pretend that I'm not that competitive. But when I was losing the darts last night, when I was watching my teammates throw the darts as if they were blind, like I was seeding.
Fold.
I made an exit so quick from that room as soon as it was official that I couldn't win. I was so angry. The thing is, all the English boys were giving it the England chance, and I just, there's nothing worse.
At that point, you need to start throwing the darts at them.
Well, I tried to, and Phil actually stepped in and said that's a step too far. And you know what? He was right. He was right, James.
Could really get some white line fever from you this week.
Listen, I'm just an angry young man. Because I haven't cashed a tournament. Both players flopping a straight draw. Davey with the 2 overs. Probably a little bit happy with the flop. Hetherington not going anywhere just yet, though.
By the way, should have referenced that Kevin Brzezowski is the player who came to the table and has taken seat 4.
Interesting decision for Davey on the turn. Looks like he is going to just keep betting. Given what we've seen from Hetherington so far, I don't suspect that this man will be folding ace high and the straight draw.
Yeah, he's been pretty speculative, it must be said, for quite a few hands in a row now. Actually has the best of it right now, but it is a tough situation.
Oof. He might be about to get real spicy.
Spicier than a spice bag.
The Holy Grail. Have you ever treated yourself to a spice bag, James?
One the other night.
Did you enjoy it?
I did.
Top.
I felt very guilty and wanted to throw up afterwards, but I did enjoy it while I was eating it.
They'll do that to you. You'll go back.
Makes the call.
Yeah, it's going to be a kind of tricky spot for Davey if he does not improve.
Trickier now.
Yeah, I probably, even though I've got 10 high, I don't know, I probably would bet.
I think he probably just assumes that the cutoff range doesn't really have these cards as often. Like how often will it have a 6, for example? Like, yes, the sets are sort of out there, but you won't be really thinking, you probably are completely discounting the possibility of an ace-6 here.
It's kind of tough for Davey to bet a hand that has a 6 himself twice, though.
Yeah.
And 3 times.
Yeah, his line's a little fishy too. It's a strange old hand, this one. We sort of left the game tree
But
early.
he does have 10-9 high, so I don't blame him for betting. Raise.
Bad news, mate. Second bullet.
So he's been forced to put in the minimum raise, which will obviously get the job done.
Nice hand for Heatherton.
Yeah, and he's getting a bit splashy, but no, takes down a big one there. And he was ahead on every street.
So Hetherington chips up, has double starting stack. As we come to the end of this level, I'm going to play one more hand before the blinds increase.
I was taking a glance at the resume of Kieran Davey. Not a huge amount of live results, but actually one very big standout online result. He came 50th in the WSOP online in 2020 when it went, virtual for the first time.
And as we established earlier on, that is exactly the same and counts completely legitimately as an event like the live one.
Yes, until 2021 September, when we all came out and realised that we didn't want to remember anything that happened in that 18-month period.
Top banana, yes.
Marley getting in the mix once more. Hasn't had too many pots go her way. Leo has a couple options, but most likely going to call.
Should I be 500 small blind? No, next hand. Okay, sorry.
Razors, cut him. Brzezowski with King 8 in the big.
I did watch one movie, and you're going to be very upset when I describe it how I'm about to.
Well,
that was quite good.
Okay, first of all, the fact that you've listed a lot of films that you haven't seen, I'm now intrigued when you do watch a movie what your choice is. And as far as I'm concerned, if it's not like a top-tier movie...
Okay. The way you said that line
reminded
me of the movie.
Yes.
It is, I believe, it's got Vinnie Jones as a very hard man in it.
Jesus Christ.
Lock, Stock, I think he's talking about Lock, Stock.
Is it? I'm not sure. Are they in London? And the guys are...
Christ alive, he's watching Guy Ritchie movies.
They're in a watch shop at the beginning? Was that?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I honestly thought I was pulling that out and I was going to impress you, James.
You're not going nowhere.
I quote The Long Good Friday, and you watch a movie that's a very pale imitation.
In the canon of terrible Guy Ritchie movies, it might be the best or second best one. That's the only nice thing I could say about
I
that.
thought Guy Ritchie was supposed to be some superstar.
Guys, I'm kind of done here, to be honest with you. I'm not sure I can carry on working with this heathen.
I got you, James. Marley Sprague in, massively dominating. Just has to fade the running eights here.
I feel they're running aces.
Oh, will you stop?
Do it.
Hit me with the stand-up. Triple his equity with the stand-up. God damn it.
8 in the gate. Sorry, didn't mean that.
Surely not.
I love aces versus queens every day. Ace, king, queen, queen.
Good luck, everyone.
Actually, my memory that you can still lose ridiculous hands.
Brief appearance at the
Pretty
feature
silly.
table from Kevin Bryczowski. And now we have an empty chair again at the feature table as we come to the end of that blind level. Blinds are about to go up. Great opportunity to remind you the Sunday Millions season is in full flow. Runs until April 21st. The anniversary is a big part of it. 23 total tournaments, which we're calling episodes, because it's a season. Get it? Should be 22 if you want to keep it within the theme of the TV season. Anyway, it's too late now. There's 23 of them. Low, medium, high, player of the season leaderboards. $100,000 in scoop tickets to be won. Come get some.
The second time in England that people who actually know.
I'm saying, look, you look like professionals now. You from Ireland?
I don't know if James was messing about how upset he was with me.
He has left.
I think he might be walking out of the building. What's he saying?
He's just
Is he talking to someone trying to get me sacked?
He
What's
just
going on
kicked
over
over
there?
a chair.
I think he's muttering about the 22, 23 episode season still.
I always thought a season was 24 episodes.
I think that they've come in all shapes and sizes over the years.
Oh,
I mean, y'all do 6 episode seasons over in this part of the world usually.
Watched a TV show recently, had 10, The Bear?
Yeah, 10, 13, 12. I think Billions used to have 11 maybe.
Have you ever been on TV before?
I thought he'd never leave. Hey fellas, how we doing? Let's check out the chip counts here at the feature table. How do you say that word, David and/or Fenton?
Which one?
Kieran?
Yes.
Kieran.
All right.
I'm playing a game tomorrow if you'd like to get in the mix. I've written out 10 Irish names to pronounce. They do get progressively harder.
Nice.
And if you would like to get in the mix,
I would love to.
I'm going to do it tomorrow before the main starts. It'll take 1 minute.
Was it you that I had on the podcast many years ago and I made you play a game with me called Saint or Sinner, and it was Irish girls' names from Tinder or Irish saints?
Oh, actually, maybe. Possibly.
I think it might have been you.
Nice game. We have 2 Kierans at the table, Joe, so different spelling, but pronounced the same way.
Yeah, that's where it gets tricky. Got pocket 8s here.
5,000.
I'm just going to call everyone Kieran. Kieran Hetherington.
No, I don't think
Not going to get any action to kick things off, but hey, Kieran. Wait, what? Did we see ace-10 suited folded on the button? Is that something? Is that okay?
Is that legal in Ireland?
No.
Oh, wait. No, we didn't see it folded. Okay, we're back. We're so back.
That's the first time in my entire PokerStars career that I've seen you a little bit upset that someone might have been too tight. You're normally like, what are these guys doing?
Well, now
You
that
don't
I'm a
have anything.
professional player, I mean, I just kind of, you got to put yourself.
Is that your
in
biggest cash
seat.
of all time?
It's not my biggest cash of all time, but it is my biggest multiplier. Like
Yeah.
I played a 5K and got like 2.5x my money in the 5K, but my first
The most
time winning,
buy-ins won.
first time winning like 250x, yeah. So not a lot of action on this board. The flush draw bricks, 8's good on this Queen of Hearts river.
9-bet, 10,000.
Yeah, I'm afraid I have the taste for it now.
That's great.
So
Yeah.
Hetherington sort of turning his hand into a bluff here, even though he has the best of it.
I think he was value betting. I honestly do.
You think it was
I'm not saying you should, but I think he was.
I like something that David's done since the entirety of this broadcast is he gives everyone the best possible interpretation of their actions. Like the Italian fella early in the day, you were so complimentary to him, and
that's the job.
I'm with David. I will never try and make someone look small, but I will occasionally throw in, that's pretty ambitious. If you hear me saying that's pretty ambitious, they're not my real thoughts.
my favorite underhanded one is as played.
Yeah. Mara's getting in the mix yet again.
Is this ambitious? Would you say this is ambitious?
I like it. She's making it 2,200 chips with pocket deuces, a +2. Like if
We
this
do
is
that
the
all the time,
world
yep.
speaking to her,
And Leo with a bigger pocket pair also will enter the pot. Another ace-10 for Sheridan Pope.
He might pull the trigger. I'm not saying he should, but he seems like a man who wants to get in the mix.
King-Jack in the small blind for Raymond Masters. Base folds the big blind. All right, so we got a baby pair, a medium pair, and overcards. Headed to the 9-4 tray, 2 club flop. 5's the best hand.
Marley may think she's still good here.
1 check.
She does check it.
Leo surely tries to take a stab at this. Very rare to see a board with only 1 overcard when you've got the 5s.
2 bet, 2,800.
And with that 2 of clubs in hand, I wonder if she has intentions. But before we get to her, Masters with the king of clubs in hand and the king-jack sort of providing some backdoor possibility. No, just lets it go.
Miles has been pretty spicy since she sat down. Maybe just feeling like she wants to take the foot off the gas. Not going to get much credit. Her and Leo already played a pretty big pot where Miles lost the vast majority of stacks. She's since span it back up. You don't have to go after it every time.
But man, some people do.
I try my best.
And Leo is very sticky. Like he would make life kind of difficult to position there.
He's a very tough player to play against.
Leo is at my table for a whole bunch of the same.
He's real big into his live reads as well. Man, I made 1 call in Paris where I used a live read for the first time ever, and I like nailed it, right? So then I'm playing a big pot in the 5K, and I'm like, I've got 100% record on live reads. Virgil, who got 2nd in the tournament, I made a live read on him, and let me tell you right now, I could not have been further away. And I put all my chips in with a deuce with 4 overcards on the board. And it was shocking. He laughed when I said I had a deuce. And I was like, he doesn't think I'll call with a deuce. But really, he was like this absolute idiot. There's no way he's going to call with a deuce. So he just laughed, like to try and probably give me a get out of jail card. And yeah, that's the last of my live reads. I'm genuinely going. I've ignored them for years because I don't know them. You're a man who's played like countless hours of live poker. Would you let us in on a little secret that's not maybe your A secrets, maybe a little C secret, like somewhere down there, something that when you see it happening on the table, you're like, that gives a bit of a tell.
Yeah, I suppose what's really important for any sort of decision to deviate based on a live read is to have a strong baseline in the first place. So if you have tested that person out or seen them tested out in a similar way, I think that's probably something more reliable and a bit more scientific than just that sort of spider sense I can see into your soul nonsense. It's actually something that you can sort of hang your hat on as something that's happened before.
If a guy opens an Oreo cookie and listens to it,
you're in big trouble.
That's a big one.
You want to run.
That's a big one.
I will never, ever, ever bluff someone getting a massage.
That's super accurate in my opinion. Yes.
Don't bluff the guy getting a massage.
He's
be asleep
plenty
with his eyes
occupied.
closed.
He's occupied. He's not bored. He's not messing around.
He's got a few quids. He's not going to be easy to bluff.
He's not trying to leave the table anytime soon.
No.
All right.
We got a new player at this table. This is Stephen Watts.
Any reason for that?
Not from Las Vegas, as his clothing might indicate.
Griff was full Maple Leafs today, eh?
I think it was the Blue Jays, actually.
Oh, sorry.
Another football fan.
Toronto sports team,
Yes.
all blue.
MLSC, who I believe we're partnered with in Ontario.
Not really a fan, just like the hat.
Yeah.
On top.
I hear you.
All right, we've got blind on blind once
Have you been
again,
over to
Hetherington
the stadium?
and
Did you
Davey.
get there, or-
I don't know, Davey.
Every year I say I'm going to go there for a big event, but when I'm there hasn't been really no big events. I will
Up
go
and down
to
draw
one
for
of those
Hetherington.
stadiums, all right.
4 high for Davey. Later. I can live reads against. You don't play against tons of bad players, I don't think, right? You're playing in EPT mains, you're playing in 5Ks, you're playing in high rollers.
I'll get in the mix. I play.
But like a big sigh from a guy before they put out of bed is almost always.
Yeah, that's a scary one.
Like quads.
Yeah, I might fold quads against someone whose size.
Sorry.
Sorry.
anxious for the action to be on them, right? Oh, is it on me? That kind of thing.
The one that I do notice a lot, like it's not a big live read, but people will pretty much telegraph that they're going to fold their hand before the action's on them a lot. Like they'll just have their hand primed to fold. So like instead of thinking you've got 3 or 4 people to raise into, you might only have 2.
I try not to do that, not so they know I'm going to fold, but I feel like it's unfair. So, you're kind of...
Sure, you're stealing a position almost.
Yeah. It's almost like a soft collusion if they know you're going to fold.
One very small one, and I think it applies mostly to, recreational players that you will come across mid-stakes and beneath, is if somebody does sort of fake go for their chips and then check to you, it's almost always weak, and you can just bet away there. That's a real, just like first level tell that I think, of course people might mix in a fake
I
once in
reckon
a while.
anyone who's got good live reads, I reckon I give them all away. I'll talk as much as anyone wants. Even in EPTs, I'll talk to people, and I reckon some of those boys and those girls are making big reads.
I, like most people, tend to talk more when I'm strong, and then when I'm weak, but I always get called anyway.
Look at me.
But I always get called anyway, so then I'm like, well, I should talk when I'm weak sometimes. I'm like, no, but I still get called when I talk when I'm strong.
I find that outside of Ireland, I never deviate on how I play against people, but when I'm in Ireland, nobody folds to me. I never get a bluff through. So I just don't really bluff when I'm playing at the Irish Open. And if anyone's listening, you're on my table tomorrow, I won't be bluffing.
Smart adjustment.
Yeah,
Marley
just don't fold to me.
Sprague turning the straight here. Able to bet for pure value. Hetherington does improve with this turn card as well.
Yeah, given what we've seen from Hetherington so far, he ain't going anywhere with this pair.
No.
Marles does not know it, but a 10 or an ace would be magical for her.
Instead, another scare card for Hetherington, but as you said, Fintan, he is very sticky, he's very suspicious of everyone, and I think still could find the call here in some worlds anyway. Obviously that queen, pretty terrible, even if Marley's betting a draw on the turn, she's likely got there in some form.
7,000.
I reckon Marles might have bet the perfect amount.
Yeah, really nice. Yeah, here comes the side.
The side call is always weak, though.
Yeah, side call's bad, obviously, but the side raise.
Marles getting a few chips, spinning
go
the
to dinner
stack up
early.
nicely.
I know we won't see him for very long, but Steve Watts just joined the table. Obviously good Irish pedigree. He's a man who has crossed the water and made hay on this island. He came 5th in the Irish Open back in 2012. He also came 5th in the WPT in Dublin in 2012.
Oh, wow.
Do you want to hear my worst bad beat story of all time, Joe?
Yes, please. I love a bad beat story.
So this was about 10 years ago. I was walking down the street in Malta, and this young American lady locked eyes with me, and I was wearing a hat that had an A on it. Okay? And she goes, "Are you a Braves fan?" And I was like, she's not talking to me. This girl's lost her mind. I have an A on my head.
Atlanta Braves, yes.
We get closer. She goes, "Are you a Braves fan?" We're locking eyes. This could have been my future wife. Not to say I'm not happy with how that worked out.
Sure.
She was beautiful. I keep walking. I'm like, she is not talking to me. I have an A on my head. I walk about 100 meters, and she just screams, "Atlanta Braves!" And it was too far. It was like right down the promenade.
You had to stick to it.
Yeah, and I still think about that. Just the hat, not the girl. Hannah, if you're listening, love you.
I had to stop wearing a Yankee hat. Like, I really just like the
I love when you wear a
symbolism
Yankees
of a
hat.
Yankee hat, but
The
people
blue one.
always want to talk sports to me. And I would be like, oh, no, I don't really follow the Yankees. I just kind of like, I'm kind of more of a fan of like the spirit of New York and sort of what the hat embodies and the spirit of America in itself. And they just glaze over. And they're like, yeah, but Anderson's having a great year, right?
It's crazy to me that someone...
I just said...
It's crazy to me that someone would see... What team is it? The Yankees?
The Yankees, yeah.
Like, one of those hats. They are so popular and so common that, like, most people wearing them are not wearing them.
Especially in Europe. I mean...
I think it suits you, man. I like the baseball cap look on you.
I stopped because of this.
Oh, you got such a strong
The
hairline.
hairline is just slowly creeping back. That I'm just afraid the
not.
hat's
You got
gonna.
a strong
You've got a
hairline.
5 head now.
Yeah, yeah. The forehead's getting slowly bigger and bigger.
Nah, you have a strong. You both doing all right. You're holding on in there.
Thanks.
Not
Thanks,
compared
Vince.
to me now.
No.
I do have a high hairline as well. There you go. If you want to see it, there you go.
But if it hasn't moved, you're fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Pocahontas asks, what was starting stack? That was the number of chips that each player started with at the beginning of the tournament. Thank you for your question.
30,000 chips. Sorry, Joe. We're in Ireland. I got to be polite to my people.
And we've got another heads-up matchup to this flop. Ace, King, 4, 2 clubs. Second pair for Leo. I'm not saying all that.
Was that chat member Pocahontas or Poker Hunters? Did they do the
Polka
pun? Okay.
haunt us.
Haunt, okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of puns there. This bet from Davey called by Leo. Turn card is an ace. Davey can't be all that thrilled. That goes check, check. And the 8 on the river is potentially one of the worst cards that could have come.
I reckon we see a small bet from Leo, and the only way Davey will win, which I do not think is going to happen, is if he wagers every chip. I reckon we see like 2K, 1.5. Unless he's feeling greedy. Obviously there is a reasonable amount of bluffs for Leo, like he can have all the queen jacks, the jack 10, some missed flush draws. So we might get a little greedier.
3,600.
I reckon, like, if Davey's going to call here, it's better to call this hand than to call with 10s, jacks, queens, whereas people might think, oh, I've got a better hand, I should call. But you need your opponent to have a 10 in their hand, a jack in their hand, a queen in their hand. So if he was going to make a hero call here, it would make more sense to use this hand. But for the most part, small blind calling will have a lot of aces. We'll have a lot of kings. You can maybe discount some of the aces for the size, but Leo's going to be good enough that he has aces here, has king X. But I wouldn't hate a call, is all I would say.
Also, we're fine with a fold.
Yeah, absolutely.
We wouldn't hate a call, and we don't hate a fold.
Yeah.
Leo Worthington Lees picks up that pot. Wow, someone asked a simple question, and that guy has to be an entitled douche-boff reply. Hope he loses his job one day. I can guarantee you, I will lose my job one day. Not from that.
No,
but eventually.
No, you won't. There's no
just
getting
80 years old, me in here still trolling people.
Lapid, what's your deepest run ever in the Irish Open?
Oh.
Oh, it's nothing great.
It's not good, no. It won't be good. It might be like top 4% of the field.
Top 4%? Cool. Yeah. Cool.
Give me a position. I'm not doing maths. I didn't ask for percent.
I think I might have a 69th when there was 1,500 runners or something.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
I'm not sure though. I think I've cashed it twice or 3 times.
And sorry, do I remember correctly? Dara said he's never cashed it?
I think he cashed it last year or the year before.
For the first time?
Once out of 10 or something?
Dara's obviously got one of the best poker resumes of any Irish person, but he has a couple of anomalies. One was the Irish Open, and the other still is the World Series main event.
He's never cashed it?
No.
That's crazy.
Isn't it?
The most iconic
a tournament
photo.
that you would assume would just suit him down to the ground as well. He's just run very poorly. He almost had the chip lead going into day 3 one year, but had his aces cracked by queens to be eliminated in that one. So
that's
yeah,
a painful one.
Yeah, painful one indeed. But yeah.
The picture of you whilst you cashed the WSOP a few years ago is your...
Do you like that photo? It's a good
your
photo.
best photo.
That was taken by Kniep.
I'm so bad at names.
He ended up final tabling or coming last 2 tables of the main event that year. He had built a huge stack, and that was not posing for the camera. Sorry, in case people are wondering what we're talking about here.
I'm trying to find it here. Is it any of these?
No, it was a it was kind of like a Twitter photograph. There was no professional photographer who took it. It was one of my table mates, and basically it was the bubble, but it was 4 hours of bubble play at the end of a really long day 3. And I had just come in to play the main event from day 2 onwards. It was the first year after COVID when the Europeans could kind of fly out last minute in November. Yes. And I was like passing out asleep because every hand was taken half an hour. And I was at 4 a.m., which was like 12 p.m. the next day.
Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I was asleep at the table. I can find it for you.
You guys in the lotto, or?
I got to see this picture now.
It is a fun
it
photo,
every
though.
30 minutes.
I tried
That's
to
the
help
one.
Joe by typing
Like a cat, bin bag of cash.
3 minutes.
Yes. I'm not in, but I'm
It's like
gonna
when my
get in.
mum tries to help me with technology, and I'm not great with
How can you
technology.
not?
And if you're listening, I love you, Mum. Let's not go quick.
How's your dad's potato habit going these days?
So I was talking to my dad earlier on.
That's kind of
He was at his doctor last weekend. They said that he can never have potato and cabbage again because of the salt content with the bacon.
Even though I'm only breaking.
Oh, he can have potato, but
he can't have
not,
potato,
not
cabbage,
that
and
dish.
bacon. No,
Okay.
he's done. So we're thinking
I
that
think
maybe
winning
for
when you
his
have the worst
birthday,
of it.
Yeah.
we're going to do it one last time.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
okay.
we're just
When
going
we
to
have
eat it
an
until we
edge,
pass
like,
out.
Who cares?
I mean, you don't. I mean, you're playing with fire there.
It's one last time.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. That is a great photo.
In the last like 12 months, me and him have been out.
Because it looks like you're maybe just too cool for school, but really you're just sacked out. Yeah.
I was like 15-minute naps between hands.
We all have that one friend in the group who's just always fucking paying, and they just sweat it so hard. I'm buying out, guys.
I'm so happy to
Sheridan
lose
Pope gonna open this pot.
I'm way over it in.
Queen 10 suited.
I don't know if I'm going to be like,
Do.
Question, have we had a Marley-themed Irish Open sketch?
I haven't seen
There's
one.
no way of doing it without being incredibly offensive, I feel. It's got to be some
Well, that would be the
stereotypes.
line she would have to walk. I would be interested to see what her creative mind could come up with.
I really love Marley's skit content. Like, I love it. I think she's the best.
Well, she's kind of the original too,
Yeah.
right? Like,
got me covered, yeah.
I know that comedy and poker isn't necessarily something she invented, but as far as that style,
Yeah, I think she
I
was
can't
one of the
think of
first.
people
Like,
who were
she
doing
burst
it
on the scene
before
with her
her. Yeah.
vlogs at this point many years ago.
Oh, let it go.
The ICM Suicide Hotline was maybe my favorite.
Very good.
It was so good.
You got anything good?
Yeah.
I always text her when I see something at the table, and I'm like,
clubs.
because she's obviously very attentive. Because it's always little small things that you would just like not even notice.
Check the deck.
And she's always
gap.
paying attention. And I always text her, and she never uses my ideas.
You did.
Oh, this would be so
I just
funny.
clubbed
And
it.
she's like, yeah, I'll make it soon.
Do you
And I'm like,
think-
oh my god, I can't wait to see that, Marls.
I would almost be the sort of person, and I don't know about for you specifically, but if I was like thinking of an idea and then someone told me something I was already thinking of, I'd be like,
Gone all in yet.
nah, maybe I should do something else.
No, I won't. I have no problem with stuff like that. You just want all the credit?
It's not all their credit. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just like, that's ruined now because someone else.
Do you have
had something
any
to do with it.
comedians that you bounce ideas off, that you brainstorm with, or is that just not really a thing?
So, I mean, I used to do that with Norm, which was awesome. Of course. It's a freaking dream come true to like sit on the plane with Norm and bounce ideas off each other.
Amazing.
Yeah, at the moment I do, but it's not anyone you would know of.
Yeah, no, that's not what I was just wondering, is that a thing that comedians do? Like,
Absolutely, yeah, that's all we do. It's like annoying.
Trying
like,
out your bits over
we're-
every
we're-
coffee.
Yeah, where people are like, all right, can we just like no bits? Can we just not do this?
It's like the poker players who won't shut up talking about poker.
Same
hands.
thing,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And then what'll happen is you'll end up like organically talking about something, and it'll turn into something funny, and then we'll be like, "Are you gonna use that? Are you gonna, can I have that? Can I have it?
A
Yeah."
little morsel, yeah.
What do you call your
Have you done
nicknames?
any stand-up here in Ireland?
What'd you call them?
I haven't. So they asked me last year,
button
and it was like
clickers. Yeah,
questionable
yeah.
if I was gonna be out of
I thought it was a
commentary.
British thing.
And I like peeked my head in,
Yeah.
and it was the rowdiest
It would be
Yeah.
very
thing
rowdy.
I had ever, and I was like, you know what? Maybe this isn't for me. And they asked me again this year, and I was like,
Do you know where?
I think I'm gonna be in commentary. I think it was like here
Here,
on
yeah.
site,
Ah,
yeah.
Okay.
And it was such a rowdy, like Irish comedian knows how to whip up the crowd kind of thing. I was like, I don't think I'm the right vibe for this.
I thought you were fantastic at Poking Years 300. I really, really enjoyed it. I was like, I've had one other time I got to see you, but I was incredibly drunk, so I don't remember it. But that was really, really good.
Thank you.
I thought you were fantastic.
That's my new intro for almost every set I do. That 5 minutes, yeah.
Nice. You should do it.
I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little intimidated to do comedy at this venue for this crowd.
We're mostly sound. We're rowdy, but we're sound.
There will be a lot of heckling.
That's what I mean.
But I'm guessing you must be very good against the hecklers.
So I don't engage with hecklers very often, and I have a fear of it. I'm trying to get over it.
Okay.
Which I guess this would be a good way to do that.
Surely there's not that many original heckles. Like, there's probably 15. If you just could get yourself, like, comebacks ready.
Yeah, and some interesting little inside baseball here about comedy. Heckle responses can't be, like, copyrighted.
Okay.
So, like, they're out there for anybody. Okay. So if someone's got a really good heckle response, you're allowed to just have that and use it.
I didn't know that. I guess it makes perfect sense, but I didn't know that comedy could be copyrighted. It should be, of course, but it's complicated, I guess, if you just change a few words and it's so clear that it's been ripped off.
Yeah, I mean, there's no actual copywriting in comedy, but it's just like a
blacklisted,
self-policed, yeah. I mean, it happens all the time. Big comics steal from each other all the time.
Well, speaking of sharp comebacks here,
Let's
poor
go.
Watts has had his 8 overturned here by the 3s. Wondering if he can hang on here. I don't think he can. Sort of probed away with the pocket 8s there on the queen high board.
Bays yet again, playing quick, trying to get as many chips in as possible.
Have you any favorite heckles that anybody either did to you or that you heard?
Well, Finton was involved in one of them where Finton was like, actually, it's one of the proudest moments of my life. This guy heckled me at the PCA, and Finton was like, sit down or I'll kill you.
No, I didn't say sit down or I'll kill you, but there was a few words spoken.
Yeah.
And the only thing I said to that guy was he just yelled out, you suck. And all I said was, I'm just going to take a guess that actually you're the one who sucks. And like everyone just went crazy. That's all it really took. It doesn't take much. The problem with hecklers is that
they can get loud. Right, they can get loud if there's too many of them.
You can ignore it to a point, but then there's a certain point the audience starts losing respect for you. And then what you have to do is you have to thread the needle of like putting them down, but like not that hard.
Yeah.
Because
you
if
can't
you just
like go for the
throat. Because if you do that, you'll lose the audience. Then they actually are on the heckler's side because you're just so mean to someone.
Yeah.
So that's the difficult balance.
There's also the issue that when you're doing your comedy bit, you're somewhere in the story and you have to stay at that part of the story while being distracted so that you can go on afterwards, which is not an easy thing to do.
Exactly, yes. And if it comes at a really inopportune moment, sometimes you're never going to get that story back.
Yeah.
You know? But the really great comics can style it out. Ace-9 against King-7. Raise versus defend, 6-4 deuce. Queen of spades on the turn.
Don't really see much value in Marl's beginning to put chips in here. Masters correctly realizing that card will generally be a little bit better for him than the big blind and taking it down with the ace-9. Well played.
Yeah, nice execution again.
Hero Value wants to know, has Lappin ever considered trying stand-up?
I have done a tiny bit, but not much. And
you've considered it a tiny bit, or
no,
you've done it a tiny bit?
I've done it a tiny bit.
Just like a open mic, or
kind of thing. Yeah.
How was the experience for you?
I quite liked it.
Hey, cool.
Yeah, but it's a tricky one. I suppose I would prefer to write for a comic than to perform it, but I did do a little bit of that, and I couldn't deny that it was kind of quite a good buzz.
Must be one of the most exciting feelings in the world.
Yeah,
it's just making a room laugh for you.
It's
incredible.
And I feel like I'm going to recreate that kind of thing that I don't really want to do, but when I do it, it'll be a bit of a buzz. When I have to now sing for the first time karaoke this weekend, and I have never done that. I sing in the shower. I don't sing. I was briefly in a band, but only because I followed them around so much and they had so few audience members that they used to invite the audience onto the stage, campfire style, and we'd all sing their songs. And then they became quite a big band. So and then a few times when they were in Dublin, they would call me up onto the stage.
Are you talking about the
crowd.
Pogues?
No, I'm talking about Edward Sharp and the Magnetic Zeros.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah, I knew Alex quite well years ago, and that happened at the Electric Picnic and on the.
Dude, so you can properly
Taking curves.
sing.
No,
I'm properly sing.
No, do you know what I am? I'm a good whistler, and so many of their songs had whistling sections.
That's that really huge hit, has it?
One of my first ever Twitter
Careful.
bios.
Yeah.
One of my first ever Twitter bios when I just started on Twitter was Alex Ebert's whistling understudy. That was what I got. Yeah.
Kind of interesting spot on the table where Davey is raised in the cutoff. And has checked back on a Jack 10-6. And now Leo attacking it with his open-ended straight draw. Don't imagine that Davey's going to fold just yet. I feel like if Leo's going to win this, he's going to need to improve or he's going to need to fire a second bullet. Like once you check back that flop, you don't really get to fold a turn. This is not a hand that if we see a card below... Oh.
Ace on the river. Top pair for Davey.
So what might be going through Leo's head is he might expect hands like ace, king, ace, queen to just bet this flop, and he might all of a sudden be more weighted towards like 7s, 8s, potentially 9s. And he's never going to win if he checks. Now, he plays a lot more live poker than me, and he'll be much more familiar with the tendencies of the players he's up against. But if I got here on this river, I would be pretty tempted. Yeah, you don't have a club in your hand. You got queen high.
Oh, and he's gone
Ooh,
big.
That is chunky.
It is an all-in bet for Davey.
I mean, I guess you can make
Boom.
this bet big enough that even the ace folds. It's one way to do it.
Yeah, I think he just felt like, well, certainly king queen isn't out there, so it's very hard to find calls.
Nice bluff.
So, David, to go back to the karaoke thing for a second.
Oh, God.
No, but it sounds like you're nervous. Karaoke's like the lowest stakes thing possible.
Just because I've never done it. I've never sang on a stage with people.
I don't know. It's everyone's bad at it.
Yeah, so it might be fine.
Yeah.
No,
It sounds like
and
he's
again,
actually a little bit good, and that's what he's afraid of.
That's probably
no. It won't be good. I hope it won't be terrible, but it won't be good. But it's just more like I kind of get the buzz that you guys get when you do stand up. Like I did, maybe my best stand up ever was my best man speech for my best friend, where because I knew because I knew them for so many years, I got to roast both the bride and groom equally, and yeah, I remember there was some good gags in that. That was probably how I enjoyed it the most.
Did you go with the classics? The bride's been with a lot of dudes before this.
No, I started off. So they'd been together a long time before getting married. So I counted up the days, weeks, months, years, and I was like, okay, so here we all are, 16 years, 8 months, 4 weeks, and 2 days. So long, in fact, that so long, in fact, that Suzanne's something old borrowed and blue are Rob's balls.
I would let you write jokes for me.
I tried.
I'd like to know the full story of it.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a classic matchup here.
He just trying out. He hated us. He didn't do anything.
That's why I'm at the airport 2 hours later.
They let him back in, didn't they?
Ace king suited versus the Jables. Queen 10-4. Oh boy. Masters.
Was you there? Was you watching it?
After raising under the gun, is going to continue for 3,600. And no diamond out there, but that ain't going to stop ace king.
Yeah, pretty reasonable to continue after flatting pre-flop, keeping your hand disguised. Masters obviously doesn't know, but the jack would be a disaster. Both players may be pretty incentivized to slow down.
One slow down. And Hetherington is not slowing down.
Given for price, Masters will definitely call.
I'm one of them guys, and if someone upsets me, I see it.
Yeah, it needed to be a bigger bet if it was going to be a bet. That was a kind of a half-hearted effort.
Running deuces to finish out this board.
Nice hand for Masters.
And Masters is going to pick it up with the Jack showdown after check.
Okay, thank you. So please stack up all your chips. Don't forget your LD players. And we're ready to get to your new destination. Okay,
Just ask in the
So,
chat. Go ahead.
I think we're done, Vinton. Now, there was a little bit of time left on this level, but the table is breaking. So we are going to go to dinner break a little bit early on the broadcast. These players are going to move and finish out the level, but we won't be able to get a new feature table up and running before this level ends. So we are going to take our dinner break a little bit early. And I think before that happens, now there's no news yet on what the new feature table is going to be.
38-3. 38C number 3.
But I think we're going to get a look at this record-breaking field once again before that happens. Now, I do want to remind everybody, especially people watching on YouTube, there's going to be a new stream after the dinner break. As you know, there's a limit to the stream length on YouTube. So we're going to reset during the dinner break. You'll have to restart the stream.
Yeah, hold up your microphone, guys. Don't forget to take off your microphone over here.
And let's take a peek. Yeah, let's creep on out there and take a look. Did you want to get something off your chest real quick before we go?
No, all good. Do your thing.
Okay. And this is, by the way, this looks huge. This is the width of the room. The length of the room goes all the way to the left side of the screen. This is the short side.
Lots of familiar faces there. Paul Feldstein, Michael Lech.
And it looks like some of those tables have been broken at this point, but at one point this entire room was filled of main event players.
Yeah, and the Turbo 1D about to start in real time, just 10 or 15 minutes from now.
So I imagine this room will be completely filled once again in the next 10 minutes in real time.
Yeah, there is a secondary room off to the left of shot right now, and I walked in there during the last break, and it was completely full of both cash tables and a milestone satellite to get people into 1D. So expect a big field there again.
Cool, really cool stuff. We're all sweating the final numbers. We already know it's a record-breaking field here, beating last year's numbers early into the day today. These are the chip stacks of the players headed back out into the field. We will have a new featured table when we get back from break. But as you can see, Leo Worthington-Lease with nearly 100 big blinds. Marley Sprague with just over 50. The short stack at this table is Martin Sheridan Pope. We are headed on a 1 hour dinner break. Ignore that clock in the bottom left corner of the screen. 1 hour, and we will be back. More from the Irish Open after dinner.
Jeff Roster first to speak.
Says nothing.
Folds with a smile. Chance Cornuth.
Oh, reflection fold. Nice work, Janusz Kaminski.
Anton Bertelsen was down just a couple of big blinds on the penultimate day, but made an impressive recovery.
You know what I always say, James? All it takes is a chip and a chair. Copyright Joe Staple in 2009.
Folded to Keith Johnson. He passes. Mustafa Canet has ace-7 in the small blind and calls.
You've been so kind to me, I can't do anything.
I'm a really nice guy, not like Chance.
Oh man, Chance is the worst.
So Charlie Carroll checks his option and pairs his 6. Canet checks.
Charlie can bet second pair for value after Canet checks.
He bets 80,000.
Canet's got ace high, which would be beating some of Charlie's bluffs.
He calls the bet, so we go to the turn. It's the 10 of hearts, so Canet picks up a gut shot. He checks for a second time.
And Charlie's probably confident Mustafa would not have checked top pair on the flop, and he shouldn't have too many tens either.
Charlie bets a second time, 200,000.
And when Mustafa does have a 10, Charlie will usually get a cheap showdown.
Mustafa's called the 200K. It's a queen on the end. Charlie rivers 2 pair.
Well, now he doesn't want a cheap showdown. He wants an expensive showdown, like a Zack Snyder superhero movie showdown.
Well, it's been checked to Charlie for the 3rd time, and he will bet a 3rd time. Pretty big, 740,000 in the middle. He makes it 650,000.
Should be a very easy fold.
Sure enough, Mustafa lays it down. Charlie Carroll adds 390K to his stack. Everyone's now locked up more than 100K. There's more than $500,000 up top. A win for either Mustafa or Chance would see them clear €1 million in live tournament earnings this year, and we're only in February.
February? Did I miss Christmas again?
Blinds are now 40,000, 80,000 with a 10,000 ante. Mustafa can it under the gun. As 8-10 suited, he raises to 175,000. Kings for Charlie Carroll.
Will it be a 3-bet or will it be a sneaky call?
It's the latter, the sneaky call.
Very, very sneaky.
King Jack for Chance Cornuth on the button, in position.
How much did you start with, Charlie? Like 4, I think.
We know he's in bad shape.
Fold.
And so did he.
Ooh, pass. I like that. Might have to say that.
Welcome to Europe, Chance. Now wait till you see how often you have to use that brush next to the toilet.
Ew. Bertelsen has folded. Keith Johnson in the big blind.
Johnson's big.
Also passes. Not going to rise to that one. Heads up to the flop. So a flush draw for Canet. Carroll still a 2-1 favorite with kings.
It's always something.
Mustafa continues for 200K.
He can rep a lot here. I think Charlie's going to take the standard radio show contest approach of call, call, call.
He has called. The turn card is a 9. Mustafa now with a straight draw to go with his flush draw.
Which I think means we're only going to see more barrels.
500,000. Once again, Charlie just calls.
So far, so call.
The river is a 7. That is a straight to the 10 for Mustafa Canet.
Oh, come on.
1.9 million in the middle. Mustafa betting for value, 1.4 million. That's roughly 3/4 of the pot.
Mustafa's hand is pretty dang disguised. And this bet is polarizing.
I beat some of your value hands. I'm not sure if I do when you get that size there.
Ding!
Oh, that's a less confident smile than last time. That's good.
No, I'm confident. I'm confident.
Yeah? I believe you're confident in life, but I'm not so sure about this hand.
I'm always confident, bro.
Dude's got more confidence than a 1920s grifter.
Oh, there's one on the rail.
What do you reckon I have?
I have no idea, but I don't care.
I have king.
Kings is a good hand.
It's a really good hand, right?
I know. It's one of my favorites, to be honest.
Oh, you kind of deserve my money then. What can I have? I can have 9 7s.
I can have 3-3, 6-6, Ace-6, 6-5, 6-7.
9s.
9s. 7s? Maybe
not
10-8?
Really, not really 7s.
Maybe 4-5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What bluffs can you have?
All of them?
I 6-bet 10-6 offsuited yesterday, so I have a lot of but that is not...
Was it offsuit?
Of course, bro. What do you think he's talking
Double
about?
suited, let's go.
He doesn't do this with queens or jacks, that's for show.
Come on, don't stare at me. We are friends.
Well, Charlie Carroll, it's time to make like a subtitle and read.
Charlie folds.
Good fold, bro. Good fold.
Yep. Show one, show one.
Huh?
Show one.
Yeah, you can pick one.
It's the 10.
That's a bad one to see.
Is that bad to see?
I mean, usually you can have 10-8 club, a king.
I don't open 10-8. I don't open 10-8 suited with these stacks.
Action folded to Jeff Roster. Now on chance, Cornuth on the button. Bertelsen in the small.
What's your play?
900 and, well, about $1 million, I think.
$1 million ain't that much, it's like 13 big blinds.
Pocket sixes for Anton.
Probably good enough for a poke.
He raises enough to put Keith Johnson all in. Ace-5.
Come on, you silver pigeon, fly. Or at least run around real fast.
He calls.
No, I haven't got the best hand.
Just one overcard, but pairing that card's gonna lock it up for Keith just about every time.
The flop. 7-5 deuce. Keith flops a piece. Can now hit an ace or a 5 to survive. The turn card is a queen. Still 5 outs for Keith, an 11% chance. The river is a jack. Keith Johnson eliminated.
You know what'd be better than bust out handshakes?
Set I played.
Bust out milkshakes. It's just a thought.
Please don't have any more thoughts. So Keith Johnson is the first man out, cashes for 106K.
Satellited in for 3,000.
Yeah, P-jump.
That's what we're all thinking, to be fair. You need it.
Jeff Rossiter first to speak.
Rossiter the Bossiter.
Jack 9 of hearts. He raises to 200,000. Folded to Mustafa Kanat. He passes. Charlie Carroll in the big blind. Also has hearts. Ace-8.
Super easy defend in the big blind.
He calls.
So it's the guy who dresses like a 1970s Miami dentist waiting room versus Australian Mike McDonald.
Interesting way of looking at it. Oh, both flop a flush draw.
This is shaping up to be a bigger cooler than the one where they keep Marlon Brando's spleen.
Action check to Rossiter, who continues for 150,000.
Bet call here would be quite standard.
Charlie does call. And there's 2 of his supporters on the rail, Tim Riley and Ben Heath. The turn card is the 8 of diamonds, top pair for Charlie.
I think this turn's likely to go the same way.
Action check to Rossiter, who's betting again. 400,000.
Charlie's got a strong hand, but he's not nutted, so I don't think he'll raise very often.
Yeah, once again, he calls. The river card. It's the King of Hearts. They both now have a flush.
This is just a sick, sick cooler, and Jeff Rossiter is probably going to get hurt.
Nut flush versus third nut flush. Charlie shoves. And Jeff calls.
Not surprised he called, but surprised he called so quickly when he had far from the nuts.
So Charlie Carroll doubles up through Jeff Rossiter.
It's a flush, Tim. That's what happens when you have 5 cards. You know what? I don't want to educate the fish.
And Jeff is left with just 6 big blinds. Jeff is looking for a jack. King high flop doesn't change anything. Roster still in need of a jack. He has 3 outs. Heart on the turn picks up additional outs. 12 cards save him. Any jack, any heart. It's the ace of spades.
Isn't it weird that there are just as many aces left in the deck as jacks, but it's the ace that hits? It always annoys me.
Canet KO's Rossiter in 5th place. Jeff cashes for 137,200 euros. As Mustafa increases his chip lead.
You know, now that I think about it, Mustafa's fashion sense isn't much better than Charlie's. Those stars are questionable.
Thanks for the insight, Gokwan.
Don't hate.
So, we're four-handed now. Action on Chance Cornuth. Looking to win his second 25k event in a row.
Jeez.
He folds. Anton Bertelsen, satellited in for 3,000 euros. He has queens on the button.
Lady Kings, hello.
He raises to 200,000. Queen 9 of diamonds for Mustafa Canet in the small blind.
Well, this is not going to be very well timed.
The chip leader is re-raising. It's a 3-bet to 530,000. Charlie Carroll folds. It's back on Bertelsen.
If Anton knows what Mustafa's up to, he'll just call. If he thinks he's got a hand he'll stack off with sometimes, he'll put in another bet.
That's a re-raise. Bertelsen 4-bets to 1.18 million.
Well, we know Mustafa should fold.
He calls. He's playing a flop out of position without the betting lead with a dominated hand.
Yeah, very interesting. An out of position pre-flop float.
The flop is ace 8-8. Bertelsen now better than a 9-1 favorite, but maybe a bit worried about that ace. Canet's check the action to him, and looks like he'll continue.
Mad credit for being able to fire on this flop after getting 3-bet and an ace comes down.
He bets 700,000 into 2.5 million. Canet calls.
Mustafa is a crazy person. Must figure this flop's super polarizing.
7 of hearts on the turn. Canet now drawing dead. Checks a second time. Bertelsen has less than pot behind. He checks. We go to the river. Jack of spades.
I assume this is where we're gonna see the move. I just wonder if he'll end it with a twist or a pinch.
Canet bluffs for a significant percentage of Bertelsen's remaining chips. 1.75 million.
Most dramatic glasses removal ever. This is an extremely convincing line. I'm not sure how often Mustafa expects Bertelsen to have queens here, but this still might work anyway. His story does kind of check out.
Jeff Roster first to speak.
Says nothing.
Folds with a smile. Chance Cornuth.
Oh, reflection fold. Nice work, Janusz Kaminski.
Anton Bertelsen was down just a couple of big blinds on the penultimate day, but made an impressive recovery.
You know what I always say, James? All it takes is a chip and a chair. Copyright Joe Staple in 2009.
Folded to Keith Johnson. He passes. Mustafa Canet has ace-7 in the small blind and calls.
You've been so kind to me, I can't do anything.
I'm a really nice guy, not like Chance.
Oh man, Chance is the worst.
So Charlie Carroll checks his option and pairs his 6. Canet checks.
Charlie can bet second pair for value after Canet checks.
He bets 80,000.
Cannett's got ace high, which would be beating some of Charlie's bluffs.
He calls the bet, so we go to the turn. It's the 10 of hearts, so Cannett picks up a gut shot. He checks for a second time.
And Charlie's probably confident Mustafa would not have checked top pair on the flop, and he shouldn't have too many tens either.
Charlie bets a second time, 200,000.
And when Mustafa does have a 10, Charlie will usually get a cheap showdown.
Mustafa's called the 200K. It's a queen on the end. Charlie rivers 2 pair.
Well, now he doesn't want a cheap showdown. He wants an expensive showdown, like a Zack Snyder superhero movie showdown.
Well, it's been checked to Charlie for the 3rd time, and he will bet a 3rd time. Pretty big, 740,000 in the middle. He makes it 650,000.
Should be a very easy fold.
Sure enough, Mustafa. Jeff Roster first to speak.
Says nothing.
Folds with a smile. Chance Kornuth.
Oh, reflection fold. Nice work, Janusz Kaminski.
Anton Bertelsen was down just a couple of big blinds on the penultimate day, but made an impressive recovery.
You know what I always say, James? All it takes is a chip and a chair. Copyright Joe Staple in 2009.
Folded to Keith Johnson. He passes. Mustafa Cannett has ace-7 in the small blind and calls.
You've been so kind to me, I can't do anything.
I'm a really nice guy, not like Chance.
Oh man, Chance is the worst.
So Charlie Carroll checks his option and pairs his 6. Cannett checks.
Charlie can bet second pair for value after Cannett checks.
He bets 80,000.
Cannett's got ace high, which would be beating some of Charlie's bluffs.
He calls the bet, so we go to the turn. It's the 10 of hearts, so Cannett picks up a gut shot. He checks for a second time.
And Charlie's probably confident Mustafa would not have checked top pair on the flop, and he shouldn't have too many tens either.
Charlie bets a second time, 200,000.
And when Mustafa does have a 10, Charlie will usually get a cheap showdown.
Mustafa's called the 200K. It's a queen on the end. Charlie rivers 2 pair.
Well, now he doesn't want a cheap showdown. He wants an expensive showdown, like a Zack Snyder superhero movie showdown.
Well, it's been checked to Charlie for the 3rd time, and he will bet a 3rd time. Pretty big, 740,000 in the middle. He makes it 650,000.
Should be a very easy fold.
Sure enough, Mustafa lays it down. Charlie Carroll adds 390K to his stack. Everyone's now locked up more than 100K. There's more than $500,000 up top. A win for either Mustafa or Chance would see them clear €1 million in live tournament earnings this year, and we're only in February.
February? Did I miss Christmas again?
Blinds are now 40,000, 80,000 with a 10,000 ante. Mustafa Cannett under the gun. Has 8-10 suited. He raises to 175,000. Kings for Charlie Carroll.
Will it be a 3-bet or will it be a sneaky call?
It's the latter, the sneaky call.
Very, very sneaky.
King Jack for Chance Kornuth on the button, in position.
How much did you start with, Charlie? Like 4, I think.
We know he's in bad shape.
Fold.
And so did he.
Ooh, pass. I like that. Might have to say that.
Welcome to Europe, Chance. Now wait till you see how often you have to use that brush next to the toilet.
Ew. Bertelsen has folded. Keith Johnson in the big blind.
Johnson's big.
Also passes. Not going to rise to that one. Heads up to the flop. So a flush draw for Canet. Carroll still a 2-1 favourite with kings.
It's always something.
Mustafa continues for 200k.
He can rep a lot here. I think Charlie's going to take the standard radio show contest approach of call, call, call.
He has called. The turn card is a 9. Mustafa now with a straight draw to go with his flush draw.
Which I think means we're only going to see more barrels.
500,000. Once again, Charlie just calls.
So far, so call.
The river is a 7. That is a straight to the 10 for Mustafa Canet.
Oh, come on.
1.9 million in the middle. Mustafa betting for value, 1.4 million. That's roughly 3/4 of the pot.
Mustafa's hand is pretty dang disguised. And this bet is polarizing.
I beat some of your value hands. I'm not sure if I do when you get that size there.
Ding!
Oh, that's a less confident smile than last time. That's good.
No, I'm confident. I'm confident.
Yeah? I believe you're confident in life, but I'm not so sure about this hand.
I'm always confident, bro.
Dude's got more confidence than a 1920s grifter.
Oh, there's one on the rail.
What do you reckon I have?
I have no idea, but I don't care.
I have king.
Kings is a good hand.
It's a really good hand, right?
I know. It's one of my favorites, to be honest.
Oh, you kind of deserve my money then. What can I have? I can have 9 7s.
I can have 3-3, 6-6, Ace-6, 6-5, 6-7.
9s.
9s. 7s? Maybe
not
10-8?
Really, not really 7s.
Maybe 4-5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What bluffs can you have?
All of them?
I 6-bet 10-6 offsuited yesterday, so I have a lot of but that is not...
Was it offsuit?
Of course, bro. What do you think he's talking
Double
about?
suited, let's go.
He doesn't do this with queens or jacks, that's for show.
Come on, don't stare at me. We are friends.
Well, Charlie Carroll, it's time to make like a subtitle and read.
Charlie folds.
Good fold, bro. Good fold.
Yep. Show one, show one.
Huh?
Show one.
Yeah, you can pick one.
It's the 10.
That's a bad one to see.
Is that bad to see?
I mean, usually, you can have 10-8 club, a king.
I don't open 10-8. I don't open 10-8 suited with these stacks.
Action folded to Jeff Roster. Now on chance, Cornuth on the button. Bertelsen in the small.
What's your playing?
900 and, well, about $1 million, I think that.
$1 million ain't that much, it's like 13 big blinds.
Pocket 6s for Anton.
Probably good enough for a poke.
He raises enough to put Keith Johnson all in. Ace-5.
Come on, you silver pigeon, fly. Or at least run around real fast.
He calls.
No, I haven't got the best hand.
Just one overcard, but pairing that card's gonna lock it up for Keith just about every time.
The flop. 7-5 deuce. Keith flops a piece. Can now hit an ace or a 5 to survive. The turn card is a queen. Still 5 outs for Keith, an 11% chance. The river is a jack. Keith Johnson eliminated.
You know what'd be better than bust out handshakes? Bust out milkshakes. It's just a thought.
Please don't have any more thoughts. So Keith Johnson is the first man out, cashes for 106K.
Satellited in for 3,000.
Yeah, B-jump. That's what we're all thinking, to be fair.
You need it.
Jeff Rossiter first to speak.
Rossiter the Bossiter.
Jack 9 of hearts. He raises to 200,000. Folded to Mustafa Kanat. He passes. Charlie Carroll in the big blind. Also has hearts. Ace 8.
Super easy defend in the big blind.
He calls.
So it's the guy who dresses like a 1970s Miami dentist waiting room versus Australian Mike McDonald.
Interesting way of looking at it. Oh, both flop a flush draw.
This is shaping up to be a bigger cooler than the one where they keep Marlon Brando's spleen.
Action check to Rossiter, who continues for 150,000.
Bet call here would be quite standard.
Charlie does call. And there's 2 of his supporters on the rail, Tim Riley and Ben Heath. The turn card is the 8 of diamonds, top pair for Charlie.
I think this turn's likely to go the same way.
Action check to Rossiter, who's betting again. 400,000.
Charlie's got a strong hand, but he's not nutted, so I don't think he'll raise very often.
Yeah, once again, he calls. The river card. It's the King of Hearts. They both now have a flush.
This is just a sick, sick cooler, and Jeff Rossiter is probably going to get hurt.
Nut flush versus third nut flush. Charlie shoves. And Jeff calls.
Not surprised he called, but surprised he called so quickly when he had far from the nuts.
So Charlie Carroll doubles up through Jeff Rossiter.
It's a flush, Tim. That's what happens when you have 5 cards. You know what? I don't want to educate the fish.
And Jeff is left with just 6 big blinds. Jeff is looking for a jack. King high flop doesn't change anything. Rossiter still in need of a jack. He has 3 outs. Heart on the turn picks up additional outs. 12 cards save him. Any jack, any heart. It's the ace of spades.
Isn't it weird that there are just as many aces left in the deck as jacks, but it's the ace that hits? It always annoys me.
Kanat KOs Rossiter in 5th place. Jeff cashes for 137,200 euros. As Mustafa increases his chip lead.
You know, now that I think about it, Mustafa's fashion sense isn't much better than Charlie's. Those stars are questionable.
Thanks for the insight, Gok1.
Don't hate.
So, we're 4-handed now. Action on Chance Cornuth. Looking to win his 2nd 25K event in a row.
Jeez.
He folds. Anton Bertelsen, satellited in for 3,000 euros. He has queens on the button.
Lady Kings, hello.
He raises to 200,000. Queen 9 of diamonds for Mustafa Kanat in the small blind.
Well, this is not going to be very well timed.
The chip leader is re-raising. It's a 3-bet to 530,000. Charlie Carroll folds. It's back on Bertelsen.
If Anton knows what Mustafa's up to, he'll just call. If he thinks he's got a hand he'll stack off with sometimes, he'll put in another bet.
That's a re-raise. Bertelsen 4 bets to 1.18 million.
Well, we know Mustafa should fold.
He calls. He's playing a flop out of position without the betting lead with a dominated hand.
Yeah, very interesting. An out of position pre-flop float.
The flop is ace 8-8. Bertelsen now better than a 9-1 favourite, but maybe a bit worried about that ace. Cannett's checked the action to him, and looks like he'll continue.
Mad credit for being able to fire on this flop after getting 3-bet and an ace comes down.
He bets 700,000 into 2.5 million. Cannett calls.
Mustafa is a crazy person. Must figure this flop's super polarizing.
7 of hearts on the turn. Cannett now drawing dead. Checks a second time. Bertelsen has less than pot behind. He checks. We go to the river. Jack of spades.
I assume this is where we're gonna see the move. I just wonder if he'll end it with a twist or a pinch.
Cannett bluffs for a significant percentage of Bertelsen's remaining chips. 1.75 million.
Most dramatic glasses removal ever. This is an extremely convincing line. I'm not sure how often Mustafa expects Bertelsen to have queens here, but this still might work anyway. His story does kind of check out. Maybe Bertelsen will see the same thing Charlie saw.
Bertelsen folds!
Show one. Show one. Pick one. I pick one.
You get to pick one. You want to pick one?
Yeah.
Here's a bluff.
Yeah, can I pick that one?
Yeah, pick.
Queen diamonds.
Oh! That could have been ace-queen. Anton, it was ace-queen, okay, buddy? Don't worry. Nobody tell him.
Mustafa Cannett closing in on the 10 million mark now.
I like how you balance your show and range, though.
Your customers. I have to treat you good, no? In Italy it works like that. I don't know where you're from.
Why don't you ever treat me that good?
It doesn't work like that in
Because
America.
you're not that good customer compared to him.
That's not a compliment.
4 remain in this high roller, and Mustafa Cannett looks unstoppable. Well, Cannett has raised from the button here, and we, Joe, are going to sweat with Charlie Carroll in the small blind for the rematch between these two.
Sweat with Charlie Carroll makes sense since it looks like he's on his way to Bikram Yoga.
Ace-king suited in the small blind. He 3-bets to 700k.
Yes, let's 3-bet this clown, and also, namaste.
So with Chance Cornuth folding the big blind, action's back on Cannett.
Well, we already know he doesn't fold to re-raises, and this time he's in position.
That's a call.
Look. Thank you, you too.
1.6 million in the middle already. An 8-7-5 2-heart flop. Not ideal for ace-king of spades.
Yeah, I'm fine with us not continuing.
Charlie checks, Mustafa checks.
Cool.
6 of clubs on the turn.
Well, we've got 2 giant spades on a mostly red board. I hate this, I hate our hand, I hate this board, and I hate his stupid mustache face.
Charming. Well, Charlie's checked for a second time. Mustafa not checking back this time.
No, of course not.
He bets 550,000.
I actually kind of like a fold here. Oh my God, what's happening in the background? That guy's more machine than man.
Charlie decides to call the bet.
I know we're gonna face a bomb from Mustafa on the river. Jason Mercier, Natasha Barber know what I'm talking about.
Jack on the river. Charlie checks.
And here we go.
2.7 million in the pot. And it bets 950,000. What do you do here with ace king high?
Fold the turn.
Ace high, by the way. I have ace high, by the way.
Ah, ace high. Oh, okay, I feel better now.
We've pretty much the bottom of our range. Totally cool with a fold here, guy. I mean, unless you're in a hurry to get to the sunset meditation drum circle.
No, hard to say. I needed a heart.
I put you on the heart.
We could very well be good here, but there are just better spots.
Don't waste my time. You're not beating anything with ace high, so...
Ding!
No?
King, queen, king 10, queen 10, ace 10, ace queen, ace 2 suited.
You beat something.
Yeah, I do. You look different this time to the time you had 10.
I always look different, you know. I'm schizophrenic.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit.
More mental health jokes. We're gonna get letters.
Come on. You can be outplayed once. This hand, you cannot win it with this run out. Just, right? If he has ace high.
Why do I feel like you have nothing?
I feel like I have something.
I feel like he has something.
Charlie calls.
I got you bet the jack.
Ew!
You're so good.
Gross.
I'm so lucky.
I think it's great.
Most of the value bet a jack and a 4-card straight board got called and was right. That's just creepy, but not as creepy as couples that wear matching t-shirts.
Agreed. Mustafa Canet now has more than 2/3 of the chips in play. Blind's currently 60-120. Anton Bertelsen is now the short stack after being bluffed off those queens. Chance Cornuth with ace-6 in the small blind.
All in.
Shoves on Bertelsen, who's got king 10.
And he's pretty short.
He calls all in.
His kings and tens are live, his diamonds are not.
If Anton doesn't improve, we will be down to 3. The flop is 6-5-3, so a pair for chance, but both of Bertelsen's cards are still live.
Low card's bad, possible straight on board good.
Deuce on the turn, so Bertelsen wins outright with a king or a 10. He chops with a 4. Any other card? He's out. KO.
It was a pleasure playing with you, man.
Was it a pleasure playing with him, or are you just saying that? Come on.
I'm sure he meant it. Chance seems like a nice guy.
I'm sure it was a pleasure laddering up from him going out.
Well, Anton Bertelsen satellited in for 3,000 euros. He cashes out in fourth for 176,640.
If you want to look through the numbers, we can give a look.
I mean, we can look. I can't do maths.
Sure, bring it.
Oh, Ben.
I don't mind.
Ben.
We need you.
Players are allowed to select one person to take advice from when discussing a deal. Charlie's called over his friend Ben Heath.
I don't trust myself to know what's fair, to be honest. I trust him, though. Maths degree and drunk.
But I'd never go like, 10 or 15K beyond ICM, which is likely what's going to be asked for.
Okay.
So what are their stacks? 5, the 2 stacks. And the rest?
2.7, 1.5, 1.6.
Boring!
There is like 70 million on play.
Okay. No, probably we'll say he gets like 440, and in practice maybe he should get like 450.
Yeah, I mean, there's I don't think there's any way in hell I'm doing that, especially with tails on both of them.
I don't think this deal is happening. 6 guys, 20 people's worth of egos.
Well, here comes Big Nick with his laptop.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
So, you guys want some numbers?
Please. ICM first, and then...
Okay. So, there's the ICM there.
ICM's a formula. It gives a little more to the short stacks.
We do have a minimum amount of money to play for.
Those are ICM, right?
Yeah.
Let's play.
And...
It's just not even close. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm positive.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Done.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
It's just...
Yeah,
it's just
no.
no.
Told you.
You want more, we want more. Save us all some time.
No, actually, I was kind of close.
At least they all agreed they weren't going to agree.
So they're playing for the advertised payouts. 234 for third, 360 for second, more than $500,000 for the winner. And blinds up now to 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Action on Mustafa Canet, who has kings.
He's pretty happy they didn't make a deal.
The chip leader raises to 325,000. Pocket fives for Charlie Carroll.
Uh-oh.
Well then.
He shoves for 2.75 million. Chance Cornuth with ace-9 in the big blind.
All in.
He's all in.
Really?
I call.
And can it calls?
Good luck, guys.
Whoops, not so sure about the move with ace-9, but it's probably really close.
Three-way all in, and if kings hold, it's over.
No ace.
Charlie has chance covered, so he's set to get second place here.
What do we have? Fives.
As things stand, Canet is a 58% favorite to win this hand and the title. Even bigger favorite now.
Can the best hand hold for once?
We need a 5. We need a 5 or no ace. If there's no ace, then we heads up.
Then we all get to the bar a little bit faster.
This tournament about to end with a double bust out. 5 on the turn. Charlie now set for a near triple up.
No deuce, no king.
That's Riley's feeling it.
The other two now drawing thin.
A deuce would be pretty enjoyable.
A deuce would be horrible.
Cornuth needs a deuce to survive.
One off would be the deuce of spades, right?
Poor kings. Started off the favorite, now he's the dog.
The river card is a deuce. A straight for Cornuth. Charlie's not out. He wins the small side pot against Canet.
Sick.
And Chance Cornuth triples up.
Yeah, guys. I don't think he called it.
You got me, remember? Oh, but you covered.
Oh, hang on, no, I'm still.
Yeah, you gotta.
Chip in a chair, that's what he's got.
That's pretty fortuitous.
Canet was on the verge of busting both of them and winning the tournament, but we play on three-handed.
Unlucky, man. Unlucky.
Unfortuitous.
I realized very quickly I made a mistake and thought, I hope I have a chance to make up for it.
Chance? You got that chance.
Canet was so close to victory, but he's still in command. Well, Canet still leads with 8.8 million. Chance Cornuth has 5.7 million. Charlie Carroll's the low man with 2.6 million.
I think if either of us win this, we should probably give Mustafa the trophy.
I'm agree.
There's a lot of shoulds in poker that don't happen.
Yeah.
Like I should not take my pants off while I do commentary, but I do.
Just stay seated on the other side of the desk.
Okay.
Blinds 80,000, 160,000 with a 20k ante. Canet has jacks in the small blind. He completes. Charlie Carroll with ace-4 of hearts.
Chip in a chair time.
Pull in. I call.
Shove and a call. Charlie Carroll at risk. He's got it in as a 2-to-1 dog. Needs an ace. Or some hearts.
Hoping to pull himself a Chance Cornuth.
The flop. 9-5-5. Pretty good for jacks.
Thinking what I could do with 234k.
Played 9 more high rollers.
Charlie's down to 3 outs. He needs the Barry Greenstein. He needs an ace on the river. He doesn't hit.
Good game, buddy.
Good game. I'm sweating. I'm not gonna wash my hand.
Played well, buddy.
It was good playing with you, man. That was fun.
too.
With him?
Come on, let me get it through.
Oh, life's fun when you're winning hundreds of thousands.
Charlie Carroll busts in third for 234,100 euros.
Now quick, get him to the charity shop before it closes.
So we're now heads up in this 25k event.
Good luck, buddy. Let's have some fun.
Mustafa Canet looking for his 3rd high roller win. Chance Cornuth looking for his 2nd of the year. But Canet has the chip advantage.
Chance got pretty lucky to get to this point. He's going to need some more. You know, I think the biggest mistake of his poker career was coming on our podcast, but Ace-9 is probably a close second.
Oh, come on. That was Mustafa's favorite episode.
Real good, bro.
So Canet has almost a 2-to-1 chip lead over Cornuth as we get this heads-up battle underway. Blind still 81-60.
Chance has got an uphill battle, but this is far from impossible. Yes, I'm saying there's a, you know.
Chance is raised with 10-6. Mustafa defending with Queen Jack.
This is fine. Heads up's weird.
The flop gives Canet top pair, bottom pair for Cornuth.
Chance probably likes his hand, but it can't get too much value from worse ones.
Action goes check, check. Queen on the turn, 2 pair for Mustafa, open-ended straight draw for Chance.
Top pair versus open-ender, things are getting interesting now.
Canet leads for 450,000.
Calling makes perfect sense.
Cornuth does call. And he gets there on the river. He makes his straight. Canet still with 2 pair. Value bet's just over $1 million.
He likes to value bet thin. I think we can expect to see a raise here a lot.
Well, Chance has got the second nuts, right?
Sure.
Call.
Wow, he just calls.
Pretty tight just call. Probably thinks Mustafa's never calling with worse.
Blinds 100,000, 200,000 with a 25k ante. Chance Cornuth raising the button with 7-3. Mustafa Canet with ace-8. He defends.
No reason to go 2 nuts there.
The flop is 7-6 deuce. So Chance flops best. Top pair.
Top pair heads up. Oh, yee.
With the action checked to him, he continues for 350,000. And with 2 overs to the board, Mustafa calls.
Ace-high could be the best hand. It's not, but it could be.
The turn card is a 9. Canet is now open-ended.
Not too much of a scare card for a pair of 7s.
Canet checks. Cornuth checks behind.
No reason to make the pot bigger, though.
Jack on the river, so Canet left with just ace-high. And he's betting. He leads river for 900,000.
Weird river bluff. Ace-high could be good.
Can you beat a 7, Musta?
Close your eyes and put it in.
That's gross.
You know me, bro.
I'm not sure anyone does.
All right, let me think about it.
Take your time.
I'm uninclined to fold a pair.
I know, bro. This is why I love you.
I solved it.
Chance folds the best hand.
Solution, yes. Correct, no.
Darth Cornuth still wondering about that one. Mustafa took nearly $1 million off him there. And he has regained roughly a 2-1 chip lead over his opponent.
Cornuth's getting to the point where he's going to have to take some kill me.
You only have yourself to blame. Chance first to speak here. Ace-10. Raises to 500,000. Canet has a small pair, 3s.
Oh, maybe it's Mustafa who's going to push the action.
All in.
He shoves on Cornuth.
You like deuces, right?
Huh.
Deuces never loses.
No, they do sometimes.
Patently false.
Call.
Chance calls, and we're off to the races.
Oh, good thing you have 3s.
Yeah.
This flip could be the decider.
Chance has sucked out once. This one's way less uphill.
Good game, Chance. It was really nice to play with you.
I appreciate your optimism.
Mustafa's already sizing up the trophy for his luggage.
If his pocket pair holds, he wins that trophy and the €500,000 first prize. Well, 3s are holding.
Deuces will be better.
They never loses.
Chance has 6 outs. Charlie Carroll sweating the action. Queen on the turn.
If I lose, I'm happy it's to you, but I wouldn't mind playing a little bit longer. I'm fine like this, bro. We play next turn. I think it's like a 10 of diamonds, actually.
Any ace, any 10.
Don't think so. 8 of diamond, maybe.
The river. It's a jack.
That's close.
Canet closes the deal.
Good game, buddy.
Good game, bro.
Good beast.
Mustafa Canet wins the EPT Dublin 25K high roller.
People say there's no second chances in life. Well, they were wrong.
Bro, I bust your 3%, bro.
Mustafa Canet, you've won 10K high roller. You've won a 50K high roller. You just won a 25K high roller. Where are you going next?
The 100K, I suppose.
You think it's going to be the 100K? Your prediction for how long that's going to take?
1 month and a half, Monte Carlo.
I love the confidence in this guy. Speaking of confidence, I noticed you were having fun actually throughout the rest of the tournament. There were a couple of hands you were playing with Charlie where you were very honest about where you thought your hand strength was. You're like, no, just fold. I got it here. Is that just because you're having fun, or is there some strategy to that?
No, it's strategy. Like, if I have nothing, I'm gonna say something like that too, so it's random.
All right, perfect. Well, guys, let's get a big round of applause for our high roller champion, Mustafa Canet.
King Jack versus King Jack.
Fair fight, fair fight.
Early position versus Big Blind. David Doxey versus Andy Black.
Fair fight, fair fight.
And both flop Broadway. Would like to highlight that Doherty is free rolling. Oh, no, he's not. Black also free. It also has a flush draw.
Yeah, it's a double free roll.
It's a double free roll
and
situation.
they all think that they're about to double up, by the way. That's what's so sad about spots like this. We have a secret. We know you have the same hand. You think you're going to win the Irish Open, but you're just going to split this pot. And then we're going to sing some more.
Players, if you signed up for
we have a whole song for situations like this because we love to celebrate
it's not
mediocrity.
Really, it's not so much a song as it is a jingle.
I think we just like to celebrate no losers. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's just like it always seems there's a winner and a loser, and being a loser is just not a good feeling. And a chop is a nice way of saying, hey, we're all in this together.
What suit is it going to be? It is a black one. No, it's a red one. It's a 10.
Zappo asks, why was it 51% for black if they've got the same? Probably, I think, because there are more clubs in the deck, right?
Yeah, because this is going to take into account folded cards.
Yeah. You know, black's not going to be thrilled, actually, by this turn pairing the board. Sometimes Doherty is going to have 2 aces, 2 queens that are not filled up. And Doherty also not going to be that thrilled with it. Could have been getting check raised by something like ace 10, queen 10 on the flop. I think those often will play as just a call, though. So maybe Doherty is thinking that it's maybe more likely that black has the same kind of hand, or maybe a big spade combo. Yeah, no reason to scare off your bluffer or just bust into the boat. Rather just let black keep telling the story. Oof. And that's the kind of card that, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Quick all-in from Andy Black.
Come in, please.
Oh my gosh. So this is not an easy call, really. I mean, there's so much money out there. At this point, you know that your opponent is almost like you're never winning here. Basically, you just can't be. The spades have even got there. If your opponent was check raising with, you know, let's just say 9-8 of spades, that's now a flush. That's now beating your king jack. So
you don't have a royal flush this time, Andy. I know that.
your opponent is repping a boat, a straight, or a flush, and all you have is the bottom end of that. Never just has a random bluff. So that's why Doherty is thinking, well, hell, if he was check raising the flop with ace-10, he has a boat. If he was check raising with, you know, I mean, you do have the jack of spades. So it's hard to imagine you would check raise like the 9-8 of spades. I mean, I think you just got to call and hope for the chop here, but Queen X of spades could have been check raising the flop. That's actually a good combo to think about. Queen 9 of spades, Queen 8 of spades to try to put pressure on the ace X with a check raise on the flop. But again, I think a lot of the time that just plays as a call. And Doherty.
Same. I think we both at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
David Doherty makes the call. This will be a chop pot. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
I mean, I had a chance to get rid of you. There in the river, I took the chance.
You had the queen tens, and he might have the ace 10, but
I don't know how you go,
definitely had the edge.
No, you want him to do the photo post? Yeah?
Good call by David
Thanks for
Doherty.
wasting our fucking time, huh?
I was trying not to.
Yeah. I think you were both trying not to.
Really quick, though, Joe.
Absolutely.
Aces versus kings versus queens.
Big cooler here. Wow. Picked the wrong time to answer that question.
Yes, indeed.
Cool.
Oh, wow. Harwood trap activated.
Wow.
Harwood trap activated. Lastoria does have aces, but the smallest stack by far, and Harwood has managed to trap Storbo like a treat.
Straight out of the fridge.
4 outs.
What is happening here, ladies and gentlemen?
Now, if a king spikes, there's no side pots to work out.
Everyone loves a chop pot, question mark?
I mean, I don't know how you would chop all club board.
Yeah, exactly.
8-8-7. Look, the dealer's nervous. Oh, God, how did I deal? How did I do this? You did it again. You coolered the whole table.
7.
9, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that a straight on board? No, huh? No way to chop this. River. All right. Board runs out clean. Aces hold. Storbo will be eliminated with the queens. Lastoria is going to triple up more than, and Harwood is going to win a really nice side pot off of Storbo.
Yeah, really nice play there from Harwood. Has the presence of mind just to find a flat there. It's already a significant all-in, right? So just calls an oversized all-in, basically. So it's oversized open, if you imagine that. Storbo finds the hand to squeeze it in, does put it in, and Harwood slams that trap down. That's the real pickup here. Harwood stacking up a lot of chips there despite losing the main pot to aces.
My name's Ed Kilworth. I moderate on YouTube. I've come down for the Poker in the Ears 300 recording of the podcast, and I somehow won the whole tournament for an IPO Silver Pass. We're normally, during the live streams, I'm tapping away, chatting to people on YouTube, and keeping people in order. And now I won't be able to do that. It might be terrible, it might be Joe Stapes picking up the slack, and then everyone's in trouble. But hopefully, Tom or Aksha will do the job. It's going to be nerve-wracking to think that you're going to be playing with some of the best in the world. Is like, well, it's going to be just a different experience. This is by far the height of my poker achievement. I've never played a main event of anything above like $400, so this is going to be way up there.
Welcome back to Dublin and the 2024 Irish Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker as we return from the dinner break on day 1C of the main event here at the RDS. And we just heard there from Ed Kilworth. So what's Ed's story? Ed was a former Poker in the Ear superfan As he said himself, he moderates our YouTube channel. But when we had that live show at the Hippodrome in London just a couple of weeks ago, Ed won the free roll, the poker tournament that we held afterwards. He won a silver power pass, which he redeemed for an Irish Open package. And here he is playing in the biggest live tournament of his life. I say is, I should actually say was, because sadly, Ed actually went out during the last orbit of the last level before the dinner break. So sadly, no more Ed K must play, but I'm glad he got the experience of playing in the Irish Open. It is James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Bener rejoins us.
Good evening, everyone, or afternoon, or morning, wherever you are. It's evening for us.
Players returning from break and a new feature table coming to the main stage. We're going to have Felix Schneiders up on the feature table.
All right, he deserves a little attention.
Along with a player who was referenced earlier today, we did have the EPT Prague champion, Porrig O'Neill, at our first feature table. John Kite, the Norwegian player who he beat heads up in Prague, is going to be on the main stage. And we referenced the fact that John had that, what looked to be insurmountable chip lead coming into that final. But it was Porrig who came in as the 6th stack, the shortest stack at that FT, who managed to take it down, and John had to make do with a second place finish.
Good use of insurmounted. Is surmounted a word, like the opposite of insurmounted?
Not really.
I don't think so, right?
So we can see that Kite's coming back from break with more than 50 big blinds. It's Yanni Kiriasu who's got the chip lead at this table with 75 bigs. Felix, one of the shorter stacks, he and Timothy Silman hovering around the 20 big blind mark. Blinds will be 600, 1200 with a 1200 big blind ante. So this is only the first day of live coverage, following the penultimate day one flight. 1C, which is the, 1D, which is the turbo flight, kicked off just under an hour ago. And then all survivors from all 4 flights will merge tomorrow for day 2. We'll follow it all the way through until Monday, which is final table day. And we did highlight earlier that there is going to be a special Irish Open live stream tournament to accompany our coverage of the final table on Monday. A low buy-in tournament with 2K in added value. It's going to take place at 3 o'clock UK time. There'll be 3 p.m. British Summer Time on Monday. The buy-in is $1.10, and in addition to the cash prize pool that those buy-ins generate, $2,000 in Sunday Million Anniversary tickets will be added to the prize pool and distributed to the top 130 finishers. Registration for this tournament will open on Sunday, which is day 3 of the main event.
Okay, just a second. Someone just came. In the position 6, the nationality is from Holland, and the starting stack is
So among the players taking their seats at the feature table, just overhearing there is a new entry. Of course, registration is still open. We have played 9 levels today, so the level that's about to kick off is level 10, and this is the last level where late registration or re-entry is available, Griffin. After that, I guess the turbo is your only option.
Yep. Of course, this tournament is not unlimited re-entry, so you can't just go buck wild. You only get 2 entries per flight.
So a total of 8 entries overall. There is Felix Schneiders. One big change, of course, with the day 1s playing more levels, with 14 levels being played in the day 1 flights. It means late registration does not continue into day 2. So anyone who shows up tomorrow, unlucky.
Now, do they start at 15.3 tomorrow or 2.4 is the question? Because we ended, me at 15.3. But if they ended a level earlier or a level later?
Why would anyone finish a level later?
Okay, I misunderstood what you were saying. So it will be 240.
No, I'm saying that all day one flights this year are playing 14 levels. Last year it was only 10.
Okay.
So I'm saying that late registration last year was until the start of level 11, which was on day 2. But we're going to start day 2 at level 15, 2K, 4K.
These are the questions a short stack asks going into day 2. I love 13 and a half big blinds in a dream. There is John Kite, just out of frame there. And of course, Felix Schneider. Clearly laughing at a tweet Joe sent out. So funny.
Probably not. Not that funny on Twitter anymore. It's a cesspool. It's a hellhole.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Nice to see you again.
So players back from break, and we're ready to get the next level underway.
Most of you do it, the TV tables.
Blinds are now 600, 1200 with a 1200 big blind ante.
No, I'm just explaining.
So the new player who's just sit down, by the way, is from the Netherlands. It is Jan Joost van den Bogaert, who will have a 30K starting stack.
Exactly on your quarter. Because otherwise the TV production is going to most of the time. Just tell him to go to his left side of it, to his right side of it.
Van den Bogaert, isn't he involved in one of the most famous hands in PokerStars history?
He is, but Jan Joost van den Bogaert is not.
Boy, that's a lot of really close names. It's like Joseph Almoawad.
You know, Joe, if you broke up with Twitter, it would just be an X to you.
It would finally become an X.
Hello.
For those of you that did watch the stream last year, watching the very aggressive John Kite there in seat 4, I believe. Just an incredibly aggressive player, really trying to push edges, push around the table, incredibly dangerous with a big stack, certainly prone to a blow up here and there, playing that kind of style, but let's see what kind of mood he's in today on day 1C.
I feel like he's going to turn it on for the cameras.
Yeah.
Okay, we're dealing. First hand back from the dinner break.
Oh.
And we have aces under the gun for Sean D'Souza.
God, it's the first time I've ever on a feature table. I got aces the first hand. This is crazy.
No more bluffs. Under the gun, too.
Nobody ever bluffs.
It's all about who got the best top pair.
9 raised, 3,500.
Comparing cards.
Raises it to 3,500. Folded around to Felix Schneider's.
Looks interested.
No, Felix, don't do it.
Yeah, only playing 20 big blinds. If he's
Don't
looking down
do
at
it.
2 10s, 2 jacks,
Watch the
something
delay.
like ace queen, you'd expect it to go in, and he definitely looks.
Oh,
yeah, yeah, that's the 2 Johnnies.
Run.
That's Joe and James right there under the hood.
That means fun for you? Always.
Now hold on, he could fold.
It's true. The bright lights. Looks like you can't wait to call.
I thought it was ace 4.
Cool. Look. Queens.
Yes.
Queens?
One off.
I wanted to
Not what
last
you
a
were
little bit
expecting.
longer.
Oh, way off.
I actually said I'm going to last longer than
Worst case scenario.
Blockers are not real. I was using blockers.
Yeah.
Couldn't be ace king.
Maybe you can give us a switch.
Shouldn't be ace king.
The hearts are live.
Felix is also about to be an X.
The spades are not. It's too bad. Okay, you do. I told you no bluff. No bluff. Okay, there's a jack. It's a start.
That's a start.
Yeah, 10 would be nice.
10.
And he can't be running diamonds.
They can sing. I want Joe and James to sing for me.
7 or higher, no.
10 on the turn? Okay, that doesn't work.
It's all over on the
Okay.
turn, and Felix is one and done. One hand at the feature table, and he is KO'd.
The man wearing the Griffin shirt.
Alright, nice
to the rail.
Good luck, guys. Have fun.
My brand,
Enjoy.
don't you see it? GRND?
Grund.
Grund. Oh, that's my acronym.
Can we just let Felix have his moment for a second?
Definitely.
They're going to change this out?
Yeah, please.
Okay, new table, get
It's only single re-entry. Shit, this is my second.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's
Turbo
right.
time.
He can still re-enter.
No, turbo time. He said that was
Turbo
the second.
time, yeah.
Yeah.
You're not part of the turbo team.
No, I'm not, but he will be. And look, always smiling. What a great spirit.
Okay. That was...
What a start.
Okay. No question.
Well, great start to the level for Sean D'Souza. Not so great for Felix Schneiders. He'll now have to content himself with playing the last chance turbo, Flight 1D, which is underway right now.
Look, it's the Griffin live crew. Poor Felix. He's such a nice guy. He'll never win a poker. Only jerks win.
This is Narcis Nedelsu from Romania.
You're Romania.
Meditation, eh?
Round to Timothy Silman. From your country, Griffin, Canada.
Got to have one on every
Nice.
table. It seems like we always have it. We out here.
Thank you.
And Sean D'Souza folds. So that's raise and take it.
This table should be embarrassed. Raise and take it at this level. Embarrassed. Look at this on YouTube. Look at this. Leo Van Leerop says he needed to catch a flight or something.
A turbo flight.
Flight 1D, I bet it was.
Yeah. Damn, I know we were making fun of how bad the joke was. We kind of made it good.
We did actually make the joke
damn
good.
it.
Yeah. We kind of ruined our own joke by making his
Are we
better.
starting a business?
Me and Spraggy used to play Overcooked together, and we would always go.
I want to play that with you.
We would talk. We would act like we were running a real business. We'd be like, Spraggy, burgers are our business. Let's go.
Yeah.
And we just say burgers are our business back and forth to each other
Nice.
for 3 hours.
500.
I noticed that Junkite has adopted the Team Ireland baseball cap. As we see Paul Smith raising with Queen Jack of Diamonds. Ace 5 for Timothy Silman. He folds. D'Souza gives up the small blind. It's Rene Middelberg in the big blind. He folds as well.
I actually had a moment last night where I was presented with the two hats, but I didn't really read what they said. I just thought they were both said Team Ireland. So I didn't realize it was like my red pill, blue pill moment. I just took the red one.
Yeah, because red, familiar color of Ireland, Griffin, absolutely. Good luck walking around the streets of Dublin in a red hat that says Team
Listen,
England.
it was my sorting hat moment, okay?
The hat shows
I
it.
had no, yeah, exactly.
I mean, Griffin's dad is British. How's your dad's book doing?
Really well, yeah. Did I ever give you a copy?
I bought a copy.
Oh, yeah, that's
I
right.
bought the audiobook.
How many times have you read it? Or
So
listened?
many.
You're actually listening to it in one ear right now, aren't you? Yeah, he actually just posted on Facebook that he was disappointed to see it wasn't in the local library, so he pushed to have it in there, and now it is.
Oh, cool.
Everyone knows that.
King 8 Suited has opened. 2,500. Round to Yanni Kiriasu in the big blind. King 6 off.
Come on, let's play.
Looks like you're going to get to play. That's a defend.
That's what happens in the year of Romania.
Ace, King 7, all diamonds.
Opportunities here with these little kickers. A couple more high cards. Perhaps a board pair. Perhaps a fold.
Well, we've got several people, DC23 UK among them, asking, is Spraggy still in this tourney?
Nope.
There he is.
Just kidding.
Sat alongside Laurie Sanchez. Spraggy on his second bullet today, and he has just zipped up his tracksuit after spilling coffee all over himself. That is a hashtag fun fact.
Spraggy, burgers are our business.
What company does he work for?
The jumbled up letters on the bill, not my favorite. It makes me want to unscramble them.
Yeah. 5 ways. No, he wears it well.
6 bucks. 7 pass.
Tang asked, does he have chips? Looks pretty empty in front of him. Well, he started this session with 30K because he bought in again during the dinner break.
And some might say, all you need is a chip in a chair. And they definitely had more than one. Here comes John, don't call me Kite Kite. Ooh, plays it aggressively. Let's go. This is so badass.
This
so hard to
this is
protect
the Jan
against.
Kite you warned us about.
Yeah.
Come on, let's play. That's what he said earlier. It's so frustrating, too, because you're like, I raised under the gun, bro.
Where's the respect?
Where's the respect?
Well, I know you're going to hate to hear this, Joe, but the ace blocker does play a small factor because it's going to be more like, it's a little bit more likely it's hands like this being raised that are really hard to defend against this kind of action, right? And that's why we do see the tight fold.
I feel like you're like directly into the microphone.
Yeah, that was, I think one of my eardrums is not bleeding.
Hey, James, can you please tell me why some poker tourneys on PokerStars say, please not, this is a knockout tourney, but you can rebuy up to 3 times, thanks?
Please not what?
Let me repeat it for you. Can you please tell me why some poker tourneys on PokerStars say, please not, this is a knockout tourney, but you can rebuy up to 3 times, thanks?
I have never seen a tournament say, please, not this is a knockout tourney.
I may have written that.
Pretty cool if it's just 2.
So Kite doing exactly what Joe suggested, showing a little flair early here on the level. Perception is everything, honestly, when you're playing in these poker tournaments, and frankly, that is the strongest 3-betting seat in the game. The big blind from the under the gun. Most of the time, you're just going to defend your, playable hands. So it looks bloody strong.
So you gotta treat like a new table at a poker tournament like your first day in prison. You either gotta beat somebody up or become somebody's pet. That's it.
There's the 8 for Nettlesuit.
Yeah, and quite a loose defend here with the 8-4 off, and getting very, very lucky flopping top pair.
Okay, so this person's back now, and they said, okay, I meant note. So, James, can you tell me why some poker tourneys on PokerStars say, please not, this is a knockout tourney, but you can rebuy up to 3 times, note?
Where's the prompt that says English language only?
The battle of the coups. Kairaku versus Nettleku.
The battle has been won by Nettleku. As we check in on one of the fellas, one of the club podcast hosts. They did their live show in the Crack Den last night. Rory Jennings repping PokerStars at the tables today. Adam McCullough already made it through an earlier flight.
I bet Rory would have recognized Lauren Sanchez.
Well, talking of Laurie Sanchez, I have been advised that Laurie just eliminated Spraggy.
No.
Spraggy ran into Laurie's aces, so Spraggy has now fired 2 bullets on day 1C. That means Spraggy's only option now is the turbo, is flight 1D.
D-Day.
Middleberg has raised with 5s. Cheese and Onion saying, being eliminated by an FA Cup winner, that's still a win in my book. And I think Spraggy's going to see it like that. Who do you fancy for the Cup this year, Griffin?
Oh, don't make me choose.
Next victim is
Team England. Looks at my hat.
Set of 5s here for Middleberg. What does Van den Bogert have?
I would venture to guess not as good as Middleberg's hand.
Well, interestingly, he has raised the flop. Spades, straight draw.
And the quick call, the quick defensive call from Middleberg. Like, no, please don't raise like this. I'm scared. I'm just going to quickly defend.
Middleberg, more like middle set.
Ho, 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 ho. Middleberg are our business.
Doesn't read just.
And after going for the check raise, recognizing that Middleberg's probably got something decent enough to continue on this turn. We can see it was just bluff raise. Probably something, you know, like a 9-10 of diamonds, some sort of back doors, maybe something like a 6-8 off that, actually 6-8 would then be a double gutter.
Well, we know this fella. Tom Hall is taking the vacant seat at the feature table.
Whoa.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Old Redbeard himself.
You want to change big or small? Up to you.
What do you think?
Jabracata.
Better change small one.
Okay.
25.
You don't have use for it, right?
No. All I need is this.
Yeah.
To defend.
Just build with that 5k.
Build, he says.
Doesn't appear to be bringing a very large stack with him.
Of course, always.
That's right, Snap Poker Golf. Kite, poker player. The other guys, they're chips.
I think Hall may be either entering late or entering for the second time today, as he has exactly 30k.
But it's okay, it was Felix before you, so. Yeah. The German.
Jacks for Timothy Silman.
We had before we got here. Yeah.
Just saw James adjusting his watch. It was like he was handling a small child. So beautiful to watch.
Not really a point having a double.
Did you see
They're my babies, Griffin.
the watch that Fader Holz put up for sale on Twitter today?
No, I didn't. Well, don't worry. I can.
You can get it on your own phone.
I can.
Thanks for the raid, Western. Welcome, Westerners.
Can't get away with it when you're on TV.
Crown up guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Middleburg looking for another middle set with the pocket
Wow.
sixes.
Wow. Full set rose gold Royal Oak from 2022. Bought in Germany directly from AP. Yeah, that is...
Is that a real special watch?
Oh my God, he's got 2 for sale. So he's got a stainless steel Royal Oak, 2023, full set.
And I think he posted...
Should I buy one?
I think he posted a real old watch the other day, too, if you scroll back a little bit further, like something from the 50s, I want to say, a Rolex.
You know, we just had a dinner.
Times must be tough.
Heads up to this flop of ace 10, 9, 2 hard. Silman's jack's good, may not like the ace.
Yeah, he says he just bought a beautiful and rare Rolex from 1951.
There you go.
It's a very nice vintage watch. But those APs, the Royal Oak doesn't do it for me, but I get the appeal of it. And those are relatively decent prices for what is a very, very desirable and hard to get watch.
That's a good review.
Yeah,
I like that.
Free flop all then.
You're gonna link it to Nico? Gonna get Nico involved?
Is Nico his watch negotiator?
Nico's the #1 watch YouTuber in the world.
Ah.
At least
And he and James are friendly now.
Oh, nice.
I didn't hit the set against
Lee, not friendly, not friends quite yet.
No, but it was.
Nico came to the live show at the Hippodrome we did for Poker in the S300.
Oh, that's sweet. That's great.
You bluffed me? No, you didn't. I don't believe you.
I'm in your mind, huh?
Did you invite him, James?
I did.
I had aces.
And he took part in the show, played in the tournament afterwards as a bounty, played in a cash game with me, Joe, Finton, Spraggy, and a few others afterwards.
Stacked me in what was going to be my first profitable cash game session in several years.
He'll do you a good deal on a Patek.
I only have to lose 500 or 600 more pots like that to him.
Hey, you did great though. You got the AI version of Jake Johnston to answer questions.
Worse for those who doesn't have a hat. I have to wear the ugliest hat in the room.
Oh wow!
Whoa, 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 whoa! Considering I own a Team England hat, I have to agree.
I'm like, can I choose Team England instead? No, that's what I got.
Wooly says, I heard recently you need to keep a Rolex serviced. Costs around 5K to do it. First of all, yes, you need to keep all mechanical watches serviced. A Rolex probably needs to be serviced every 10 years. A Rolex service for a newish watch costs £850, not 5K.
Oh, 850 pounds. That's a steal.
Grows on trees.
Every 10 years for a watch that is accruing in value, not a bad price to pay.
That's more fun.
Nico has taught you well.
And I'm not going to say a word. 10 of this
Just to explain to you how famous this Nico guy is, we walked from the Hippodrome Casino to our hotel, me, Nico, and Scraggy.
I was talking to Felix.
It's about 300 yards.
And then no one said a word.
He got recognized twice on the walk and then once by the hotel staff. And the hotel staff was so excited to see him that they reopened the bar for us, which had been closed for an hour. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's how famous this dude is.
Like music and Zen mode, meditation between every hand.
Meditation between every hand.
Yeah.
That's true. He knows me. Wow.
He learned from Espen. Really.
I work for Espen.
Calfan says, I wonder how Griffin went from being the check your privilege guy to doing top commentary for Poker Stars. I wonder how you went from the weird comment guy to your band.
People can change. I used to be the check your privilege guy.
Very high rail.
Used to be.
It's about time you created a new meme for yourself.
Yeah.
You reinvent yourself every what?
Yeah,
every
true.
10 years or so with a meme?
Yep, that's the plan.
Good enough.
The meme of my 40s is going to be great.
Gave you respect.
Come on.
Yeah, I did.
Come on. I'm big at this.
Just watch.
Come on.
After. You can watch
Ace
it.
10 off.
It's a big fold, right?
It's just a good fold.
Maybe. Against him,
Maybe you could free bet a team or something? Other than that? Yeah. I try. This is the Irish Open.
Bad lookalike.
Folding's great.
Tom Hall.
Go on.
Michael Fassbender.
You don't need to look
That's
like
bad.
on TV. By folding.
Well, you might still look like a 4x4.
Okay.
Come on, like, you know.
It's pretty bad.
I'm happy I didn't fold my aces on
The Hitman movie, what's it called?
He does. Sorry, Michael Fassbender does have ginger facial hair, though, doesn't he?
I think so. I mean, I recently saw the Fincher movie, and he's reminding me of him big time with the glasses.
I really enjoyed that movie, by the way.
So did I.
I liked it too.
I think you see it, James.
I do see it a little bit.
I've made some bad folds on stream in my life. It happens. You know. Next day, it's like.
D-Chaps asked, Joe, would you go on Mark Maron's podcast? Yeah, I'd probably murder everyone in this room to go on Mark Maron's podcast.
No, that's you.
Maybe not Patrick or Nikki, but everybody else.
I would protect both of them. So
Should've
you'd
won
have to
that
kill me first.
And I would.
I didn't really do it, to be honest. I like both of you, so I didn't really have any rooting interest.
So after the tournament, I give you, I say you the hand. Okay.
Mark Maron bumped me at the Comedy Store last time I performed there.
No, you
I feel like you told me that story before.
He bumped into you?
No, bumped him. Like he was supposed to go on, but then they're like, someone more famous is here.
Oh.
Can you wait in the green room and maybe you can meet him?
So is that a brag or?
It's like a rite of passage being bumped by like a bigger comedian. But the thing is that like you're kind of happy because usually the comedian sticks around to watch your set. And when I got off stage, I saw he was in the room, but he didn't make eye contact with me. He didn't acknowledge me in any way. So he either didn't watch it, or did watch it and didn't feel the need to address me.
Right.
Which is fine, because the cool part is he bumped me. But sometimes when you get bumped, the guy that goes on does like 40 minutes, and then you just don't get to go at all.
Right.
He kept it to like a very respectful like 10, 12 minutes or something. So
was he good?
He was excellent. I mean, he did. I'll just say some politically charged material that a lot of comedians couldn't do, and he pulled it off with aplomb.
That's
Okay.
why.
Nice.
I mean, I could easily get third as well.
All right,
At
the
one
Sousa
point,
opening
I got
ace-6
named last
suited.
time. I was the shortest of the three of us.
Right.
So
That is brutal mentally.
Middleburg does have an interesting candidate in these particular spots to get a little frisky sometimes. You have a big blocker. You know, it's not a hand that's good enough to call from this seat. So I think mixing in some 3-bets is kind of nice. De Sousa does have the kind of hand, you know, at this blind level, you have some options, but you see how powerful that 3-bet is. So nice play there from Middleburg, who's probably gaining some confidence here on this level. Flop that set, won a couple nice raise pots, and now the 3-bet.
Insane there. It's weird. You can't just grind to a win every time.
So a reminder, this is the final level of registration. Once we hit level 11 this evening, no more new players coming in, no more re-entries.
Do we know how that lines up with the last level of registration in the turbo?
That is a very good question. So let's see exactly how long the levels are in that turbo. I'm going to guess 20 minutes. Yeah, it's 20-minute levels in the turbo, so they will hit level 10 at around, sorry, level 11 at around half 11 tonight. Right, so 2 hours from now. 2 hours from now, effectively, Reg will be closed. So
for everyone, everywhere,
yes,
forever.
Yes, in 2 hours' time, we should have final numbers as far as entries are concerned.
Freeze out.
So Middleburg opening on the button. Tom Hall with ace-king in the big blind.
No, 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 no rebuys.
And is just going to shove the 25 big blinds, and Middleburg has got to be a little annoyed. Such a hand that you would love to just see a flop with.
Average.
It must be so boring, like if you play day 1A and you make it through, and you just don't have any more. You can't fire any more bullets. You just have to wait till day 2. I mean, it's kind of for losers, really, if you think about it.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
There's a lot of other poker to play.
Yeah, but do you really want to mess up your vibes and then do other stuff? You just kind of want to stay focused on the main event. You don't want to go deep in the 250 euro PLO 4 max.
That sounds like really a lot of fun, actually.
Mystery blinds.
I do love the idea of a mystery blinds tournament where every half hour the blinds go up, and they could go up, they could go down. It's a mystery.
Clear open.
Are we starting a tournament?
What's wrong with
The
him?
commentators will definitely say like, wow, how he did
Oh, he's a field player. He felt like it was a bad spot.
felt that he's queen
he
in the
works
big
very good on his tight image.
Oh, it's true.
It doesn't seem like a lie.
The commentators will definitely say why did he fall? If I open, maybe you're not rolling.
Oh, I was qualified.
Okay.
Did we have a hand?
Can you imagine,
What do you have?
1 minute you're in the danger zone, then the blinds change, and suddenly you've got 50 big blinds again.
What did they say? So take that for a bit, you know, like. I don't know.
I'm just giving these ideas away for free all the time.
Just wanted to use some
No, they're
time
paying
in
you to be
case-
here to say these things.
You should have called.
Jumble the blinds, jumble the payouts. 3 pair beats 2 pair and ties with trips.
Mystery payouts is definitely going to be the next thing, though. Like, you just get your finishing card, and then at the end, they just scramble all the payouts. You could have been the first one out. You can make 4th place money. You don't know. They're just going to assign it to you at the
No, I
end.
really want to get a read on my next big blind versus button spot.
Drazina asks, where's the graphic to see how many players still playing? I would check the internet. Thank you for your question.
I'll let you boys
Probably a
sell
ridiculous
one.
fold, wasn't it? You probably just folded an absolute monster somehow.
It's a number we don't normally put on screen until we actually know the final field size, and right now it's still going up.
Yeah, I say kite.
It's going up. King, 10, 7, 2 spades.
You know, it'd be crazy if a red jack came on the turn.
Kite is right.
Why would that
As
be
they say.
crazy? Hold on a second. Wait, I'm going to figure this out. Oh,
Right?
that
Right?
would be nuts. Because Hall would have a straight.
They would both have a straight, dude.
Wait.
No, dude, I know.
They would both have a
There,
straight,
yeah,
but they
yeah,
both
yeah.
have a straight with a queen, so that's a chop.
No, yeah, no. Yeah, you see it now.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, Smith has the other card.
By the way, right here, right now, combining 1A, 1B, 1C as it stands, and 1D as it stands, we have crossed the 3,000 mark.
Hachi, machi. How many of those were you, Griffin?
Just 2.
Just 2?
You know, back in my day when I won the Irish Open, we didn't have 3,000 people.
I'm not sure that's a brag. So, Paul O'Reilly, you got to listen to this week's episode of the podcast.
Okay.
He said back in the day that not only was the tournament a freeze out, but there were capped entries, and that you could get your ticket and you could resell it for higher than face value.
Yeah,
it was $3K.
Oh, okay.
And people were selling them for 4,000 or 5,000 euros.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow, the Wild West.
It was when he was citing how old school Liam the Gentleman Flood was and wouldn't be doing with any of this alternates business.
No alternates.
No. It's like there are maximum number of tickets. That's it. That's the number of players. They're all in their seats at the start of the tournament. We keep going till there's one person left.
Imagine burgers are your business, and then you're only going to sell like 40 burgers every day, and when they're gone, they're gone.
Supply and demand.
That's it.
It's like Supreme.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly, whatever.
But we all know we have something.
I have the clubs, so yeah, the clubs, as they say.
Is 7 o'clock?
I wonder if anyone sold a fake Irish Open ticket. If they did, they're probably not really around anymore, I would guess, for one reason or another. Oh, yeah, no, he fell down a well.
I owe you an Irish Open seat. You're going to want to hold on to that
You're
one.
going to want to hold on to that one. It's as good as money. Oh, right there. That's as good as money, sir. Those are IOUs. Nice one, Tom.
There he is. Samsonite. It was way off.
They got an open from Vanden Bogert.
Well, we've got Little Sue in the big blind defending. I haven't seen his cards yet.
Please come King Jack 10. Please come King Jack 10.
King Jack 10. Oh, no, no, no.
Queen 6-6. Colin Donnelly watching on YouTube says, what is entries like compared to previous years? Up or down? Up. This is a record breaker. I think last year set the record. 2.5K near enough. And they've exceeded that by some number.
Thank you.
And Adele keep going for the check race here.
Oh.
Representing that 6. Hoping to be attacking, I would say, if he's bluffing, hoping to be up against, you know, a hand like King Jack that is going to have a very difficult time defending against the check raise. But Vander Bogart just really at the top of his range there. The ace
There's
queen.
probably one on each table.
At least there's one on this side.
Definitely. Well, you said everyone else is.
And the overbet and the quick call. Does he have the 6?
No, he has another queen and not as good as ace queen. Queen 10, and that is going to be near enough a double up for Vanden Bogart.
Nikolai says, casters are legends. Really, really great if you want to wheel something around the room.
Especially if you make sure you get
the good ones.
You got to get 4. You got to get 4 casters on your case.
Yeah.
Don't just not just 2. So
and you got to
hold
make
an
sure you
angle.
snap them in all the way, because if you don't, they'll just pop right off. You got to get them completely flush.
By this chick. Service. Service.
I'm sure he's talking about Easter candy.
She doesn't want to go up here. She's like,
Hi. I would like to have the copy.
Speaking of which, it's Good Friday, Griff. Going to hit up Mass after this with me?
You know I will.
I got a way to match up Good Friday and poker. The stations of the crossbow.
You got no money.
So earlier, I made a subconscious or just coincidental reference to the movie The Long Good Friday, forgetting that today was Good Friday.
Oh man, you blew it.
You don't go crucifying people outside of church, not on Good Friday.
It's kind of showing the man up on his big day.
Harold Shand, the legend. Ace Queen, Ace 9.
Griffin, you come over to my room on Sunday, and I'll have hidden an Easter egg someplace very special.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Not the same place as last year, I hope.
Less chocolate.
Was it in Dublin last year that Griffin made a mess of your hotel room?
Yes.
Was it in Dublin last year that Griffin ate someone else's food?
Yes. When I was having food delivered this week, and I had flashbacks because the delivery guy couldn't find me, even though I was sitting in the lobby.
We actually haven't hung out at his room since.
Wait, when did we watch Atlanta? Was that?
No, we have. Okay, we have once, maybe. I miss you so much.
Possible if you play like 55% of hands.
So
plays 110, 56.
It's a little slow here.
Just 1% more. So he plays 112%.
All I did was folding on the table. I didn't have a hand for like 2 hours.
I bought 7 tickets for I Think You Should Leave Live.
How many people are?
How many people have bailed so far?
Yeah.
3.
Including me?
Including you.
Yeah. I haven't fully bailed.
Yeah, so what's our percentages looking like that you're coming to LA for I Think You Should Leave Live?
29%.
29% that you're going.
Yeah.
What is the date of the show?
May 11th.
There you go, May 11th.
Dude, you can't be organising this stuff during Scoop. It's too tough. I don't think I'll be in LA at that time.
Hardigan loves I Think You Should Leave.
Yeah, listen to the new fan energy. I love it.
I would happily go with you, but as I said, I will not be in Los Angeles.
I got kick-ass seats, too. Like,
yeah, real kick-ass seats.
Real close.
No, I mean, it's...
I mean, I just feel like if the 3 of us went, that would be the best. You know? Like, triples are best.
You can't reference your way out of this one.
Yeah.
2 players.
I don't live in a hotel. Steve's right, wants to know, Griff, do you still play poker? Buddy, I've won 2 spades in the last 3 months.
That's true.
Yeah, whoa. Let's not exaggerate. 6 months. Last 6 months. It's still a phenomenal achievement, so just don't...
I thought you were going to say hyper turbos don't count, and I was about to get real...
No. I mean, we all know that. I didn't need to highlight that.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare strip me of all I have. I'll overcompensate by bringing the Irish Open trophy here.
Do you think that there's a certain 3-card combo that we could call coffin flop?
Yeah, probably. Why would it be 3 cards?
I think it is possible, right, to be flop dead. That's a coffin flop.
Coffin flop.
If you're literally flop dead.
Yeah.
Coffin flops.
It's very tilting.
Flopped dead.
You don't have a soul.
They don't got no souls.
Curacao. King 10.
And Tom Hall.
I'm a little bored.
Clearly folded the King 9. Now come round to the blinds.
That ain't it.
She was going to be scolding.
So you can raise King 10 from early position.
I just got here.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah, you can mix it in.
I think we have one more hand to squeeze in before the blinds go up. One more hand before registration closes in Flight 1C.
Your tight images confirmed. So
But none of them are suited. I think, not one.
Oh, no. Do love me some water.
How much do you get?
Water. Water.
Then you'll get some real commentary.
Middleburg.
I'm sorry, I haven't got this one.
Fold it around to the button. Paul Smith.
Okay, thank you.
King 10 of spades.
You guys need to turn this off. We're going to go to the back.
So you can raise king 10 in late position.
Well, yeah, suited.
How much is the water? Like 350?
King 5 in the small for Silman.
Yeah, 3 something.
Yeah. But it's even
365?
It's more crazy
And I get a wet tenner.
But
what?
They have 200 milliliter.
What's a wet tenner?
Yeah, it's like a
10 € note. That's
Soggy.
Soggy. Yeah. Wet.
How did it get? I want to. No, I don't want to know how it got wet.
Probably best not to know.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll be like, it's not that gross. It's just sweat.
D'Souza not defending with 4s, folds the big blind.
Huh? What?
Well, I think we found D'Souza's range. Aces and up.
What the?
Excuse me?
That's only euros, mate.
And that
was Griffinish.
Yeah, that was a
Okay, I'm out of here.
is going to bring us to the conclusion of this level. But of course, we'll roll straight into level 11. No pause to allow anyone to try and buy in or rebuy at the last possible moment.
Doge might overtake the euro. Genuinely. Thank you. Thank you.
And a reminder that we have now got dates for UK IPT 2024. There is going to be a season-long leaderboard that will include the Irish Open. But the tour itself is going to go to London and Nottingham, plus a summer stop in Malaga. So London's going to be in August, Nottingham in November, and that special summer stop in Malaga takes place 10th to the 16th of June. Full schedule available on the PokerStars Live app, and of course you can win your way there with Power Path as we check on the stacks of the players on the main stage. At the new blind level, 800, 1600 with a 1600 big blind ante. Paul Smith, now the table chip leader, and Timothy Silman, the shorty, with 15 big blinds as Griffin and I are rejoined by David Lappin.
Great to be back, guys.
Yeah, and you were the one crunching the numbers, David, who concluded that we have got more than 3,000 entries now.
Yeah, across, and you can see it there actually in the top right-hand corner. Obviously, registration just about closed, so we won't be heading any more via 1C, but 1D going to be open for another couple of hours maybe.
Yeah,
so I reckon we may creep towards the 3,200 number.
That's a sizable increase on last year. And I know everyone always tries to manage expectations, but I would say there were very few people amongst the tournament staff, amongst the organisers, who were willing to go north of 2750 as a prediction.
Yeah, I think there's a combination of factors. I think this power brand in poker is, you know, known the world over. It's why we have contingents from USA, from Canada, and all across Europe, of course, coming out to this. I think PokerStars have done an amazing job with the satellites. I know, obviously, Paddy Power and some iPoker skins have contributed their satellite qualifiers as well, bringing it up to maybe 850, something around that number of qualifiers, which is an insane number. I'm not sure there's any tournaments in the world that qualify 850 people before you start counting live satellites, which we've been pumping out all week as well.
All great theories, David, but what I really think it is just, you know, bringing the prestige of having former champions here. I really think the, like, you know, the fame of having these people that used to win the event, I think that's really what brings it in, you know. And if they happen to bring their trophy.
You don't have the trophy with you. This is like...
He doesn't think I brought the trophy.
No, I don't.
and also, the Irish Open's kind of unique in the sense that all of the former winners are eye candy as well.
They see. On my side. Here we go with a 3-bet from Smith. Lappin, you would have blown a gasket there if you saw the hand before the end of the last level here. Button was raised, the king 10 of spades, and our man D'Souza in the big blind folded to the min raise. Let's guess the hand.
Well, I'm going to guess from your tone it was too tight. So did he fold in ace 10?
No. Pocket fours.
Oh, wow.
Playing
that's so
60K.
pure. That's so pure. Wow.
Playing 60K at 1200. Couldn't flick in the extra 18. I feel like we didn't talk about it enough, you know. I just had to readdress it.
Closing the action, getting the direct price. To
Yeah,
set
yeah,
mine.
yeah, yeah,
No
yeah.
any implied ads.
Yeah, with your ante in there and everything. Here we get some real action here, and therein lies the problem with 3-betting a hand like sixes.
Because of the price.
Is that, I mean, you're not doing it with blockers, kind of turning it into a bluff, and you get exploited in the way that Nedelko just did with the King 10. So good job on him. Smith, bad Smith.
Cards will be missing. Just
Yeah, a
one
little
time the cards will be not read.
sloppy, a little maybe not the right way to play a hand like sixes.
I feel like we're running a how not to play pocket pair seminar here. Let's see some flops.
There were a few of them earlier. We saw the 2s, 3-bet and then call the 4-bet earlier. That was a little bit
Standard in
spicy
Norway
as well. So yeah.
Standard in Europe. And how much would that be in? How much would that?
Unless there's a new
cost?
meta, of course, that we're unaware of.
Okay.
I mean, the game does move quick.
Great
No,
to see
that's
Tom
not
Hall
standard,
here.
yeah.
He only arrived in late today. I think he jumped into this tournament round about level 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Don't know if this is a second bullet situation or a first one, but he hasn't been around the first couple of days. Very much looking forward to getting the action. I had a little chat with him before he jumped in. Love Tom Hall, one of my favourite poker players. Jabracad, a legend online, and then you look at his live resume as well. 4th in the Millions Dotting in 2018, first in an EPT high roller back in 2016. He's done it all actually. He won his bracelet online at the World Series last year, and it's a great story. I don't know if you know that story.
No, I don't.
But he lost his internet connection, and he was in first place with maybe 8 left, and he was blinding out of the tournament. So he called his friend to run over with the hotspot, and the friend's now like in a taxi from the neighbouring hotel, trying to get up to him in time. Gets there, so at least he has a rail because he finally took it down.
I'd be knocking on doors myself.
Adam Neal, his friend, got there in time.
Nice.
Got the hotspot up and running, and Tom took it down from there.
You live in London?
No. I live in Shrewsbury in the fields.
Well, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Where is it? Middle of country?
Yeah.
Somewhere?
Close to like Birmingham. Way nicer than there.
Of course, Tom made his first big
I was
splash
gonna say,
actually at the
it
PCA
must be
in
like
Kent
the
back
worst
in
part.
2014.
Yeah,
It's like 90 minutes or an hour from. It's much more rural, green. You know.
I wonder if that's the year that I kind of got deep. I think we were maybe playing against each other.
So you go to like
Do
Birmingham?
you live in London?
No.
No. I don't go anywhere.
Very famously has that fantastic
like
graph.
Oh, yeah,
People
with
often
the-
put it up there of the
health.
proper like bottom left-hand corner to top right-hand corner, grinder, no downswings.
yeah.
graph.
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
no downswings when viewed from a wide angle, of course. There's plenty of variance in there, but very smooth sailing.
Nice.
T2 bet 8,200. 8.
All we missed on the table was Australian. Now we have it all.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So this is Sweat with Middleburg with his pair of 9s, facing a bet of 8,200 on the turn.
I think we will see some fireworks in 2 hands.
2 hands.
Yeah.
Come on, that's the classic speech. I always
Tough to
do
hold
that.
a hand, fold a
When
hand
I'm
this
going to
strong,
be big
blind
blind,
on
I'm like,
blind.
I know I'm going to find a hand. That's
Yeah,
what,
I
that's
can
what
see
I
it.
say. Right.
It's gonna be like massive race.
Mate, I want to bust out. Right.
Your Jackson suited to my 9s. Massive race.
I'll take it.
Certainly some draws here that Kirikau, and I'm surprised to see the fold there. I mean,
Show
the
the
times
king.
that you're wrong,
Good for TV.
you can still improve on the river.
They can see.
Oh yeah, they can.
No, we
see.
can't.
I forgot.
Interesting to hear Young Kuta say
what
how
happens when you
they
don't
have
show your
one
card.
person from a
That's a
different
change
country
for
on the table. I think he's implying
Tell you
that there
what,
might be
someone
8
makes
nations
it,
represented here.
Nice.
5,500. 5,600. I'll definitely fold. Because I'm not breaking this.
Yeah.
No chance. If someone opens 5,600, like from the button, for example, 5,700. No, 5,600.
I think I'll open.
I'm out.
I'll open for 4x here.
That's what I'm saying. If you do that, you just win.
Like that flop?
At least.
Okay. Yeah. But I don't be the king.
Me neither.
Queens, huh? Yeah.
That's one of the possible hands.
I know it later, so. yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, but you never know. The scanner might not pick it up. It could happen.
So you're in Shrewsbury? 3,200.
By yourself?
I live in Thailand.
Thailand, damn. I was in Thailand 2.5 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Where?
Sukhumvit in Bangkok. Yeah, but I was only there for 2 days.
One night in Bangkok and the world's your oyster.
Because I was coming back from Taiwan and I wasn't really.
Name that movie.
Did you play the APT?
Yeah.
Thanks for a musical.
I don't know what movie. I was just hoping that one of you guys would answer for me. Like I knew what it was.
Miss Saigon? No.
I enjoyed the trip.
I wanted to say chess. No.
It's so different there. The people
One night in Bangkok.
You know. Good-hearted
Yes,
people
it's from the musical Chess by Tim Rice, Benny Anderson, and Björn Ulvaeus.
Compared to the British.
See, you weren't sure. I didn't ask that question.
No, it's true though.
I love how you were both quiz master and contestant there.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's by no means the greatest song from the musical Chess. We all know which that one is, Griffin, right?
But how's the feel?
Checkmate your privilege.
Yes. Even better than
Nice.
How many regs were there in the side high roller stuff? But it was still ridiculous.
I know him so well.
There's a scene in Malaysia.
Elaine Page?
No.
No.
Vietnam and Cambodia sometimes get.
I love musicals too. I just don't know.
My friends in Vietnam
I
right
guess.
now for USOC.
There's a WPT in
Cambodia. Yeah, I see that.
Big Sound of Music guy.
I think it's a 3K.
It was a 10K in Vietnam.
That's right, Raksha. Wasn't it good?
Or
Oh,
9.5,
so
something
good.
like that, you know.
Oh, I'm going to get us another copyright strike if I don't stop.
That's nice.
Well, there is the man, the myth, the legend, and 5K high roller winner, Tonka. Parker Talbot playing day 1B, the turbo flight, busted both of his 1C bullets. So this is him. Last chance to make it to day 2.
Yes, and you'll notice that he now has a permanent smirk on his face. We've been trying to see if it'll ever leave since winning his first tournament, but just always smiling now, and we're really happy for him here at PokerStars.
Thailand.
Really?
They seem,
you think it will?
They seem positive.
There's always private games, but I have heard them get busted.
Yeah.
It's like you pay off the wrong person.
Somebody got busted before Taiwan. There was a APAT or something. Oh, sorry, APT before Taiwan that got shut down mid-main event day 4, and they had to pay everyone ICM.
Where?
I can't remember which one. I would tell you if I had my phone.
in Vietnam.
Was that Vietnam as well?
Middleberg really getting involved this level,
well?
getting a lot of hands to
No,
play
what?
with.
Sorry? Hanoi.
2-1 raise.
Yeah, Renee final table the 1100 bounty here at the Irish Open last year, I remember. Looking to make a deep run in the main event this year.
Kite with a decent squeeze spot here, considering the perceived ranges of both of these players. It is about 38 big blinds, so I think you could just justify shoving here. It's quite a big shove, but you don't want to be really 3-bet folding. Call seems too weak. So I think you can just go with this here. If you do happen to run into a monster, you're probably 30%. And that's why we do shove in spots like this, but he is just going to go for a 3-bet instead.
2-4 raise. 13,200.
Kind of feel like we're not seeing that many flops.
What do you think here, David? You shoving or squeezing?
I think it's very player specific on this one, actually. I agree with you as a sort of a baseline strategy, but I think if you can definitely have players there in the cutoff and button who you sort of are very happy to 3-bet fold, and maybe even some that you would 3-bet call in certain circumstances. So maybe that was sort of the plan there. He just thought he would get a reliable read on his opponent. And for that reason, I do like it because it has good blockers and it's pretty decent. And I don't think you're getting shoved on by worse, then it's pretty okay.
And sometimes you'll get one of them, maybe the button will call with a hand like 8-7 suited, and you'll make a little money too.
3,100 extra.
Assuming you flop better.
I will not change this 25k.
Get the German chips. Those are lucky.
Lucky? It's quite rude to take half of his change.
Sevenfold. I'm so lucky.
Are you?
No.
Yeah. He's not lucky, right?
You got set against my aces.
Hell is digital. Who's watching on YouTube feels that everyone's playing too tight.
Yeah,
I
but I also
quote.
had aces.
They're all waiting for ace. It's ridiculous.
Ace king as well.
So who's lucky?
Well, we are, as poker players, always waiting for aces.
I played his aces and he busted my aces.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as his comments,
But you
her
busted my
comments,
ace
a
king
bit of
and said,
cliche.
didn't show
I
up.
will say the first hand.
We did see
of the
ace-ace.
second level was ace-ace from
And
De
the-
Souza.
and the other player
that's the same
king-ace.
guy who folded, yes, and that's the
No,
same
wow.
guy who folded the pocket fours in the big blind. So he is
He
literally,
actually is waiting
he
for
is
aces.
literally, yeah, he's kind of the poster child for what they're talking about there. So I can't argue with it.
Yeah.
Another 3-bettable one here for young Kita.
But certainly can mix in some calls as well, keep in those worse aces and worse tens. I think on average you're going to be probably mixing in 3-bets here, but I think it's okay to, balance it a bit.
At least no one has asked the ridiculous question, are they playing to a winner tonight?
Ooh, and this is a big money-making opportunity for Kite. Strong enough here, I think, to play this as a check raise, which will probably force out the straight draw of Nedelku in the small blind. And if you are up against, an overpair or a set, frankly, you've just been coolered with this stack depth. It is pretty deep, but this is late positions. Got that ace of diamonds back up as well. Let's get more money in the pot. We can really pay those, get paid from those king tens and queen tens.
If John does go for the raise here, does it ever open the door for Nedelku, who can represent all these two-pair kind of combos, 10-4,
Well, he might
10-6,
do it now
6-4?
with
He's
just
the one
the
who
call,
can.
yeah. And now, going to get very interesting. So many turn cards that are going to change, and wow, that certainly does change things. It is interesting watching Kite actually play on these day one. It's so interesting to watch day ones in general. We're not really very used to it, but you can see how much Kite values his tournament life and just keeping these kind of pots, not necessarily going for the jugular in these situations.
13,500.
And the quick fold.
Yeah, called when he was ahead, got away when he went behind. Sort of a perfect recipe for poker.
I think I robbed you.
And I wonder, had he taken the more aggressive line now, would he have taken the bad beat there? Hard to see Kirikau go away with the king 10 to a check raise. So
Kite saying there, I think I robbed you by
keep folding hands,
just flatting flop, folding turn, because he really believed that Kirikau had the best hand there by the turn, and was right.
see John on the sort of little water bottle there. It's nice to see him mix up his accompanying beverage game.
5-3.
Not just an EPT main event runner-up, but John took down the Nordic Masters in Prague in, I want to say maybe like 2014 or 15, maybe 16.
Nice.
Good few years ago. It was a big result, probably the first big one of his career.
Yeah. Senkel 92, Tobias Lechner says it was 2017.
Yeah, well, this is what happens, just life. Forget about so many of those years on purpose. Thanks, Tobias. Great to see you in the chat. A member of GJ's cult, the mixed game community. Arguably the best mixed game guy around, to be honest. I know he doesn't go out to the World Series and battle the Americans, but if he did, he would probably have about 8 or 9 bracelets by now, in my opinion.
Wow.
Too busy battling Benny for scoops and W coops. Oh no.
Sad moment for Tom.
He's doing what he said he wouldn't do. He's changing that 25k.
Lucky chips, huh?
The lucky chips
Tom
are right
limping
there,
here
said.
on the 16 or so big.
said you were
Just
unlucky.
hoping to get a cheap limped pot, but it's prepared clearly to call that near 4x, try to flop some equity. Probably with one of the worst hands he'd be prepared to do this with.
4-bet, 4,500.
And doesn't get the flop he needed.
Just that little whiff of backdoor
Yeah.
stuff going on.
Just tough because even a stone min raise is going to represent about 45% of your stack. Now you make it 10k here and lose the pot. You'll be left with just 7 or 8 big blinds. And I think that's why we see Tom eventually let it go.
I almost did it.
I wish you did.
Min raise.
I wish you did.
I almost did it.
Just look after the stream. You should be happy.
I had some run-outs.
Yeah, you're probably an addict.
We should put that in advertisements for
That's
the
fair
stream, James.
A pair in your hand.
Just look after at the stream. It'll make you happy. Players love the stream. They say things to each other on the table like, look at the stream after. It'll make you happy.
Nah, I probably shouldn't say, should I? Don't want to give away my cut-off limp range. Yeah, I just clowned it off. Clowned off my 25k chip.
Oh, it's gone.
I know, devastating.
If you have the same cut-off limp range with
I
15
tried
bigs,
to save it by
just no.
limping, and this gentleman.
Wow, no one ever called me that.
Ever?
Yeah, you're being so nice.
What about in your language?
No, but like only you and my grandmother ever said that.
There you go then.
3,800.
That's a good company.
I'm calling BS that his granny ever said that.
How do you feel? How do I feel?
Yeah.
Pretty devastated that I had
You've
to
been
fold
talking
that
about
last hand.
chip a lot, like.
I just realised you got no cards.
I mean, Tom Hall does kind of have grandmother energy.
I am
Like, it's in a complimentary way, you know?
I really wanted to lose my mind.
You can get one back. You can get one back.
It could happen. You mean by regging the turbo?
I tried to send you to the turbo. You should be happy you didn't fall for it.
Did you have the nines?
Oh!
Who cares? 8 hearts, mate. I almost min raised the floor.
You had 3 outs.
I almost did it.
I wish you did. Maybe a queen combo on you.
I was like, man, this seems like a good combo, but this is also pretty wacky.
What was the flop?
You're back to
Jack,
hearts.
Jack, 6 with 1 heart.
I should have bet 2.5k on the flop.
You should have bet 2.5k.
Yeah, I was very
and then
close.
I would have probably done it.
Yeah, but I tried to make it look a bit more bluffable. That's why I didn't bet 2.5k.
Well, you know.
2.5k is not like ace 5 off or ace 2.
What did you bet?
4.5.
Expensive.
Too much.
But that's the
How
steal.
can I clown off with 22k?
But 4.5 is the king 10 steal. Come on. That's what it's supposed to be.
That's what you really had. King 10.
Well, that's what I wish you thought I had.
Someone with the best
This
of
is
the
the flop
Canadian.
we
I was
But
wishing
running out of
you
chips
had
here.
King 10.
That's
That's
stack
why
to
I
pot
was
ratio.
cooking up this. Well, I say cooking up because I didn't do it. You know, like a coward.
I think you owe me 21,000. 22,000.
What do you mean?
You should have.
Turn would have come like a king of hearts, and I would have bet like 2,100. You would have been like, what is happening?
probably just put it in pre-flop, but if I only call, they are minted.
Of course,
I was a fan of you until now.
What do you mean? I thought we were bonding now.
You're teasing me.
So we've got this 8 versus ace-4 situation, and the board bricks out for Nedelku. Stillman with the best of it. Less than pot behind.
And somehow Stillman getting max value here.
3,006. I thought to myself, is John Kite going to fold for a min raise here? And I thought, probably
Surely
not.
at this stage, Nedelku is going to
probably
expect
call
his
like
opponent to have
You're probably going to call everything out
jack
of,
or
like,
better.
Sheer, like,
Makes the good fold.
defense, or I don't know how to phrase it.
Silman wins himself that part. Now, of course, as well as being across the live chat on Twitch and YouTube, we have to acknowledge the fact there is a separate YouTube channel for PokerStars viewers in the UK. So thank you to Raksha for providing this update as we check in on Vanessa Cade's table. Sam Pye writes in that channel, really enjoying Lappin on commentary, and the crossover podcast was fantastic, even if nobody asked for it. There you go. You can't always give the people what they think they want.
There's Vanessa Cade.
Vanessa on bullet number 2 or 3, I think. She didn't fire yesterday. She decided to go up to Johnny Fox's after the ladies' event and have a bit of a social evening. Back in the mix today. Of course, Vanessa very famously winning Your Biggest Ever Sunday Million a couple of years ago.
Absolutely. The better part of $1.5 million. Of course, there's $1 million guaranteed as the first prize in this year's Sunday Million anniversary, taking place next Sunday.
5 reds, 3,500.
It's so hot, I know, it's unbearably hot in this room.
These lights as well.
Yeah. Just in the whole room. When I walked in first time today, I was like, Jesus Christ. Sickening.
It changes where you're sitting as well. Some places are cold, some are hot, like...
I see they make some kind of climate system, but this year nothing crazy.
There must be heaters on, surely.
No,
This can't be the natural temperature.
It's like a 400-year-old building, isn't it?
Yeah, 2,000 people and no climate system.
Street Flash. Oh, Street Flash potential.
Yeah, we need some AC in here, no question.
But they turn it on sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, some bits, if you're underneath it, it's actually quite like cold.
But it's too windy. It's crazy.
Very windy.
Thank you.
Nedelku with a few backdoors here, probing away. Very experienced campaigner. 4th in Eureka Rozvadov in 2023, 1st in the Venetian Deep Stack 2023, and 5th in the Eureka Prague in 2019. He has been around the block, and he's picked up exactly the kind of card that will give him reason to continue here.
Yeah, this is a card that Nedelku pretty much has to barrel. You're not going to let a hand like 8-7 suited or even King X by the river win here, so you want to
only day one.
bet with your increased equity, but happens to be up against that made flush.
That's how it works, isn't it?
Now, Griffin, question for you here. Do you live dangerously and just flat this, or do you bump it up?
Against this opponent, I would just call.
I agree. We do see a raise, however, from Silman.
What's that in pounds, like a tenner?
His best
maybe
gets the job done.
something like that.
Timothy's best result was a first place finish in the WPT Montreal Deep Stack in 2012, so he's clearly been playing poker for a long time as well.
Yeah. 2.6?
I think it's like
I'm really enjoying this interaction between Tom and John here, because they're actually revealing quite a bit of their playbook in a very honest way.
Yeah.
And for the listeners, I think, prick your ears up and take in some of this. You know, they're being very jovial, but it's good strategy talk as well.
Yeah.
No need to apologise.
All very friendly, but then someone gets hurt.
300,000 times 3 million without a calculator.
Yeah, but when you like min cash or like, you know, get 11th for like 4 million, you feel like a boss. You know? Or you get your 28 billion dong. Right.
Ace queen for Tom.
2K.
Starts the hand with
Not sure how much
22k.
that's worth.
Yeah, from this seat, I wonder if he will stick it in or will he induce? He will stick it in.
Wager.
What?
Is that crazy? I apologize.
17? 22-1.
Yeah, 22-1, sorry.
Thank you. That's what, 22,000.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Paul Smith with aces.
7.
Calls on the button. And this is bad news for Tom Hall.
I'm in trouble too. I'm in trouble. Jesus Christ. I just got slow rolled hard. That was unnecessary.
There was a palpable pregnant pause there before the aces were revealed.
I expected ace kick.
Come on, 6%. You take a 706.
A 10 jack as well is a legal availability.
6, 7, 10.
I'll take a 6-7 all day.
Yeah, I mean, we want one of those cards on turn. But 7 of hearts is no good.
7 of hearts, no good.
Yeah, 3 outs and only 3 outs for Tom Hall to survive and remain in this flight of the Irish Open.
Too little, too late, and Tom Hall is KO'd.
I had 9, by the way, so it was good fun.
Believable.
You always have 9s.
No, I have 9s. Yeah, I'm not going to lie on
The
TV.
man they call Jabbercata
not this
exiting
hand.
stage right there.
That seat
We will no doubt see him hop into the turbo flight.
I do not want to get moved to this seat.
You said it to him. So.
Yeah.
And a good result for everybody else, because if John was a little bit worried about Tom there,
I know.
But can you
so
please
should the other
not
players
put,
have
like,
been.
the top 3% player in the room on this seat next time? Like the previous 2?
But when they run like that,
it's okay.
Yeah.
If they have star stack. but when they come here with 200k, and then it's not so fun anymore.
2-4.
Royale says, what were the outs after the turn? I thought he was drawing dead. 7 would have given him a straight. They both would have had a straight. It would have been a chop, but crucially it would have saved him.
And you know what we would have said? Silman with a very playable hockey sticks on the button.
Seven's out flopped. Middleburg with top pair. Silman has continued for just over 4,000.
And going with the aggressive action.
10,500.
Happy to get more money in the pot.
Sevens are an interesting holding facing this raise now, obviously blocking the obvious draw. I think it's one you can maybe let go for that reason.
I really wonder what you had. I wonder what you had on the 10, 6, 4 king or whatever.
What did you have?
The ace 10.
Ace 10.
For top, very top kicker.
And what was the turn of king?
Yeah.
You had me in very rough shape.
On the flop.
Yeah.
Clearly, Silman contemplating the possibility that this is a hand like Jack Queen of Spades.
Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe his sevens are good.
Queen
but
9 of spades, you know?
Yeah.
Queen 8 of spades. Couple combos there. But yeah, like you mentioned, those sevens blocking the straight draws.
Ten minutes till the blinds go up. It'll be level 12. The last level before the final break of the day. After that break, we'll come back and play 2 more levels tonight, levels 13 and 14.
3.2. 25 raise, 3,200.
Now, rather interesting, I've just been handed a pint of Guinness, which I hope it's okay to say on stream. I know we don't want to be encouraging people to drink too much, but we are at the Irish Open after all.
Cheers.
And now I'm just eyeing up this as a practice point for my splitting of the G as part of the Feraldo competition. So now this could be a trial run for free.
Who's winning?
Are you familiar with the split the G?
No.
So you have to drink your first glugs so that the line levels off.
Okay.
Straight through the G.
Okay. So I've already blown it with my sips. I'll try to. So you're kind of like aiming for it.
You aim it at the closest to
it. I want some information on you.
Announcement in the room that the prize pool has crossed the €3 million mark.
It's pretty good, almost.
That's a very close one. Yeah, that would be a
acceptable
8.8 out of 10
Really?
score.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, they do look for precision on this stuff.
Oh, well, look at it actually.
Oh no,
It's
hang on,
perfect.
now that it's
Oh,
been
my.
lined out. Oh, it's very good.
That's better than what you saw before.
No, that is better.
It's almost right down the middle.
Yeah, I think we would have to. That would win most competitions.
Wow.
Nice playing with you.
I say the name, but I don't know.
Griffin, you're in danger of developing a habit of coming to Ireland and winning their competitions.
Wow, that's pretty good. He did a great job, David. Not bad.
You still won.
Yeah, but I didn't start from the top. I didn't know the rules.
I'm not even going to try, and also if I drink that much in one gulp,
Come on, James.
This commentary will descend very quickly.
Okay, James, drink for a little bit, and then we'll tell you can try, okay?
No.
What? You're not going to play at all?
No. I can't drink that much in one mouthful.
That's what I'm saying. You have a couple sips, and then when you get to like here, like I did, then we'll try. Okay? Take your time. Take your time. Well, I'm going to keep an eye on it.
More TBCs. This is incredible radio, guys. Absolutely.
That's Andy Payton, who lives in Aberdeen. I'm going to give out his address online now. We love Andy.
So you don't have a king before raise. In Battle of the Blinds, you don't have a king.
All of it says Q2.
Well, you raise king 9, 5 or something. You bet 2 times. I call the flop.
Yeah, nice
Battle
little
of
move
the
there
Blinds.
from
I wasn't a
Ite.
small blind. Yeah, but you said you had
Possibly picking up on something.
What was the turn?
Raise came from fairly early position, so it was a bit of a move.
Yeah,
King 8, low.
King 9, king 9.
I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to put it to Mr. Lappin anyway. Smoky Neptune 98 says, do people in Ireland drink Guinness out of cans, or is it only at pubs?
King 10 maybe.
No, you can't really have cans if you're in, like, you can bring them home for sure. They have the little widgets in them, actually. They're not bad. So, like,
It's got a widget.
Yeah.
A widget it has got.
Yeah, so it's not a bad substitute, but obviously a pint in a pub is definitely what you're looking for. And it is a bit of a cliche, but the Guinness doesn't travel as well to other countries.
It's true.
So it is always better. We're just a couple of miles from James's Gate here.
3-6.
SPC Starfighter, Senko 92. I'm getting bored of this conversation. Let's move on.
Hopefully.
Well, eyes down for the poker here. D'Souza getting the ball rolling with his pocket sevens. The hockey sticks, as my Canadian friend.
Yes,
He's
you're
one to
catching on.
That's it.
Finally played together.
Yeah, cool. That's cool.
Why not?
Flops worst here against cut-off flat and big blind defend.
Yeah, I'm a big fan from German.
Is nonetheless going to probe.
Not much to watch in Switzerland.
There's a Guinness being consumed on the rail.
Like Hurricane?
I don't think Nedelku's going to be thrilled with this action, but
I think it's good, man.
going to be maybe a bit too high up in his range.
So weird.
D'Souza could just be c-betting with, I mean,
they
7
got their
seems
top
a bit odd, but,
attacker again, and then
you know, Middleburg could certainly have
Can't
something
win.
like Jack 10 of
Yeah.
clubs.
Next year.
Well, it's not what you want now, but that is a hand that will create a chop if it gets checked down to the river.
So it's going to be fun to see if Bioleverkusen can win twice.
And I don't want to jinx it, but I'm excited about my first song with David Lappin.
But in England,
You have any experience with the Chop Pot song? Are you familiar with the lyrics?
I don't know if I'm allowed. Is that not like a copyrightable offence for a
No, it's
Poker Star staff member
guests are
thing?
allowed.
If you're working on this stream,
Okay.
So you know the words? Or are you going to be able to follow along?
I have watched the stream.
Okay.
Once or
Okay,
twice.
good. Yes, good. I'm glad. I had a feeling. I was feeling fanboy energy.
okay, so this has been checked to showdown. This is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot. See if Lappin's going to get some 8+.
There we go. I think rounds of applause for David Lappin's debut.
Thank you.
We got a 7, a 2.
Ban the 2. That's just someone
6.9,
trolling.
8, 8, 10, 8. 6.5, 5.5. I think we're popping out an average of around 7.5 right now. 10, 8, 9, 9. Wow, the average is going up. Not bad.
So I got my practice Guinness in, trying to split the G. Now I've got my practice vocals for the karaoke.
I'm going to say this whole all today has been as warming you up for the Feraldo.
So does anyone want to give me a tip on a horse? Because I think that's the only other thing I have to do.
Should have bet on Finton the other day. Okay, James, you have one more sip I'm giving you until we play the G game.
Yeah, so later is over. Yeah.
Someone needs to remain mentally focused.
We're in Ireland, buddy. You got to drink your Guinness.
1,459. That's a lot.
Okay, whenever you're ready, James.
Come back to me in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'll get it. Can we get a chip count for you, please?
New player in seat 3. This is Mark von Votberg. Jim R says, like the poker, can't stand Guinness, unfortunately.
Yep. Well, we'll drink it for you.
It's quite the lineup for the Feraldo. It looks like it might actually be a three-way competition. Ferdia, who I think was in 3rd or 4th place, is saying now that he might bow out. Ferdia, if you're out there, please don't bow out. I know you're not feeling that well, but I have on good authority you won't be made split the G in the Guinness. You could probably do it with a Coca-Cola or some other liquid if you're not feeling great. But if he does bow out, it's a three-way between myself, someone called Ben Sprague, and Jim Reed of Rec Poker.
And what On what basis were these individuals selected? How has this final been determined?
Raw cash. Who had the most money? Yeah, it's a pity Joe didn't give his name in, because he would have been in the mix too, maybe. Yeah, it was done basically on prize money in maybe the first 8 events or 8 selected preliminary events. Here we go. Off to the races.
All in and a call. Raise from Kite from the button. Very standard 20-ish big blind shove from the small from Nedelko. Expecting a lot of raise folds from Kite, but not this one.
And Nedelko is the at-risk player here with the overcards. Needs to hit to survive. Ace 10-10.
Still a flip.
Still a flip.
A post-flop flip. We love it.
Kings and aces and queens and jacks. I'd say 9 is an interesting turn card.
Well, Jack gives Nedelko a huge advantage, and Kite is drawing pretty thin. Three pair.
How bad does John Kite run?
Terrible.
So, like, he normally wins when he has 4% equity.
And that may well have been the last hand of that blind level.
Okay, gentlemen, we have a new blind level, small blind 1,000.
Sure enough. Looks like we've hit the 1-2 level. Level 12, the Irish Open main event.
Yeah, that'll be 12 of 14 played out in the day. 45-minute levels for days A, B, and C. And then I think it's a 20-minute clock for the turbo flight, which is well underway at this point. I think they've been playing for a couple of hours already. In fact, they might be getting fairly close to catching up with the main 1C. I think the way it's scheduled, they should finish at roughly the same time. We see Yanni Kiraku still top of the charts there, 52 big blinds. Paul Smith, 50 bigs, doing quite nicely. At the other end, Brandon Bogert with 14 bigs, and Mark Michael Vaughan also 14 bigs. After taking that body blow, John Kite, he's got 20 bigs still to work with. Starting stack, plus a little bit. But what's kind of interesting about this particular phase is we are inching towards that period now where there is no longer late registration on 1C, and 1D's late registration is closing fairly soon. So I don't know if that will add a little bit of spice to this, whether there will be a little bit more of a tendency to gamble it up if you are sitting there in the 20 big blind zone or less, knowing that should things go wrong, you can immediately buy a stack on the other side of the room. I suspect there would be some gamble in a few of these guys who are running a little short, John included, maybe feeling like getting busy here with the 40K is a smart decision, knowing you can still re-enter.
Time is running out, though.
It is running out now. It actually, I didn't realize how much things had pushed along here. We have 2 hours, so we're probably at level 6 already of the turbo flight. So there's probably maybe another hour left of that.
Here's a little gamble. Vanden Bogert. Gonna cause all kinds of leveling at this point, knowing that people are gambling. I had a guy call it off against me in the Hendon Mob Championship because there was still time to rebuy. There was like 2 minutes left, and he thought if he called off, he could run. And he had me covered. So that was pretty frustrating.
So he was left with like a big blind?
No, he won.
Oh, he did win. Oh,
he would have been left with like a big blind and would not have made the the late the re-registration. But he won anyway, so good for him.
Good for him.
Good for him.
That's fine. The moderators need some time to talk about.
Get your TV time.
So obviously there are the EPTs, Joe, but what other live streams do you do for Stars? It's great to have you here, obviously, for the Irish Open, but is there some of the regional stuff you go to as well?
You know, not as much live streaming from that stuff these days. I attended a UK IPT for fun, you know, to go play it. Other than doing some online stuff, I'm actually pretty hard-pressed to think of anything besides the Irish Open. We did the NAPT last year. Obviously, I think the NAPT is going to be back this year.
Can I say a much-loved event by the people in Las Vegas in particular. I think they get, you know, annually treated once or twice a year by the Win and a couple of very nice prestige events there where it's lovely. But you did the same thing in Resorts World. You brought a really high-end, classy joint sort of feel, high production value. And I know a lot of people were kind of like, oh, what? Are poker tournaments in Europe like this all the time?
Yeah, so maybe I shouldn't say this. As far as I'm concerned, I think we kind of classified it as like a B+ event for us. We think we can do better.
Oh, wow. Well, that it got such good reviews.
Yeah, no, and we knew that it would, and we knew that the people of Las Vegas and the people of America, the West Coast, wherever you came from, were hungry for a Stars caliber event to come back to Las Vegas, but we think we could do even better next year.
Oh, wow.
Or this year, I should say. Next time.
And I believe Resorts World were a great partner on that. There was a great space there.
Fantastic, yeah. The space was great. The casino itself has plenty of space, lots of food options.
Yeah, that food court, it almost has a kind of like a very good airport with like 10 restaurants.
Yeah,
street food.
It's a food court that is like faster than normal food, but it's not like McDonald's.
No,
Sbarro's.
it's good food. Yeah.
All right, we got a hand shaping up here. The Delku, 3-betting ace-king off. And he's been shoved on by Vanden Bogert, which leads me to believe that we are going to see. I wanted to have you help me with my flips, actually, David. Like the Coors versus the Cranberries, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Ooh, that could be taken in a very awkward way since the Cranberries lead singer passed away. So numerically, they are now less.
Oh, jeez. Not what I was going for.
Not what he was going for, ladies and gents. I could tell by the look in his face that is definitely not the joke he intended.
Wowee, king high flop. Nine's in pretty bad shape now. Apparently, one of those two nines is folded. One's grayed out. I don't know. It's a little confusing. But we do have the full 10%, so maybe not. I'll let you know if the 9 of hearts comes. It's almost impossible to get past me. Turn card, deuce of clubs. Vanden Bogert in big trouble. Unless he wanted to play the turbo. River card is another king. That's it for Vanden Bogert. I was going to pull a Griffin. And I really wanted him to flop a straight, a.k.a. flopping the joint, so I could say, don't Vanden Bogert that joint.
Oh, nice.
But, you know, I needed a really
specific scenario,
thing to happen there, so I might as well get the joke out now that he's gone.
But that's not what Griffin would do.
Yeah, Griffin
would say, you know, it'd be great if he was a straight.
But I just did that.
Oh, yeah, okay, I got it. Oh, yeah, Vanessa Cade. Vanessa Cade again.
Have we been seeing a lot of Vanessa Cade?
No, this is the second time.
Okay. That's, you know, more than we're showing most other people.
She's smiling. She's having a good time. Cool little braids going on.
Vanessa had to tolerate me in the 6 max. She went pretty deep in that as well. I think around 20th place.
Very strong player.
So maybe you can help me with this one, David. If I wanted to do Finn McCool versus what would be a good race situation?
And does it also have to be Irish?
I think so. We're going to keep them all Irish, yeah.
Cuchulainn?
Oh, the Cuchulainn, right. That's like a folk hero of some sort?
Yeah.
Is there a good Cucullin movie I can watch for research?
I don't think so.
I watched a really interesting Irish horror movie around Halloween time last year.
Shrooms. No.
This was a new one, but is Shrooms a good one? Should I put that on my list?
Yeah, Shrooms was okay, yeah.
It was about the Fardar. Do you know what the Fardar are?
No.
Little man-eating fairies.
Oh, yikes.
Weird movie with Colm Meaney, of all people, was in this really budget horror movie. I'm probably not even pronouncing Fardar correctly, but does anyone out there in chat know what movie I'm talking about?
I'm looking forward to hearing more of these Irish races.
I don't want to give them all away, but we can talk about it afterward,
Yeah.
because you can probably help me with some of them. Here's one you can help me with, because I don't have the other side. Top of the morning versus... I know it's not really a phrase y'all say.
Sure,
but
so
if
it has
there's
to be
another cliche,
Versus
right?
what's the crack?
No, because what's the crack kind of is used, but maybe, I don't know. I'll let David decide. Like, do people actually say sláinte? Is that one that's...
Sláinte is used by people, yeah. No, that's a genuine one.
Okay. But let me do sláinte anyway. That's got to be in there somewhere.
Sláinte versus Cohirica.
Cohirica, great.
Cohirica is the Irish for chairs. And sometimes
cool.
because of how we pronounce cheers, it sometimes sounds like chairs.
What's sláinte mean?
Cheers.
Cheers. Okay.
Well, actually, technically means sort of like freedom almost.
Cohirica sounds like a pharmaceutical ad that would come on in the middle of a Hulu show for like if you have itchy psoriasis.
So if I said I was launching a new podcast, that wouldn't mean anything?
Oh, boy.
Sláinte means health. So like to your health.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think kampai is health too, isn't it, right? In Japanese? King, queen, 9, 3 clubs. We got a club for D'Souza, whose second pair is no good. Middleburg's top pair good for now. D'Souza firing 3K into 6K. Middleburg is going to see a turn. And that turn is the deuce of diamonds.
$3,000.
The folder of fours, D'Souza going to bet with this pair flush draw. Decent equity against Middleburg's king, but Mr. Middle's going to be happy. Stick around for a river. Hope to not see a club.
No club indeed. It's a 9, which is not a great card for D'Souza, is it? May pay off a value bet.
Find it, Bergie. He finds it.
Does find it. Nice bet.
8,500. And we know D'Souza does come down on the tight side of things pre-flop.
Yeah, this is a tough one for D'Souza. To be fair, there's some one club hands that may take this line. Oh, hello. Is he contemplating a move here?
Do it. Do it. Do all of it.
No, just do some of it. You don't want to lose it all.
Oh, he's definitely thinking about this one.
Oh, no, you coward.
Body language has sort of given it away
Yeah.
there.
Sometimes I'm just like, oh, I thought about this way too long. I can't do anything else.
I've definitely been there where I
decides
just
to
makes the
call
call at
Just
the
a
end.
call.
And gets shown the hand that would have folded to a raise.
Now, we don't know that.
We don't.
Yeah, that's weird. You just see a big image of yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
Oh,
react the same way.
jeez. Should I have worn this? I guess it looked good. Oh, now I found, this is awkward. I'm going to hide.
None of us minded it as much as she did.
No. Happy faces on the rail, always welcome. Always good to see.
Will this be the
family,
rail
friends
setup for
supporting.
the week, or will there be more space given over to rail as the week goes on?
I think this is it.
Okay.
But compared to the rail we had last year, which I think was non-existent, at least on camera, this is definitely an improvement. This is one of my more, is this a word, more favorite?
Yeah, that's
favoriter?
perfect.
More
No,
favorite?
more
Is that what it is?
favorite
Favoriter?
Erst.
More favorite setups. I like this setup, actually. Engine mode asks, stupid question, maybe, but could literally anyone come watch on the rail? If you're of legal age to be in here, then yeah, absolutely. Unless you're going to cause a ruckus. But if you're an adult and want to come watch on the rail, I'll say this. Unless you really care about someone that's in the game, it's not that fun to watch on the rail.
No.
No, but if you are a recreational player who likes playing a little bit online or whatever, and you are here in Dublin and there's an opportunity to pop down, soak up a bit of the atmosphere, order yourself a drink, maybe watch from the sidelines for
a little bit,
while.
absolutely.
Yeah, it'd be quite fun.
Absolutely, and to get a feel for the vibe here. And again, to David's point, if you haven't played a lot of live poker, just to come see what it's like. And it's not as intimidating as you might think, even on the stage here.
And to be clear, you do need to be an adult, but you can dress as one of Joe's babies. And he will take a photo with you.
They're all my babies.
Pacifier and all.
I wouldn't wear green. You just want to, stand out a little bit.
There is a lot of green here.
Pocket eights under the gun for Yonkite.
Yeah, and I mentioned the propensity that some of these guys might have to gamble it up in this final hour before late reg on the turbo closes. John definitely one of those kind of players. He'll be looking to get involved. If there is a spot where it's marginal whether he should go for the flip or not, I think he will always take it in this situation, guys. Valuing getting 100k plus through to day one, or from day one to day two, I should say.
A heated debate right now over my bad grammar. I should have said, I favor this one more. That works.
Ooh, yeah, that's nice.
Words get real hard by the end of a day like this. You must have done some marathon streams before.
Oh, yeah. Actually, probably did a few remote ones that were cruelly long for
Remote
Razvedov.
is even harder, yeah, because
that
you're
was
just not in the atmosphere.
No, it was that like would have put me off commentating, to be honest, if I'd done that many more times.
So we've got 3 players headed to this flop. And that flop is Queen, 10, Deuce, 2 clubs. We know Michael Vaughn has at least top pair.
Pesky for John here, facing the 2 overcards.
2 overcards, 2 opponents. Checks around, another deuce of diamonds on the turn. I feel like the turn, the last 4 hands, is going to deuce.
I wonder if he'll just bet like a big blind and a half here. Something very small. No. Gonna just check it over again. Okay.
So Middleburg is going to take a stab. And a significant one. A little over half pot.
Yeah, and that will bring a call from Michael, which will allow John to get away.
Not a call.
Oh, wow, sorry, he is shorter, yeah. Makes sense.
Chipperoo. I was going to say, I think this was what Michael was waiting for, was someone to put some chips in so he could get the rest of his.
So 15 more. He's looking at a draw here. It's a tempting enough price, but it might be a hand like a queen jack or a queen 9, are we about to see?
Pocket
jacks.
jacks. Pipped by the king queen.
Yeah.
Kite out of the way with the third best hand three-handed. Middleburg prepaying.
Yeah, and the decision to flat the jacks there maybe will be the biggest regret at the end of this hand. Flatting pre.
Cut 2.
It let Michael Vaughan in. It could have induced an all-in from John Kittle with the 8. Sliding doors moment there.
Zekafus asked, why just call jacks pre to a min raise?
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, they were my thoughts. I think that
because
was...
sometimes you mix. I mean, against Kite's stack size, raising under the gun, I think you should probably just 3-bet and get it in. Having said that, you know, Kite's going to be opening a wide range of hands. Maybe you're going to get a lot of folds more than anything. I don't think he's going to put in a very loose range. I think 8s would probably be one of the best hands he would just fold to a 3-bet in that spot. So you keep the worst hands in there. It's a bad result because you got the king queen in there and you doubled them up, but I can see why sometimes maybe like 20% of the time you would decide to call there and 80% of the time you would just 3-bet get it in. Maybe there were some stacks behind. He thought maybe he was looking at the big blind stack and thought maybe he'll squeeze all in, or you know.
That's true.
I just don't think it's 100% a 3-bet always, and that's probably where it comes from. Middleburg has shown, I think, to be pretty competent and decided to mix things up there, and sometimes it's just not going to work out.
It's easy to see the way things worked out and say, well, why didn't you do it the other way where this thing would have worked out differently?
More standard, and then, yeah.
D'Souza with 14 bigs there, not tempted by the ace-4 off. Tidy fold there. Some people can get a little bit carried away with any ace in that zone.
Curacao going to open with a mystery hand from the button. Pocket queens for Michael Vaughan.
Well, what a rush this could be.
Goes for right around the 4x. And Curacao is going to make the call.
Yeah, very good call.
Looks like king jack suited to
Yeah,
me.
you're not that worried when someone just calls that quickly.
But you hate this board with the pocket queens.
Yeah. Now you are worried. 9, 8, 7.
Stack to pot ratio at 1.7, 1.8 to 1 here.
Vaughan continues for 8K.
Yeah, a price that will get a continue from hands like a king jack that doesn't have that much equity, but you know, if you just bet really big here to protect, you're going to fold out a lot of those hands that are quite far behind. So you're just hoping for that brick turn and maybe just shove in the pot size. You can see how Michael Vaughan has created a situation that is exactly a pot size shove on the turn. That's a very good turn card. Might even just elect to do something tricky like check and induce a bet or bet small. Does decide to bet about a third of his stack.
And a third of the pot.
Looking for that max value.
Yeah. And if Curacao has a hand like pocket 10s, it's pretty tough to get away here. He stuck it in, and obviously Vaughan going to make the call. Well, he hasn't made it immediately, but one suspects it's coming. Could be 8s, could be 9s, of course. They make a lot of sense.
Not to a shove.
Could be 10 jack suited.
going to be up against the 10-9s and the Jack-9s. But maybe those would have raised the flop. I don't know.
I think I might stick in the.
So as not to get a bad.
Yes, exactly,
river.
like an action
It
killer.
looks like strong. Yeah.
Had he just
like
flatted
the 7-6 suited or the
10 Jack, he just flopped
he
it.
just has it, yeah.
Wow. So sick.
Offsuit?
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, it's
such a bad flop.
Oh my goodness.
Good. This was always going to go down like this. This is fine.
Michael Vaughan does have outs.
Well, as soon as they came into his stack, are these chips about to leave him? They are.
And it was a quick up and down ride for Michael Vaughan, whose first name is hopefully not Michael. And what a hand there for Curacao.
Yeah, it's funny, the moment we all saw that 7, 8, 9, we all gulped here in the box. Only privy to the pocket queens, not aware of the other hand, but it just looked like the kind of board that just smashed the raise caller's range. We found out that it smashed it more than anything else. Good.
He's drawing dead.
Thanks. Some flop. Yes. Yeah.
A queen and big blind as well. That's good for you. One less out.
We are getting a new player. This is Adam Cater. I played with Adam quite a bit in the 6 max, actually. Brings 40,000 to the table. Only 20 big blinds.
That will look good on TV. That was nice. Smooth call on the floor. Just lost all my chips. I'm not happy.
Goal in blind.
Losing a big pot and getting moved. Fantastic. Really fun stuff. But those are my, no.
40,000? 40,000? Yeah. Almost. 20, 25, okay, 30.
Oh, he literally had chips up his sleeve.
Even.
You know, Joe, I can't help but notice that you have
39.
Twitter open
I'm
on your
pretty sure it's
computer.
40.
You don't
I could be wrong.
follow writer, director, actor
Yes.
of Swingers, John Favreau.
That's not that John Favreau person.
Yeah,
Really?
There's two John
It's
Favreau.
the speechwriter.
Oh.
John Favreau, who does Pod Save America, we're talking here, yeah?
Yes, but also I only follow people on Twitter that I know or that I'm like closely associated with, but maybe don't interact, haven't met in person yet.
Right,
But
okay.
so there's, it's too much. It's too much information. There's too much stuff. So I don't follow strangers on Twitter.
So where does like John Delano fit on
like
you haven't met him in real life?
I have met him in real life.
Oh, there you go.
And John like actually does work for me, so I follow John Delano.
What's that?
6 bucks. 75.
How you doing?
60-ish.
So new chip daddy, Curacao, getting a little splashy with those newfound chips. Queen 9 offsuit from the cutoff. Adelku in the big blind with an indefensible hand.
Outrageous. Indefensible.
But has decided to turn it into a raise. Bottom of range. Deciding his opponent is probably looking to splash about with that newfound wealth.
There you go.
Times it well.
Yeah, good for a couple of those over a day.
Yeah.
Maybe not the 7-3 off, but
Yeah, that one definitely more about the dynamics than the cards. We talked earlier about your comedy career, Joe, and I'm just wondering, you were mentioning, meeting friends and pitching ideas and just being in that general space of like pitching comedy ideas. Are they all mad jealous of you having like a real job as well? Because it is a struggle. Like, it is hard to be a comic. Like, it's a tough life.
The ones who know maybe might have a twinge of jealousy, but I don't think most of them even get what I do or even really clocks with them. Every once in a while, I'll run into a comic who's more famous than me, at least in stand-up, and they'll go, "What are you doing here?" And I'll go, "Well, I want to do what you do." And they're like, "Every person here, the reason they're here is to have a job like yours. Like, I just want to be hosting TV shows, like cable, sports, whatever." So yeah, it is a little strange when that happens. Especially because I don't know, like, Maria Bamford, for example, will sometimes show up and do open mics that I'm at, and I'm like, "What are you doing here?"
Yeah. One other avenue some of those guys end up in, whether they wanted to or not, is sitcoms and that kind of stuff. Some go hosting, but some go into their own comedy shows. Has that ever been something you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that would have been ideal a while ago. I think that ship has sailed, but there's still some game show potential maybe for me in the future.
Oh, you're very good at that.
Yeah, or what you guys have in this neck of the woods. The whole panel show, we don't really have very many of those. But
You'd be superb at
when
that,
I lived
actually.
in the UK, man, did I really want to do a panel show. They just brought back At Midnight, and I'm seeing some people that I used to run in my circles on At Midnight now, and I'm super jealous. I just want to go on and write Twitter jokes and have them on television. What would you be doing if not this?
Well, I made some very poor choices as a young man. I studied philosophy and screenwriting for a lot of years.
Oh, okay, all right.
So I am only qualified to play poker. I jest. I did love those subjects, but yeah, probably would be in screenwriting, because I think I would have been forced out of being sort of embarrassed by the knockbacks, the early knockbacks I got as a screenwriter. I think I took to heart, and if I had nothing else to fall back on, I would have just had to have gotten better at suffering and kept going with that. Whereas when poker was like, oh, I can be my own boss and make money, I was like, well, fuck them, I don't need to like grovel to editors and
Poker had a
editors.
similar thing for me in that I didn't go into playing, obviously, but like my talents were just immediately recognized in poker, and I never really had to look back.
Yeah.
But if whatever knocks you took as a screenwriter, I'm sure you would give yourself the same advice now that I would give any young man in your position. It would be like, did you write a screenplay? Yes. You have finished a screenplay? You're going to be fine. Just keep doing that. Because most people just don't ever even do it. They don't ever finish anything.
Sure.
It puts you ahead of 99% of your competition if you have one or more screenplays completed, even if you're being rejected with them.
Yeah, that's good advice.
That's what we would say.
I wish you were around 17 years ago.
Yeah. As a guy who's written the first 5 pages of at least 40 different screenplays, I can tell you, it's the people who finish them that succeed. All right, this board is run out with 3 spades, 2 aces. For all we know, this 5 is good.
Half 10 is 10-30.
I'm enjoying this little curveball we're being thrown by usually only getting one of the cards at the moment.
But
Sort of really tests us out.
It's over. It's half of 10.
Aaron Butner says, do you even comment on the hands, like no word about the 3-way hand? Feels like we've done at least a word on it. And guess who has no more words at this point? That's you, because you banned. Thank you for your question.
Nedelku, yeah, giving up. Probably has something like king 7 high.
I see a neener.
Wow, good.
I win?
Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah,
Oh,
wow.
my goodness.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Overkill. You were saying?
Just flats with the aces in the big blind. Like a boss.
When I said for all we know, the 5 is good. No, just literal quads.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully that's perked him up a little bit. His demeanor was a little downtrodden arriving to this feature table.
What are you doing?
Ooh, I like that out of focus fizzle out there.
I
That's real artsy.
feel like that when you come to the table with as dour a mood as that, and make quad aces, all you can think of is that you should have got more.
From the 9-5 off.
Yeah. Oh, I run so bad. Speaking of bad news, Marley Sprague eliminated.
No.
Gone. No longer.
We're getting a new victim
in the main event.
C3. Really? Yeah.
No.
It is.
5,000. Nedelku going to kick things off here with the ace-queen suited. Cater with a tempter to do one of those small 3-bet folds here with the ace-6. Side's better of it.
She's holding chips. I think there's someone. Irish lad.
Silman only playing 20-odd bigs here. Going to pass on the 5 high.
Yeah.
Little raise and take
I only
it.
had 1 ace, not 2 this time, you know? I like it better when I have 2. My other card was so-so. Change, please.
Someone changed.
Jacob asks, so the commentators reading only comments on Twitch or on here too? Twitch only, thank you for your question, including the comment 5 above you that I just read.
Uh-huh. Always.
Thank you.
The crazy part is that this is sort of playing like it feels like it's slowing down like it's the end of the night, but it's not. We got a long way to go on this day still.
Yeah, 2 45-minute levels after this one. And I think we've maybe 5 or 10 minutes left on this one. So, yeah, plenty of play left. But I suppose we are getting to maybe that period of the day where you start to digest your dinner.
Did you bag
feeling a little
yesterday?
sluggish.
Or on 1A? You bagged?
1B.
What'd you bag?
111.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice to be in the mix tomorrow.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. It's going to be a fantastic number of people in the room tomorrow, of course, because with a field of, 3,200, let's have a guess and say it'll be that. We're going to have probably around a quarter of those back.
YouTube comments come in that I think I got to hear the story behind. I recognize the Irish commentator from one of the best poker justice hands after that lad slow rolled Donegal O'Day.
Yeah.
And I believe it was this turn. What a great moment. Haha, did I say that name right, first of all?
Donegal O'Day, you got it spot on.
Great.
Yeah, I was in the booth for that now. Maybe one of the most famous hands in poker ever.
Was I in the booth too, or I was just there?
Andres, no, you were there. I remember you in the crowd. With
Yeah, I
you
was
and Rory
loud.
Brown were on the rail shouting.
Yeah.
Andreas Gantz.
We were part of the angry mob.
Slow roll Donegal. And yeah, I kept it maybe more quiet than some of my co-commentators who were getting quite rowdy in the booth in reaction to it, but I did utter the phrase, Andreas is going to be taking up the mountains after this hand.
What does that mean?
He's going to be taking on a little car trip up to
like sleep with the fishes kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
It's going,
For the stream.
Real check mark for Nedelku.
Then we don't
Seems
need
to be on the up and up.
I'm not great at
Smith
pattern
saying,
perception.
let's just give up here. And hopefully I can hit an ace.
Should I come
which
for you?
would not be good.
Oh, I've got.
Yeah, if anybody out there hasn't seen that hand, I strongly recommend you just Google probably the phrase poker slow roll, and it will almost certainly appear in the top 3 videos on YouTube. There are a couple of different versions of it that have made the rounds. I think people have put it together their own way. There's one sort of gangster style one where the glasses come down.
The Thug Life?
Yes, that Thug Life one.
Right.
But it was a very memorable moment in Irish poker history. 2015, that was the year Kevin Killeen came second to Ioannis Triantafylakis of Greece.
You didn't have to say of Greece, actually. I could have just followed along from there. We do have a new old player at the table. Kieran Hetherington, who had been here for a while earlier, is now back.
You know, I haven't slow rolled many people in my life, but I do wonder sometimes if I had the courage, if I had slow rolled Kasuf in that spot instead of having an outburst, how would that have gone?
Oh,
I mean, isn't it the same thing? Isn't it kind of the same thing?
No, I mean, no, if he had gone all in and I tanked for minutes, it would be the most famous slow roll ever.
It would be a lot harder to be on your side, is the thing. Like,
yeah.
I still think you were
I would
genius
be,
in that hand.
Thanks, but I think I would be like even more famous, but not for the right reasons.
I want to listen to my music,
like,
relax.
I think people are kind of evenly split.
Yeah.
On who the villain is in that hand and who the hero is.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
I get a lot of
no. Well, certainly if they were then, they aren't anymore. Kasuf's reputation is less than squeaky clean sins.
Saw Will out there, actually, by the way. Hard to tell if he's arguing or just speaking with someone. There was some sort of debate happening with him at the registration desk. Maybe not evenly split, but there's still like a pretty big portion of the population
I get
who
hate
at
mail
the time
every
thought,
once in a while. Yeah.
And if you had slow rolled on top of it, I think it would have been a lot harder to be on your side.
I did do a slow roll, which I wrote about once, but I don't know if you guys know the story, so I'll say it. Where I was in the Isle of Man. The Isle of Man were hosting a UK IPT for a couple of years in a row, and a gentleman slow rolled me in a very needless spot early in the tournament. So I was like, well, that was a bit needless, but
what kind of slow roll? Just like a silent slow roll, or like a
like he slowly rolled over a full house when I showed quite enthusiastically my trip, sort of hand. And it just went into the memory bank. So I was like, if
someone's getting slow rolled right now, I think.
If an opportunity comes up that I can get him back, I will. And then, like, just the Red Sea parting, this hand took place where I had pocket kings. He raised, I 3-bet, he called. The flop came king, king, 7. And he led into me. And I was like, oh my God, what have I done to deserve this? So I call his lead, and then he bets turn. And I call, and then he shoves river. Board ran out, small cards. And he shows his jacks. And I tap the table, and I muck my hand. Because we had a very militant dealer at the time who I knew was very on the ball.
Couldn't do an all-in and call.
You're not allowed to muck your hand at showdown.
And then your hand is technically not mucked?
And then she produces my hand, and I went, oh!
Oh my God, that is fantastic. That's high risk, though, because...
I didn't move very far away from my hand. Had she pulled it in, it would have been a very embarrassing moment as I dove back onto it to save it. I didn't muck it, I just kind of threw it down in front of myself.
I don't know that it gets any better than that.
Yeah. No, that's better than my idea. That's real good.
That is just phenomenal.
Yeah, I ran over to Dara O'Carney and Dara Davey, who were on adjacent tables, to brag about how clever I'd been and what a superstar move that was, and they both were like, dude,
he's sick.
All I can
what
think,
are you doing?
It's a good thing there's no mountains in the Isle of Man.
I would say one of the most fun things about when I was grinding online a lot and against a lot of the same people in like 2012, 2011 is the ones that were friends. If there was an all-in and a big tank, you knew there was like a 25% chance they were slow rolling their buddy.
Right.
You know? And I would do it a couple times, like, you know, people that I knew and stuff. So those are always in good fun. But
you know, I've done tons of commentary on Poker Night in America, and Deeb's like the #1 star of that show.
Yeah.
And to his credit, I mean, as much as he does it, when it happens to him, he just loves it. Like, just takes it so well. I'm telling everyone right now, do not slow roll me. I will torch this place.
Well, Hetherington with a very speculative call here. We saw him be very speculative earlier in the day on the previous feature table. He's now overcalled this ace-3 to a 3-bet.
Are we changing?
Bear in mind, under the gun's opened, he's flatted with the ace-3 off. Silman's 3-bet. Curaçao with the very pretty, it must be said, 10-9 makes the call.
Pretty
and
flop,
Hetherington's
too.
in there.
You have to count the
now.
chips before you sit down.
Top
Takes
tizzy
2-3 minutes.
for
Guy
Key
can't count,
Rousseau.
and then the dealer says, I'm
Yeah,
not
and
allowed to
Silman's got
count.
one
And then
bet
the
here.
dealer,
Yeah,
like,
and if
it's
he
like,
has a big
I can
hand, if he
dispute
has
it.
that
It's
overpair that he's representing,
It's so bad.
but
Yeah, no.
yeah, reaching for chips.
Yeah.
How much you playing? I think you probably live dangerously. Smooth call this and hope Hetherington gets involved.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
No, just drops the hammer.
Should expect to get called for the other 20,000.
Leave it to you, please.
Silman. Timothy Silman does make the call.
Going to get the bad news, I think.
Cannot possibly be ahead.
Let's have a deuce or an ace.
10-9.
What
So it
does he
sounds like
have?
pocket aces or ace
Oh
10.
my goodness me.
There's a watch there as well. A watch.
Well, it's not over.
2 cards to come. Some ways to pick up more counterfeit outs on the turn.
Yeah. As you can see, one of the aces is folded, so just 4 outs, but that is going to add 2 more outs. Folded 3. Oh, only 1 more out.
Give me this. Oh, sorry.
No rescue for Silman's cracked aces. We're going to lose Tim Silman late in the day here on day 1C.
And Curaçao up to $250,000 almost, with still a couple of levels to go on the day. What an opportunity to build a really big stack for tomorrow.
All right, sorry. Can't remember how.
Silman telling his bad beat story. Indeed it was. Very unlucky there to be outflopped by the 10-9 suited. There we see Yana Curaçao, 220K. Nedelku, well, he had a very good session as well. Excellent frame of poker from him. Are we keeping these guys on the feature?
We are not. Great question, David Lappin. We are not keeping these guys. In fact, these players are heading to a break, and when we get back, we're going to have a new feature table headlined by Alex O'Brien.
Oh, fantastic.
Kim Kilroy from Canada, an Irish poker stalwart. Stalwart. George McKeever.
George McKeever, a former main event final tableist back in the day, bit of a legend. I would love to share a story I have about George McKeever, but I think it's time for me to leave.
We are headed for break, David. We're going to have more from you. I think, who knows, maybe you make it to the final table. We never see you again. But hold on to that story. We're going to take a 17.5-minute break. More from day 1C of the Irish Open when we return. You're watching Poker Stars Live. Devin D'Souza opening ace-king, pocket jacks for Steve O'Dwyer. Look, everyone knows there's no right way to play jacks, but if anyone has got it figured out, it's Steve O'Dwyer. Watch and learn, my babies.
Yep, here it comes. There is a 3-bet. D'Souza has the ace-king again, big slick. Big blind, definitely getting out of the way there, no problem at all. Queen 4 off. All right, so you guys, you are extremely deep here.
Famous too.
Again, sorry?
Is he famous too? The one at the very top. Okay.
litt sikker på hva det blir.
D'Souza going nowhere. Much like the people in chat asking for the password.
See if he takes my advice about the 4-bet size here. Very good.
Wow.
Very good. Yes, sir, in position.
Assuming you're right, it's very good.
Well, right, yeah, exactly. So it's, yes, he's reading from the same hymn sheet at least.
That's right,
yeah.
yes.
So obviously the 4-bet size here, smaller in position as we previously discussed when we saw him cold forward betting from out. O'Dwyer all in.
Uh-oh. Steve O'Dwyer just punched your ticket to Flipsville. Are you going to hitch a ride, or are you going to wait for the next train?
Wow, that's a big ship, Joe.
D'Souza asking for a count. O'Dwyer has got him covered.
Yep, that's pretty much all of it. Like the little triangle we get there next to O'Dwyer, though. That's cool. Should be green, though. Oh, man, honestly, it's a lot of chips, you guys. He's shaking visibly. I would be, too. Really, really sympathize for D'Souza.
How inaccurate is this statement? I'm blocking aces and kings. I've committed a bunch of my chips. You got to win a flip to win a poker tournament. I'm all in.
Let me just run something past you. Of all the players at this table most likely to 5-bet bluff ace-5 of spades, who do you think it is?
Steve O'Dwyer.
Yep, snap call, ace-king, we're getting in. Let's gamble.
Yeah. And he just knows he can put so much pressure on you and maybe get you to fold ace-king.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, take your time, buddy. I really feel his nerves here.
Of course.
I sympathize with this. I think I'd be in the same boat.
I mean, of course we're saying this because we can see Steve does not have aces or kings.
Sorry, guys.
And if he didn't, if he had aces or kings, I might be going, look, you've just been 5-bet all in. You got to let this go. But
yeah, I don't know. Against a player of this caliber, I think you got to call. It's just one of those spots. The fact that he even will have hands like ace-5 of spades here immediately means it has to be a call. Players that don't, you can really sweat it, right? If we were playing one of our tighter opponents from the previous feature table, you could really consider putting this one away. Imagine if this was a Della situation.
Della?
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Oh, what's a Della situation?
Della Jones.
Oh, right. D'Souza makes the call.
Yep, he's going to be happy to see that. That's no problem at all. Flips are okay here, even though it's for a ton of chips.
Like Steve O'Dwyer versus James Hardigan, one of these two very Irish things has a slight mathematical advantage. Ace on the flop, looking very, very good for D'Souza.
Always an ace on the desk.
Turn card is the 8 of diamonds. River is the king. 2 pair for D'Souza.
Very slightly more than you.
That is going to leave Steve O'Dwyer with very few chips and a lucky chair.
Yep, huge flip. I think D'Souza's done the right thing there. Obviously, it's not easy. Fatmer's in the chat says, so much tanking pre-flop. Yeah, it's for your tournament life in 250 big blinds, my man. You're allowed to tank in these situations. You're banned. You're banned. I'm sorry.
Why don't we make sure that that person tanks for the next 10 minutes? Cool off.
Yeah, what's so awkward, like the stack size, like, you know. Yeah.
So Steve O'Dwyer going to be left with about 7 big blinds after that. Remember, it doesn't matter what the real answer is. The only thing we're going for is how many Nick thinks Steve has had.
Croaks. Nick probably didn't take into account that O'Dwyer is an MTT player, as Nick himself is a spin player who wins flip multiple times in every single game. He registers exactly. But except you said win. That's weird.
Involved in flips. I agree with. Winning 555,000, 133,200, 17,892, 19,620, 454,335, and I'm going to call it right there because that's the closest we've had that has been under. And the closest we've had that's been over, I think, was 475,000, someone said. Nick Walsh, how many flips do you think Steve O'Dwyer has been a part of in his lifetime?
468,000 lifetime.
468,000 lifetime, and I'd like to hear the rationale behind that in a moment. We do have Steve all in here for 2,200. D'Souza with action on him still, and Steve does not have the best of it. This is not really a flip at the moment. However, the side action could potentially save Steve if somehow the eights fold and the overcards brick. But Steve is gonna more than quadruple up if he happens to win this hand. Ace, Jack, 4, 2 clubs, top pair for D'Souza. A lot of folks in chat enacting the always coming 7 meme for O'Dwyer. I got to admit, I would like to see Steve continue on in this tournament. I wonder if this chair is going to go flying across the room. It certainly won't be his lucky chair anymore.
Still more bullets, Joe.
Oh, that's right. More bullets, of course. Steve's not going to be out of this tournament forever. And it checks around to the Jack on the river. So I guess King 10 would have to bluff Ace 6 out, and then O'Dwyer can still win this pot, right? And Lagan looks like he might go for it. This would be quite the turn of events if Lagan just bombs it here. D'Souza folds top pair, and O'Dwyer wins with pocket sevens. There's still a path to victory. Lagan does not go for it. D'Souza's gonna showdown top pair. And that will be enough to eliminate O'Dwyer. Okay, I didn't want Steve to go broke there, but I do kind of want to see him awkwardly drag this chair away. Please tell me he does it. D'Souza did most of the damage, finishes the job with ace 6 off. Steve knows the drill by now. Taking the microphone off.
Oh, there you go. Packaging it nicely.
He's right on the rail, and backpack, jacket, and the chair.
The chair.
Yes. Fantastic.
Glauser with the Grafton.
John says he knows he's lying, TBH, but you worry he hit some crap pair, so you fold. Good bet. Some truth to that.
Yeah.
Some truth to that. I wouldn't necessarily use all of those words in that order, but
I'm not going to put that word for word in my novel, but
yeah.
You know, yeah, it's pretty much you get the idea.
lying. Dominic Nietzsche lying
Yeah,
with that bet.
Easy folds.
9-10 suited from Glauser under the gun. Hofer folded the ace-10, which would have been the winner there, but we don't really look at it like that.
Not
The
the
folks
winning
writing
chip
that
are,
in
we
chat,
agree with
it's not really how it works. But now, got away from a dicey spot and immediately is rewarded with a much better situation.
Four big blinds.
I can understand why you'd be thinking about this for reasons other than deception, by the way. You're really trying to figure out if you're going to shove 24 big blinds here and chase away all of your action, or get a little more creative with it, which also is alarm bells.
I was going to say 120 is how much I want to make it here. I think that looks like 120.
Those of us who don't know what we're doing, just shove here. Reichert has ace-queen and moves all in the big blind.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you can't really for his stack. Like, obviously, like, no matter how bad your spidey sense is tingling here, the alarm bells, you have ace-queen and you have 6 bigs, 7 bigs.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right, Joe. You've already got money invested in the big blind, plus you just got ace-queen, so let's go.
But now you've given Benny a really ridiculous price here. It's 100,000. He's getting 3.5 to 1 with a hand that can crack hands like kings and queens and aces.
100%. I think you hit the nail on the head, Joe. No chance Benny folds here. Easiest call in the history of poker just to get lucky. So much dead money with the addition of Reichert, putting in just shy of what the initial 3-bet was. Therefore, no more additional action. If Benny calls, we will see a flop, and he can reassess from there with all that additional dead money on the table.
James Hardigan in chat says the MFing Grafton, and he's not wrong.
Now, it's a big chunk of Benny's stack here.
And I guess maybe Benny is thinking that, yes, that a just call here is a big chunk of his stack.
But I think you got to do it. Yeah, I think there's just way too much opportunity here.
Flop. 10-8 tray. Top pair for Benny. Not good enough to crack kings yet. Action on Hofer. And Hofer is less than pot behind. Is there any play here besides just jamming, Nick?
I think SPR being this low, you just always jam.
Yeah.
I mean, having the king of spades is going to be some consideration, but I think checking would be okay too. I think it would just be really weird because I imagine you'd probably ship if you had ace king here too.
I mean, Reichert's obviously all in, so there's no point in trying to fold out Reichert, but and you've got the extra 100K from Benny calling pre-flop.
Yep, there it is, Joe. You called it. Benny can't fold either. No chance. Not with this price. He hates it. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Benny calls here and loses. Will be in the exact same spot Reichert was in at the start of this hand.
I mean, even if he's losing to kings, he still probably has the correct price to call here, Joe.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, I agree. It is a really messed up pot, but
the MFing Grafton.
Yeah. So. He only needs like 25% equity to call here or something like that, Joe. I mean, that's if he doesn't have the best hand, I should say, of course.
Right. Don't worry, ladies. That's not a wedding band. It's a whoop.
Nope, it's an aura.
Whatever. They're all the same.
Oh. Me and James Hardigan begged
It's
to
horoscopes
differ.
for science-minded people. That's right, Jai Pai. It's basically a mood ring. Except it tells you what your mood is. My mood is sleepy today. I feel like this is one of the rare times that we may be seeing Benny struggle more with emotion here. It seems like he would know what the price is. I guess he's just kind of leaning a little bit more into player tendencies. Yeah, eventually comes to the decision we all thought he would. Makes the call. Huge pot. 1.1 million in the middle. Rijkaard not eligible for all of it. Hofer the big favorite.
Classic Canadian board, though.
Yeah, I know. That's like launched in March, but it doesn't launch. Like he launched in pre with his thing and his thing.
I don't think you can afford the flop.
Sorry?
I don't think you can afford the flop.
I think I can. It's just
You might be able to afford pre.
3 of diamonds on the turn. Super safe card for Hofer. Rijkaard drawing
James Hardigan TSD.
quite thin. The river is another 10.
Wow.
Benny Clauser eliminates both Hofer and Rijkaard. The Clauser beam
Said on the stream
disintegrates
right before. Run the 10 is gonna give James
both Hofer and Rijkaard.
With the Grafton.
You lost your chips first, so you're going to be knocked
What
out.
a river.
Yeah, at first.
You first out, he first out, and then
First
him.
out.
Yeah, Lawrence.
You gotta really feel
Okay,
for
thank
Hofer
you.
there.
Have a nice
Rijkaard,
day, Matt.
obviously, whatever. King's
Bye.
cracked for Hofer.
What a life.
Welcome back to the 2024 edition of the Irish Open, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker as we enter the final session, the last 2 levels of Day 1C. Meanwhile, just heard the announcement that the last level of the Turbo Flight, Day 1B, before they close registration in that one. So by the end of tonight, Reg will be closed. That means we will know the field size. We know it's a record breaker. We know it's more than 3,000 total entries, but the accurate number will be known tonight. It's James Hardigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And we're joined for the final session of the day by Colm Chan. Hello, Colm.
Hello, how are
Good
you?
to see you again.
Thanks for having me.
Since we last spoke to you, since we saw you in Prague, since we had you on the Poker in the Years podcast, since the PSPC, I think it's fair to say your poker career has just basically taken off, and I'm assuming you're no longer a part-time restaurateur.
I'm still in the restaurant business, yeah. But,
okay.
I'm playing a lot of poker still, so.
We've already got a flip on their backs.
Wow. First hand back, and it's Dean Clay racing against George McKeever. Played a lot with Dean at UK IPT Brighton in both the main event and the Cup. Looks like he's going to lose this flip, and McKeever's going to double up. No 9 on the river, it's 2 pair for George, he's still in it.
How do you think he played that, Colm?
Beautifully.
All right, there we go. Top level analysis.
Did we miss most of that, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Who's your favorite player so far on this table?
Well, this is a new table for us.
But I mean, just looking now.
So far, that's great. I just did the same thing to you. George McKeever, I'd have to say.
We do love a legend, and look how shallow most of these players are. We have got 3 players in the danger zone.
Danger zone?
Including science writer and poker author Alex O'Brien. Meanwhile, Ronan Madden's got 62 big blinds, Dean Clay around 50 big blinds.
I know Ronan quite well. He's a local PLO cash legend. So I could
slumming it here.
I could see him getting funky in this for sure.
Oh, we do love it when people get funky.
I love when PLO cash game players decide to take a punt in a 1K tournament, get bored, ask the dealer for their other 2 cards.
So level 13 of the Irish Open main event, blinds of 1,000, 2,500 with a 2,500 big blind ante. This is Kim Kilroy from Canada.
3 raise, 5,500.
Raises the button.
I feel like with a name like Kim Kilroy, your plane ticket to Ireland must be like an 80% discount.
And now we have Noel Campbell in the big blind with 10-7 off.
It's like a birthright trip.
No, you're good.
Oh. Seems a little bit on the tight side. What do you think?
I think it's sexist, honestly. See, that's good. You didn't take the bait there. I told you. He said, I don't want to mess anything up. You just politely chuckled at that. We move on. That you've already got it down.
I won't be lured into any of this.
So, Colm, have you advanced to day 2 already? Did you make it through one of the earlier flights?
Yeah, 1A we got through with 186.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Okay.
It's amazing not to have to do 4 more bullets. That's
Of
the main
course.
thing.
Of course.
I've actually been waiting around all day for this, so I've played some of the satellites. We got 2 more tickets, but then we lost it all back. Well, not all of it. Not all of it, Elaine. Not all of it back in cash.
Sorry, when you say we, you mean you?
Me, yeah.
And when you win 2 more tickets, what do you do with them?
You just take cash.
Okay,
And then
all
go
right.
to the cash table and lose it if you want.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Raise. 9 rows, 5,500.
Tron McKenty opening with 7s here.
2-2 fold.
Kim Kilroy with Jack 10 of hearts in the cutoff.
Call. 2-4 fold.
Fold it around to George McKeever, who's got 6 in the big blind. He can call as well. We'll go 3-way to a flop. We'll have some fun. We'll have a laugh.
Jam here would be so nice. Not in these exact hands, obviously, but.
I mean, we heard a story earlier where he jammed in a spot like this. Everyone accused him of having aces, and he was pretty offended. He said, I can have more than aces in this spot.
Yep.
But I noticed he didn't do it with 6s here.
So it's ace 8-5 on the flop. 7 still ahead. Action check to McKenty.
9 bet, 4,500. C3 fold.
I seen some crazy hand got sent around. Were you commentating for this? Some 10 high call down?
Yeah, I was in for that. I don't remember if James was or not, but.
I missed it.
A 10 high call down that I was willing to fully give him credit for, and everyone else was like, nah, we think he misread his hand.
Was that Pork Parkinson?
I don't think Pork was the guy in question, no.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. No.
What time have you been commentating since?
12:30.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's going to be a near enough 13-hour day today.
This will be the short day.
Well, at the moment, if you look at the actual tournament structure on the Irish Open website, tomorrow they are only meant to play 8 one-hour levels. But I have kind of put my hand in the air and said, guys, if there's more than 3,000 entries and you want to be out of here by Monday evening, you might want to consider making day 2 a little bit longer.
Last year was really long day 2, right?
Yeah, day 3 was the really punishing day where they were trying to get down to the final table, played until I want to say 3 o'clock in the morning, and only got to 16. So 16 actually came back for the final day.
I'm a bit surprised Ronan didn't open the 2s here with the chip lead just before the low jack.
It takes raise.
Instead, it's round to George McKeever in the small blind. And it's a case of raise and take it.
No, it's not.
So new player coming in. Sat between McKeever and Murphy. It is Quentin Girardet from France. Playing around $250,000. That's a decent stack at this point.
I think I bought my mom a box of Girardet chocolates for Christmas this year.
I think your jokes are great. James just silent here.
Hey, well, like we're all busy. He's like we're all wearing a ton of hats, right? So we just to peel back the curtain a little bit. Sometimes when you hear James not laugh at my joke, it's because he's like doing something else. It's not necessarily 'cause it's not funny. Or sometimes James will tee me up for something, and I'm doing something else.
He's laughing inside.
That's right.
Always.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I thought that there. She didn't announce.
So it is a Gibbons.
Nice one, Truth Detective.
An accidental Gibbons.
Or was it?
Rounds the blinds. And wow. Tron McKenty waking up with ace-king.
Are we going to see an electronic motorcycle crash here?
That guy just answered your question, Joe.
Raise. 10,000.
So now you convince yourself you're just being exploited, right?
Yeah, she's calling.
I mean, can't this possibly... No, it's such a big raise. It's not even going to work out better. Because a regular 3-bet probably would have been less than this.
If somebody cool me down a bit.
Any chance she just ships? I played with Alex before. She likes to gets after it. No.
Okay. 10,000 apiece. Alex with roughly pot behind, but flops top pair.
Hey-o. The Jack Detective.
Troy
9-bet, 8,000.
continues for 8,000. The Panda was consulted before Alex O'Brien moved all in.
What do you think of the exhale and push?
Well, knowing what her cards are, my read is that she's got it.
$16K to call, 55K in the pot. 2 overs to the board.
In general, I was talking earlier on stream that the exhale is pretty strong.
No, it doesn't matter, no. You're right. Supposed to be set behind. You're sitting on for a long time. Yeah. Your knees should be go on, see.
Sam says, I think regardless of the Panda consultation, it's close with ace-king. Might tilt towards a call. McKenty does make the call. Alex is a 3-1 favorite here to double up.
Now the big exhale.
Well, she's standing up. She's getting that increased equity.
Love his back-to-back comments. Got to call. What a bad call.
The internet in 2 comments. Ace and kings eliminate Alex O'Brien. River card is a 3. She's safe. She survives.
Brick ship it.
And that probably never happens if the limp doesn't happen, right?
Right.
Sick game.
Got to see a relatively cheap flop that way.
You want me to do that?
What's it like not playing this year, James? You're missing it?
No, I'm not actually. I mean, obviously Joe and I got to play a couple of side events at the start of the week. Yeah. I enjoyed the experience last year, but it's hard to combine both jobs. It's hard to focus on being a commentator and playing. Like Alex Romero, one of our Spanish colleagues, he doesn't have to worry about streaming this event. He can just focus on playing. He can focus on winning heads-up titles here in Dublin.
Yeah, a little chatter. Little Irish manse.
But yeah, I think my attitude is I'm either going somewhere to work or I'm going somewhere to play. I don't want to try and kind of like merge the two and do the whole kind of, yeah, I'll jump on the live stream when I'm done with the tournament. It's just too much pressure.
Was it your first time playing a televised event as a player?
It's my first time on a stream, yeah. Bizarrely, someone reminded me after last year, I had actually played in a televised game for Sky Poker back in like 2013.
Okay.
They did like a presenter/commentator special. We did like a sit and go. So that was the first time I'd ever played on like an RFID table and actually appeared on TV, but I had actually forgotten about that. I don't think anyone's ever seen it. Dean Clay.
You got some good names on this table, right?
Yeah.
Tron.
I mean, how there's not a series of Dean Clay movies about a disgruntled private eye.
I don't know. I would have to go with like a college administrator who moonlights as an adventurer.
Yes.
Classes in session.
See that red?
Your tenure's been revoked.
This is spicy. This is loose. I like it.
I'm going to touch near your face for 1 second. I'm going to move this microphone a little closer. There we go.
Thank you.
20,000.
Yes, Mr. Awesome USA. He would be cousins of Bill Clay from Die Hard.
Wow. I guess Murphy was pretty short, but...
Double spicy.
Ace-5 is ahead, but it's almost a flip.
Dean Clay is putting you on double secret probation.
Okay, well, it's a flop that favors Clay for now. Darren Murphy is going to need, ideally, Clay to make 2 pair. He's going to need to hit on the river. Does not. Darren Murphy eliminated. Too late to jump in the turbo with 10 big blind stack.
Oh, turbo isn't closed yet?
I think it will be in the next few minutes.
How many players are we left? Do we have that?
In 1C?
Yeah, and this one here, yeah.
If we catch a glimpse of the clock, we'll see it.
Yeah. Oh, it was here. Yeah, about 450.
It's going to be around, yeah, it's going to be around the kind of between 400 and 450 right now.
So there's not a whole lot of bubble pressure really, right?
Oh, no. It's bubble's going to hit tomorrow.
Let's see if he goes right to the registration desk. Seems like not. I'd be hustling.
Perdón, tío, que moverse aquí.
Hang in there, George. Not on my watch.
7 raise, 7,500.
Girardet, a recent arrival at the table, opening here with 8-6. Rounds the blinds. Alex O'Brien gives up the small.
Gets a bit tougher when most people are expecting 2x, right, with their completing ranges, and they're quite used to those. He came out there with almost 3x. 10-2 suited seems close.
Worked out.
He has fantastic hair.
Rating poker players' hair is definitely a solid strategy.
Nobody probably knows who this is because he hasn't been on the scene for a while and he was American. But I thought it was Brian Devonshire when he walked up to the table.
Never heard that name.
Bit of a, although he does have a pretty Irish name, isn't it, Devonshire?
Well, he looks a little bit like Ami Barrer, you know him?
I do know him, yeah.
A little bit.
Who knows what he looks like under all that?
I think I'd like an open there from the cutoff.
Alex O'Brien on the button with King 6. Ronan Madden, ace queen in the small.
Appreciate no one else can see this, but there's your Devo, your Brian Devonshire back in the day.
Very nice, very nice.
Made the main event, World Series Poker main event final table 1 year, I believe.
8,000. 2 raise, 8,000.
So Madden raising small to big, 8-6 off for Kim Kilroy.
I think Ronan just got a new haircut this week as well.
Yeah, nice tight fade.
Yeah, it's looking quite nice.
If you want a fade, you got to get the fade.
So how many Irish Opens is this for you, Colm? Is this third, second or third?
Fourth, possibly.
Fourth? Okay.
Yeah. I cashed 4 years ago, and it's been a barren run since.
Canada, Poker Queens in Canada, all over the world. Oh, you
I love this venue, though. I love the room, the light, everything. It's brilliant.
California.
I've said this before, I'll say it again.
I remember, just
The service here is fantastic.
not long ago.
You, even if there's a line at the bar, you get served real quick. The wait staff is great.
Yeah.
It's sort of overwhelming now.
Wait, Joe, there's a conspiracy theory I have to get to the bottom of. SPC Starfighter.
Oh boy.
Interesting that the Irish Poker Open site lists Benjamin Spragg for day 1C and 1D, but does not list Marley Spragg at all, as if she's been written out of history, or possibly because her passport is still in her maiden name, Marley Cordero, and that's how she's listed on the player list.
Or, hear me out here, maybe she decided that playing the turbo wasn't for her, and she's done with the main event.
No, as in she's not listed at all for today.
Oh, I see.
And obviously we've seen her in the tournament.
Also, you know, the site doesn't list every single player, does it? All
It does.
1,400?
Yeah, because it's basically taken from the back end. But I know from the back end, because we can see the player list, that Marley's passport is still in her maiden name. And generally, your name in the system is going to be based on your photo ID.
Wasn't great as far as conspiracy theories are concerned.
I'm the only one. We can't see it.
Really nice by Kilroy to find that there. Yeah, well played. She's playing very well so far.
With the queens. I'm more with rec poker. Huh? More with rec poker.
We got Rec
Do you know
Poker
rec
Jim,
poker?
Rec
No.
Poker Kim.
They're based out of Minnesota, but they also have members all over the world, and I'm part of sort of the core team. Well, they're not just women, they're men and women.
You're a
But
49ers fan, James?
it's a
I am,
steady-
yes.
Sorry for...
I'm getting used to it now. It's happened in the last 3.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan.
It's play, learn.
Yeah, he's good at tanking Super Bowls. What can I say?
So it's a
I'm a
community
Falcons fan, so I know.
Oh,
know the
yeah.
pain.
Well, I was going to say, yes.
Mostly recreational players.
There was an Irish
I
player just
joined
signed in NFL today, actually, for the Saints. Kicker.
Nice.
Yeah.
How does one become an Atlanta Falcons fan?
Well, this is a nice open here by our Frenchman, Girardet.
Yeah, nice pronunciation.
Yeah. Falcons, Michael Vick was on the cover of one of the Maddens when I was like 13, and just went from there.
Brave man to admit to being a Michael Vick fan.
I mean, look, this was
Top
when
stuff.
this was when he was the star quarterback of the Falcons before everyone discovered the other thing.
Was there a side game in that where you could, no, I'm not going to say it.
But do you remember when he had his big comeback, right, after he came out of prison, and like everyone thought he was the future of the Philadelphia Eagles, and spoiler alert, he wasn't.
Sad with the 8 deuce offsuit in the big blind. You're just sitting there wishing you could change the cards to something else. But you can't, so fold.
Girardet versus Kilroy, 10-8 versus Ace-Jack, Queen 6-3 on the flop.
Bet.
11,000.
I feel like she's going to want to continue to diamond, right? No.
Nah.
Next conspiracy theory from Keith McIntosh. Marley and Spraggy aren't really married. It was just a marketing ploy.
Oh, a celebrity couple.
Where's his drink then?
There's Spraggy's real husband. The guy who spent at least 9 months living in his bathroom. Tonka P.
To his left is another Irish local cash legend.
I played with that fellow a bunch in the 6-max.
2,500.
So Tonka's still alive in the turbo flight.
Probably.
In 1D.
I love it. Playing for pennies around the kitchen table.
That's great. I'm teaching my daughter.
That's lovely.
She's 8.
All my kids know how to play.
Great. You have
None
3
of them play.
daughters?
3 daughters, yeah.
How old are they now? Or grown-ups, presumably?
All in their 30s now.
9-4.
Sorry, chatting away.
Look, you got to make the game work for you.
1-4.
Yeah, nice from Roland to find an open here.
Oh, it's the Spraggy. You've got to tread carefully with this hand.
You want to give it to me? You want to give it to me?
Yeah, you can have it. Might as well. You get them later anyway.
King Queen suited feels like aces.
Yeah, good. Not so
You just feel like it's better than aces in a lot of ways because you can just connect with the board so much more easily.
2-3 raise.
You miss with King Queen suited and you're truly baffled. You're just like, how did that happen?
15,000.
No cold 4 from McKeever. It's action back on Madden.
6-6-5. 6-2.
That's also me. I wait till the pot gets pushed before I. give my cards up so I don't fold. Didn't realize.
2010, intentionally poker.
I was talking to a guy today
Yes.
at the cash table, and he said,
Yeah,
so
the
a hero
others
called the
were
guy
like-
down, and their man showed his hand,
Handles.
and he put his cards out, and he just got taken away.
Oh no!
He was knocked out. Oh, he wasn't knocked out because they would have had to show, but he lost most of his stack.
Face up, he put them out?
He put them out, and he's about to turn them. The dealer kind of misinterpreted it. Yeah.
Maria Lampropoulou out in the field.
This record-breaking Irish Open main event, we got 8 minutes left to register. Last level of open registration if you're looking to get to this record-breaking Irish Open main event.
That's right, the great Gonzo. David Lappin was referencing earlier on. Alex O'Brien is indeed the player that caused Dan Bilzerian to run scared from playing heads up.
Is this a story I should know?
Definitely.
Huh.
Welcome to the table.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Nick.
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 Nice to meet you, Nick.
Nick Ramsey is the new player at the table.
Alex.
Man, so many football references. We got Madden, the Rams.
Come on, guys.
Ramsey.
Yeah, Ramsey. Joe Montana.
For another friend of mine, and by complete fluke, she one day could make a meetup with both writers, and once a week would meet to write together. It's because it's quite solitary writing.
Thank you.
And then she can
2,500
meet
now.
me one day and left me a voice note
Thank you.
at 4 o'clock in the morning saying she was playing poker all night, made a ton of money, and if we could reschedule. I left a voice message back and just said, teach me.
That story's in the book, I think. The Truth Detective.
2014.
Good man, fold. Good one, fold.
Which is a super interesting book and has not even that much to do with poker, really.
Good fold. Good fold. Good five, fold.
Was this the book that you studied it?
Yeah.
Definitely think your day can do something here.
We gave everyone a free,
Limps.
Did you play the women's? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they were on the table.
And luckily
I didn't hear the announcement. No.
for that, because he's run into
part
the
of the swag,
pre-flop
actually.
big
It's
blind
free-
nuts.
It's worth 115 US dollars. Free year, or 180 actually. It's a free year of training, not training, but access to the premium content on the site. So we have a lot of learning with partners. So we have a lot of.
That is not the sort of premium content most of this table is used to subscribing to.
And Solve for Why and all the different sites. Yeah. So if you're interested, you can join for free for a year.
So much. Totally
Use the
hustling on the table.
Use the code Irish.
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 Okay. I'll look it up. Thank you.
Look it up. Check us out.
Yes.
I'm liking these
Then I'm
mirrored
going to ask you to
sunglasses.
come on our podcast in a bit.
I'd be happy to. I don't need to. Like, you can ask me anytime. Very, very happy to come on. As you can tell, I love talking.
Ever wear sunglasses at the table, Joe?
Maybe for a few minutes as a
You're
joke.
not doing so well, Alan.
I feel like a real turd wearing sunglasses at the table. No offense to anyone who does it. It's fine.
You already said it. You already offended them.
I get sent that meme all the time of Kim Kardashian, like, peeling her hand at, like, no matter how dumb you might be, at least you've never worn mirrored sunglasses at a poker table. And I'm pretty sure it's Photoshop. Like,
and people, yeah,
I've
people wear
never
mirrored all
genuinely
the time.
heard of a person's hand being exposed by wearing mirrored sunglasses at the table.
His are mirrored right now, right? You can't
Yeah.
see
In
it.
London. Then I was in between playing.
Your day just opened 4-2 offsuit from the button.
Yeah, worth noting. All right.
3x almost.
Just doesn't involve flying.
Okay.
And this, and then all my friends are talking about the Irish Open, and I issue is, this is like Easter weekend.
Orient
Our wedding
call.
anniversary is on the 1st of April.
Do you think people ever are trying to show themselves as one way when they're on the stream?
It wasn't anything that...
Sorry, repeat that?
Do you think people are ever trying to like advertise themselves in a certain way on the stream?
I think it's very rare, but occasionally I suspect it, like every once in a while.
But it's Easter now.
Especially on some of the American cash game streams. I see some plays that are so bizarre that I'm like, this has got to be this person. Like I see people that are coaches making really weird decisions, and I'm like, they're probably just trying to get action for off stream.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah. I think it's kind of tough to do in a tournament format.
Girardet wants a drink now.
I feel like in Ireland, beer level is like level 4, so they've all earned it at this point. Heyo. Ace clanger.
Excuse me.
It's your turn.
He wants his beer. He doesn't care.
Please be a hand. No.
One hook shot like one fold. Yeah, thank you.
Good fold by Ronan.
Go George McKeever.
George McKeever looks like he's about to shut down the rec center, though.
One change.
Folded round to McKeever.
Nah. Girardet, he's going to take this.
Yeah.
7 raise. 6 7. 6 6. Call.
Ramsey calling in the cutoff with sixes.
Tournament leaders in the main event by team will be Andy Ron. Level up. We're now on level 11, 800, 1600 for the 1600 baseline hand. 8, 16, 16 next tournament leaders in the final fight. Main event. Players, this will conclude our registration period for the main event. We'll tally those numbers and we'll have prize pools for you later.
Queen 9-9 trips for Madden.
Oh yeah, let's go.
6 7 check.
Are we allowed to call like sick runouts?
Yeah, of course.
A 6 would be pretty nice.
Whoa, yeah, sure.
Seed 8 bet. 8 7.
Nobody wants a 6 more than Ramsey.
2 call. 2 7.
I like Ronan's call too. You can still have Day behind with most of his hands.
It's just a shame there's not like a third weaker thing you can do when you flop trips, other than fold. I always feel like no matter what, as long as I'm in the hand, like, nah, they're gonna know. They're gonna know I'm not calling here with anything worse than a 9. That's rude. That's a rude comment.
Wow. The problem is, it is rude, but there's also not. There's an element.
It hurts because it's a little true.
Yeah, Lepke Bear says, mirror sunglasses guy, such an NPC. If there was a video game, here's what the poker player would look like.
Do you remember that I don't know, that website that used to have the avatars? PKR?
PKR,
yeah.
I think he was one of the avatars.
Yeah. Did you guys see that story, of course, out of America, where this kid comes up to a guy in a convenience store and tells him he's an NPC, and then the guy shoots him?
What?
Yeah. It was like in Texas or something. Your typical feel-good story from America. Oh, my God,
Speaking of-
Frank the Tank.
Yeah, you know the noise we were hearing?
Oh, it was him? Yeah, of course it was.
What's your name?
Oh, my God. It's the American Will Kassouf.
When Coley is the butt next time, I come back. I mean, that's so weak, but I take my penalty like a man.
Oh, penalty. Here we have local chef to the left. Shares my name, Wang Chan, Michelin star chef.
He's a Michelin star chef?
Yeah, with the sunglasses to your right.
He was very cool. I played for him with him for a while in the 6 Max. Very nice fella. And I wish I had known he's a Michelin star chef. I would have kissed his ass.
Bites by Kwanji if you're looking for a meal.
That's in the area?
It's nearby. It's in the city.
Saw a couple of Team Poker stars in the background.
Hell
Little
yeah.
Brandon and Strag.
Oh, do you think, I was thinking about this, you know, the way Epps and Ulan had the little Mario figure?
Yes.
Has everyone since that started using more figures, or do you think it's...
I think it's the same number. I think there's still a contingent. It's like they're kind of like, yeah, I know the whole card protector thing is considered uncool, but you know what? I don't care. This is my thing.
I feel like it's blown up since Epson, but...
I always want to bring a little something funky to play, and then I forget. I like leave it on my dresser at home.
I'm pretty sure Jack Sinclair will try and take credit and say, you know, the little hippopotamus,
oh, yeah.
the chippopotamus, that's kind of... I remember there was a guy at EPT, I want to say his name was Nikolai Seninger, who had like a plush toy of Simba the Lion Cub from The Lion King, and had that on the table. It's kind of like, it's too big, dude. I'm sorry.
They gotta come around with like the Ryanair box. You know, when you're waiting in line, they got that little box
If
they
it
make you
doesn't
put
fit
your
in this
bag
box,
in.
you can't put it on the table.
Yeah.
Been super impressed with Kilroy here, by the way, guys. He's a limp pot. Ronan bets out, and she finds a nice raise here. Ronan uses quite a small size, so she's attacking that. I think he definitely has to continue.
A lot of good turn cards, and that is one.
Check. Check.
6, 7, 8, 9. Wow.
Oh.
Not the card you thought was going to get him there.
And he bet small the last time. I wonder,
Oh, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2,
Yeah,
huh?
she has the straight as
oh,
well.
Oh, no.
Did you just see this, Joe?
Yeah, I can only do one thing at a time. I had to count on one hand and then count on the other hand.
I feel like there's a chance this small bet gets raised.
Oh, how do you not walk right into it here?
call? No, then call.
90.
Jeepers, how? Just a call.
Is that a smart what? Is that a smart what?
For Ronan, I would have loved a really small size to kind of induce a raise,
Yeah.
or a really big size to get some value.
good hiding,
I
eh?
think when he puts it in the middle, you can call it off a little more.
Take it
easy.
off.
Blind impulse.
That pot should have been bigger, no?
Not gone up because I can't see the screen.
Yeah, I don't.
13 seconds.
I don't know how you managed to not raise there.
At least that helps.
Looks like we've got an unofficial number, by the way. 3,233 entries. Prize pool of 3.15 million euros. We'll get that confirmed, but obviously it is significantly more than last year, where we had just shy of 2,500 entries. To go over 3,000 the following year is very impressive.
Great comment here from TT1M. Ask yourself the question, which worse hand gonna call you if you go broke there? No, think about it for a second. Which worse hand gonna call you if you go broke there? If you're laughing, you're not really seeing the true genius behind that comment, which, by the way, you banned.